Your mind starts to race again about what it means for this season. And ultimately, I mean, let's be honest. You said it. What does this mean for Stephen Curry? Because the Warriors are Steph, and Steph is the Warriors, and the Bay Area loves them some Stephen Curry. And you think about that man first and foremost. And it sounds heartless when I put it that way. It's just like, this is a guy that Jimmy Butler that gave his ACL for the team, and now we're focused on, all right, well, what's next for Stephen Curry? Sports, unfortunately. It sucks.
I mean, I'm just going to rat-a-tat-tat the things that come to my mind.
Yeah, please. Because I think you speak for a lot of how fans are feeling right now. And it's all over the place.
As heartless as this sounds, just as a fan, these are the things that are racing through my mind. Can you trade Jimmy? As cruel as that does sound. You know, they did it last year with the expiring deal of Anthony Melton, who was on a one-year deal, tore his knee, and they used that money to get them something good. I mean, even if he comes back next year, it's probably going to be into the season. What's he going to look like? Can you trade the money? Who wants him? Who wants that money? Who wants a rehabbing player? What, they just want the cap relief of an expiring deal? Boy, that feels very unlikely. Like, if I'm the team on the receiving end, when could he even play? If I'm the Warriors, when can he even play? All right, now the next one is Kuminga. Can Kuminga replace him?
Huh.
Do you keep him? Is that even an option?
Huh.
Has that ship sailed? Can he help you right now? Is he ready to play right now mentally? Because he got asked to play the other day and he didn't want to play. Will Kerr actually play him? Will he stick with him? Or have things gotten so bad between them, they are unable to heal it? As a fan, are you willing to give JK another shot? Which I think is a fascinating question. A fascinating question. And then, what does it tell you if Steve Kerr doesn't play him now?
Oh, well.
All right. Now,
is it up to Steve or JK?
Now we get to the Deal Kuminga part. All right. Deal Kuminga for what? Now that you don't have Jimmy, what exactly are you looking for? How much does that change? And then with who? So you're dealing Kuminga with what? Picks? With Moody? With Jimmy?
Duh.
With Dre? You know, I was more apt to send some picks out with Kuminga to get me back something. I'm very hesitant this morning to do that because those picks I thought would be in the 20s. Now I'm thinking they're going to be in the lottery. All right. What does this mean for Draymond Green? Dre and Jimmy clearly couldn't play ball together. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Well, since they couldn't play together, Jimmy was more important than Dre. Now, does this elevate Draymond's role? Not sure I really want Draymond having a bigger role at this point in his career. Are we kind of teetering on an injury there?
Yes.
Do you consider trading Draymond Green now because Jimmy's out and he's off the table completely to get you something big? Do you package JK and Draymond to go away? Is that an unthinkable concept now that you don't have Jimmy Butler? You have to keep Draymond. I don't know. Like, I start thinking about Draymond. And then it brings me to now, what is the goal of the season now? What's the goal for the next 15 days of the trade deadline?
I mean, where do you go from here?
Joe, what is the goal for the next 15 days? How do you look at the micro and macro of the organization? What does this do to Steph?
I do not want to be in Mike Dunleavy's shoes, Joe. I think he is in a no-win situation right now because I think the fan base is going to look at it and say, hey, if you don't make a big trade, hey, this is Stephen Curry's team, man. Then you're telling us if you don't do anything that we're just going to watch the Kobe years in L.A. towards the end with Stephen Curry here in Golden State. That's basically what you're going to be telling. But I can't be mad at Dunleavy because he can't mortgage the future right now. Because
Joe, the current is a debacle.
Well, that's the whole thing, Joe. If the current's a debacle, then I can get a pick. Then you see, this is going to be the thing now.
I'm not even sure I trust them making the picks.
Well, someone's got to make a pick.
No, I know. But this is the yin and yang of a fan. And that's why, to me, the most plausible thing to think about this morning, as I laid all that out, because we all know, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but the unthinkable is trading Steph Curry. And if it was a 0% chance, a day ago, what is it, 3 or 4% chance today? But we're still we're not even I'm not going to entertain that. We got 15 days to the deadline. You want to keep Kuminga? You want to play Kuminga? Are they going to play Kuminga? Is Kerr going to? I'm just rat-a-tat-tatting all the questions.
He was asked after the game. He was. We have the
sounds. Here's the other part. Before I make any Kuminga decision, and I'm not trying to come down too hard, but let's call it what it is. Steve Kerr, are you going to be here? Are you going to be? Now, to play it fair, we don't know the specifics other than Joe Lacob saying that he has an offer to Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Maybe the offer, Steve didn't view it as good enough. But any decision I make on Jonathan Kuminga, doesn't it have to have in the back of my head some idea of who's the coach next year?
You would think.
Right? Any trade that involves Jonathan Kuminga, don't I have to think, well, Jimmy's not going to be ready till, and this is being optimistic, middle of next year?
Maybe.
Joe, it's almost February.
He's 36 years old having an ACL injury.
And the last big ACL injury they had was Melton. Now, he looks pretty good, but it was kind of a slow start to the year.
And how old is DeAnthony Melton?
Oh, he's 10 years
27.
Yeah, he's 10 years younger. But then, let me play the other side of it. And he looks good right now. The flip side is Klay Thompson, which he recovered from the ACL injury only to tear his Achilles.
Correct. And
maybe it's somewhere in between.
Jimmy Butler is a guy that has prided himself in his game on elite work ethic, strength, conditioning, wanting it more than the other person. You can want it as much as you want. You have a soft tissue injury at this stage of your career in the NBA. I mean, we all know what happens. You're not going to be the same player. And listen, I don't want to bet against Jimmy Butler in this. I hope he proves everyone wrong. But that's immediately where my mind goes. His career might be over, which sucks.
Just say it out loud. 36-year-old ACL torn injury.
His career might be over. We're saying it with Kittle with an Achilles. And I know Kittle was happy-go-lucky yesterday, in the locker room when they're all packing up their stuff, talking to the media, saying their goodbyes. He's like, yeah, it wasn't the worst Achilles injury ever. I could have gotten drilled in my heels. Yeah, but it's an Achilles injury at this stage of your career, and your whole game is predicated on size, speed, and strength, just like in basketball. I don't know.
We have months to kind of break down what Jimmy looks like moving forward. They've got 15 days to figure this out. So
that's the time. You just mentioned it. The timing of the injury is just
so we got the deadline. We got the deadline on February 5th. Yeah. Okay. So now I ask you, I think the team quit on him and he quit on the team. I'm talking about Kuminga.
Okay.
That's my belief. I think both are true. He quit on the team. They quit on him. You could say the chicken or the egg. What came first? Kerr probably quit on JK before JK quit on the team. But he did. JK quit on the team. He had an opportunity to go in the game. I kind of lost my mind on that one.
Lower back injury.
And he didn't want to go back in. I also remember the Niners quitting on Jimmy Garoppolo and the fans quitting on Jimmy Garoppolo and Jimmy kind of quitting on the team as well, 3 different times. And they were ready to give the keys of the organization to Trey Lance. And then Trey went down. Jimmy went back in there. It looked ugly early on. Then he started playing good ball. And wouldn't you know it, people were talking themselves into Jimmy Garoppolo again. And then he got hurt. And then Brock showed up. I know it's been kind of a whirlwind, but I guess what I'm saying is sports gives you opportunities. And now they have an opportunity to do something with Jonathan Kuminga. Play him, trade him. We go back to JK. And what sucks about all this Jimmy Butler stuff, all the rhetoric about Kerr, Kuminga, stay, go, play, not, superstar, scrub. It sucked the oxygen out of what was a great year for Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
That's the part that's really hard to swallow. So I get to it what do you do? And now, forget the goal of the season. What is the goal of the next 15 days? Is it to play Kuminga? Is it to trade Kuminga? What do you do with Draymond? What do you do with Jimmy? Who wants those guys? What could you get back? What do you need? Obviously, anything, everything. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they've backed themselves into this crazy corner, and now we need solutions. 888-957-9570. Are you, as a fan, willing to let bygones be bygones with Kuminga, and do you just have to play him? Or now do you have to trade him?
Where do they go from here, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. By the way, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Joe.
We do have Bonte Hill joining us in studio from 8 a.m. to 10
how
a.m.
ironic is that?
Can't wait to hear what Bonte has to feel about all this. It is presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
As we're heading into the new year, why not consider revitalizing your home? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By choosing to upgrade crown molding and baseboards, you're going to instantly add elegance and character to any room. Golden State offers decorative options from Windsor One and Kelleher, who make it easy to transform plain walls and ceilings into timeless design features. Moldings not only enhance your style, it also hides all the imperfections, protects your walls, and adds lasting value to your home. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com and click brands for Windsor One and Kelleher, the most trusted names in the industry. Now that January is here, start designing your new home's look for the new year with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Building better in the Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Let's go! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay,
I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Hand off Pajemski. Lob for Butler. Good catch on Mitchell, and then got clobbered by Mitchell from behind, and Butler's hurt. Davion Mitchell plays hoop.
No.
Post is holding both hands on his head. Left knee for Jimmy Butler. And this is not good. Jimmy Butler is down. And this building's gone awfully quiet. Timeout. Warriors 77, Heat 75.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, well, soon, Jimmy Buckets, Tim Roy on the call, heading in to that rejoin right here on 95.7 The Game, and I think Tim captured the mood perfectly there. Jimmy Butler lands awkwardly, twists that knee, and it is a torn ACL for Jimmy Buckets, out for this season, and with the timing of the injury, you'd have to think it lingers on to next year. But where do the Warriors go from here?
It's the same knee, too, that he hurt in 2018 with a meniscus tear and 2024 with an MCL sprain.
The right knee.
Let me give you some other, sobering realities. So
I don't want to be sober.
There's a disabled player exception, which gives you a $14 million exception, meaning you'd be able to absorb some money back, right? Because of the suckiness of the injury. Meaning, basically, he's still getting paid, but it doesn't hit you against your books all the way.
It gives you some financial flexibility.
The deadline to apply for that was January 15th. 5 days ago.
Oh, y'all playing with me.
So now, that Jimmy's out.
Great.
I'm thinking to myself, what do you do with Kuminga? And I don't think he's going to solve all their problems. What's more likely, them trading Jimmy Butler's contract today just to get something to get AD or LeBron or Zion or Sabonis or Ja?
God, it feels
some of the teams.
It feels so cutthroat to say that less than 24 hours removed.
I know I sound psycho.
No, you don't. This is what fans are thinking of right now.
Do you attach Kuminga and picks with Jimmy? Do you attach Jimmy? Do you keep Jimmy because no one wants him? No one wants to pay for his rehab, and now you're forced to trade Draymond and JK?
Let me just tell you this right now, Joe. I'm in the same state of mind I was this time last year before they even traded for Jimmy. I'm open for anything.
Well, that's
anything and everything outside of Stephen Curry leaving a Golden State Warriors uniform. I am open to it. You could talk me into it.
Are you open? Are you as a fan ready to make amends, let bygones be bygones, and root for Jonathan Kuminga if he's given an opportunity, or is he just has to go?
I mean, Joe, he's got a perfect couple-week stretch here if you want to do that before the trade deadline.
How many times
Jonathan Kuminga
in the last 3 years have we said, this is a chance?
We have. So you're telling me there's a chance with
I'm
JK.
not trying to hate on you for feeling that way. Look, again, the reason I bring up Jimmy Garoppolo is the Jimmy Garoppolo roller coaster had highs and very big lows. And there were times, 3 or 4 different times, I thought it was over. And yet I found myself pulling for him and letting bygones be bygones. Remember the form we used to fill out? The Jimmy Garoppolo apology form?
Ponte filled out the form. By the way, Ponte joining us in studio 8 to 10 today. Ponte filled out the apology form. Jimmy immediately lost for the season a week or two later. Oh, my God.
Joe, are you willing to forgive him? If Kerr says, screw it, and we can get...
I don't think there's anything to forgive. Just play him. I don't want to just...
Joe, they've quit on each other.
Again, that's what I'm saying. I let bygones be bygones. I have no ill will towards Steve Kerr or Jonathan Kuminga. You got to play him at this point. You have to play him. Are you going to play Guy Santos in his place?
Okay, but if you
Guy's hurt too, isn't he?
Come on. If you play him, you do run the risk of him getting hurt and being completely untradeable. So, like, I think they need to pick a path today. Like, today they need to know either we're committed to playing Kuminga and we move on and we try to, like, I don't know what that means either, by the way. Playing Kuminga could be 10 minutes. It could be 30 minutes. I don't have the answer. I'm asking out loud. Or I am not playing him at all because I am not letting him get hurt because he is the guy that I have to move with something to get me something that can help me now. They have to make a decision.
Where do the Warriors go from here? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Coach Hall, Dave, AJ, Zilla. We'll get to all of you. This segment is brought to you by Ceremony.
Zilla's calling in?
That's right. Zilla from New Orleans.
Oh, Zilla.
Zilla.
I thought Zillow, like, the home sale. Like, it's kind of truly...
we haven't got them yet, Joe, but maybe if we keep talking about them.
Love that as a sponsor.
Yeah, let's get that. This sponsor for this segment, though, is Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer. You know who I trust when we talk Warriors? That's Coach Hall in San Diego. What's up, Coach? How we feeling this morning, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. My emotions went crazy yesterday. I saw Indiana win a national championship. I'm from Indiana, so
nice.
That felt good. Although I'm a Notre Dame fan. But it's good to see the crib win something. But then seeing Jimmy, I instantly thought, like, oh, it's over. It's over. The way he was screaming, and I was listening to satellite radio this morning, and Scalabrini was saying that Jimmy might have a tough time, or the Warriors might have a tough time trading him, not because of the injury, but because of his history with other teams. And I guess maybe him rubbing certain franchises the wrong way. And you tack that on $55 million a year and a bad right knee, it's going to be tough. And then they were saying Draymond has no value. And I think our best option is to try to find a disgruntled young star. Sounds crazy, maybe like a Ja. I don't know how you get him, but you gotta pivot somehow.
Look, thanks, Coach. I think everything's on the table. Joe, I said, you can talk. Hey, Joe, you want to talk me into John Morant this morning? You can talk me into John Morant.
Joe,
you can.
I'm going to give you again, this is my brain. I rat-a-tat-tatting. Teams that are in salary cap hell. Where is John? Lakers.
Yeah.
Is LeBron on the table?
Might be.
It sounds insane. I can hear Bonte screaming from the bed right now as he's waking up to come in. How about Mavericks, Anthony Davis?
Yeah, I mean, he's...
Joe...
Wait, hold on. Well, with Anthony Davis, he was going to have surgery, then elected not to, but he's going to be out the next, 8 weeks or something,
Joe,
right?
Desperate times call for desperate.
It's very desperate, but sure.
Pelicans, Zion.
Why not?
Okay.
Well, we got a guy from New Orleans. See, that might be a solution.
Kings, Sabonis.
Sure.
But would they take Jimmy's injured knee? Grizzlies? Ja?
What about JJJ?
I would have loved JJJ with Jimmy and Steph Curry. Now with no Jimmy, I'm not
think
ruling
about
it out.
Yeah.
I'm not ruling it out. I'm saying, I just don't know, man. I don't know. Minnesota, Cleveland, Boston. These are other teams that are in salary cap hell. But again, I keep coming back to this. What else are you giving up?
Right.
And besides cap relief or an expiring deal, why would they want Jimmy even around their team?
I mean, that's a great point that we just got from Coach Hall. Hey, man, this guy has tanked his status around the league with some of his shenanigans last year in Miami with the Heat. Again, it's a cruel twist of fate that this injury had to happen against his former team last night in Andrew Wiggins' return to Golden State. It's Shakespearean almost. Macbeth, Hamlet, Othello, the tragedy of Jimmy Butler might have been what we saw in the court yesterday. That's what it felt like. But I think there is no wrong answers on how to feel today. Kind of like how we were talking about the Niners season ending yesterday. And again, the Warriors season isn't over. That's why this is fascinating. It felt like when Stephen Curry got hurt in the playoffs last year, oh man, the season might be over then. And then, hey, maybe we can get one game back and Steph can come back. That'd be great. But that was the end of the playoffs. Joe, it's January 20th. This is go time. They've won 12 of their last 17 games. They're feeling good about themselves. Jimmy Buckets averaging over 20 points in the month of January, over 50% shooting from the field. He's been playing great. He's been pretty much available all season long. And then this happens. He's been your second best player. He's been the guy that we thought we were getting for all of this trade last seaon. Jimmy Buckets, he's showing up. He's taking Jonathan Kuminga. He tried to take him under his wing. He's been a leader at times for some of these young guys. He's been calling out, the lack of effort, the lack of defense. I've loved the Jimmy Butler experience as of late. And then this happens, and it just sucks the air out of the entire fan base to the point where you start contemplating everything. Like the fact that you even had to think, man, maybe it is a couple percent up from 0 to like 4 or 5% that they could even trade Stephen Curry. That sounds insane. But you have to start thinking about things like that because Steph's older.
I'm not even considering it until I'm not trying to cut you off.
Well,
you
you were the one that said it jumped up to 4 or 5%. I'm just saying what you said. So, yeah.
It went from 0 to up. And not that you're the one making the move to trade Steph. Steph's the one wanting out. Looking around the room saying, I don't want to be Will Smith in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air final episode. I'm standing in an empty house.
Yeah, I think it'd be the other way. If anything, it would be the organization moving on from him than Steph moving on from the organization. But that's
Joe, I saw Tom Brady and Bill Belichick get a divorce. I saw Joe Montana play in another uniform.
No, it can happen. I would still be shocked.
Of course you'd be shocked.
I mean, I'm still shell-shocked from what took place last night.
On the way of the way you get to like the Curry portion is way down here in terms of what you do with him. You have 15 days. You have 15 days to figure out what your season is going to be like this year. What's the recalibration? Now what's the goal at the deadline? It used to be like, hey, get somebody who's a shooter to stretch and pair up next to Jimmy Butler so that he has some more spacing, some more shooting, get the team more shooting. Now with Jimmy out, like what are you looking to get?
Well, what's more beneficial for this team right now? Being one and done in the playoffs, which is what they could be, or one and done in the play-ins, or having a top 10?
I think you just have to try to make the playoffs, right? So whatever that looks like.
Well, I think some fans would disagree with that and say, if we're not even going to compete for a title, what's the point? Which sounds like a loser mentality, but fans think like that.
Okay,
they do.
But I'm not considering that today.
Okay, I'm not. But people are texting on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, hey, scrap it, try next year, let's see. But for this year, let's try to get a top 10 pick.
So we're going to have, so scrap it for this year, and then we're going to have Jimmy Butler returning off an ACL?
Maybe, or you revisit what to potentially trade or move off him in the offseason, in the summertime. People are thinking all sorts of crazy things this morning. You know what? I get it.
I'm not there yet. I am going to try to salvage this year.
Okay.
And so by salvaging this year, again, I'll lay out some of the options.
How do you salvage the season without Jimmy Butler? 888-957-9570.
First one, Kuminga. In or out? Is he playing? Are they not? Or are they dealing him? Jimmy, in or out? Meaning, does he have any value to be tagged together, combined, stapled to Jonathan Kuminga or not by himself? Draymond Green. I think the common denominator on both Jimmy and Kuminga, it's pretty ironic. Draymond Green's the one that struggles to play with those guys.
Yep. Both of them.
So, now that Jimmy's out, what does that do for Draymond? Well, kind of elevates him. But I don't want him to be elevated. Okay, but I also have to elevate maybe Jonathan Kuminga. But he doesn't fit well next to Draymond. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. The Jonathan Kuminga angle, all this is fascinating. We'll continue to take calls and texts. I think that's where most people's minds go to JK. And, I was talking to the boss man off air during our last break. He's like, it's almost like a luxury they have Jonathan Kuminga at this point. I was like, a luxury? This guy that's the last word I'd use to describe what Jonathan Kuminga has meant for this team, being a luxury. But I also kind of get it where he's like, you got a young guy, 6'7", 225, athletic as hell. Some teams would be dying to have a guy that could just fill the void, but that's also kind of disrespectful to what Jimmy Butler means and the type of player he is. Fill the void. Come on. I'm not expecting Jonathan Kuminga to do what Jimmy Buckets has been doing.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
But can he salvage his own season, his own stock, and could this potentially have a happy ending for all parties involved, which sounds like some sort of Disney crap fairy tale. You're chuckling at it. I know. It sounds ludicrous.
Joe, I don't even know if the coach is going to be here next year.
Probably not. Spoiler alert. He's probably gone.
So then, okay, so if he is, in the next 15 days, why would I make a move for just the next 2 months to appease the coach who's not going to be here?
You don't, by the way. That's the short answer, and we'll give the long answer on the other side.
I want to know if Kerr's committed.
Dave in the city, AJ in LA, Zilla in New Orleans, they're all committed to the other side. 888-957-9570. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And this segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
we can be twinsies,
to,
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
So, Jazz fan, I appreciate that. We're trying to do a great job. We've had some really depressing radio topics the last 2 days, and I don't use that word lightly. It's a real thing. And a lot of our mental health as sports fans, and we are fanatics, that's what it's short for. Shout out Guru. Likes to say that a lot. Is tied to the winning and losing of our sports teams. It's the life we chose. It's why we love it. We love to hate it sometimes, sure. But in the last 48, 72 hours, season's over the 49ers. You've already lost George Kittle. All made this year and then maybe next year. What's going on with Nick Bosa? What's going on with Fred Warner? What's going on with the entire San Francisco 49ers team? You lost Robert Saleh yesterday. We didn't even bring that up. Saleh now, the new head coach of the Tennessee Titans, reportedly. That's going to go down. So you need to find a defensive coordinator. All that happening. And then I'm just turning on the national championship game last night. The end of it. Game's over. Flip on the Dubs. I'm going back and forth. It's like, oh, great. I think the Warriors are going to win this game. I was like, all right, sweet. That's going to be 12 of their last 17. They're moving up the power rankings in the West. You know, could they be a playoff team before you know it here, before the trade deadline? And does that change things? Then you see Pajemski make a pass. And I see people blaming Pajemski for the pass for the injury. I was like, stop, first of all. The most ridiculous thing ever. Jimmy jumps for it. Davion Mitchell fights for it. They bump each other. Knee buckles. Torn ACL for Jimmy Butler. More reacting. Where does the team go from here? 888-957-9570. Just a lot happening in the Bay Area sports scene. Oh, and by the way, the Super Bowl is going to be here before you know it. Other than that,
a Super Bowl which will have either the Rams or the Seahawks.
Correct. Yeah. And one of those teams, they're going to be favored. Whoever comes out of the NFC will be favored to win that Super Bowl. So, yay.
Are you more aggressive at the deadline or less aggressive given this injury? 15 days.
My gut instinct told me they're going to stand pat and do nothing.
Oh, my, they cannot. No, they cannot.
Why not?
They have to pick a path.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why? Why do they have to do anything after this injury?
What do you mean? Because you have maybe another year or two left of Steph Curry. You have to do.
Are they viewing it that way, or are they viewing it, hey, we got, we have to reallocate our resources and we have to retool how we're thinking going forward?
Was the Jonathan Kuminga trade happening pretty much 99% of the time?
Yeah, but it might not now because you might need them.
No. Now you need something big. It could be involving.
Can you get something big with an injured superstar that's making $50 million next year?
I just laid out. There are teams right now, like there are some very high risk, high red flag players out there that teams are just trying to get rid of, period.
Again, you told me that teams are trying to get rid of, period. Are those teams trying to get a 36-year-old with a torn ACL?
In the Pelicans case, they're looking to clear money. It's obvious in every article that you hear. They're looking for expiring deals over the next 2 years.
I heard they're actually trying to add. recently.
Well,
they're not moving off Trey Murphy.
I mean, I'm reading the Anthony Slater article right now from the ESPN, and they're already linking John Morant, Zion, they're Anthony Davis. They're throwing all the same people that I was throwing.
He is what is it? $58 million next season.
Like
$58 million. And I do think it's part of the conversation when Coach Hall brought it up earlier. The fact that he is looked at as kind of a cancer in the locker room, that matters in this.
Of
Jimmy
course
Butler is viewed that way.
But I think any team that's acquiring him is doing what I call the Iguodala Miami situation, which is we're bringing you in, you're not playing.
Or Memphis situation.
Excuse me. We're bringing you in, you're sitting down, you're not playing, and we're going to cut you at the end of the year. Oh, man. God. What?
It all happened so fast this season. It just...
no, honestly, I would actually disagree with you. I actually think them dragging their feet on the Jonathan Kuminga thing in the summer...
That had no impact on Jimmy Butler tearing his ACL.
Joe, you built a team where your two best players had to bust their hump in December and January to win games, to get 5 games over 500, 6 games over 500.
It's bigger... That tells me, though, it is bigger than Jonathan Kuminga.
No, I'm saying
more from others.
You're misinterpreting the Jonathan Kuminga aspect. It's the $35 million to $40 million that could have helped this team kind of lessen the load on my stars and how they built this team and just waiting and waiting. You had a spot on the bench that was literally not helping your team at all. And then you had money allocated to that on a team like right now. What's the most precious resource the Warriors, are lacking? Wiggle room financially, correct?
Wiggle room financially. I'd also argue just young talent in general.
Well, to acquire young talent, they have so few contracts that they can flip to match the deals because we know how difficult it is in the NBA, that they drag their feet on the JK thing, and thought that everyone could play nice. It's just been a net negative. And look, did it have a bearing on him jumping up in the air, catching a ball, and coming to a jump stop and blowing out his knee? No. But what I'm saying is that, like, we wasted time. They thought they had time. They have no time. They're at the end of this run. Time is the only currency that they're running out of, besides the money that they've run out of as well, which has prohibited them from making certain deals. So, yeah, the JK domino in the bigger picture has been a big issue. It's why we talk about it every day. It's not just what he represents in terms of playing time. It's the money and the time and the bench spot. Like, it's a lot of things. It's the layers.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Let's go out to the phone lines. Dave is in the city. Wants to talk about the Jimmy Butler injury. Torn ACL, out for the season. What's up, Dave?
All right, good morning, guys. All right. There's only one scenario if you want to trade Jimmy. So this is a little bit long-winded. You got to hear it out. The one scenario that you do is you trade Jimmy and you trade Kuminga and 2 first-round picks to the Nets. The Nets have $15 million extra they could absorb. So you can add that with Michael Porter Jr. and you add that with Claxton. That is equivalent right then and there. Salary caps match. You have Jimmy basically go to Brooklyn, doesn't play, does with the Iguodala thing because this is a 2-year plan. You get young talent back. These lottery picks that are going to be whatever they think there's going to be. We're not doing anything with them anyway. This is the only move. We get younger. We get a defensive end or defensive talent at the center position, and you get a shooter, and it actually brings Draymond's value back up. This is the only move.
Well, I'm not mad at you throwing that out there. I'd be open to that. In that scenario, you know whose role becomes bigger? Podziemski and Draymond.
Correct.
Is that good enough with letting go of the picks?
No, but...
Well, what is the...
But then that was the next question.
What is good enough for Warriors
fans? That might be the best available, and that might be your only option. Well, also... And then I would retcon and say, all right, so maybe that's not good enough to win a championship? Is that good enough to get into the playoffs? Maybe.
Well, and it's good enough for me, too.
What? No, you don't think it is?
Come on. I mean, that's not close, guys. MPJ and Nick Claxton are going to take this team to the championship.
Michael Porter Jr.
No,
he didn't say championship. He said get to the playoffs.
Get to the playoffs. I said it's not good enough for a championship.
A championship, by the way, that I hate to be that guy. I mean, that's out the window.
So then what's your goal now? Over the next 15 days, what move is out there to make your goal be what it was before the Jimmy
I don't
deal?
know what the goal of this season should be. I honestly don't know. I'm telling you that, Joe. I don't know what the goal of this season is now. Because we all thought, hey, you give Stephen Curry a chance to play meaningful basketball. That's all Steph wants. Whatever Steph wants, that's usually what Warriors fans want. That's what organizations want. It's the head coach wants. And what does Steph want? He says, I just want to play meaningful basketball. So that's what he wants.
Are you willing to swing on Anthony Davis?
Sure.
How about John Morant?
Sure. No, sir, I'm not even being facetious. No. But also, like, those have massive risks. But I think at this point, that goes all out the window.
No.
The risk reward aspect is done.
Would you rather?
You have to go all risk.
That's what I'm saying. Would you rather them swing on something or stand pat with nothing?
I personally would like them to do something.
No,
I have a bad feeling in my stomach. They're not going to do anything though. Well, why do I feel that way, Joe? Why do I feel like they're not going to do anything?
Well, no, it's not their fault. It's just there's very few places that would want Jimmy.
Correct.
Or Draymond and Kuminga.
Correct.
Right? And so, you have $60 million not helping you.
The player everyone wants on the Warriors is the player that the Warriors fans just don't want to give up. And the guy that has the most value. And that's Stephen Curry. Yeah. And that's not going to happen. It's just no, I have to say it. It's just not going to happen.
Here's the part. You doing nothing increases the chances that Steph Curry doesn't want to be here.
And if he doesn't want to be here and forces his way out, that also tanks your own value because at the moment that comes out, it's boom. And again, we're jumping our skis here. Steph Curry's not asking for a trade. None of that's happened. We're talking out loud. If you're just joining us, the latest news, Shams Charania at ESPN confirmed Jimmy Butler, torn ACL, out for the season. Just a brutal and devastating injury for the team, for Jimmy, for all involved. It sucks. You just think about when they acquired Jimmy and the run that they went on last year. It was amazing, Joe. It coincided with our first shows together was when he became a Warrior, and we were coming up on a year anniversary of that. And it happened on a night where he is playing his old team that he came from, where Andrew Wiggins comes back in a Miami Heat uniform, his first time in Golden State since then. And it's just a cruel twist of fate, literally a twist on his knee.
Okay. Who are the best GMs in basketball history of all time? If you were just to rat-tat-tat a couple.
I'm going Jerry West. I'm going Sam Presti right now.
Pat Riley?
Pat Riley for sure.
Okay.
It's just, Brad Stevens.
Okay.
I mean, is that too strong?
What's the common denominator on all of them?
20th century.
Danny Ainge.
Danny Ainge is a good one. Yeah, well.
I'm not giving him.
He's shrewd.
What's the common denominator on all of them? Ruthlessness. And I know this sounds so ruthless and heartless, but if they could find a way to deal Jimmy, I think they have to. And if you have to staple Kuminga and picks or whatever, you got to pivot. You got to pivot.
It does. It's not to this level because that's not fair to compare and contrast both these guys and what they mean. But I did think of the Brandon Ayuk situation with the 49ers where, God, he signed. There was no drama attached to Jimmy because he got signed immediately after it. But just that you never got the full worth of the contract. And you're not going to, unfortunately. The high water mark, and we talked about it last year, which this is also what I'm thinking about too if I'm a Warriors fan. It's like, man, you're waking up this morning, was last year's playoff run, was that the year? Because I know in real time, I think you felt that way. A lot of fans felt that way. It's like, man, was last year's playoff run the one to really push through and maybe win it all?
Yeah, but their first 4 months of the season forced their hand.
Correct. And we were kind of seeing that exact same thing play out this year, and this is the result we got. We got an injured, older star player, soft tissue injury. Night. See you later. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station to the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. Jimmy Butler out for the year, Warriors fans. Where does the team go from here? 888-957-9570. Bonta Hill joining us in studio, 8 o'clock, all the way through the rest of the show, courtesy of Sarah Monty Ford.
I think this changes everything, and I think there's a domino effect here. Is Kerr coming back 100%?
No, not 100%.
Okay. No, I need to know.
Oh.
I'm
telling you.
Honestly, for them to make the appropriate move in the next 15 days, I think they have to know.
Well, That's how I feel as well.
Like, do you get where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Like for me to make a real emotionless, serious, long thought out decision on what I'm doing with Kuminga now, because I do think Kuminga's.
You got to think Joe Lacob and Dunleavy now at this point. Like, they're close enough where they know if Steve's staying or going. You have to think.
What if my new coach loves JK? I'm playing the hypotheticals out. All right. Even the biggest hater of JK out there might acknowledge a different coach might actually like what he brings to the table.
Sure, maybe, but I think the coach would just like having Stephen Curry no matter what, and they'll figure it out. So, like, I hear you on that.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, if I make a deal and JK's involved in that, all right, and this coach actually really likes the way JK, like, why are you making the deal right now with JK?
You just want to get him. He's not getting anything from him.
No. Why are you making the deal? Why are you making the deal with Kuminga?
Just say it.
The coach and the player don't see eye to eye. We could argue about how good the player is.
He's not playing. That's why you want to get rid of him. Yes.
At all.
Yes.
At all.
Okay.
Right? So that's why they're dealing him. It's not because he's not a pro. He's a professional, like a professional player.
No,
he's a professional.
He's not playing.
Like, what is the difference between Moody and Kuminga at this point? Like, quite frankly. Like, what is it? Moody shoots a little better from the outside.
He's a better locker room guy. He's an old soul.
All right. Again, like, we're splitting hairs.
I'm kind of being facetious, but I'm kind of not, because how the fan base views Moody compared to Kuminga is hilarious, because the locker room actually doesn't care. The locker room will tell you they love Jonathan Kuminga. The locker room will tell you they love Moses Moody. The fan base will tell you Moody is wise beyond his years. He's a team player.
Now I'm talking
Kuminga's not.
On the court.
On the court, I mean, one of them's confident. I know that.
Okay.
When he's out there, that's Jonathan Kuminga. The other one, it's hit or miss. And Moody, yesterday he played well. 4-9, 3-6 from beyond the arc.
He did. He was scrambling on the floor.
But the problem is he has these moments in this game, and then what does he do tonight against the Raptors? Is he going to have a stinker?
No, he's really inconsistent.
That's the problem.
Really inconsistent.
Both of them are, to your point. Yes.
Yeah, but like let's put the rat on the table, Guru from ACO Pest Control.
Thank you.
The main reason they're trading Jonathan Kuminga is because Kerr doesn't want to use him, which, again, he's the coach. That's fine. Yeah. But if I'm making that move, I kind of want Steve Kerr to, like, hey, dude, I'm going to be back next year. That's all. I'm not even, Joe, I'm not asking for a 5-year commitment.
Sure.
Next year. That's all. I just want to know, are you here next year?
Kerr was asked after the game yesterday on if he can look to Kuminga after this Butler injury.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
That was not a vote of confidence. One more time, Tim Kawakami, SF Standard.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
That sounded like Brian in Palo Alto calling in when I asked him about John Morant a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
That's literally what Steve Kerr said last night.
I mean, listen to the tone there. So now I say to you, all right. Is Kerr going to coach this team next year? If I make a trade for John Morant, we're throwing out the hypotheticals. Is that the kind of player Steve wants?
Oh, he's a veteran.
No. Is that the type of player Steve Kerr wants? A ball-pounding point guard. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm not hating on Steve. I'm saying for us to have clarity and to knock this trade out of the ballpark and get something that the coach is going to like, and then they'll figure out that it's got to be the guy he wants, but I got to know if he's going to be here past May.
Well, the problem is,
right?
The guy that...
Am I wrong, guys?
The only guy I care about to know what he wants right now is Stephen Curry. But... Steph.
But what if Steph wants Kerr, but Kerr doesn't want to stay here? So like, again, how can I approach the deadline in the next 15 days to put the biggest, best deal available to help them now? But also, whoever I bring in, is Kerr going to be here next year? Because it might work for 3 months with that person. And if Kerr's gone, the next guy, is it going to work? I think these are, am I wrong? Am I getting too ahead of myself?
No, I think these are fair questions right now. I just know Steve Kerr's going to be here the remainder of the season. They're not going to move on from him. But I understand where you're feeling like, hey man, this is a massive 2-week stretch here before the trade deadline that could determine years from now.
Yes.
And are you going to be here? That is a fair thing to question.
Joe,
yes.
Not even years. Next year.
Exactly.
Next year. That's also like, and I'm not trying to like put it all on Steve, but like in a weird way, we did this to KD. Are you going to be here next year? Yeah. Are you going to be here next year? We've got other decisions we have to make. We have to figure out our long-term future, not long-term, but like our next year future. And I think Kerr's doing the KD thing. Like, are you going to be here?
Do you think, like, whether they keep him or trade him, that signals one way or the other when it comes to Steve Kerr and his future here?
I would hope. So, Joe.
I don't know is why I'm asking.
So the worst possible thing would be like this, like hypothetically, right? You trade for, I'm just going to throw out, you trade for Zion.
Sure.
Okay? For whatever reason, Kerr doesn't like Zion. What?
You got to play him. Too bad.
Oh, my God.
You got to play him. He has, no, but hold on.
Okay.
He has equity elsewhere, a la Jimmy Butler when you traded for him. You have to play him. Like, Jonathan Kuminga came within this organization under Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
So there is a sense of power, I believe. Steve Kerr feels like, I've always been tied with this guy.
Okay.
I know his tendencies. I know all this. Okay, we're bringing in this big stud, prospect out of Duke, Zion Williamson. Okay, I got to give him his run right, and I got to play this guy. I do.
Okay.
He will do that. I know that. Same with John Moran. He will. I just don't think he views Jonathan Kuminga as a guy that contributes to winning basketball. He might view John Morant, with all of his warts, as a guy that can contribute to winning basketball.
Okay, wait, now let's move off of Zion and
just
Kuminga. Kuminga. Let's get to Draymond.
Wow.
I think this is important.
No, it is.
This is important. So Draymond's making $24 million on a team where you have to match salaries, and it's very difficult. Curry, you coming back next year? Because if you're coming back next year, I know you love Draymond. Right? Well,
yes.
Come on.
He loves Draymond.
Okay.
He said it. He said he's the greatest defensive player in the history of the basketball.
So then if I know Kerr is here next year, I'm probably taking Draymond off the board for trade talks, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I know that Kerr's gone, are you convinced? Mike Malone takes over the Warriors. I'm just throwing names out.
Sure.
There. Is he as invested into playing Draymond Green next year the way Kerr is?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how Mike Malone feels about him, but it's a possibility.
But do you see where I'm going?
Yes.
And so what happened with the Kuminga thing, and it's not just why is he still here? It's they missed different opportunities and inflection points to move off that guy, and now we're here where he hasn't played, and it's $25 million on the bench, and you're kind of stuck, and you're in no man's land. I don't want another trade deadline coming and going, and then we're looking back at this in the offseason saying the time to trade Dre was last year, because now we have a new coach who doesn't want to play Draymond, right? So this is why I got all of my, trading Jimmy, trading Kuminga, packaging Draymond. I got to know if Kerr's here.
Stephen Curry, after the game, on if he spoke to Jimmy post-injury.
I haven't talked to him since the game, but you never like to see a situation like that, especially somebody as tough as he is. And you're praying for the best, obviously, with scans and all that, and we'll figure it out, but hopefully he's all right.
If you're just joining us, you heard from Steph there, the entire team, just the somber mood. Torn ACL for Jimmy Butler last night in a Warriors win over the Miami Heat. Butler obviously going to be out for the year, could impact next season, but right now we're focused on the here and now, 2 weeks ahead of the trade deadline. You just lost your second best player. Where do the Warriors go from here? Dub Nation, AJ in LA, Zilla, Sean, we'll get to all of you.
So hey, Domantas Sabonis is out there for the Kings. I don't love Domantas Sabonis, but you know what I do know? I think Kerr would like him. Yeah. He's a big that passes and plays fundamentally. So if I make a deal for Sabonis, all right, I want to know Kerr's going to be the guy coaching him next year, because I think he would like him as a playmaker. And I think the way they run offense, it would work really well. But if I make a move for Sabonis and then I bring in a coach who's like, not feeling an undersized power forward who has to have the ball in his hands and has to run a lot of motion. I'm not trying to put it all at the doorsteps of Kerr, but I think the organization and Kerr, we need to figure out, in the next 15 days, you're either coming back or you're not. I need to know.
We see this a lot in the NFL, not so much in the NBA when it comes to the disputes of a general manager and a head coach and decisions being made. Going back to that Christian McCaffrey trade, and I know we're up against it. Christian McCaffrey in Carolina, Matt Rule, we all saw he was gone. Matt Rule was going to be fired at the end of that year. Did he have the stones or the gall? He was the one that traded Christian McCaffrey. He had to say within the organization. Think that was a good move for Carolina? I don't think it was. It was a homegrown guy, Christian McCaffrey. Worked out for the 49ers. That's just one example, and it happens all the time. And 888-957-9570. Let's peel this onion back even further. Bonte Hill joining us in about 48 minutes, 8 o'clock through the rest of the show in studio. Can't wait to get his thoughts on all of that. And it's going to be brought to you by Serramonte Ford. Serramonte Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Serramonte Ford off $280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at serramonteford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are you recording a commercial without us? Guys, no, I'm just trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
or
chops?
That people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com? Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
bam!
Yes! On one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go! Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Brian, I don't know if I'd love to be Mike Dunleavy right now. This is an unenviable position. Jimmy Butler out for the season, torn ACL for just joining us. Spadoni and Shasky, we are rolling, talking about it all. We'll get to all the phone calls. Bonte Hill joining us in about 40 minutes at the top of the hour for the rest of the show in studio, courtesy
Carter
of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Man. Since it's just an emergency day, you know, given the news of Jimmy Butler, the second Bonte comes in, just have him just come into the room.
Just get him in here.
I mean, we just get.
I try to do that every time he comes.
We usually have Baldy before. Baldy's going to be probably tomorrow.
Yeah, Baldy is tomorrow. It is a Tuesday, which I always say is the best show in the Bay, bar none, because we have Baldy and Bonte, but no Baldy today. And honestly, probably worked out because we're not going to talk much Niners today. And a lot of stuff's happened with the Niners. Their season just ended. You know, Christian McCaffrey was at the game yesterday, courtside with Kyle Juszczyk, and I already saw the jokes. You don't even go there with the injury.
The substation aura from the players sitting courtside transferred their magical powers to Jimmy Butler.
So is that what the kids mean with aura? It's the substack, the substation.
It's like there's like a Ninja Turtle, the ooze.
Yeah. Or remember the old Power Rangers movie, Ivan Ooze?
Oh,
there you go. Classic, mid-90s. Benny loves that one.
Which was your favorite Ranger?
Red, always. Red Ranger is the coolest. Yeah. Green, I gets all the love. Then he turned to the White Ranger.
Yeah.
Well, he turned to the White in the movie. He turned into the White Ranger. Tommy. But I was always the Red Ranger guy because he had the T-Rex. I always thought
so now Ninja Turtles. Who was your guy?
Again, I liked Raphael.
Yeah, Raphael was everybody's favorite.
Well, Leonardo was the leader. People like the swords.
Leonardo was a dork.
No, that's Donatello.
No. Leonardo was a dork. So to me, he was a fake leader.
Wow.
Because there's nothing worse than like, come on, guys, like the rally around guys when you're not the strongest. The strongest was Raph and Mike.
Bringing it back to the Warriors.
In my opinion.
What are we doing?
The Raphael of the Warriors was Jimmy Butler. Was he not? He's the Raph. He's the guy he's the second in command. He's the tough guy. You don't want to go at him. That's who they lost.
Well, the reality is all of them are probably closer in age to Master Splinter.
Well, that's Steve Kerr's Master Splinter in this. What? You know, wait. Who's this more disrespectful towards, Splinter or Steve Kerr? What is that face you're giving me?
Because Splinter actually, like, you know, coached up the young guys.
Oh, come on.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, come on, dude. He didn't go, no, Michelangelo, you're crazy. Can't play with you. You don't know how to set screens for Leonardo.
Hey.
Like it's ridiculous.
Come on. Did I wrong? Did he or did he not unlock Andrew Wiggins to be the second best player on a championship team? You're not giving him that? Come on. Please.
The Andrew Wiggins return game was so quiet. Not a buzz. Like if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it happen?
Joe, it is kind of like eerie that it was against the Heat that he did this.
Oh, there's layers of eerie.
So
on the same court where he hurt himself before. He was on the Heat 2024 when he hurt himself. Maybe it was 2018.
Let's go to AJ in LA. Wants to talk about the injury. trade discussions, trade scenarios. It sounds heartless. People are doing us. Like, you're already talking about trading him? Folks, we're 2 weeks away from the trade deadline.
We got to have solutions.
You have to, we have to recalibrate. We can't twiddle our thumbs like Nick and Berkeley likes to say Dunleavy's doing all the time. He is not twiddling his thumbs. He is on the phones. He is checking the spreadsheets. He's talking to all of his scouts. They're going through it all the different scenarios. Everything changed last night for the Golden State Warriors. Good, bad, and the ugly. Let's talk about it. AJ in LA.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, AJ?
Oh, man, the phone is really, it's off. Something's wrong. I can't hear well.
Okay, you can call back then. That must be a LA thing. Zilla, New Orleans. What's up, Zilla?
Yo, what's going on? How you guys doing? I just want to give y'all I feel you. Let me give you a small little bit of context just because what I'm about to say might sound or come off crazy. The first year I moved to the Bay Area was the first year that Steph got his ring. And I'll be straight up with you guys. The feeling in the city at that time was about as close to when the Saints got their first Super Bowl. So, I have a special place in my heart as a Pelicans fan and as a Saints fan for the Niners and the Warriors. But I think I might, pardon my not being super educated about contracts. So if the trade hypothetical I'm saying is just not realistic, I'm sorry. But it seems to me that, we're all in this little boat that we all don't want to be in. But I think that if there's some kind of way to have a 3-team trade where we involve picks, the Mavericks, the Pelicans, and the Warriors, we can make something happen where we're all happy. In my little head, you know what I'm saying? I think it will be sick to somehow get Jordan Poole the hell up out of New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see somehow, whether it's AD, Max Christie, some picks, or even, Clay and Jordan Poole somehow thrown into the mix there, and DeJounte Murray, and, Jonathan doing his
we're all over the place.
Well, we're cutting out there, Zilla. I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate it. There's no wrong answers on how to feel today, unless it's trading Stephen Curry. I think that's a non-starter for anyone.
So I want Trey Murphy and Zion and Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole all coming back.
Well, that's basically what it felt like. Are you trying to get back to 2022 Warriors? Are we just...
I don't know if Poole wants to play with Draymond.
No, he doesn't. He does not want to play. He is not coming back to play with Draymond Green. He's not doing that.
Yeah, no, Jordan.
And quite frankly, I don't think he wants to play for Steve Kerr, who didn't have his back.
Well, this goes back to my, and I know, he's earned the right, and the Warriors play a part in this. It's not all on Steve. I want to make this clear. The Warriors, we don't know the exact specifics of what's been offered or not offered. But God, I would really like to know if he's going to be coaching this team next year. Because I think it does change how you approach the deadline.
I mean, I just want to know, are you going to play Jonathan Kuminga, Steve?
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
That was the last thing he wanted to be asked, by the way.
Yep.
That's like you just drinking your coffee and like a dad reading the newspaper. Sure. Yeah, whatever, son. Yeah, whatever. All right. Back to the news. That's basically, that's how he feels. He's gone. He's gone. He's got to be gone. JK. Until I see him in a Golden State Warrior form.
Smiling ear to ear while you say that.
The ridiculousness of this entire thing.
How many times did you think Jimmy Garoppolo?
I have to laugh at the pain of the situation.
Well, I hear you, but sports has taught me a lot. And one thing is it's not over till it's over when it comes to some of these guys and teams. Did the Jimmy experience, did you not think it was over 5 different times?
Yes. Yeah, I thought it was over.
Okay. How about Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre with the Green Bay Packers?
Well, I don't even know if Aaron Rodgers is done in Steelers uniform. So,
right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so, I get what you're saying. It feels laughable to think there is a world where he could stay here beyond the trade deadline. But you just never know.
Well, no, it's a legitimate possibility because the people that are closest to the team, the Anthony Slaters, covers it for ESPN. Our guy Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider, covers them for The Athletic. Yeah, they're all saying, oh, yeah, it's a legit possibility he's here still through the rest of the season. Oh, yeah, that could absolutely happen. It's the fan base in the sports talk radio hosts that are like, are we the only ones that see the toxicity now? The ridiculousness? The number one Jonathan Kuminga defender, by the way, on this team just got lost for the season. That was Jimmy Butler. And I got to assume rehabbing-wise, I guess he'll stay with the team like when they're at home, maybe. But you got to think he's going to be away from the team now for a while. That was JK's number one guy. That was his dude. Not Steph, not Draymond, not Pods, not anyone else there. It was Jimmy Butler. So it was Jonathan Kuminga just lost his number one defender in that locker room. And I do think that had sway over everyone else. Now, they can all say everything's been fine and hunky-dory, and we got JK's back. Well, we'll see the next couple weeks. We'll see. Jimmy Butler's not there anymore. I'm very curious to see how things change there. Very, very curious. Kind of get what I'm feeling there?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to the phones.
I'm stunned at everything.
I know.
Because I'm thinking about like whoever, for a minute, forget coach.
Sure.
Any trade, where does that put Brandon Podziemski? Any trade, where does that put Moses Moody? Any trade, is Buddy a part of that deal? Is he not? Any trade, is Quinn Post less relied upon, more relied upon? What does that do with Al Horford? Look, here's a great question. If Kerr's not coaching this team next year, is Al Horford even on the team next year?
It's a great question. I don't know. I mean, he has a player option that you would assume he'd pick up, unless it's one of those things where it's like, I'm old, I don't want to do this anymore, I'm going to walk away. I doubt he's going to do that. I doubt it.
You know,
he had a good game yesterday, too.
So like, okay, now let's go here. Hey, Kerr says, I'm going to play JK. Do you start him? What? Like, do you start him? And at what position? Is he the 3 or the 4?
Well, the conversation has always been, you just got to let him. Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to come to a game where he knows he's going to get yanked in and out. He has to build a rhythm. That's what he said, right? That's like, or his camp said. He has to build a rhythm into a game. I know, it sounds laughable.
Me like, LJ's camp says he can't make T-ball practice today. Coach asked him to play second. He was like, nope, I'm a shortstop.
You know, you got to put your kids in position to succeed. You're Archie Manning over here, the Eli Manning. Hey, I can't have you play in San Diego, man. You got to play in New York.
Could you imagine, like, LJ gets, like, you know, the DNP in the T-ball game, and I'm, like, Instagram reeling his batting practice highlights, like, as the game's ending. That's what's happened with JK and his agent.
What's more
insane.
laughable?
Come on, man. Am I tripping, or is this not funny?
What's more laughable, Brandon Ayuk buying back into the 49ers or Jonathan Kuminga buying back into the Warriors?
Kuminga and the Warriors. Because in the NFL, you can cut someone.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's basically what the Niners are going to do. Yeah. It's unreal.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah. Whatever, dude.
Yep.
That's exactly what
we're married. We're in the process of filing divorce papers. We're married
legitimately, I'm Warriors fans. You hear Steve Kerr say that.
That's just hilarious.
Like, how do you feel? Is that how you feel too? Like, sure, whatever. At this point of the season, do it. John Morant, sure, whatever. Why not? Zion Williamson, sure.
Let me just.
I literally look up Zion Williamson, by the way. The first thing that comes up is a Yahoo article. Ex-NBA stars claim Zion Williamson might be a sex addict. That's what comes up. So that's great.
Can I just, you want to laugh about this whole JK thing this morning? I'm going to read off who played yesterday for the Warriors. Start counting. Ready? Will Richard.
1.
Jimmy Butler.
2.
Quinn Post.
3.
Moses Moody.
4.
Steph Curry.
5.
Gary Payton.
6.
Brandon Podziemski.
7.
Trace Jackson Davis.
8.
Buddy Hield.
9.
Al Horford.
10.
Pat Spencer.
11.
Some guy named Leons. And LJ
12,
Cryer.
13.
And you know who didn't play? Jonathan Kuminga.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
How many guys did you name? How many guys did you name? 13. You cannot, with a straight face, tell me this is not somewhat personal. It just is.
I think there's a mutual understanding, Joe. It's a mutual understanding.
Joe, I'm going to read off again one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 guys played yesterday, and Jonathan didn't.
Lucky number 13. You couldn't mess with it.
Like Malevi Leons? I don't even know. I've never even heard of him.
Mick who? Malavi?
Have you ever heard of him?
Leons?
Guys,
No.
I watch all the games. I don't even know who that is.
He's from the Netherlands. I can't even pronounce the place in the Netherlands because it starts with an I and a J, and I don't know what that is. Maybe? Yeah, that's what it's just. Yeah. AJ in LA's back. Hey, AJ.
It's just hilarious.
What's going on, man? I don't know what happened there.
You're good.
But, yeah, what is definitely a somber morning with this Jimmy situation. You know, feel bad for him. I think this is the end of his career with the Warriors. I do think he'll play basketball again, but it's hard to imagine he'll ever play for the Warriors again. You know, I was thinking before the injury, because of how his contract structure is, the assumption, I thought that they were going to eventually just buy him out. So I think that's what's probably going to happen next year. He'll probably get bought out because I just don't see where this thing. I don't know how you could trade someone with that type of money. I think I heard one of you guys mention even Steph Curry could be a possible trade. I mean, those two guys are the hardest guys that you can probably trade because of the salary connected with them. It's almost impossible. But in reference to Jonathan Kuminga, can he stay or go? Listen, man, like it's too much bad juju with this in the organization. Eventually, you just got to just throw the ego aside, have some ethics within the business, and let that dude go and build his career somewhere. You know, you just got to let him go. Stop playing around and playing these games. Let him go. Let him play, you know, and just move on, man. It's time to blow this thing up. I told you guys that a while ago. You know, it's a sinking ship. It's a house fire. It's a wrap, man. It's a slow bleed out.
Do you think that Joe Lacob? Can I, AJ? You seem really smart.
Yeah.
Do you really think Joe Lacob is just going to like wave the white flag with Steph Curry and trade him? Like that's not going to happen. Come on.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if listen, and if you're a fan of Steph Curry, if the goal is to get him to win another championship, send him somewhere where he can win because he'll never win one with the Warriors.
Well, that's the difference between, and thank you, AJ, in LA, a difference between a Stephen Curry fan and a Golden State Warrior fan. If I'm a Golden State Warrior fan, thank you, Steve. I want to do what's best for the Golden State Warriors. I get Steph. You feel that Steph is the Warriors until you start saying things like that. And it's like, oh, no. I don't want Steph winning a title somewhere else. Hell no.
Joe, I just for a second.
What?
Last night, Steve Kerr, they're winning big. Yeah. He looks down at the bench. And he's like,
I know where you're going.
There's JK. Tell Malevi Leons to get up. He's getting in this game. That happened last night.
It can't be, it's Malavi, right?
Joe, just think about that. He was like, there's JK. Tell LJ Cryer he's going in.
He had 2 boards yesterday.
Someone go tap him on the knee.
Hey, you
he's
know what? Leon's.
Carter, am I tripping?
You know what?
This is insanity.
You know what Leon's can do? He can get the boards in 3 minutes. Something that Jonathan Kuminga can't.
I know, but Joe,
he wants it.
Like, why is he on the team? Why is he here? The coach looked down and was like, I could go JK now. Jimmy's out probably for the year. We're going LJ Cryer.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
We have to laugh at the absurdity of this, guys. I know we're all feeling sad. People are somber. You have to laugh at the pain. You're waking up this morning. Niners are out of the playoffs. Robert Saleh's leaving as defensive coordinator. He's going to be the head coach in Tennessee. Sam Lubman's hurting, our guy, as Miami lost last night in Miami to Indiana. Things are percolating. Things are sad, and Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. And now we got the head coach saying, yeah, sure, whatever. I guess I'll play Kuminga.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear from my head coach.
Okay. What's the most absurd person? I want to hear this right now from you because I've come up with every trade in my head. I've talked myself into I might, maybe not rule out LaMelo Ball.
Joe, I wasn't on Trae Young like last month. I just talked into it. I was like, sure. You know how I knew that? When Steiny of all people says, why not? If I don't have to give up like a pick, I'll take him. Sure. Let's bring in. You know what, Joe? Bring in LaMelo Ball. Why not? You know what? He's
one-footed threes are going to really inspire.
You know what he's shown that he's willing to do though? Come off the bench. He can come off the bench. He's bought into his role. Well, buying in strong. I think he's like been cussing out the coach behind the scenes. But other than that, he's bought into his role in Charlotte. Well, they got what's his face? He's the future Kneppel. I like him. He's legit. Out of Duke. Con Kneppel.
I'm waiting for you to now sell me on the coach and how great he is.
I can't even tell you the coach's name. There's so many of him, I can't give you an exact name. I can't tell you. David Alameda, I think he might have a trade that you like, Joe.
I'm open to anything.
What's up, Davey?
What do you do?
Hey, fellas, great to hear you. Spadoni, you've come such a long way on the radio.
Hold on. David Alameda, you're the guy that would call in all the time about James Wiseman, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember. Yes. I love you, Dave. How you doing? How are the kids?
Oh, it's great. I'm doing great. It's even better to hear you and Shasky over doing your thing. I'm thinking LaMelo Ball since the beginning. You know, he's the perfect guy. And you know what? It's too bad that he couldn't pair up with Jason Kidd to be the new head coach here and bring Jordan Poole back. And then you got something with Kuminga and Curry. You'll be fine. You just need to get that new coach, new fundamentals, because Kidd could turn LaMelo Ball and Kuminga. He could help them out a lot, and so could Curry. Curry could help LaMelo out a lot, and this team would be rocking because you got some fresh legs. Like you say, he can come off the bench. He can start. You could slide Curry over to the 2 and put the ball in his hands. Let him look for Kuminga first, and then of course Curry's always that the 3 to get him his shot off anytime you want. But I mean, you need more bodies. This is just a problem with the Warriors had at the time they did draft Wiseman, because they could have drafted LaMelo Ball with some more draft picks, and they could have got Anthony Edwards, who went number 1. Oh, that was a big mess up on our part, especially with the ownership.
We picked 2.
Joe Lacob could have done that himself.
No, but we picked 2. They picked 1, so they picked him ahead of you.
Right. So, but like, look when they traded Luka for a trade and the guard from the Hawks. The ownership did that. Mark Cuban did that. He's the one that moved got Luka. So Lacob could have done the same thing, but we didn't. We could have had Edwards with Curry. Imagine that. Trade our number 2 LaMelo with a couple first-round draft picks back then. We would have had Edwards right there from his rookie year till now. Curry would have had all his rings. He would have had even more rings.
All right, get on this timeline. This is like the multiverse. Like what?
David, hold on. I am first and foremost, I am so happy he's calling again, because it's been years since I've heard from David Alameda. When I used to screen calls back as a producer, he would, during the whole Wiseman era.
Multiverse on you?
No. He would literally call in and say, yeah, that Wiseman KG comp, huh? That was something. He was the number 1. He was always been on anti-Wiseman.
Okay, but they weren't going to get Anthony Edwards.
No. But he was always a LaMelo Ball guy.
Okay, that's different.
He played the long game up until now. He hasn't called us in 4 years. He's like, Shasky brought it up, LaMelo Ball. Now's my time to call in. I love you, Dave.
So you wake up this morning, the Shams Charania update comes. Jimmy Butler out for the year, torn ACL.
Monte in studio in 20 minutes. Yes.
And then I'm just going to re-rack it for people that are just tuning in. Like, my mind starts going and racing in a million directions. And I'm like, all right, well, what do you do with Jimmy? You just wait for him to rehab and come back at some point next year? Like, what's he even going to look like? Can he help you?
What if I told you that Draymond Green likes LaMelo Ball?
He does. I know that. We're going to get to that. His deal is expiring at the end of next year. Can you trade that? Like, now with the injury, as cruel as it sounds, within 12 hours, is that tradable, or are we just screwed?
They might be stuck. Like, that's a possibility in all this, which sucks.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's just say you can't trade him, all right? Hypothetically, because I would look to trade, all right?
For sure.
Then what do you do with Kuminga? Do you have to trade Kuminga? Is there any way that Kuminga is an option to help you now? Is he even willing to play? Do you want him to play? Can him and Kerr come together? Let me ask the number 1 question on that. Are fans willing to give it another try with Jonathan Kuminga?
If you had one question to ask JK right now, what would it be? Because he hasn't been talking to the media. He's been ducking them. He's not even showing up for any of that stuff. What would you ask Jonathan Kuminga right now if you could?
That's a loaded question.
And obviously with like the pleasantries aside of, hey, like how's like losing Jimmy Butler as a mentor and all that, whatever. Like legit, what do you want to ask him?
I don't know. Like this. Why? What would you ask him? I don't know. I mean, like I kind of know what he's gonna say. You know what I mean? Like,
did the Jimmy Butler injury change like your approach going forward? Like, is the loss of Jimmy Butler, did that like put some incentive on you to say, you know what, this team needs me? Or you said, I'm done. It doesn't matter that Jimmy got hurt. Because you'd force him into a position to say, yeah, it sucks that Jimmy got hurt, but I'm still not going to play for this team.
Okay, well, I would say to him that, like, hey, we're not going to trade you. So your two options, like in this hypothetical, your two options are go out and ball out and we'll extend you, or, you know, go out, ball out, we'll trade you in the offseason. Like, we can't afford to move you right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Then
I just think it's an interesting thing, like, because he's not talking to anyone, and I'm curious.
What are the questions you're thinking of? Like,
well, I just want to know his minds, because Jimmy was his guy. Like, Jimmy was his guy. Like, there's a real relationship there that maybe now that Jimmy is out for the season, do they have a conversation? Like, what? Maybe that is the question. What did you and Jimmy talk about? Like, I'm sure they've talked since the injury. What was that conversation like? I'm very curious to see. Maybe Jimmy said something to him, was like, hey, dude, like, here's an opportunity. Well, I don't know. This is all speculation.
No, I know. Yeah. I think like what is your ideal happy scenario for playing?
It's a good question.
Is winning anywhere in? I'm just asking. Some guys it isn't. You know, like that's true. Lou Williams talked about this.
Yeah,
he had different points in his career. He's like, yeah, I didn't really care about winning. I cared more about my points and off the field. And then it changed.
Yeah.
And so, like, do you really care about winning right now, or are you trying to establish yourself? I don't know. So let's say you deal Kuminga for what?
Yeah.
With Jimmy, with picks. So now you're willing to give up picks. Are those picks going to be higher? Probably. All right. Would you attach Draymond to Jonathan Kuminga?
In the right circumstance.
Okay. What kind of picks are you attaching just to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga?
Do you even have to attach picks at this point? I just saw Trae Young get dealt, and
I don't
again,
know. I don't know.
Trae Young's equity within the league and Jonathan Kuminga's, it's night and day with what he's been able to do with Atlanta. But I've seen it. I saw it.
All
like,
right.
You don't have to attach picks, but you would think in this scenario, it's the only way.
Okay. What does this mean for Draymond Green? Because Draymond Green and Jimmy cannot play together. All right. And now we all understand that Draymond Green is really old and delicate as well. Does this elevate the importance of Draymond Green? Or is it now, oh my God, Jimmy was the clear-cut second best player. He's out. We need to deal Draymond to find a second best player.
Let me ask you this on the JK front, 888-957-9570. Please call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Lewis, Jay, we'll get to all of you. Bonte Hill joining us in 15 minutes, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. As this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Where do the Warriors go from here? Jimmy Butler, torn ACL, out for the season. Do you think the fact that they play tonight against the Raptors, 7 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game, it's back end of a back-to-back, is tonight going to signal to you what they do with Jonathan Kuminga going forward?
Oh, that's a good question.
If he doesn't play tonight, then it's over, right?
Joe,
if he doesn't play tonight,
if 13 guys, I guess now it would be 12. If 12 guys play tonight and LJ Cryer and Leons are getting minutes and JK isn't, then yes, you're right. We will know he's gone.
We'll find out tonight, folks, the Jonathan Kuminga angle.
So
I was just thinking about it. Like, you'll find out as soon as tonight.
What does Jimmy bring to the table? He's kind of like their point forward, their power forward, but he's like a point guard also.
High IQ, okay, smart.
Pods has actually been playing really well the last couple of weeks alongside Jimmy.
Yeah.
So what does this do to Pods?
I mean, you got to keep playing the guy, right?
Well, no, I know, but like,
what does this do for his value or standing on the team? That's a good question.
Both. Like, what's his role now? Because I really liked his role before. Now I'm asking him to do more.
Well, is he going to start now?
Well, that's...
Like, do you put him in the starting lineup? Do you thrust him in there? Probably,
and
right?
What does that do to your defense?
It's not very good.
Right? And then I guess...
That's the big loss with Butler, too, is the defensive side, which JK can bring some of.
No. The biggest loss to me is half-court execution and getting to the free throw line.
Let's just be honest. There's a lot of losses. Free throw line, shooting percentage, slowing the pace of play, toughness, IQ, leadership. They're losing. There's the second best player, man.
Yeah, I know.
You're losing your second best player.
So now what's the goal of the deadline?
I don't know.
Okay, now what's the goal of the season?
I don't know. I think that's the question right now for the audience in Bonte Hill when he joins us in 13 minutes. 888-957-9570.
Because, I think... And then, what does this do to Steve Kerr's standing? Does Jimmy missing a big chunk of next year
push him out? Does it push him?
Not even push him out, just make him less interested in wanting to be here.
I didn't phrase that correctly. That's what I meant. When he's like, does that push him more towards I want to break?
Yes.
Yeah. It might. That's a real thing.
I know. So now I'm going through all right, so all these factors, how do I approach the deadline? Who's in, who's out? What am I looking for? Is the coach in or out? What would he be looking for? Who does he want to play if he's going to be here next year?
It's a good question. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jay from the Bay. Jay, what's going on? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, Jay?
Gone. Jay from the Bay got cold feet. Lewis in Oakland. What's up, Lewis?
Lou?
All right. So here's my preposition. Is that I think we need to start working on getting picks. Steph is in his twilight years. It's like the Kobe era. We're not going to win a championship without Butler, with Kuminga being on our team. I love Steph. I think you keep him on your team to help bring up whoever's next, but we cannot end up like the Bulls after Michael Jordan, where they just didn't win anything ever. I'm a Warriors fan for life. I actually want our team to win in the future. And I think our front office is pretty good at making picks. I mean, we got Will Richards super late. We got Quentin Post super late. I know that was right before Dunleavy, when we got, Kuminga and Moody over Şengün and Jalen Johnson, whatever, and Wiseman over Halliburton and all that stuff. But now it's time to look at that next timeline. To me, this era is over. I love Steph. Let him help us out, but we can't go for a championship right now. We have to start the rebuild, in my opinion.
It's Lewis in Oakland. I think there's a lot of fans that wake up feeling this way, where it's just like, okay, well, it's over. It's a wrap. And I would urge everyone, caution, first and foremost. The season is not over. It's January 20th, 2026. You have months to go here still, just to be a play-in, playoff, lottery. There's a lot of different ways this season could end up going, but the season is not over. There is a lot on the stake here for Stephen Curry. I don't know if there's a lot on the stake for Steve Kerr. He might be gone. Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, Mike Dunleavy. There's a lot that's going to take place in these next 2 weeks. By the way, Joe, I have to get this in because it's important. 95.7 The Game has your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, you got to be listening to the Morning Roast all this week between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. So that's this hour that we're currently in for your cue to the contest line. It's going to be this sounder, Carter. When you have the chance, you can hit it for me because you're going to want to listen closely. Just like that. There you go. And you got to be caller number 5 when I give out the contest line, and you'll win, courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. You got to be locked in. Bontiel, 10 minutes, courtesy of Ceremony Ford.
Think about all the trades that I don't even know if they're real. I don't know if they're not. But now do you view the Malik Monk deal differently? Now do you consider a DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine from Sacramento where you wouldn't have even considered it prior?
I consider everything now. That type of injury.
Because I don't like those players.
No, I know you don't, but you consider it. You're even saying it right there out loud. You're considering it. The fact that you're bringing up the names as a fan signals to me. Joe, we had an hour-long argument about LaMelo Ball. Now you're like, hey, well, that says all you need to know about where the Warriors
down bad,
are.
Bro.
You're down bad, and I get it.
Everything I'm saying sounds absurd.
No, there's nothing absurd right now because we're going through it.
Well, and I'm looking at these teams that have really bad cap situations that need some relief. Lakers, Mavericks, Pelicans, Kings, Grizzlies, Cleveland, Boston, Minnesota to a lesser degree.
See, there's the
Anthony Davis. I know. He's always hurt.
Dibbs likes to bring this up, the 5 stages of grief from Kubler-Ross, the model. Okay. So there's denial.
Dibbs likes to bring it up a lot. So recycling the same material?
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance.
No.
That's what it is. All right? Those are the stages you go through, all 3. So I think
Is it a repetition sensation or whatever he's...
That was a horror. That's a 1.
That's the point. It's supposed to be ridiculous.
So denial...
As I'm typing.
We can't deny it. The injury happened. He's done. There's no denial here. The injury happened. Then there's anger. I think there was a little anger. It's like, damn it.
I'm in disbelief, too.
And I think we've graduated from the anger part already. By the way, within the last 24 hours, 12 hours, quite frankly. Now, I think we're at bargaining. That's where we're at.
Bargaining.
All right. LaMelo Ball, come on down.
I got these 2 cheeseburgers.
Hey.
As I go menace to society on you.
We're bargaining now, right, Steve Kerr?
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
You're at the bargaining stage, Carter. Yep. It's a great cut. And then it's depression and then acceptance. So I think we're balancing depression and bargaining right now when it comes to the Jimmy Butler injury. And ultimately, the reason we feel this way is because of Stephen Curry. You want Steph to win. You want to maximize what you have left with Stephen Curry, who, by the way, I'll mention it again, announced an all-star starter yesterday, the only all-star starter in both the East and West that's over the age of 31. He's the only guy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy. But Joe, what does that signal to you? It's a young man's league. It is a young man's league. And unfortunately, it was staring at us in the face this entire past year. And Steiny always brings it up, and I get it. And people get tired of it, but he's right. When your 2 best stars are over the age of 35, in the history of the NBA, you're not winning a title.
Well, and in the NFL.
And in the NFL.
You know, like you can have a couple of players that are older. They can't be your 2 best players.
No, can't be.
I mean, I know Tom Brady is an outlier, but that's why he's the outlier.
He's the outlier. He's the greatest of all time.
Like when the Broncos won their final championship with John Elway, you can make the argument he was like their 6th or 7th best player. And Peyton Manning too.
And Warriors fans felt like, hey, Stephen Curry is our outlier. So that's why I have
he could be.
Yes, he's the outlier. Jimmy Butler though, his game's not like Steph's.
Yeah, I thought they could thread the needle.
And you bring this up with Kittle, and the compare and contrast. How many heavy playoff minutes has Jimmy Butler played in his career, Joe?
Tons. I bet you he's got an entire NBA season plus, maybe 2.
He has a meme of him being exhausted that we use we use in our everyday lives when we're just exhausted. There's the exhaustion meme from Jimmy Buckets. In the bubble. By the way, 6 minutes. You got to be listening. We're going to have the injury report. And then right after the injury report, your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience. You got to be listening. You got to be calling number 5. Wait for your cue to call into the contest line.
If there's 82 games in a season, how many playoff games, Jimmy Butler, career, how many has he played?
Okay, if there's 82 games, I think he's only played in 82 games once in his career.
So. No, I'm talking about in the playoffs. Just in the playoffs, how many total games?
Okay.
Because this is the extra seasons. The guy's 35 years old right now.
He's played in a lot of playoff games. So let me just go through. 4 times. I'm going to go in an entire season's worth. Let's go 75 playoff games.
130.
Wow, way more than I thought. I was half wrong.
130.
I thought he was on some stinky Bulls teams, so I didn't know if he played that many. Wow.
Now,
damn.
Just to give you reference, Steph Curry, 155. So Steph's got 2 extra years of just playoffs.
We don't talk about that.
That's kind of insane.
No, it is.
That's kind of wild. And Draymond obviously has played an almost identical amount of playoff games as Steph Curry.
And this is Steph.
Wow.
Talking about Jimmy Butler's season thus far.
He's all reliable. I think he makes his presence felt in pretty much every game, and I think the idea of what he does for us is he just meets whatever moment it is, whether he needs a score, whether he gets everybody organized defensively, what he does, all his playmaking. So I think since the trade deadline last year and, the way we ended last year and this season, he's done exactly what he's supposed to do.
Their winning percentage this season with Jimmy Butler, 605. Without, 300.
Anthony Slater. Did you send this to the group, Brad?
I didn't know. No, it's news to me. What's going on?
Here's Jimmy Butler's agent, Bernie Lee, on the torn ACL diagnosis for Butler. He called it a quote-unquote gut punch, but maintained, and quote, I've known for over 10 years now Jimmy is going to win a championship before he is done. My belief in that is unwavering, end of quote. I mean, I can interpret that like, please don't trade me.
Well, you can win a championship. Doesn't mean it has to be in Golden State. I mean, it sounds heartless what I just said right there, but you have the trade deadline 2 weeks away. Like, is that even on the table? Moving off this guy? Should it be on the table? I know. I don't like saying that, first of all. I feel like a scumbag when I say immediately.
I know.
I feel like this guy just, like, his career might be over, and I'm saying, well, it was nice.
They did that to D'Anthony Melton last year.
But having said that, I mean, he has some equity built up in Golden State. He's been a good Warrior.
Yeah, no doubt.
He hasn't even been here a year.
But in this hypothetical trade scenario, well, the receiving team might end up waiving him.
Yes.
Like, we saw that happen with Bradley Beal.
Correct. Where else did that happen with? Or maybe it didn't happen. I was thinking
Dame Lillard.
Dame Lillard, right?
Dame Lillard.
That's right.
Dame Lillard.
But they signed him to a contract, right? Portland? After that? Am I tripping?
Yes. Yeah. But he spread the money out over a couple of years for Milwaukee.
Oh, boy. We got the King joining us momentarily. Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Good morning, buddy.
We got a lot to get into with him, a lot of questions to be asked, and you can ask him 888-957-9570. Before we do that, though, Carter, we do have to hit the injury report. And by the way, be sticking after the injury report because your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience right after. You got to be listening, though. And it's the obvious one. An MRI confirmed what all Warriors fans feared. Jimmy Butler suffered a torn ACL in his right knee during last night's Warriors win over the Miami Heat. The Warriors are expected to have more information about Butler's status today. Jimmy's season is over, and now he faces a long road ahead to be ready for next season, or at any point in next season, quite frankly. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And joining us now in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, is none other than Bonte Hill. And Bonte, I honestly thought we were going to be talking about the 49ers. I thought we were going to talk about George Kittle, about Robert Saleh becoming the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. There was so many other things to talk about that we thought were, and then this just gets dumped in our last. I wake up this morning. I mean, I saw it happen last night, the play. I was like, oh, God, it's brutal. First, I saw it on the text thread, and I saw it on Twitter because I was going back and forth with the national championship game. Indiana winning it, obviously, over Miami. So I was diving into Heat Warriors, and then I was like, oh, that did not look good. That did not look good. I was hoping it was a hyperextension, and I was hoping to give away this 95.7 The Game 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience, as the NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, it's right now. Be caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. You got to be caller number 5, and you'll win, courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. So after all that, saw the play. I wake up to the news on my phone, and just devastated for Jimmy, first and foremost. That sucks. At this stage of his career, I mean, you just think, is his career over? It goes through your mind. That sucks to even think that. And that's how I felt. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, very subdued situation at Chase Center last night because, let's face it, they were playing their best basketball of the season. I don't think they had reached their peak, but they were starting to turn a corner. Season high, 6 games over 500. Fives were good. Fives were really good. You think about the bench production and what Jimmy was doing with that second unit in the non-Steph minutes. They were hooping. Melton, who didn't play last night, but Brandon Podziemski, who a lot of people joke and say, you must get paid to talk about Pods. Well, go look at Pods since the 1st of December. He's been excellent. Brandon Podziemski's played some really good basketball. And you think about the value that he gets, $3.8 million this year that he's making, he's playing great. And Jimmy Butler was spearheading that second unit. And you think about what he's done over his last 18 games, 25-5, 52% from the floor. And they were rolling yesterday against Miami, and you see it happen. You see him scream. He didn't put any weight on the leg. And, kind of afterwards, after the postgame show, went inside the Chase Center, just kind of browsing around. And, the mood was obviously somber. They were a bit sad, hoping for a knee sprain. But I get home, just happened to be up just reading and kind of looking at some things over. And there was a Shams report. And I had to triple check because I said, is this a fake one? I swear to God, I was like, hold on, let me double check, triple check this thing. Yeah. And the fact that it came out so quick, so early, that he tore his ACL, it puts a damper on what's been going on with the Golden State Warriors. With 2 weeks left until the trade deadline, you got a lot to think about here. But you feel bad, first and foremost, for Jimmy Butler, who felt like he was at peace. He was playing very good basketball. He's up there in age. He's got a year of recovery to come back from this injury. We never know if he's going to be the same at this stage, although he keeps himself in great shape. Yeah. He's young technically for his age, but it's just devastating because short-term and long-term, you have some pressing questions for this organization here moving forward. So, man, it stinks.
And, the most pressing question right now for a lot of Warriors fans is what Steve Kerr was at. You have to laugh at it, just the absurdity of just not the question, but just the response. Because Steve's like, I probably just lost my second best player for the season, and God knows how long after that. And then we got Tim Kawakami, the SF Standard, asking the question I think a lot of Warriors fans are asking too.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? In practice and all those things?
Yep.
That was just the shortest. It was like me just dismissing my kid whenever I'm talking.
Personally, I still think you need to move forward and move Kuminga for himself, mentally, to get out of this situation. You can't throw Kuminga back into the situation and say, hey, come save the season. He's not Jimmy. Jimmy knows how to facilitate a lot better. And JK is only 23 years old, so Jimmy's been in this league a long, long time. To just say, hey, JK, come save today, I think would be unfair to him. It'd be unfair to the rest of the team, be unfair to the organization. So I still believe that they will look for a dance partner when it comes to Kuminga. But from what I hear, it's dry right now. And why wouldn't it be dry? Let's just think about it from the other side of things. I know a lot of Warrior fans said, trade him for this and trade him for that, trade him for this. But the rest of the league, you're looking at the Golden State Warriors who have dominated this league for a long, long time. A lot of these teams have seen the Warriors dominate. And the last thing they want to do is help out the Golden State Warriors and say, here you go, here's a lifeline. Now let's wait until the second round when we have to play you. Nobody wants those problems. Nobody wants to see Stephen Curry in the second round playoff series. That's why Minnesota was holding their breath last year when he strained his hamstring. They were going to go life and death with the Dubs, and who knows what would have happened. A lot of people believe they would have beat Minnesota with the healthy Steph. How about that, right? So nobody's going to help out the Golden State Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to sit back and say, well, you pull the desperate move. Yeah. You pull the move. We want picks. We want this. We want that. So that answer was short because you got to just throw Kuminga back into the fire right now and say, hey, come save today.
What other options do they have?
Well, right now, you got to hope that Guy's healthy, right? You got to hope. It sounds crazy, right? This is a bleak situation. Melton, you got to ride. Horford, who's probably not going to play tonight. Come on, guys. Kuminga's played one time since December the 6th. One time.
Yeah, but I don't think that the answer is on the rock. Like, no one's saying he's got to replace Jimmy. I'm asking, there's not a role?
I don't see a role right now.
13 guys played last night.
I agree. He's played
and Melton
once.
Didn't play.
He's played once since December the 6th. Yeah. It's obvious that they want to move him.
Yeah, but no, I know. That was with a healthy Jimmy. Right. You don't think anything's changed?
I don't see it happening, Chasky.
No,
I don't.
That's why I'm asking.
Look, Steve Kerr has been a great coach for this organization. It's obvious that JK and Steve Kerr do not see eye to eye. Remember I asked, when I worked with Evan a couple weeks ago, I asked Steve Kerr, it's the Oklahoma City game, where he came up with a back injury. And I asked Steve Kerr then, is JK be back on the floor with all the guys? I goes, yeah, he'll be out there. It's obvious that this situation is You don't want it to become a distraction. I think the team has done a good job of being a distraction, but I thought Bully said something very important the other night, where whenever you do talk about JK, if you even think about him during the day, you're expending energy on that Kuminga situation.
Yeah.
And therefore, you're distracted. You're distracted from game planning for an opponent. You're distracted from doing your work to do what you got to do to get ready for a basketball game. Okay. So to go back to JK, I mean, that is desperation at its finest right now.
Aren't we desperate?
Yeah, but what you throw JK in what role? What role is he going to play right now for this organization? I feel like he's so far gone. He's looking forward to moving on.
Okay, but here's where I have a difficult time. So, like, even if I remove Jonathan Kuminga as a talking point, how can I approach this deadline and make decisions on Draymond, on Pods, on other guys, and then bring something back when I'm not 100% sure the coach is coming back, and he's very particular about who he wants to play. See, I think one of the dominoes that I would want to know, one way or the other, I need to know if I'm the Warriors, either the coach is coming back or he's not. Because if he's coming back, then Draymond's going nowhere. If he's coming back, then Pods should be going nowhere because he likes him. Like, these are the guys he likes. If he's not coming back, well, then I think these other options should be on the table. See, that's where, like, and I know the Kuminga is a part of it. And then I think lost in the Kirk Kuminga conversation, he's never going to be a star. I'm not saying that. No. What I'm saying is I want to build a roster that the coach likes.
I agree. And look, the whole Kuminga rhetoric and the dialogue, I'm so exhausted from it because people think he's a scrub. Scrubs on average 24 a game in a playoff series in the second round of a West playoff series. Scrubs don't shoot 54%, 42% from the three-point line. So the whole Kuminga rhetoric and dialogue, it's jump the shark. And that's today's sports. It's either you suck or you're great. There's never an in-between. So that conversation itself with Jonathan Kuminga, the guy has talent.
So then
is he raw? But it just doesn't.
So then why would I, but just hear me out for just a second.
I hear you.
Why would I trade Kuminga today to appease the coach's desires if by April he's out the door?
It's a great question.
And I'm not faulting Steve for this.
Well, I think that's something that Lacob's wondering too, right? Like, he has to be thinking about it.
He is thinking about it, but then you run the risk of, okay, if Kerr is not coming back, let's say hypothetically he's not coming back. Do you want this to linger with this roster where he's just sitting at the end of the bench for the rest of the year? That means he's wasted a year.
Yeah.
As a 23-year-old, think about the development that he's losing. JK needs to play.
Correct.
And it's not happening here. And when your role is not defined as a 23-year-old, everybody keeps talking about Franz Wagner and Kay Cunningham and Jalen Johnson. What people don't understand is they got to play through the losses and learn through their mistakes. When you have Steph Curry on this roster, we know what the expectations are. Whether they're realistic or not, we know what they are. And so when you're a young player and you're not getting consistent minutes, I don't think that's good for JK. Yeah, so you run the risk, Shasky, of saying if Steve Kerr's here, he's going to be hell-bent on saying, hey, JK doesn't have a defined role. He may play 20 minutes tomorrow. He may play 5 minutes the next day.
Then how am I supposed to commit to my future and assembling my team if I don't have a feel for who's running my squad?
It's a tricky situation.
It really is, because this is one of the few chips.
Listen, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm with you where if Kerr's not here, you want to keep the asset.
Yeah.
But if Kerr is going to be here till April, this a long way. Is that fair to Steph? Is that fair to Melton? Is that fair to Draymond? Is that fair to this organization? Is that fair to the fan base to let this guy linger on the end of the bench when you know the Kurt? I can't wait that long.
No, but I've also, as a Warrior fan, and look, he is not Weber. I want to make it very clear. I remember when Don Nelson shaped the team to his desires and then walked away. Yep. That is like the forefront of my Warrior fandom.
Yep.
So I think one of the dumbest things that they could do is repeat that. And it's not just JK. I think there's a real Draymond Green question. And the Draymond Green question is, like, how important is he for next year? Because as he's, like, we have the deadline, and then we have a waiting period.
Let me stop you right now.
Then the
from what I've heard. Draymond Green's not part of any offers.
None.
Any offers.
Whether
right
Kerr's here or not.
He's not part of anything. So let's just, I would be stunned if Draymond Green is traded.
This doesn't, the Jimmy Butler doesn't trade any.
It would stun me if he's traded. Now, unless Giannis is in the picture, then everybody's available. But now, that's jumping the shark.
Well, that's what
right. I mean, that's unrealistic, right? Well, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Hypothetically, Mike Malone comes in. Is Mike Malone starting Draymond?
No, what Mike
I'm just
Malone
using
is
an
doing.
example.
Yeah, I don't know what Mike Malone is doing.
Like, that's what I want to ask you here in 888-957-9570. If you guys have questions for Bonte, please. KC, Lax, Aubrey, all of you. Jimmy Butler out for the season with a torn ACL. We're reacting to it. Where do the Warriors go from here? And does this injury, Bonte, make it more likely or less likely that they try to swing big at the deadline? I think that's where a lot of fans are thinking right now, 2 weeks ahead. Well, like, initially, I felt...
Well, let me say this.
Oh, sorry.
I don't cut you off here. The Warriors are going to be aggressive.
Okay.
They're going to make phone calls. I mean, this owner wants to win. You got Stephen Curry on the roster. He wants to win and get a shot at the dance. They're a couple games behind the LA Lakers for the 6th spot in the Western Conference. They're now 6 games over 500. I believe they're going to exhaust all options here.
Yeah, but there aren't a lot of options. And like, I'm good.
There are options that they have presented.
Don't roll your eyes at me. But if it's a John Morant or a LaMelo, I'm not sure this coach wants that style of play.
They're not going that route.
I know.
Yeah, they're not going that
I
route.
want to get someone that fits. Is what I'm getting at.
They're not going to LaMelo Ball. Watch LaMelo Ball on Saturday shooting one-legged threes.
Draymond likes him.
Right. Yeah, but people who thought, you should have drafted LaMelo Ball, it wouldn't have worked out under this head coach.
We're going to pick this up on the other side. Bonte in studio for the rest of the show. We're reacting to the biggest news in sports right now, definitely in the Bay Area. Jimmy Butler out for the season with a torn ACL. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes. And to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities. From LPL Financial.
It's your boy Guru, and you know the big game is almost here, and there's nothing better to cash in during America's biggest sporting event with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is available in California. I downloaded the app, and I've been playing ever ever since. New feature alert, my favorite, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. He's here each and every Tuesday, but it's a little different this time because we'd normally be talking the end of the 49ers season, but biggest news right now in sports is the torn ACL in the right knee of one James Butler III. And where does the team go from here? Do you trade Jimmy? Like, it sounds so heartless. You're 2 weeks away from the trade deadline, and that's what fans go to. It's like, okay, can we move off this contract? Can we move off that? You're gutted for the player, but if you're Mike Dunleavy and if you're Joe Lacob, you can't be in the feelings business right now. You got to be in the business mindset. Aggressive. Because, Bonte, you said it. They got to do everything you can to appease one Stephen Curry and try to maximize what you have left with him. Because as I mentioned to Joe yesterday, I'm sure you saw it, the only all-star starter over the age of 31 is Stephen Curry. It's pretty crazy.
It is crazy. 4 foreign players in the Western Conference, too.
Wow. I didn't even think about it like that. You're right.
11th start for Steph Curry in the All-Star game, 12 All-Star appearances. Pretty cool. Now, last year, we can go back to DeAnthony Melton, right? He tears his ACL, but the contract was much different.
Yeah.
But it was an expiring contract, which Brooklyn was able to take on. Let's say, hypothetically, you trade Jimmy, which I feel dirty even.
Right, I know.
He's making $60 million. There's not many teams that could take on that.
Well, and he's even playing next year.
He'd probably be back knowing Jimmy probably around this time.
Yeah.
There was an article this morning published by ESPN, and essentially, this is all theoretical, but you're talking about who would take that on? Someone who feels they're in cap hell and is trying to dump a player, and then would waive the Jimmy money similar to how the Lillard money got waived.
Yep. That's
a hypothetical,
right?
And it does sound dirty saying it out loud.
It's And I don't know if the Warriors will go that route. I don't know what they're going to do for the next 2 weeks. I do think they're going to take today to kind of assess everything, take a deep breath, because this is a shockwave. You get this after midnight, and you're playing your best basketball.
That's the thing.
Like, you're starting to turn a corner. 6 games over 500. You won 12 of 16. In 4 consecutive games, despite the competition, you've made at least 23s. The ball was hopping around, 37 assists last night. You're healthy for once. You're healthy. And you're a couple games behind the LA Lakers for the 6th spot in the Western Conference. And all you need to do is avoid that play-in. Get out of the box. Get out of that box, right? And so now you have to reassess everything. And I think over the next 48 hours when they go on a road trip, they got, Dallas, Minnesota twice. Then you get Utah.
Correct.
And then you're back home. You'll have a clearer picture of what this team looks like without Jimmy. And, of course, you'll have some time because things happen quick in the NBA. Phone calls start popping around. All of a sudden, you're desperate. Lines are lit up all day long in the front offices. So, yeah, 2 weeks doesn't feel like a lot of time, but in the NBA world, these guys are working around the clock.
You got 7 games before the trade deadline, Joe. Raptors tonight, obviously. Then, as you mentioned, Bonte, at Dallas, and then a 2-game stretch in Minnesota where you're playing them twice. Utah, back home against the Pistons, and then the Sixers on February 3rd. And you play the Suns the night of the trade deadline, February 5th, in Phoenix. I mean, it comes fast, man. It does.
You said the Kuminga stuff, the trade, is kind of dried up?
Right now, the market is dry for Kuminga. But here's the deal with Kuminga. Again, we got to look at it from the other perspective. Let's just, whatever you feel about Kuminga, because I know a lot of people think he's a scrub. I see it in the chat. Oh, he's a scrub, blah, blah, blah. Which is funny to me because then those same people who say he's a scrub, all of a sudden you want Michael Porter Jr., you want Trey Baker for the third. And it's like, you idiot. Like, I'm not trying to talk down, just the dummies. There's a lot of intelligent fans out there. I talk to them every single day. But some of these people in the chat are just dumber than rocks.
Let me give you a bag of chips for a Rolex.
Yeah. You think the guy sucks, but, let me get Trey Baker for the third. And you think the Pelicans and Joe Dumars is going to say, here you go. Let's just help out a team that's been contending for championships basically since 2014-15. Let's just hand them over to you. It's not going to happen. But also teams know from this angle, how are we going to help out the Warriors? They've been a thorn in our ass in this league for over a decade. We know they're desperate to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Why are we going to just cave in and just give you what you want? No. The cards are in our hands now. Okay. We have the leverage. So that's where I'm going at, and that's where I'm coming at it with Kuminga. So we got to tip our expectations when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga. Hope that you're going to just the fact that you're going to get some star player from JK.
Okay, so I wrote down a bunch of different things. So in a deal, were you more willing to attach picks to Jonathan going out before the Butler injury?
I think that was on the table.
Okay. Now with the injury, are you less likely to attach picks to an outgoing Jonathan Kuminga trade?
It's a great question. It's a great question because it depends on what you can get. Right? Now, if somebody's boo-boo the fool and want to hand over a star player, it's great. He's picks, but I don't see that happening right now.
Go Harrison.
Does who you wanted change with Jimmy being out now?
It's a great question. Let's just say Michael Porter Jr. because that's been a hot name around here. Does Michael Porter Jr. help you contend without Jimmy? Because ideally in my head, I was thinking, boy, you got Mike. Here's what I was thinking.
Contend for what? Contend for what?
Exactly. A 6 seed, 5 seed, second round playoffs.
I'm recalibrating as we speak.
Right. But Michael Porter Jr., here's the thing with Michael Porter Jr. So I was thinking, okay, you bring him in, you have Jimmy, you have Dre, you have Steph, and whatever you do. But Jimmy has no problem being the third option. He has no problem being a facilitator. So that means Michael Porter Jr. can still get up his shots and he's getting up in Brooklyn. And he's like he's that second option. So in a way I was looking at it was, okay, with Michael Porter Jr., now you can go Steph, Melton / Moody, whoever you want to start next to Steph, Jimmy Butler, and maybe you go Quentin Post, Al Horford, and you got Michael Porter Jr., and Draymond Green takes on that Iguodala role. We're still going to get his 25 to 30 minutes and finish games, but Draymond and Jimmy weren't playing together much anyway.
Yeah.
So now you got Jimmy Butler facilitating, and he has all these shooters and spacing around him. Ideally, because they haven't been getting off the great starts. Even last night, they didn't get off the great starts. And I'm trying to maximize the start. You're trying to play downhill instead of uphill. But now, without Jimmy, how much better are you with Michael Porter Jr. without Jimmy Butler?
Is someone called in, I think it was Coach Hall in San Diego, do you think at all in all of these negotiations, Jimmy's past history and how it ended, a la Miami, some of these, the drama around him. Do you think that plays a factor at all?
What's that?
Like the drama around Jimmy Butler and how he's viewed, the perception of the player in person. Does that have any impact on the
more that he's hurt in 36
Well, my whole thing is he's probably not going to be with the team because he's going to be rehabbing wherever he's going.
If in this hypothetical trade, someone else is dumping a player so they get salary cap relief to waive him.
I hear that.
That's kind of any Jimmy hypothetical to me is the receiving end team is in some sort of a rebuild and they're wiping their books.
It's not
clean.
the players, the salary slot. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Now you brought up something. Jimmy and Dre, we know that they can't really play together. That's kind of like the unspoken thing out loud.
Well, we've seen that, right? So what Steve has been doing, if you really pay attention to the game, Jimmy comes out about 4 minutes into the first quarter. 4 minutes, 33 seconds, 3 minutes, 57 seconds, 4 minutes, 15. I track this stuff. I'm like, wow, okay. Interesting. And he comes back at the end of the first quarter. So really, Dre and Jimmy, and the starters, Steve Kerr said it the other day, the starters only playing about 10 minutes together. So for years, I've been screaming to the high heavens, we're so fixated on who starts. Right. It's about who finishes.
He staggers everything.
So Jimmy and Dre are always going to finish. They're always going to start the third quarter together. They're going to finish the second quarter together. They're going to start the first quarter together. But Steve Kerr knows that it's been a bit redundant because they both need the ball in their hands in the half court. So Dre and Steph, they got the great chemistry together, playing for so long together. And then you bring in Jimmy, who can lead that second unit. And Jimmy, I think, takes a challenge in that. He relishes that challenge of playing with lesser players, saying I could create equal shots for wide open shots for guys like Pods and Melton.
Well, I think Pods played great alongside Jimmy.
Pods has been solid for 6 weeks.
So, okay, I'll get to him in a second. Pods, how does Draymond's role change on this team? Is it elevated?
Well, it's the same role. He's going to handle the ball a lot, and he's going to play 30 minutes a game, and he's going to be counted on to play at a high level.
No. Does he take on that Jimmy Butler leading the second unit?
Well,
ball handling, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I mean.
And that's a tough one because the more you play Dre with some of those other clunkier lineups, it does wear him down.
If I get to Dre from Saturday night where he's hitting the threes, sure.
Okay.
But Dre's a different offensive player.
Totally.
He's not Dre. He's not posting up at the nail and creating and being in the triple threat to score.
He's not getting
he's playing the pass.
He's not getting the free throw line.
And he's not getting to the free throw line as well. So it's just completely different.
Well, I mean, the only guy that would get to the free throw line on this team is on the bench. So now I get to Pods. Pods has really come into his own. I love his role. Now his role is adjusting. What is his role now with no Jimmy?
Everybody's got to step up here, right? Here's the worst part about the injury. Before we get into the roles, because I feel reckless in speculating what their role is going to be moving forward because we haven't seen them without Jimmy yet. Tonight's going to be the first night we see it against a long athletic team in the Toronto Raptors. The great part about what was happening right now is that Steve Kerr finally found a rotation. He found a rotation. You had a great second unit. Guys knew their roles because of one thing, you talked to Festus and Mully and Durrell and over the years talking to these NBA players. The worst thing to come into the gym every single game and you don't know what your role is. You don't know if you're getting 5 minutes or 15 minutes. These guys knew what their role was now. So now all of a sudden you're starting to see consistency. Oh, Pod's being consistent. Melton's being consistent. Yeah. They know their roles. I don't know what it's going to look like, Shasky. I haven't seen it yet. So I think it's a little unfair for me to speculate what X, Y, and Z is going to play. Obviously, tonight, everybody's going to have to step up and fill in that production. You're talking about 25 and 5. You're talking about getting to the free throw line. You're talking about the way he slows the game down.
Yes.
The pacing. Defensively, his IQ, that's a lot. I mean, Jimmy Butler's a baller, man.
So what is the number one need as they approach the deadline? I thought it was shooting because I didn't think you could get perimeter defense and rim protection, but it felt like shooting was available. What should their number one priority be if you were to pick a skill set?
I think it's the same. I think you're going to need shooting.
Okay.
You're going to need a creator. You're going to need a facilitator. And those players don't grow on trees.
No.
It's just, who's available? Everybody right now in the league is so damn tight-lipped. Yeah. I don't know who's available. Who's available?
Do you think it's a possibility?
Kaminga.
Do you think it's a possibility they do nothing? Is it a possibility where nothing happens at the deadline? And are fans furious at that point?
Well, yeah, I mean,
no, they're going to be.
Listen,
but it's a possibility. Well, I know because it felt like when I woke up this morning, Bots, and I saw the news, that's what the first thing I was like, man, they might not be able to do anything at the deadline.
Well,
which would suck.
Even with Jimmy, it was a possibility Kaminga didn't get traded. And how's that going to look?
Ugh.
How would that look? So
it's a big fat L. All
and this is why I keep wondering, like, Okay, forget the coach and the player for just a second. Would fans be open to giving Kuminga another chance?
Well, that's a great question.
Yep.
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know.
Is he playing?
I mean, listen.
Let's start here. Is he playing tonight?
Yeah, I don't.
Is he playing tonight?
You would want him to play. But here's the guy's played one time.
Barnes.
He's played one time since December the 6th.
But how many times
now
did
you're
you
saying,
swear off Jimmy?
Huh?
Like, when Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback, how many times did you and I both think this is the last Jimmy Garoppolo pass?
Yeah, but
I know it's different. I know it is.
Yeah, I mean, he was on a baby foot throwing it. I mean, the football's
absurdity.
He's in
the Fisher Price hoop with LJ.
He's in the NFC Championship
Fisher
game.
Price hoop.
I mean,
Jimmy G's going to be on the sidelines, NFC Championship.
I mean,
He might be on Levi's again.
That's why the whole substation thing is funny when it comes to the 49ers.
God.
Because,
Did you hear about it?
Well, no, hold on. Because the substation, they go to Denver, and we had to pick 8 when Jimmy Garoppolo steps out of the end zone. Trent Williams busted his ankle on the play. Well, the substation has something to do with that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. And the substation is so nuclear toxic. CMC and Juice were in attendance yesterday, and Jimmy went down.
Well, you say nuclear. I heard that in the Mile High in Denver, Colorado, in those mountains, there may be some things that are leaking through. There's, according to sources. So.
Unbelievable.
The absurdity of all this. And then CMC, the one guy that stayed healthy for the Niners all season,
I know.
is courtside with the Warriors. And Jimmy Butler.
I read it to Steve Weiss from NFL Network in the Seattle game. And thinking Steve Weiss, because he always joins the station. And I was like, what do you think about this substation thing? He goes, there's nothing better than a good conspiracy theory. I'm not going to lie, I jumped down the rabbit hole. Pretty interesting conspiracy theory. Not that I don't believe it, but it's got some legs to it.
If it moves my team back to the city, I'm all for it.
He was inducted into the Black College Football Hall of Fame, Steve Weiss. Yeah, good for him. Do you want to go to some calls? People want to ask you some questions, Dante.
How's the morning roast? We always take calls. I mean, I was tough for me to sleep. I was like, damn. I was up, and I was like,
"What? You're the king," but there's a big drop off between how Steph Curry feels this morning. And
I mean,
well, no. I said it to start the show, Bonte. Our show says, "Wake up," and I was like, I wake up, check my phone. I was like, all right, I want to go back to sleep.
I went to the bathroom at 1 in the morning. And I saw the Shams update on my phone. I go, "You've got to be kidding me!" I knew it was bad, but I was just praying it wasn't.
Let's go to a loyal listener here at the station, Casey and Marin. What's up, Casey? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, good morning. What a weird day in Warriors history. I think the biggest point that I have is, or the question I have, who is going to be making the final decisions for player personnel moves? Is it going to be Mike Dunleavy or is it going to be Joe Lacob and his son? And ultimately, I really hope it's Mike Dunleavy because I trust his basketball expertise to a tenfold of what I trust in Lacob and his son in regards to this. I'm worried about the Warriors' future. If Lacob and his son take over player personnel moves, I think we're in a really strange predicament. We're going to be very similar, in my opinion, to the Dallas Cowboys. We're always competing, but due to bad player investments, bad draft picks, I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird time.
That's Casey Moran. I don't want to do the Jerry Jones, Joe Lacob thing today. I don't think we're there yet. We need to relax. I've heard the Jerry Jones comp for Joe Lacob for months and months. Can we be like at least a decade or two removed from winning a title?
Joe, he's answering emails from people.
Can we be a decade or two removed from winning a championship before the Jerry Jones comp?
But Joe, he shouldn't. It's part why I love him, but it's part why he terrifies me. He's responding to a lot of emails right now.
I thought fans are the latest emails fake or are they real? I don't know if the latest ones are real.
I don't know if they're real.
I don't
know if they're real.
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get any confirmation on that. I just think the one was real. I don't.
Better win.
Yeah, but
is how the fan base treats it.
Can we confirm whether or not those latest emails are real?
We'll get on it.
The Warriors would have. I think they would have confirmed it. I didn't hear anything about it.
I still couldn't believe the first ones were real.
Well, yeah. Well, I think people are like, I want my order out there. Now I got Joe Lacob's voice in my head when he came in the studio. We were talking about Klay Thompson, and he just said, everybody just needs to chill. Remember that?
Trades are hard.
Trades are hard.
Listen, like the 49ers, we don't know who really makes a pick, so you hear that it's a group effort. Joe Lacob came in the studio and said, hey, it's a group effort.
I'm glad you brought up the 49ers because I've been thinking about it this like entire show about how we talked about the trade deadline for the San Francisco 49ers. And not that it mirrors what's going on here, but you could talk both ways to me about whether you want to go all in or not give up draft capital.
What would you do for the Warriors?
Unless I can get a bona fide superstar, I'm probably keeping my picks. And Michael Porter Jr. is not doing it for me.
Wait until the summer?
Yes. No,
wait until
but that's the thing. Like,
that's intense.
no one wants to hear that, but that is an option.
Yeah, well, it's a tricky
right,
situation. Can we get? I want to hear from the Lions, man. Get to the roasters, man.
Did you do LeBron?
Oh my God,
Anthony Davis.
You have to now if it's just
John Morant.
No, I'm not on
Zion.
No, I'm not on that.
You might be a sex addict.
What?
Zion. Oh, that was the article. I look up Zion Williamson. I hope he gets that checked. It's tough.
What is going on here?
Anthony Davis, you still want to go down to Anthony Davis trade?
That's right.
That's why you need to. Hey, that's why you need to cool your jets, Starsky. Let's just see how today plays out. Let's see how it plays. Cool your jets, Starsky.
Starsky Hutch, great movie.
Cool your jets, Starsky. Yeah. You want Anthony Davis and John Morant? Are you
the Snoop Dogg in the Starsky Hutch movie in this?
We're welcoming in Bazooka Joe. Bazooka Joe.
Man, good Lord.
Bonte's throwing fake grenades to John. He's ducking them.
Hey, you know what? I want to go to the most optimistic Warriors fans I know at this station. And you know them too, Bonte. That's Oscar in Stockton.
Uh-oh.
Oscar in Stockton on the roast. What's up, Oscar?
What's going on, fellas, man? Look at here, man. You know, when I seen that injury last night, I turned my head because I already knew. But one thing about the Warriors, man, and Shasky, man, you my boy, but boy, you have me rolling out here every morning. We cannot just throw the organization brains underneath the bus because I know everybody is going home this morning. But with that JK, my thing is this. Everybody asking, should we give him another chance? He haven't done anything wrong. So why should that even be a question? It's on Steve Kerr and the organization to make sure he plays. He's been professional, and he's going to play. And one thing about the Warriors organization, we're not going to go out here and sell our soul for some of these retreads that you guys are bringing up just for 41 games. They're not going to do that. So one thing about what we're doing right now, we're playing good. And with that, like Bonte said, tonight will show how we're going to play without Jimmy Butler. And so I'm going to make sure my spirits stay high because the trade deadline is coming up in 2 weeks. We got 7 games to see what we need to do. And I'm guarantee you the Warriors is going to be in the top 5 or 6 before the season over with. Guarantee you that.
I like the optimism, Oscar. I like it.
Hey, I told you.
I need some of that in my life.
Guaranteed 5 or 6 seed.
Look, the fire's hot right now. I get it. I knew what I was walking into this morning. We know how we get down to 95-70K, baby. It is panic season.
Yeah, but you don't own the team.
But what you mean?
You know, I saw you tweeting last night that you're not getting paid. What was the hashtag?
Oh, no. Because people come at. So whether it's the Dove Talk podcast, this show, people come at me for whatever, because of the whole TV thing, they think I work for the organization.
They call you Bonte Lacob sometimes.
Well, they're just like, they pay you to say good things about Brandon Pajewski.
They pay
you?
And so I was
getting sarcastic.
If they weren't paying me, I'd be saying it way more.
Well, now I'm just like, you know what? Now my answer moving forward is going to be, they're not paying me enough to talk about Brandon Pajewski. Because people are in denial, man. See, the problem with today's sports fan, not everybody, but some of you idiots out there, you know who you are. It's not everybody. And I'm not talking down to the smart one. I talk to fans every day. I love fans. I love having sports conversations. I've been doing it my whole damn life. But some of you idiots out there, you get this narrative and you don't let it leave your little tiny little peanut brain where you just think the guy sucks. The guy's playing good basketball, man. Just acknowledge it. Sure, there's some mistakes made. Everybody's making mistakes. Hall of Famers are making mistakes on this team. But Pods is shooting 50.5% since the 1st of December. 43.5% from the three-point line, and he's helped connect to the second unit. And for some reason, because he said he's the white Shohei, or you don't like the way he looks, You start talking down on him and think he doesn't play well. It's so damn dumb. Just watch the game.
Well, people are blaming the injury on Pods for the pass. I don't know if you know that.
It's true. No, it's true. Some of these dumbasses. Yeah, some of these dumbasses are.
High pointing a ball and coming down to a jump stop.
They're saying he threw it too high.
You know, some of these people don't leave their mama's basement. They sit on the internet all damn day and think they know how to play basketball perfectly. You ain't never stepped on the court in your damn life. You're probably out of shape anyway.
No, they did not say that.
Oh, my God. Yeah, no, they said it was a pass. The pass ruined Jimmy Butler.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
We're not doing that.
That's what I'm saying with some of these people.
It's toxic.
The internet has ruined the way we watch sports. They ruined it. It's either you're great or you suck. It's just unbelievable.
How's Stephen Curry feeling about all this? Let's ask that question on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your texts. Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And that's what's coming up, sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
All right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, well, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the entire road. It's the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yeah, I know. Bonte to my right over here, he drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit, and two, even Bonte can make a good decision every once in a while. So here's the headline. $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. A $2,500 rebate. That's real money. And this isn't a one or two in the lot situation. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. So show up, pick out your color, and drive it home today. Roomy, powerful, loaded with tech. Perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. Head on over to Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real, the inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate will not hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! On one subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. the one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies. ¿Qué tal está?
Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Bonta Hill in studio, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Rest of the show, we're talking about the biggest news in the Bay Area right now. Jimmy Butler, torn ACL, out for the season. Where do the Warriors go from here? What should they do? What do they need to do? First and foremost, you're gutted for the player. And it sounds almost heartless that your first thought is, all right, what's this mean for Stephen Curry? Not what does it mean for Jimmy Butler? It's, all right, Stephen Curry, how do we help Steph? How do we help Steph? And that just speaks to what Steph means for this team and for the area and for everything. And the lack of equity that Jimmy Butler has yet to build here in Golden State. He was building it. Like, it started off so great. Bonte, we were talking last year, like, Joe and I's first run on this show, as me and the host in the A-chair, we were talking about Jimmy Butler becoming a Golden State Warrior. That's how we kicked this thing off. And we rode that wave and that high all the way to the second round of the Western Conference semis, only for, him to hurt his butt. They got the bone bruise, obviously, in the tailbone, and then for Stephen Curry to hurt the hammy. And then since then, they were playing catch-up earlier in the season. It felt like they were finally hitting their stride and playing well, and Jimmy shooting over 50%, over 21 points in the month of January. It's like, damn, okay, now we got something rolling here. Now it's all gone. So.
24-8 last year when you add in the playing game, second round appearance where you had hope, you had a puncher's chance to get past Minnesota, and Steph strains a hamstring, and maybe that's because they were playing playoff games since the month of February, but they gave it a shot. They rolled the dice and they gave it a shot. And then this year, they were starting to turn a corner. And you feel like, man, they just giving it a shot. Just getting to the dance. League's kind of wide open, like the NFL. Like OKC's kind of come back down to earth. San Antonio's still young. They'll still slip up here and there and lose some games. Houston needs a point guard. The Lakers, they can't defend. Denver's beat up right now. So now what do you do? What is the adjustment? I think by watching this organization over the last decade, and we've all watched it, we had a front row seat. I don't think they're going to just sit on their ass and accept defeat. I don't think they're going to just get in the fetal position and say, all right, let's wave the white flag. I think they're going to try to do something. Now, what that is, I don't know, but they're going to try to do something.
So then let me ask you that. I agree with you. I think they should. How aggressive do you want them to be? How many picks and how deep into the future are you willing to go for this deadline?
Oh, the hell with the picks. Me personally,
yes,
I'm always trade the prospect for proven talent any day.
You love the Les Snead mindset over FM picks.
Okay. When you look at the Giants, and if you ask me right now, hey, would you trade Bryce Eldridge for a number 2 pitcher? I say, hell yeah. I don't know what Bryce Eldridge is going to be.
Sure.
Give me that number 2 pitcher who's been a multi-time All-Star and an All-Pro pitcher all day long. I'm trading the picks.
How many into the future?
Depends on the player.
Who is the ideal player you want to bring in? And don't say Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
That's a loaded question.
It is a loaded question.
Okay, let's throw it this way. I look at the Kings. The Kings have been infatuated with Kuminga. Right. I'm reading the tea leaves of what you're telling me, and you're telling me, hey, that JK's gone. Okay. The Kings seem to be one of the more aggressive teams in trying to pursue him. With Jimmy's injury, and I'm just going to go through it, are you more or less likely to trade for Sabonis?
You've got Post, Horford, Draymond.
Is that redundant?
Yeah. Sabonis needs the ball in his hands.
Does Kerr factor into that long-term or short-term?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. Is it a Malik Monk?
He's also coming from meniscus.
Who could create and hit the three.
Well, I was not interested in Malik Monk. Now I'm more open to it.
I'm not mad at Malik Monk.
What about DeMar DeRozan?
I would rather have Malik Monk.
Okay. What about Levine?
I would rather have Malik Monk.
Okay. All right. I'm just going through that.
Now, if on that team, I would rather have Keegan Murray, but they're not trading Keegan Murray.
I agree. He's not shooting all year.
But other than that, it starts with Malik Monk.
All right.
Give me Malik Monk. Even though they're guard heavy, I'd rather have Malik Monk.
All right. Now I go to New Orleans.
Is Trey Murphy a bust?
Zion's a non-starter.
Yeah, I can't do Zion. I can't do.
I don't think they're trading Trey Murphy.
I'm just asking.
I don't think they're trading Trey Murphy, but I can't do Zion.
All right.
You can't count on
now
Zion.
Now I look
Williamson.
at Memphis. I would have been very intrigued in JJJ alongside Jimmy Butler. Now with Jimmy Butler out, is JJJ off your board completely?
I don't know if Memphis is looking to trade him because they're looking to trade Ja Morant. They're probably looking to build
that's my next
Jaren
one.
Jackson Jr. So no, I don't want Ja.
On Ja.
I'm not in on Ja.
Okay.
I'm not. What does Ja do? How does he fit next to Steph?
Is that a move where you're thinking post?
Desperate.
That's a move you're thinking post Steph, in my opinion.
So the worst thing you could do is be desperate, because if you're desperate, you can mess around and make the wrong move and really set your organization back. You got to sit back, take a deep breath, and really think this thing through, Shasky.
What about
you can't make moves out of desperation. You got to play this process out. The deadline's a couple weeks away. All right, let's just see if they can stabilize these games. Say if you could go 500 over the next 10, you're not going to lose a lot of ground. You hope to not lose a lot of ground. Let me not say that you're going to lose. You hope to, but you got to have a clear head here. Okay. You can't make a desperation move just to make a desperation move and then set your organization back.
That's why Joe and Bonte, I was saying earlier, I was like, they might not do anything and just revisit this in the summertime. They might do that, which would piss off a lot of people, and I hear you, everyone on that. Not to say they won't try to do something at the deadline, but if it's not there, they're going to be like, oh, we'll revisit it in the summertime then.
But I think them kicking it down the line has gotten you here with JK.
I totally agree, but they might try to do something.
Well,
but
hold on.
It always takes two to tango with any of these things.
Well, you didn't cave in on the JK situation, and you still have a very team-friendly deal with the Jonathan Kuminga contract and a tradable asset and a tradable contract right now. There's teams interested, but they know the Warriors are desperate to trade him.
Yeah.
So right now, they don't have to budge. They don't have to just say, oh, we're going to give in and give up these picks or a top player for JK. The Warriors are stuck right now, knowing that he's not playing, so they suppressed his value. But it's still a good tradable contract and a team-friendly deal. So I'm okay with the Warriors because it hasn't been distracting, sure, especially for the fans.
Yeah.
I think inside the locker room, they're pros. They're grown-ass men.
Yep.
They've gone out there and played their best basketball despite JK being on the bench. So you still have that slot to trade. So you don't want to do a desperation move. You don't want to make that desperation move. The way they waited it out last year, hey, we want to kick the tires on Kevin Durant. Okay, fine, let's pivot to Jimmy Butler because Miami was desperate to get rid of Jimmy Butler, and the Warriors were able to harp on that.
I can't wait for Steve Kerr joining Wheeler and Dibbs tomorrow. Is Jonathan Kuminga going to even play tonight on the back end of a back-to-back?
It's just
7 o'clock tip right here, 95.7 The Game. Warriors, Raptors.
I feel like they're not going to do anything. That's the sense I'm getting. Look, I know.
Well, what gives you that sense that they're not going to do anything?
I say it's really hard right now, and I think they have a lot. Like, if Draymond's off the table, you only have so many other contracts that you can clunk together to get something back of significance, and I don't think they're willing to sacrifice the necessary stapled picks to the players like a Moody and a JK to get you back something that can really help you. And I think they're going to ultimately say the juice is not worth the squeeze. We're going to stand pat.
Depends what's out there.
Oh, continue. Sorry.
No,
You're good.
I agree. It does depend on what's out there.
I don't have a feel one way. The Jimmy news just broke at midnight.
I know.
Correct.
It just broke at midnight. I think it's unfair to say whether or not they're going to just rest on their laurels. They've got a shot here in a wide open NBA. This NBA is wide open.
But a shot for what, I guess, is my question for a lot of
They believe they have a shot to go ahead and get another shot at the dance and take somebody to deep waters in a 7-game series. They were a Steph Curry hamstring away from going to the Western Conference Finals. We all believe they were going to the Western Conference Finals.
With Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. With Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
Now you don't have Jimmy, so how do you replace that production? Can you replace that production? What's out there? Can you make a blockbuster?
Is it wide open? Am I being a hater? But doesn't it feel like, I know OKC
No, I don't think you're a hater. I think most Warrior fans probably feel like you do right now, Joe, where it feels like wow, we were already behind these top 2, 3 teams. Now it feels like we're way behind.
And even with Jimmy, I'm not saying that the Lakers are world beaters. That's not what I'm saying. But the difference between us and the Lakers feels as big as the difference between the Lakers and Oklahoma City. Maybe. So that's how far I feel like the Warriors are to the top of the West. To your point, look, it's one series. It's about matchups. I don't feel it's as wide open as I thought it might be.
The East is wide open. OKC obviously is the cream of the crop. But in the 7-game series, Denver, they're an Aaron Gordon hamstring away, I believe, from beating the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Sure.
Right? They took them to deep waters. They're in their prime, no doubt about it. And where's Steph Curry? Is he still in his prime? Dude's still averaging 28 a game.
Great.
We're crying out loud. 37 guy's going to be 38. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But I think they're going to explore all options.
Let's go to, that's what we're going to do right now, by the way, on the phone lines, explore all options. Reggie in Oakland wants to join the conversation. What's up, Reg? You're on the Morning Roast with Ponte.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What's going on? Hey, I just want to acknowledge that these past 2 years, man, have been hard for us Warriors fans, man. And I know we're spoiled. But it's just like the lack of direction or it just seems like we don't, there's no clear direction. And I think most Warrior fans really are raising their eyebrows up to Lightyear, Joey, and the rest of the Warrior staff. What are you guys doing? You know what I mean? Because there is no sense of a clear direction. But, man, hopefully they make a move because having a $23 million player on the bench is not really light years or, it's not really smart. Smart leadership is not smart from an organizational standpoint. But last question for you guys. Do you think it's a hot take to say that these last 2 years kind of eerily is similar to the Chicago Bulls downfall of their dynasty? It kind of gives me those kind of vibes of how these last 2 years have kind of played out. But, yeah, that's all I got for you guys.
I wouldn't go Bulls because they went out on top there. That last iteration, we all watched The Last Dance of the pandemic. It was over after that last title, the final three-peat. They all knew it. Steve Kerr's talked about our airways for a long time. It was everyone was leaving. Scotty, Michael, everything. It was a whole reset and total rebuild. We're not there right now. We're not. And I know a lot of people, they jump to that immediately because that's what we do as fans. It says, oh, well, Jimmy's out for the year. Well, the season's over. But that's not how you can operate in everyday life. You have to say, no, it's January 20th. We're 2 weeks away for the trade deadline. Here in the thick of it, Ponte, the play-in and the playoff chase. That's not how Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, all the players are thinking. They're thinking is okay, we just lost our second best player. Now what? And then you have to play tonight. It's in less than 24 hours since Jimmy Butler's gotten hurt, you have to play tonight.
It's not a like for like, but it's more reminiscent of the Celtics in the 80s.
Yeah.
Where their stars just broke down.
Bird on his back on the ground.
Mikhail's foot. Yeah. Paris just got older. Obviously, the pick for Len Bias, he died. which was very unfortunate. He was going to be a stud.
Yes.
Reggie Lewis, who was an all-star, later on died in the early 90s due to a heart situation, heart failure. So, it's not a like for like, but that's what I get reminded of. The end of it where they couldn't get past the second round. They started getting beat up. The wear and tear of playing all those games in the playoffs and the NBA Finals. And, the fact that we're still hoping that they could continue this run, which is kind of crazy that it started in 2012. Here we are in 2026, and what can you do to try to salvage the season and win a championship? It's kind of crazy that we're still talking about that with the Golden State Warriors. So it's been some good times here, but what do you do now? How do you end the season?
Who do you start tonight? Let's go to tonight.
What do you want to say tonight?
What would you do tonight?
Let me.
Okay.
So it's going to be Steph.
Yes.
It's going to be Moody.
Yes.
It's going to be Post and Draymond. And they may start Will Richard again.
Yeah.
For the shooting and the spacing.
You think Buddy gets back onto the court?
Well,
he shot well yesterday.
No. They're going to roll with Moody. Moody's been rolling. They're going to start. They like Buddy off the bench.
I was just asking.
They like Buddy off the bench. Buddy's going to be off the bench.
And then you don't anticipate Pods starting?
He'll come off the bench
and
spearhead that second unit. But again, like I keep mentioning, hopefully the starters can get off to a better start. They haven't got off to great starts this season. But Kerr's going to be subbing guys in 4 minutes into the game. So the whole starters may play 8 minutes together tonight.
Yeah, but I guess they're one of the not so good.
They're not a good
first quarter team.
No, that's what I'm saying.
And that's a big problem. And that's why I do think nailing down their starting lineup is a part of it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Going to be live for the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go here with Bonte in studio. As he is each and every Tuesday from 8 to 10, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Is there any world where Melton, is it just too soon for him to start?
They're not there yet with this minute allocation, right? They want to increase it to 30.
And here's the thing with Melton. Moody started shooting the ball well. So there's no, I think when Moody was being inconsistent, shooting 30 in the mid-30s from 3 in the month of December, all of a sudden you're like, okay, now it's a matter of time for D'Anthony Melton to start. But Moody's 18, what is he? 18 for his last, I want to say 29 from the three-point line in the last 4. So he's shooting the ball better, playing well. 3 steals last night.
A nice dive on the floor that led to a fast break.
Melton's playing 20, 25 minutes. Again, that second unit has been strong. 66 bench points last night, 72 against the Charlotte Hornets. They've been rolling over the last couple weeks. So you want that bench to be stabilized. Now the question is, who's going to spearhead that bench unit? Look, Jimmy Butler, you just don't replace him with a bunch of guys, dude. He's an all-star for a reason. Yeah. He's an all-NBA player for a reason.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
So if playing meaningful basketball was the goal at the beginning of the year.
For Steph, yes.
Okay. Well, what do you think at the beginning of the year? What was their organizational? They're going to say championship. What do you really think the goal
I don't think the goals change right now. You don't change the goals 9 hours after an injury.
I didn't say change them. There's no reassessment.
Right now, no. The goal stays the same.
It's similar to, again, I'm doing the cross-sport analogy. The Niners' goal was what at the start of this past season?
Make the playoffs and maybe win a game.
Similar to the Warriors, right?
Reset, yeah.
It's to, not that this Warriors team is in a reset kind of a year like the Niners were, but it's the expectations were, let's get to the playoffs. Hey, we won a first-round series last year. Can we do that again? And we'll go forward after that.
But Warrior fans are never satisfied. So there's an element of that.
No fans is ever satisfied. All our fans. Niner fans. There's Niner fans who want Shanahan fired. Yeah. There's Niner fans who think that Brock Purdy had a bad game when I'm watching the game saying, damn, nobody's open. So
we were crushing Saleh, Shanahan, Purdy, who had incredible seasons.
So, but hold on. But the goals can remain the same. It doesn't mean that they're not reassessing at the same time.
Yeah.
Their goal is, hey, let's compete. Let's get into the playoffs and roll the dice. They're also reassessing how they can get there. They're reassessing whether or not this personnel can get them there. So they're reassessing You're still reassessing, but you don't change the goal. The goal remains the same.
The goal remains the same, but
you're reassessing how to get there.
Correct. And within a fan base, your goal wants to be the same, but then your expectations start to shift. And that's the difference between an expectation and a goal. Those are two different things. I think
what we may get, like Trent Williams Saturday night, it was very alarming. I thought it was very enlightening, too, listening to Trent Williams after the game in Seattle where he said, look, guys started dropping like flies and your expectations change. And you know that, damn. maybe we don't have a shot at this. But then they start winning games and you're competing for a number 1 seed. But that's why there was no tears really after Saturday's game. They were like, dude, to get this far, to push Seattle, and look, it was 41-6, and they got destroyed. But I felt like the game was a little closer to what the score indicated because the second half, they just started going for it. There's some pivotal plays in that first half where I thought down 17-6, you get called for defensive holding on 3rd and 2, 3rd and 10, after Seattle bails you out and throw 2 straight passes. They hit Jake Bobo, who beats Luter off the line of scrimmage for a quick slam first down. It's your ball game. But they kind of knew that it was going to be tough to win a Super Bowl with all those players out. I think at some point with the Warriors, if they don't make moves, they know that there's going to be a ceiling for this roster without Jimmy Butler. That's why they traded for Jimmy Butler. That's why they traded for him.
Isn't it kind of, we were talking about it earlier, Bonte, it's kind of a cruel twist of fate that it happened against the Miami Heat and the day that Andrew Wiggins returns. It was very, the eerie, ironic, whatever word you want to use. It was just, man, just crazy, right? And then
second time he's limped off the floor at Chase Center.
Chase Center, yeah.
Once he did it in the Miami Heat uniform.
2024, he had hurt the knee, and then in 2018, he also hurt the knee in the meniscus.
And I was even thinking about it. There's no way it's going to happen. I don't think the finances are going to match up, and I don't think Miami's going to do it. I was like, you want Wiggins back, potentially? Like, I thought about it. I was like, do you take Wiggins back? Like, does that sound insane in all this? His salary's not bad. And you have to find like the right person. Do they want Kuminga? Probably not. I don't know. I was just thinking about it. And I know people are scoffing and people are shaking their heads. You know what you got with Andrew Wiggins. That's all I'm saying. You know what you got. And I know what I got with
not enough.
Aubrey and Vallejo.
Hey, hold on real quick on that.
Second best player on the championship team.
You know, we adore Cody Ross around here. We adore Marco Scudero. Wiggins did so much more than those two guys. It's not even funny.
Yeah, I know he did.
And I think, you know what it is with Andrew Wiggins?
After when they signed Cody Ross, I didn't think it was a good deal.
Right, but you know what, though? But they still love him. Everybody says Cody Ross, and they speak so highly of him. They still speak so highly of Cody Ross and Marco Scudero. They weren't half the players Andrew Wiggins was.
Agreed.
I think fans have never gotten over the fact that Andrew Wiggins left for 2 months due to personal reasons.
Yeah.
I don't think fans ever got over that because that's not fair to Andrew Wiggins. He was here for 6.5 years. Played really good basketball to go to State Warriors. Now, is he quiet? Is he demonstrative? No, he's not. No, he's a quiet guy.
I don't think people hate
No.
I
think.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I think people have a bad connotation towards Andrew Wiggins, whatever.
No, I think we won the trade. We got the greatest version of him. My God, thank you, D'Angelo Russell. Yeah. And thank you for being so great for 3 months. But you're asking, do I want him now? And the answer is no.
Sure.
Which is a different answer from, are you appreciative and thankful, which is yes.
Right, no, I just hear some of the things about Andrew Wiggins. Like, whatever, Andrew disappears and this blah, 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 blah. I'm like, wait a minute. This guy was so much better than those guys.
It was nice to see a big smile. Him and Steph dap up yesterday. That was nice. It was good.
Anyway.
Aubrey,
did people go crazy for the video tribute?
Yeah.
They gave him a great ovation. Yeah. Great ovation. He almost teared up.
Bolt, you know what?
And he has daughters in the video, man. Andrew Wiggins, quiet dude, loves his kids, loves to stay in the house and play video games. So Will O'Hara, a good friend of mine, Will O'Hara has a buddy, and they stayed in the same neighborhood as Andrew Wiggins.
Oh.
And Wiggins would just randomly come around, and he play hoops with these kids. Oh, nice. Did it multiple times. Just shoot. Hey, all right, I'm going to pass you the ball. Like, how cool is that? NBA player just chilling, hey, I'm going to go play with some kids on an off day, go shoot some basketball. It's like, I think that's kind of cool. No, you don't think so?
No, that is really cool.
That.
The whole Andrew Wiggins saga also started. They don't want to take the shot during COVID time or in the Bay Area. People were sensitive to that.
I haven't even thought about that in so long.
I know you don't, but that was the negative perception. And then it snowballed into other stuff, which, again,
there's a lot of people who don't want to take the shot.
I know.
The leader of this free world. I thought you were going to
go, there was a time when Kelly Oubre was more beloved.
Right.
Well, Nick Friedel. We can get Nick Friedell's thoughts on Kelly Oubre. Let's go
I'm not answering your questions anymore, bro.
Aubrey and Vallejo. What's up, Aubrey?
Guys. Man, I got to tell you, this last 48 hours has been hell for the Bay.
Feel me?
But I'm thinking now that, in light of what happened with the Butler's injury, should the Warriors try to swing the fences and go for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
How?
I mean, it's an ideal fit for Giannis because he wants, obviously, I can see him leaving Milwaukee. But the question is, can the Warriors get aggressive if they want any shot for Curry getting ring number 5.
Aubrey and Vallejo, I love the, swinging for the fences aspect of it. And yes, according to reports, the only player the Warriors would be willing to move off of Draymond Green in a trade for would have been, or is, I guess, Giannis. That would mean to me, if Milwaukee is doing that and taking on Jimmy Butler's salary to match all this, like, they're in a full just rebuild just from the ground up. That's the only way. And you have to attach a boatload of picks, which I think for Giannis, you guys would all be fine with. Bonte, you have a little smirk on you, little grin. What's up?
I want to hear from the fans. They want to shoot for the moon.
They want Giannis.
Hey, I'm sure the Warriors want Giannis too. Hey, listen. I saw Milwaukee
this
boo.
is the king here.
I saw
representing the Malfi Coast with Giannis.
The Mediterranean madness.
Positano, man. Positano,
you guys
great
need to go
place.
to Greece itself. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I almost went to Greece. I
Mykonos,
almost took a boat out there. Yeah,
it is
beautiful.
Santorini, it's beautiful.
Need to get out there.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure if I'm going to be able to do that this summer.
No?
Those play-in checks don't hit as well as those playoff checks.
No, it's more like baby number 2 coming.
Yeah,
That's what that is.
I'm happy for
That's
you.
what it is.
Come on,
More like it
I'm
is.
happy for you.
Listen, the Warriors watching Giannis get booted in Milwaukee last week and him bowling him back. That ship is sailing. Whether it's going to happen before the deadline or the summertime.
My favorite part of that call, Aubrey, is like, yeah, it'd be a great trade. He gets to leave Milwaukee. That's just every
hop
great
on the
trade.
Santa Maria.
You get to
We're
leave
going to new
Milwaukee.
land.
But he's looking at New York, and New York is looking at him.
Yeah, well, they got a lot of pieces.
They have a lot of pieces. They don't have picks, though, because they gave a lot of picks away from Michael Bridges.
Yeah.
But they have players.
I mean, they got, whether you love or hate these guys, like McBride, Cat, Brunson, Hart. They got so many.
Anunoby.
They got a ton of pieces they can deal.
They are mad at Mike Brown right now. They're
that honeymoon's over.
Yeah,
I like that roster.
They want Tibbs back. A lot of people, which is hilarious.
It was a lot of remove. Like Mike Brown, like you should have just kept Tibbs.
I agree.
Like Mike Brown, that person. I like Mike. I love Mike as a person, but his personality in New York City, yeah, it sounds good when you're winning games, and then you're getting beat by 30 by the Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
Come on, man.
Tim and Raleigh, Oreo Cookie, Laxman, TC, Cameron, Tish, all of you on the other side.
Yeah, get to them. Let's go.
Let's go.
Get the calls going.
Brought to you by Front Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Be here for the people.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
The chase starts here to make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
A Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11" from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10" from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
A lot of emotions today. Shout out Steve Scott, KCBS legend and PA announcer at Chase for the Golden State Warriors, Bonte. You know you love some Steve Scott. You want me to get one for you, too?
Scott. No, you don't need one because I don't. C chair. That might be a blow to my ego. No, I'm kidding. No, but he jumped the gun. He jumped the gun on one. I forgot what play it was, but a layup went in and out. And he's already going, Brandon! Forgot who's in. I swear to God, ask Steve about it. Is he here today?
Probably.
Steve's here, right?
He's here every day.
He's grinding.
Guy works.
Yep.
Got the old Bonte Hill schedule. Shout out Steve Scott.
Hey.
But you're not 5'11". He's lied, right?
Yeah, I'm 5'11".
Are you really?
Yeah.
You're 5'8"?
Not 5'8".
Not 5'8". I think they said 5'10" on the thing. Yeah, that's about right. Hey,
my dad was probably about 5'8", 5'7" at the end there.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
I don't even want to. I'm telling you, man. I've talked so much Kuminga over the last 8 months.
8 months, try like 6 years.
And well, you can't have a reasonable conversation about the young man.
Yep.
It's either like, okay, he doesn't fit the system. That's obvious. He doesn't fit. But to say the guy can't play basketball, to say the guy has no skills, I mean, I listen to Kenny Smith. I listen to Mully. I listen to these players, Thurl Bailey from Utah, Dominique Wilkins, who was just in
Say
town.
what you will about him, Austin Rivers.
Eddie Johnson, Austin Rivers, Eddie Johnson. Yo, scrubs on average 18 a game. Scrubs on average 20. Scrubs on average 20 in a playoff series. Scrubs don't do like the stretch that everybody's looking at that's been popping up on the internet when he had the 11 for 11 game against Atlanta, 25-9, and then 2 games later we saw the 8-game stretch. We lived it.
Yeah.
We lived what he was doing in real time. They went from a 19-24 team to a 46-36 team that lost in the play-in. Kuminga had his hand in that, but if you mention that, then you're a stan and you don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't translate to anything. So I think the best thing for both parties is just let's move on from Kuminga.
So no, I hear you, but like, okay, what happens let's say that the Warriors lose in the play-in after they trade Kuminga. And then what happens when you're recalibrating and Steve's like, I'm stepping away or I'm going to go wherever?
Oh, it's going to be bad. It will be a problem.
So then why? Okay,
so that's why I don't think, this whole trade for Kuminga, I would be shocked. And this is before the Jimmy injury. When I was here to chase it, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if he's here after the trade deadline.
But okay.
Because of that situation.
Kerr has earned the right to be able to let it play out, which I understand. I guess what my question is, doesn't the organization need to know definitively one way or the other before they make any of these moves at the deadline? Because they could lock themselves into something that they'll regret for the next coach. Or, they'll say no to a deal that could have helped Steve, and they're like timid as to whether Steve was going to be there. It's like a great example. Draymond and Pods. He likes those players.
Yep.
I'm less likely to move those players if I know Kerr's here again next year. Horford is going nowhere if Kerr's here. Like there are certain guys, and then conversely, if Kerr's here, Kuminga has to go.
Well, also the owner loves Draymond Green.
No, I know.
You got to factor into that.
Forget the owner for a second. I'm just talking about building the team that the coach likes. Because that's what you want to do.
But Joe Lacob has a lot of power in this organization. Yeah. A lot of power. Alongside Dunleavy. New coach comes in, may not have a lot of say on what type of personnel he wants. It may just be the Lacob and Dunleavy show.
No, that's a good point. But they also might simultaneously really love someone that could have been had at the deadline, or really love someone that you are trading away at the deadline. So, I think this is the aspect of what makes this very, very difficult. Right. And I'm not blaming Steve. He's earned the right to be able to determine his future. But simultaneously, I think it makes it very complicated for the organization to pick a lane on some of these players.
It's a tricky situation, no doubt about it. I'm not disputing that. You're on it. It's something to think about. We've discussed this off camera a little bit. Because of the Chris Webber situation, obviously Chris Mullin was on that team. And he talked about that Chris Webber situation a lot when we're off air. So that is a real thing. I don't know. I just don't know if I know Kuminga wants out. That I do know. And he just may need a fresh start. Like,
agreed.
If you got a new coach in, Kuminga just may be in the same setting saying, look, I don't want to be here. Because people are then, if you do struggle next season and Kuminga's around and Steve Kerr's not around, everybody's like, yeah, Steve Kerr's right. You bet on the wrong guy. I just think we need to just wash our hands from this situation with Jonathan Kuminga. I love the kid.
Yeah, but what about the other guys on the roster? Because right now you're saying hey, Draymond's a no-go for these reasons. What if the new guy comes in and is like, no, I need Dre to literally...
Well, you got summertime for that, right? That's what the offseason's for.
Yeah, but we had last summer and it was really hard to...
That's what the offseason's for. That's where you get to the offseason to say, okay, if the new coach comes in, that's when you start willing and dealing, because then they all have expiring contracts.
I know, but it seems like there's a sense of urgency to not waste another Steph Curry year. I know. I sound like I'm talking in circles.
No, we got Bonte on studio every Tuesday at this time, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. We're talking about it all. There's your mind can go 1,000 different ways after waking up this morning and seeing that Jimmy Butler tore his ACL and is out for the season. Where do the Warriors go from here? Where does Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Jonathan Kuminga, Dunleavy, Lakeup go 1,000 different ways? And we got 1,000 different questions. Let's go to the phones right now because they want to ask them. Laxman in Santa Rosa. The floor is yours, Laxman.
Hey, guys. At the risk of Bonte calling me an idiot, I think...
I'm not calling... No. Hold on. It's just a lot of... It's just a lot of stuff happening on the internet that's disrespectful. That's all. There's a lot of people...
I got you.
Not a lot of people. Just there's a small minority.
I got you. So I've been a fan probably since watching Rick Barry do the underhand shots, and I lived through the 90s, and I'm super happy with 4 championships. But what I'm not happy with, a caller a few guys back said, the fans are frustrated with the lack of direction. And I feel that, and I feel like they keep trying to spin their wheels and find this magic that may not be there. I don't see this team winning a championship, even if they pick up Giannis. I would like to see the young guys play. I think it's crazy to get rid of Kuminga. I think Kerr has probably worn out his voice. I think it's time to pick a new direction. I want to see Will Richard play. I want to see more Podziemski, even though I'm a little skeptical about him. I want to see what he can do with Kuminga and Moody and these young guys.
Aren't we seeing a lot of Podziemski though? We're seeing Podziemski.
Yeah.
Moody is starting a lot of basketball games.
Lately.
Yeah, no, last 6 weeks been great. We're seeing some of those young players. Will Richard has had, I think yesterday was his 15th start of the season.
Yeah. Well, I would also like to see him shave off Horford and some of these older vets that I wouldn't even mind trading Green, honestly. I'm ready to see a whole new chemistry, and I think you tell Curry, look, we want to do whatever you want. Like, we want you to be happy. If you want to go to another place, you want to go play hometown, we'll get you there. You want to hang out and be part of this rebuild, I think that would get me excited, but I feel like it's just been mediocrity since, the 2 years before that last championship and since that last one. It's frustrating, and it's honestly sometimes really boring to watch for me. So
that's a good point.
Thanks, Laxman.
I think when he means young guys, I look at someone like Gary Payton, who's been pretty good this year, right?
I think so.
Yeah, right. 33 years old, plays somewhere between 11 and 20 minutes a night, depending on the night. It can be really, really, really useful. But because he plays that chunk of minutes, it kind of lessens the load for other guys. And, what's his future? You play him because you want to win playoff series and whatnot. But if you're not going to be aimed and directed doing that, could those minutes be better allocated toward a younger player who could be farther along? It's kind of a yin and yang. And I'm not picking on GP2. I just think he's an interesting case study.
You're trying to win games, right?
Of course.
He's helping you win games.
Agreed.
Will Richard's still playing. Moody's playing. Quentin Post is playing.
Well, you just said something right there.
Post is playing.
If you're going for the full youth movement going forward, I don't know if you're trying to win games. You get what I'm saying? We're in this league, if you're playing a bunch of young guys, you're probably not a contender. You're not. You're not. That's just goes with the territory. This team has Stephen Curry and Draymond Green on it. You're not going. You can never go full.
And you had Jimmy before the.
And you had Jimmy before. That's what I'm exactly.
And Horford came here for a reason.
Correct. And D'Anthony Melton is 27, but he's a vet when it comes to the years.
I love Melton.
I love Melton too.
He's been great.
It's been awesome. I want to see more of him, quite frankly.
But I think it's more the I don't know. You're right. They are playing some of these guys.
These guys are all playing.
When Melton comes back, Will Richard does take a back seat. And then GP2, and now Buddy's back in the fold, and Buddy's playing a lot of minutes. I'm just saying, hypothetically, those could be allocated toward.
Will Richard's a 56 overall pick.
Love him.
They took a flyer on him. Now, he's a good player. He's solid for being the 56 overall pick. But if you're trying to win basketball games on a daily basis, you're going to play GP2. Any coach would do that.
Yeah.
GP2's, and he's playing well.
Yep.
He's playing well. So, but the other guys that the caller just mentioned, Post starts games. And if he's rolling, he gets more minutes.
Yeah, he does. He's very let's see what he looks like, and then his playing time is determined on if he plays well.
I think that's perfect. Moody is playing. He's starting games. Brendan Paczynski, I keep saying it. He's playing 26, 37 minutes a game.
He's like second or third in minutes overall for the season.
He's a third. So the only young player who's not playing is a guy who don't fit with Steve Kerr, doesn't see eye to eye with Steve Kerr, which is why they're trying to trade him. And that's Jonathan Kuminga. But their young guys are playing.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
We'll see tonight. Let's go to Cameron in Antioch. You know him and you love him, Bonte. What's up, Cam? Cameron.
Hello. How y'all doing?
Got you. What's up, ma'am?
How y'all doing today? I was gonna say, who y'all think more important for the organization, Curry or Kerr?
What a question, Curry.
What do you think Kerr would say, Cameron? What do you think Steve Kerr would say?
You would say Curry, which is the right answer. We got to really look. We got to really look at this. What's the reason Jimmy got hurt last year and this year? He is being run into the ground playing a position that he should not be playing. He is not a power forward. We got to look at how Kerr runs these guys into the ground with his rotations and what he does to these players. That is the main reason. It's time for Kerr to go. Yes, he did a lot for this organization.
Cam, I love you, Cam.
Thanks, Cam.
Cam, just no, let him say it. Keep him on.
No, he hung up.
He felt like it was a very innocuous play. It wasn't like some, him crashing into 6'7" or 5'7" footers at the rim because he's trying to like post up. Like
he's saying last year him getting hurt too. That's his fault.
It was a total accident.
Well, that's Steve Kerr's fault. He ran him into the ground.
He
didn't play for most of the season with Miami. He was fresh.
Let Cam finish, please.
Fresh.
Let Cam. I need a good laugh. I need a good laugh. I miss it. I miss that stuff. And then I don't miss it. So I realize how my stress levels are right now. Dylan was so...
I remember Cam seeing you at Chase Center with
he had a shoebox with his Steve. No, because he called and said I was lying about something on this clown's podcast that I jumped on for 2 minutes. I didn't even do an interview. Riley Young, hey, come jump on this podcast for 2 minutes. And I did. And he was like, oh, you guys at 95.7 don't criticize Steve Kerr. I was like, Shasky and I talk about the lineup combinations all the time.
Every day.
We were pro young players for so long.
The Ryan Leung podcast?
No, it wasn't his podcast. Somebody else's podcast. That show renamed Nameless. I'm not going to get that podcast you love.
My bad.
But Cam called and said, Bonte, why are you lying? And so I say, what do you want me to say about Kerr? You want me to say that he should be fired? And he goes, yeah. And then I called him a goddamn idiot. I said, get off my airwaves and don't call me back again. So then he showed up at the gatehouse and was like, hey, you're a lot taller than I thought, with a shoebox.
You're a lot taller.
Then he wrote, fire Steve Kerr.
You're 5'11".
How about, here's the kicker, which I'm glad this happened. He was live streaming the whole damn thing. So then these guys on the podcast, I get tagged in this tweet, and these guys are watching the live stream. Oh, this is so awesome. This is so awesome. They got Bonte on the gatehouse. So I'm like, all right, this is what's going on.
So he pulled a Yuck Mouth. Yuck Mouth famously was mad at Master P for taking the ice cream moniker from the Loonies.
Right.
And at some point, they were in a pool hall, and Master P showed up. And Yuck Mouth was like, damn. He's hella bigger than I thought. I don't think you understand how much bigger of a person in person that Master P was. Well, I think he's 6'4" as well, B.
Right. So
Master P.
He is Master P.
Yeah.
6'4". But so Cam's like, you guys,
true story.
Like, hey,
Bonte didn't shut the doors of the billiard hall and press Yuck Mouth though, aka Cam in this scenario.
No, listen, what do you want me to do? So somebody offered. I swear to God, there was a comment in the Tough Talk podcast a couple weeks ago.
Careful.
I swear to God, they got so mad at a take a JK of I because they said, you're a JK stan. And later on he said, well, I'll be outside. We can squabble if you want to. Do you want to fight me over Jonathan Kuminga? You ready to fight me? That's where we're at with fandom. That's where we're at with fandom. Dude, I got a daughter. I need to fight her. Dude, I'm in my 40s, dog. Like, dude, some of you fans just need to chill.
Serious.
I'm sitting up, but that's where we're going. That's why I'm like, you know what? Some days it's better for me just. I'm glad I'm only doing it once a week now. I can't imagine what some of you guys go through.
I mean, we got to
sometimes.
have perspective. We were talking about earlier. People
There's no perspective anymore.
Well, like Jimmy Butler tears his ACL. No one died, okay? No one died.
The dude said, no, he said in the comments, I swear to God. He said we can squabble.
Dude, what's the show that you and I were watching where the uncle would be like, we want to go outside and squabble?
Snowfall.
Oh, my
Go
God.
get the squabbles up.
Yeah.
Uncle Jerome.
the best.
Squabble. Somebody's in the comments, dude. I swear to God, I said this a couple weeks ago. Guy said, I'll be outside like that. We could squabble. It's like, all right,
Catch me
dude.
outside.
Now I got to walk
That's
outside.
like, did you watch the Diddy doc?
Of course I did. I
Okay,
watched
so
it
that's
once.
like let's go in the bathroom
You
right
watched the
now.
Diddy
Square
doc?
up. Let's go in the bathroom right now and square up.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not doing that, dude.
Well, Diddy will
You
send
guys
some.
didn't see the Diddy doc?
Someone will send.
That's all Suge Knight and his boys used to do. We're going to go in the bathroom, we squabble up, and we'll see who walks
Well, then
out.
he puts Diddy in the headlock. He's like, if you shoot me, you got to
Right.
shoot him. It's like,
So you got a segment of fans who wanted Steve Kerr fired for 5 years. I get it. It's like, where's this big boy business? No, guys, swear, just in the comments, dude. He said squabble.
So now when you walk out of the gatehouse, are you like looking over your shoulder?
No, I don't. I mean, anything can happen. I mean,
Keep your
maybe
head on
my
a
day.
swivel.
Hey, if God's plan, Bonte, yesterday, trying to beat the Piper, then it is what it is. Unfortunately, but I'm not trying to fight nobody, man. I'm trying to raise kids.
Here's another guy that loves Steve Kerr. I know that. Oreo Cookie, Oakland. What's up, Oreo?
Oh, man, I'm laughing.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's getting bad.
Oh, baby! What up, what up? The band is back together again. No Limits back. Nah.
Oh, my God.
What up, what up?
This ain't no P.
What's up, Oreo Cookie?
Let me say,
That's from the beginning of.
What up, what up,
Make
what
it
up?
say, oh, that's great. That was great. That was beautiful.
Oh, man.
Hey, man, so this thing about Kuminga, man, I don't know why everybody is tripping. You guys are right. Hey, look outside. The sun is out. It feels nice right now. Things are much bigger than sports, This Saturday, I had my football team lose a game that we weren't even supposed to be in. But guess what? We were still top 8. I'll take it. With my D team, I'll take that. But back to Kuminga, the fans want to see him play. The fans, the people that want to win. Like you guys said earlier, people call in and they probably ain't never been part of a team. Usually I come in with the perspective of someone that has been on a team and that has won. If I am on a team and I see one of my top 5 guys on the bench there not playing, I'm looking at the coach like, dude, what's up? Put him in. We want to win. If the point is to win, we're going to put our best 5 guys out there. Kuminga is one of our best guys, no matter how you cut it. So now we get to Kerr. It's hard to put a trade together when Kerr ain't going to be here. I don't think he even wants to be here. Why would we want him back and get all these young talent if he ain't going to play him, bro? He ain't developed no one. So for the trades, I low-key think we ain't going to do nothing. I think we're going to let Kerr deal with what the bed that he has created so he can lay on it. And then I think Kerr is out for this season, and I really am hoping that we keep Kuminga. And we'll see what we do in the offseason with the trades, what y'all say.
Hey, Oreo, what's the last thing you and your team won? When was that? Middle school, high school, college?
Let me see, 15, right? Freshman year, man. We won 1996 state champions, Oakland Babe Ruth All-Stars, baby. Holla.
Damn, 1996. Old man right there. Good God, 15 then. Couldn't even imagine.
That was only 30 years ago.
When were you guys born? Bonte and Chasky?
Why don't you just shut up?
Just come on.
You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
Real quick, I wanted to throw this back at him because Cameron came in and said, what? Who's worth more to the team? Steve Kerr, Stephen Curry. Who do you think's worth more around the league circles? Jonathan Kuminga or Steve Kerr?
The reason why Forbes has the Warriors valued where they're at, yes, they own their own stadium. Yes, they own the land, and so that goes into it. But Steph Curry's a big part of it. That's why they're like the third, fourth, whatever.
By the way, guys,
business entity.
You shouldn't even have to explain that.
No, I know, but it's like, come on.
I mean, this came in Antioch, too. I mean,
did you guys see the Athletics leader, all-time leader, list in sports. Did you guys see that?
Steve Kerr. Number 1, right?
That's right. Steve Kerr, number 1 amongst all coaches and players as a leader in sports. That's just a fact.
Yeah, no, I read that. But just the Kuminga thing. There's been people, I've talked to people more about Kuminga in the last 6 months than people have talked to me about Stephen Curry in the last 5 years. Every question. Bonte, Kuminga just doesn't fit. What do you think they do with Kuminga? I'm ice skating in Walnut Creek, going down a slide. Hey, Bonte, what do you think they do with the Kuminga? You think they're,
Listen to yesterday's show?
Montana?
No.
So when I'm in Seattle, I'm walking around the corner from the stadium. We're going to go all the way down to go see the 408 swag party or whatever. And this guy's serving hot dogs. And he goes, Joe Shasky, morning roast? And I go, yeah, what's up, man? He's like, takes the plastic gloves, comes walking with us down the block. He's like, I listen every single day. I go, oh, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. What's your name? What are they going to do with Kuminga? Who are they going to get? I go, bro, I'm getting ready for the Seahawks-Niners playoff game.
So,
you're in Seattle. He was a diehard Warrior fan, wanting to know what they do with Kuminga. That's all I want to talk about.
A lot of Seahawk fans I met. Let me just say, Seattle, the fans were nice to me.
They were nice.
They were very nice. And they were in their Seahawk jerseys. And they're Warrior fans because they don't have a basketball team.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I took a lot of photos with Seahawk fans like, yo, we love the Dubs, man. We watch all the time. What do they do with Kuminga? Kuminga. And all it's going to be now, Kuminga. Now all of a sudden you want to throw back in the fire?
Yes.
He's
an NBA player.
I know, I hear you.
Ready to play.
He will be ready to play. But again, he's not Jimmy. And so our expectations, if Kuminga starts playing 25 minutes a game, what's the expectation?
Just be a good player. What? 16 points, rebound.
I mean, he was doing that, but
the first mistake, he'll get ripped.
Well, so what?
Listen, this is what happens. He played as well as he could in that playoff series. There's no Stephen Curry, which means you don't get that spacing and gravity, right? He played his ass off in that series. Now, sure, can he rebound it a little bit more? Sure, you'd like to see a few more rebounds.
Well, he was rebounding better at the beginning of this year.
But I'm just talking about the playoff series.
Okay.
54% from the floor, 42 from 3. And people still, they didn't win a game.
Well,
they didn't win a game. It was empty. So it's not, unless it translates into wins. And it's the same thing with Kevin Durant. Think about Kevin Durant. Yeah, Kevin Durant. And when he went down against Houston, I watched it real time in my section and on Twitter. Well, we're playing like the old Warriors now. KD didn't play. He didn't buy into our system. He didn't play the way we want him to play.
Real Warriors basketball. Remember that?
Yeah.
Real Warriors basketball. Trey Lance, when he went down the Niners. Oh, Jimmy G's back? This is real Niner football.
So I don't even, it's starting to become, again, just like that, about Kuminga. I just want them to trade Kuminga. It's best for the kid to get a fresh start. It's best for the Warriors to trade him because it's going to be a distraction. It's going to linger and linger.
Okay. I know you run a risk when you play him. I think the best, I can't believe I'm saying this. I think the best is he plays tonight. I don't know what role. I don't know how many minutes. I think we need him.
I would be
I know. I would be
shocked
too.
if he plays tonight, but it's going to be a conversation.
He might come out there and get hurt. He hasn't played.
Oh, no.
He's played once since December 6th. No, I'm just saying. He hasn't played hard basketball since December. He's played once since December 6th. That was a 9-minute stint against Phoenix.
He's been playing soccer before, kicking the ball around.
I mean, 3-on-3 down in the practice court, it's not a real game time. You can't replicate that.
As long as he hasn't been training near a substation in Levi Stadium.
Yeah, but
I know.
On some level, just take a step back. I get it. It's his career. It's this. It's I understand. You can get hurt. You can get hurt practicing in those 3-on-3 situations. On some level, you're paid to play basketball. Can we just play basketball? I get it. The situation sucks. All right? It does. It does suck.
Hey, the guy's wanted to play basketball.
What?
He's wanted to play basketball.
Well, now you have an opportunity to if your number's called. I hope he steps up and does it.
I wonder what that conversation was like because, and we were talking about this earlier, Bonte, Jimmy and Kuminga clearly have a great relationship. Jimmy took him under his wing. Kuminga gravitates towards him as a veteran more so than any of the other veterans in past, whether that be Steph, Draymond, Clay, etc. He definitely gravitates towards Jimmy. What do you think that conversation was like between Jimmy and JK? Jimmy's not going to be rehabbing. He'll be with the facility, I'm sure, but he's going to be away from the team for a little bit. So, and that was JK's number one fan in that locker room. Do the dynamics change at all in these next couple weeks? I think that's a fair question. A little bit, right? Because I know Steph and Draymond are asked about it a lot, and they say, hey, JK's been a trooper. He's been great. He's been a great teammate up through all this. Like, and I know Jimmy is one of the leaders in that locker, or was one of the leaders in that locker room, and he always had JK's back. I'm just curious to see how that changes with Jonathan going forward.
It's an excellent point. Yeah. It's an excellent point. The great thing is, during this whole situation, JK's been a pro. He's been an absolute pro. Like, the whole thing over the summer, he's a malcontent, he's a cancer. None of that stuff was true. None of it was true. The contract that he was supposedly offered, none of it was true. So I don't get why we make up all these narratives about certain people, especially Jonathan Kuminga. None of it was true. So if he plays, great. And overall, I just hope the Warriors, and I think they will, we could take a page out the 49ers book. Resiliency.
Next man up.
The Niners had no business being in the second round of the NFL playoffs. No business with all those injuries. Can they be resilient? Is it even possible in basketball to be resilient and make up and win games despite not having a talented player? Yeah, absolutely.
That's where it started. Bill Simmons was talking about how, when Patrick Ewing's out, the rest of the team kind of galvanizes and comes together, and the sum of their parts is greater than the one player. And I mean, it's a great theory.
It's a great theory.
I mean, and also part of that is the NFL. Like, we felt like this is the most wide open it's ever been. And I know you said you feel like the West at the top might be a little more wide open. I do think it's still way more top heavy.
They're the favorites. There's
way more
no
top
doubt.
heavy.
They're the favorites.
San Antonio's very young, but their gosh, they're good.
They're the favorites.
Denver, they've won recently.
Gotta get Jokic.
Jokic, yeah. You got to. And they dodged a bullet, I think, with that injury. And then, what's going on with the Rockets? I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I still think Minnesota's yet to play their best ball.
Been on
no, I know, but like that team though has not been like 100%.
And they did that same thing last year, right?
Exactly.
Remember? And then they hit it at the exact same stride as the Golden State Warriors.
And I have this feeling that the Lakers are going to do something with LeBron's money. That's just my belief.
There's a lot there with them. Rich Paul.
They should move LeBron. I mean, just rid of.
I agree.
Rich Paul on the pot, and then acting like. And LeBron's like, I don't know anything. Dude, that's your agent.
Trying to
trade Austin Reeves.
That's your agent. That is, you want to talk about criminal and being
talking about Jordan, and he has no idea what he's talking about. Can we, real quick, I know we got the Fast Five coming up. How did two NBA players vote for Bronny James to be an all-star starter?
No way.
I am dead serious.
It's true. That.
Yeah.
I will read it to you right here. So, Lakers LeBron James, Bronny Jr., actually received all-star votes. The wonderful thing about the NBA all-star voting is that everyone gets a say. The NBA determines its all-star starters through a weighted score. Votes from fans, votes from the media, votes from NBA players. Everyone gets a vote. And Tim Reynolds is reporting 2 NBA players voted for Bronny James to start in the NBA All-Star game. Another 4 voted for Isaac Jones, who has scored 5 total points this season.
God.
So now they just the whole All-Star game is a mockery now.
Shocked you talking to me.
I still don't even understand the rules this year.
It's ridiculous.
Just make it USA versus the world. You said we're breaking it up into 3 games again?
Well, I've been confused. It was like, why do we even have East-West? Like, what's the point, right? Like,
just have USA versus the world. All-Star games used to be good.
How many points through 51 career games for Bronny James?
I don't know.
I don't know.
50?
97.
Oh, wow. That's more than I thought. I thought you could average a point a game.
Well, he goes in there and then Bron's like, shoot. Hit that baseline shot.
I can't believe Jimmy Butler tore his ACL last night.
I know.
You got the guy, Cam and Eddie. I blame Steve Kerr for wearing him into the ground.
It's a total freak play.
Let me just look at the average minutes for Jimmy.
You do that?
Over the last 18 games.
28 minutes.
31 and a half minutes a game
over
the last 18. Pretty good. They managed him pretty well.
Final thoughts? All right. Final thoughts today. We'll start with the man who joins us every Tuesday at this time, Bonte Hill. Your final thought is what? Go anywhere. We even talk Robert Saleh taking the Tennessee Titans job, and I guess it's been announced from Adam Schefter. It's a 5-year contract. So now the Niners need a defensive coordinator. They got a lot of holes to fill when it comes to the players. Now the coaching staff. I mean, we had the national championship game last night. He had Indiana with one of the most remarkable turnarounds for a sports program you'll ever see, finishing an undefeated season, 16-0. Fernando Mendoza going to be the first, Heisman Trophy winner and number one overall pick since Joe Burrow. There's a lot you can go to. God.
Yeah, no, I want to talk about the great city of Seattle. We had a lot of fun. Zach Green hung out with us. Anthony, we had a lot of fun.
He's high as a kite right now.
He's high?
Like he's
rolling high. Oh,
he's flying high.
Probably be his high, too. Some of the questions some of the texts I get from him. I don't know, man. I feel bad for Jimmy, man.
Yeah.
Jimmy was playing some really good ball. Now we see. Next man up, I guess. I don't really have a thought right now.
My final thought is this. Our poor Sam Lubman went to the game with his dad, and I hit him up on the side, and I was trying to explain to him. I was like, hey, look, man, be thankful you're there with your pops. Enjoy the time. Yeah, it sucks. And I think a lot of people that have gone on any kind of road trip, whether it's to go see the Giants, the Warriors, the Niners, whatever your team might be, in this case, he went and saw the U. Ryan Covey taught me this one. Go and see your team play on the road. Win or lose, it's so much fun. It's so much fun to go check out your team play. What?
I thought I told you that.
You did, but Covey was saying it for years.
You took it from Covey, Bonte.
Because Covey would always go see his Bears on the road.
Yeah.
And it's so much fun to go check that out. And your point about Seattle, what an A-plus atmosphere outside that stadium.
It was unbelievable.
A-plus.
The vibes before the game, just being on that field, and the electricity, man. Just walking in there at 1 o'clock, it was buzzing.
I'm excited
buzzing.
now. I'm excited now because they're going to play some World Cup games there in a couple months.
They are.
Balling.
I'm being real when I say this. Like,
it's a great city.
It's a great town.
It reminds me of San Francisco.
Yep.
I think it's flourishing downtown.
Yeah,
near that stadium, it was packed.
Well, it's interesting because I've never been there, and Shasky was telling me that they have no tailgate culture, but they have so many like restaurants and bars all around there.
Yep.
So everyone's congregating all around, which is also it's pretty cool.
Streets are blaming Shasky and I for being there. We're not 0-4 on the road together.
Wait, we're not.
I did go by myself to Dallas to Jerry's World. They won that game. Maybe I'll just go to road games without Shasky.
Hey, game 4 and game 3, Warriors. They lost game 3.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We did win those games.
So it's only the greatest game in Steph Curry's entire career.
We got one game on the road together. We won one.
It was fun. We sat together.
Hey, maybe we'll go to some Sharks games this year, boys. Huh? Sharkies. Big win yesterday.
Keep the Niners away from them.
You see the goalie fight?
Substation.
How far is the substation? I did see the goalie fight. They beat the Panthers twice.
They did.
They up in the city of Miami. They had a rough day. Hurricanes, Heat, and Panthers lose.
And Jimmy.
The Bay Area had to do with 2 of those outcomes. Yeah. There you go. Francisco Mendoza, we could claim him too.
Francisco or Fernando. Yeah.
What a performance for Mendoza.
He's tough, man. He's going to have to be because he's going to be behind a Raiders O-line that doesn't have anything.
Warriors Raptors tonight, man. It's a big pregame show.
All around.
Big pregame show.
How does JK play a minute?
I think he does.
Does he play tonight, Bonte? Come on. What's your crystal ball telling you?
This is going to be wild.
He's going to look down the bench, see her.
Oh, my gosh.
Nah, not Kuminga.
Dude, they had guys I've never heard of.
You're going in.
I think I'll know if he plays depending on how hard he goes in that warm-up.
Oh, so you're going to check out the warm-up.
Yeah, I got to get there early to check out the warm-up. I got to get some intel.
Who is this guy, Malavi Leon?
Yeah, dude, who was that?
Who? Oh, the two-way guy, yeah.
Is it my correctly? Malavi?
Has he played before?
No.
Does he know Quentin Post? Do they go back?
13 guys played. Melton sat out. Kuminga was the only one who didn't play.
If Bonte doesn't know,
we all were looking like, wait, who's that?
You think when Kurt pointed at him, JK was like, you talking to me? And he's like, no, not you. Move back. I'm talking to that guy.
No, JK doesn't really want him. I mean, oh, man, it's all funny games, man. It's all funny games.
He played Division I at Bradley.
Dude, you know.
What the hell is that?
Where's Bradley?
I think I'm off the internet for the next 7 hours.
Peoria, Illinois.
I call cap on that.
No, I am. I'm off the internet for the next 7 hours. I mean, seriously, we got substation talk. We got conspiracy theories. Salas in Tennessee, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. Go out and get another DC.
I live with these people. I love these people. Yeah. They're part of my family.
You know, it's a lot going on right now. A lot going on.
Great show today, boys. Let's do it again tomorrow, Joe. And Bonte, next week, I would like to talk about more about the San Francisco 49ers. But also, this Warriors team, a week from now, God knows what's going to be happening. So we'll talk about it all.
15 days.
Steiny and Goo next. I'm pretty sure they're diving into the 49ers offseason.
No,
all of that.
Steiny and Guru will talk about Bryce Eldridge and
you're right.
who the Giants will sign.
Tony Vitello was at the game. Yeah.
Maybe they're gonna. Maybe they'll talk Australian Open.
Who knows? Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kick off the new year with an exhilarating journey. Grab the keys to a new Toyota truck and turn every day into an adventure. Get low 1.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Make this year an unforgettable one in a reliable Toyota truck. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 2/2/26.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's kind of a somber mood here at the Chase Center. Jimmy Butler helped off. Wasn't putting much on his right knee. In real time, looked like his left. But it was his right knee. And had to be carried to the locker room. He tried putting some weight on it, but for the most part was not putting weight on that right knee. We have to wait for a report from the Warriors. He was smiling a little bit coming off. But just a tough moment. Jimmy Butler going down after catching the ball inside.
All right, that was Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. Last night's game, Warriors got a win, but they lost Jimmy Butler. He tears his ACL in the third quarter, and he's going to miss the rest of the year, Goo.
Yeah.
And what a lousy couple days for the Bay.
And you are correct. And you look at the totality of all the injuries, man, we could go back to, last season's playoffs with Steph's hammy, Bosa's knee, Warner's ankle, Kittle's Achilles, and then Jimmy's ACL. And when I heard him yelling on the ground, Steiny, that's when I was like, oh, man, this is serious. And what's funny is not funny. What's ironic is you and I were just talking about the Warriors and how healthy they had been. And, I was emotional, no tears, no thug tears. But the bottom line is we had been so 49er-centric, and rightfully so. We hadn't really talked about how great or better the Warriors had been playing. The second unit had got an identity, and Jimmy Butler was a big part of that. And why I feel kind of like dirty is I hadn't told you and Evan and the listeners how spry, because I've always felt like Jimmy was active, but I felt like he could do more. Well, he was doing the more. And I was seeing bubble like Jimmy, just, I don't know what it was, the new hairdo, the braids were out. I was like, okay, this is the Jimmy. Okay, we add to this, what do we got? And for him to be out and gone, I don't know where we go, and I don't even know what the questions are. I'll be in the house tonight, who cares? But I will be wondering, I'm being real like I am every day with you, is Jonathan Kuminga going to play? Like, I don't know what the questions or the answers are, but that's number one for me. The team needs him. He knows how to play in the system. Will he play? But this was a dagger, man.
Dude, you look great today.
What you mean?
I mean that jacket and that turtleneck underneath it.
Cut that,
Yeah,
Evan.
you look nice.
Well, I appreciate it. Going to the game. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. But
Yeah.
I love that jacket.
Yeah, thanks.
It's like a pea coat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look good, buddy.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
What do we do? Where are we at? Is it over?
Well, what do you mean by over?
People scoffed and laughed and snickered when you talked about this Warrior team with Jimmy Butler as being a title threat or doing what Steph wanted to have a shot. I knew they had a shot, but now there's no Jimmy. Steph's got to work harder. He was a maestro of the paint, Jimmy Butler. He was running the second unit. Do we have enough as is to fit to? I know the answer, no.
It wouldn't appear to be the case. Obviously, last year this was a 500 team. Then they got Jimmy Butler. They finished 23-8. This year they got off to kind of a slow start, but they've won 12 of 16 now, 25-19. Do they kind of go back to being a 500 team like they were before Jimmy Butler? To me, I have to look at it as what does it mean short term? We're 25-19 right now, 44
Season
games
high,
in,
6 over,
and we got to look at things long term too, which means probably this year and next year. I don't know what the answers are. You can't lose a Jimmy Butler and not think it's going to hurt you. So I don't know what you do. The trade deadline's in 2.5 weeks.
What do we have, really? If Jonathan Kuminga, his value has gone down, which I think it has, and I was hearing the guys in the morning with Bonte, Spadoni, and Butch, what are we really working with in regard to something somebody wants? Because if you ask me and you didn't, we need a Jimmy Butler type now. And I'm desperate. I'll take Monk, DeRozan, anything.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's a big blow, and I felt like even with Jimmy Butler, it was going to be difficult to make a move to get somebody in here who could help, but maybe they could have pulled that off. Acquiring a role player or somebody that can function and help this team. But now that Butler's out, I don't know. Do you take a more realistic view of this team and this season? And then what does that even mean?
Exactly.
You're still sitting with Steph Curry. You can't just mail it in. The Warriors, this is kind of what we all feared was a possibility. And now, we're going to find out Jimmy Butler's going to be gone probably 6, 9, 12 months. Who knows?
Yeah, wow.
I don't know. But yeah, the elephant in the room continues to be Jonathan Kuminga. Does this change the outlook for Jonathan Kuminga? On the surface, it would seem to have to. I mean, they're down Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga's sitting there. Problem is they may have something where he's just not going to play, even without Jimmy Butler. I don't know. The fair thing is, well, first of all, he hasn't played in a month, Kuminga. But when Kerr's been asked about him, not last night, but before, he's
last
like,
night
it's a difficult.
Yes.
Yeah, he said it's a difficult situation. So we are going to find out, I think, tonight whether Kuminga's on ice for good or whether he's got, another one of his kind of 9 lives.
Well, we talked about the All-Stars, the other 9 All-Stars for the East and West, not named Steph Curry, and not one of them was over the age of 31. And I bring that up just solely to put in hindsight, just put into focus how great Steph is playing. And all the chef has asked, and he's gone out there and busted his ass, is for this team to have a shot. So on the Guru computer, Steiny, if this ain't even about feelings. This is about basketball. I don't know how in the immediate you take on the long length Raptors who you owe them one. I mean, if I go to the game tonight and Kuminga's a DNP, then I think the Warriors, Kuminga, somebody owes it and it's fair to ask, okay, is he not willing to play for the team, or you guys don't want him to play for the team? And if I'm Mike D and Joe Lacob, good God, Stoney, what do you do? Because we're talking about the death of a dynasty, the possible death of a dynasty, and where that's at before the Jimmy injury. And now we're weeks removed from Kerr saying the dynasty was fading. Well, what is it now? And again, I can't. I'm just fixated on tonight. Is JK going to play, and do they want him to play?
Well, and this is the issue with the way Kuminga's been handled and the way Kuminga's handled things. If, you know, it was a few days ago, we heard that he might not have been hurt against Oklahoma City, and Kerr didn't know he was hurt and was told at the last minute. If there are, I don't want to say bad blood, but if there's an understanding between the two, the organization and Kuminga, that they're just not going to play him because he's checked out and they don't either want to play him or get him hurt, well, then you got to move him ASAP, I would think.
Well, ASAP has passed, and I know you still got time to move him, but I think a nightmare on Warrior Street, and I keep going to that, is now that you know you need him, nobody can front and say they don't need him, but the bottom line is, you can't let this deadline go by and he not play and still be on the team, right?
Well, I mean, the other thing is he said, get me out of here. He demanded a trade. Like that doesn't go away.
Stoney, we were playing so well, and I'm saying we because we're invested 12 of 16. I mean, they got a chance to go 7-1 on this road trip, and this injury just comes out of nowhere. I mean, it is truly Are you offended if I say, just as a basketball lifelong Warrior fan, this injury is devastating?
No, it's a hurter. It definitely hurts. There's no doubt about it. And it may change their short-term goals. Hell, it may change their long-term goals. But 888-957-9570. Here's what's going on today. It's going to be a lot of Jimmy Butler, but we're absolutely talking some Niners today. Ross Tucker is going to join us at 11 a.m., our Odyssey NFL insider. And then Shanahan and Lynch are talking to the media at 11:30. We're going to have that for you. So we're going to go Warriors first hour, Niners second hour, and then we'll play it by ear from there. All right, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by DAZN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, a couple super chats here I want to go through from Truth Jay-Z. Jates. No, Truth Jates. Love you, Jimmy. Thank you. Previs, Daniel TV, paying $4.99. Saddest part of all this is that Jimmy Butler is having one of the best seasons of his career at 36, top 15 in NBA in almost every analytical category. And then lastly, someone who, and then I'm not reading that one, Shades. We're not. It's just,
I didn't see it.
It's some derogatory about Kuminga, but I'm not reading that today.
Yeah. So
Jimmy Butler, torn ACL, out for the season.
Wow, man, just wow. and it was really starting to look pretty. It really was. Things were starting to come into focus. And the way that he was leading the second unit, he could breathe. He had space. Pods is playing. The team is playing. And now what do you do? And then I said, and I heard the guys, and they did it so well, talking about if you wanted to get frisky and, if a team wanted to get some money off their books, but in regard to moving Jimmy, and that was kind of cutthroat, but we know it's business. But the bottom line, Stoney, as you told me during the break, Jimmy has one more year after this one.
Right.
Yeah.
And he may miss some of next year.
Hello.
I guess we'll get more of a timetable over the course of time, but yeah, you said it. What do they do now? And I always say this, and all you can do right now is play Toronto tonight and see if you can finish up the homestand at 7-1. But yes, I don't know what you do, Goo. I don't the whole strategy of the Golden State Warriors, according to Dunleavy and Lacob, was a 2-year window. And now we're halfway through year one, and they're probably not a title contender right now without Jimmy Butler. Does that mean you pivot now? What does a pivot look like?
And what do you pivot to?
Exactly. I don't know. Again, and it's true, it's fair. Where does this leave Kuminga? Hasn't played in a month. He's played 10 minutes in the last 20 games.
But for the basketball dum-dums, if it's about the game tonight, until you can figure out what you're going to do and pivot to, his ass should be in the game in a perfect world, right? So for the basketball dum-dums, explain to me why when I go in that building tonight at Chase, Kuminga's a bump on a pickle.
Because maybe he just does not want to play for the Warriors. And maybe the Warriors feel like he doesn't want to play for them, and they're just gonna ride it out without him until they make a move.
Man.
Maybe.
Okay. So here I go. So much of me wants to say I don't trust the Warriors front office. I can't say that. They hit a home run or a grand slam last year at this time when they got Jimmy Butler, and if Steph Hammy doesn't go out, whatever. We won a round in the playoffs. But Stoney, I'm going Joe Shasky. This Kuminga thing, I keep going there, has been butchered so bad that I'm losing just a little bit of trust on him still being on the team. But now what's worse, and I feel like somebody's just thumbing a bruise, is now we know body-wise we need him, but for whatever reason, if you are right and he doesn't play tonight and nothing's going to change, that hurts. Because part of an immediate solution is put him in the game, see what we can get from him. He's a body. And Santos is hurt. And hopefully he'll be back. But this thing, the ramifications of him being gone, Kuminga is not enough. But for them to try to tread and still say he's not enough because of this and that, man, that can really put us behind the eight ball when we were playing our best basketball. Ouch.
Well, as it relates to Kuminga, I listen, they tried to move him in the offseason. They ended up signing him to a contract that they believed was favorable to end up moving him. He hasn't played at all. And there is so much water under the bridge that I don't believe, and I know this is going to sound callous, but I don't believe just because Butler got hurt that the Warriors aren't going to trade Kuminga. I think they're still going to trade Kuminga because
that clock's ticking.
They're at an impasse.
Yeah, that clock is ticking.
They got 2.5 weeks.
Right.
But I'm not convinced that now Kuminga is going to stay and going to. I mean, it's also a lot, and I don't want to say it's unfair to Kuminga. Hell, look at what Buddy Hield did last night. Hasn't been playing.
I've been yelling
every
for
time
him.
Every time he's called on, he does the job. But I wonder if the Warriors just feel like Kuminga has checked out to the point where they're not putting him back in, or they're not going to play him because he may have let them know that he's not invested. By the same token, if everything is fine with Kuminga and they're just quote unquote not playing him, well, then there's an opening for him to get some minutes right now. So what are you going to do with Jonathan Kuminga? And I think we'll find out tonight.
Yeah. Do you have a problem with me? And again, we're all emotional, right? And we don't know. Maybe the Golden State Warriors, I told you and Evan this, and I mean it. Maybe the Golden State Warriors, different sports, are about to get their San Francisco 49ers on. Next man up. And I know it's a different sport. I do. Do I believe that? No. But I'm giving them, a chance to respond. But Jimmy Butler was such a stabilizer, a guy that could slow the game down, a threat to get in the paint and live and eat there. So now we don't have that at our disposal. What if I told you now the roster construction is more on blast on what we don't have, partner?
Yes.
Without Jimmy.
You lost your second best player, and it's not even close.
Man.
I mean, you lost your second best player, and it's not even close. And he gave you a comfort level when Steph Curry, was out of the game. Listen, I got to believe that Lacob and Dunleavy, when they started this project, or when they really began to go down the road of trying to get Steph as much help as possible, and the players that they've acquired, whether it's Horford or whether it's Butler, they had to know this was a possibility. They had to. And if they didn't, in a way, shame on them. But kind of the way I look at it is, you doubled down and you went and got Butler to help Steph Curry. But the reality of the situation is what's ended up happening anyway is Steph got hurt last year to take you out of any contention. And now Butler got hurt this year, which is going to mess up the season. So, as great as these two players are, they were the ones who got hurt, and it's really impacted, obviously, last year how far they could go, and this year whether they're going to be able to be successful or not at all.
Where do you get that scoring from? Where do they? I mean, Jimmy was playmaking for others.
Yep.
I mean, oh my gosh. And can dunk. And I got to give Bonte some love. He was putting some respect on Potts this December, and he's playing. I'll just leave that there, okay? I do have to say this. I've been listening to Bob Fitzgerald do Warrior basketball my whole adult life. And when this injury happened yesterday, you tell me if you heard this, Steiny. I don't know how you took in the game.
Stop!
But he did, Fitz, I was right he was right in the lab with me. He said I'm paraphrasing, if Jimmy Butler is gone for any amount of time, this season's done. This is the most optimistic dude, right? Mount Rushmore of optimistic. And I said to myself, he just captured what every Warrior fan is feeling. How do they stave that off? And I'm going candles in the Bible, Steiny. Do you pick up the phone now if it truly is all in for Steph and call Milwaukee and tell them, I will give you everything you want for Jan? It's like, tell me I'm crazy, or do you just open yourself up to, that's all we got left is to try to mortgage the future for Steph?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm trying to get to, or, without short term, what does it mean for the season? Long term, what does it mean for the Warriors? And we know that they've been contemplating trying to get a bigger name in here, and whether or not they would be willing to give up future first.
Okay.
And after an injury like this, are you more likely to give up future first or less likely? I know the way I'd feel. I'm a little less likely to. Because, if we're really gonna mortgage, not mortgage, but we're really gonna give up a couple first-round picks in 2026 or 2027 to get a guy in here when we know that we're still down Jimmy Butler.
But we still got our first best player, who that was you were a slave to that mindset of anything for Steph, and he's balling. So I get that.
You keep going down that road?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
well, let me ask you this. What's turning around look like, making a U-turn?
Well, I mean, that's one of the problems with the timing of this. They're 25-19.
Season high, 6 games over.
Right. But now they're going to be playing without Jimmy Butler. So are you a play-in team? Are you worse?
Well, I'm going to be honest. You were that with Jimmy Butler. As great as it's been here lately, you still were the AC. 2 back of the Lakers, 2 back of Phoenix.
So if that's who you were with Jimmy Butler, and you know you're not going to have Butler, I don't know that you bring another guy in here who may never play with Butler. You know what I mean? I mean, I could see it if, like, you thought Jimmy Butler was coming back, and in 9 months, maybe at the All-Star break next year, you'd be sitting with Curry, Butler, and this player you're talking about. But I don't know. I don't know that they can do that now.
All right, Curry broke his hand in 2021? Give me the years. And then we got Wiseman. I'm not being negative because it's not in my nature, but if somehow this thing was to get funky, they don't make a move, they keep Kuminga. Do you really think getting a better draft pick and hoping that you get a player or is that just dumb talk or loser mentality?
The problem is they've already won 25 games. And I got to believe, even if it doesn't go well in the second half, they're still going to be, a couple games under 500?
Right.
So
you ain't getting first. I got you.
They're gonna get to 40 wins probably, right? They're gonna get 15 more wins, even if they struggle. Well, that's not low. That's not really low enough. It might put you in the lottery, and maybe you get a break.
So let's do this. Put yourself in Curry's shoes. Forget Lakeup and Dunleavy and any other Warrior player. What's Steph eating his oatmeal this morning, talking to the kids, getting them ready for school? What's he thinking? What are the ramifications with the chef right now? And his chances or their lack of with no Jimmy?
I mean, he knows. He knew with Jimmy it was a long shot. So I'm sure Steph Curry knows that they're in trouble. They're in trouble. I mean, there's no other way around it.
This is big trouble.
It could be. I mean, this could jumpstart a rebuild. This could jumpstart a pivot from the organization. Let's jump into a call or two here. See, talk to Dan. Dan's in San Francisco. Hey, Dan, how's it going, man?
Oh, it's going terrible. I can't believe this knee injury. Man, I'm bummed out. I don't know which direction they go in. Do they rebuild entirely? Do they try to make a lot happen? But Guru was saying, where do we get the scoring from? And now it seems like, DeRozan is not a bad option straight up for Kuminga. They make similar money. That's just one deal. He could be your super sixth man. And then if you put Butler and Buddy and as many picks as possible in another deal for Claxton, who makes $25 million, MPJ, who makes $38 million, Butler was never even thought of in a possible trade for MPJ. And now he could be the filler for a team who's trying to tank. So I'm thinking I'm just working with the trade machine and, doing the nonsense you do after a knee injury like this as a fan. And I think they could do something. I mean, with Steph, Melton, MPJ, Claxton, Draymond, and a bench of your six men of DeRozan, Paz, Moody, Gee, Horford, that doesn't sound so bad. Unless you want to just blow the whole thing up.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to Evan on this one. So, Evan, the Warriors right now cannot trade Jimmy Butler. Is that correct?
No, you cannot.
Tell them why, E.
Because there's an injury exception, and they would have had to apply for it like they did last year with DeAnthony Melton, which helped them net Jimmy Butler by January 15th, which was 5 days ago.
Wow.
So you could trade him this summer, but Jimmy Butler cannot be traded at this deadline.
I'm not saying that they would, but just the fact that you're hamstrung. I mean, if you thought of it,
Well, and the other thing is, even if you can move Jimmy Butler, who's trading for Jimmy Butler on the last year of his deal when he's going to miss half the season? Hell, he could miss more than that.
That's like buying a Ferrari in the shop, you know?
Yeah. Let's go to Bud is in Oakland. Hey, Bud, how are you, man?
What's good, fellas? Hey, let me talk to y'all for a second. Hey, so Guru, you kind of was on to something about picking up the phone, but just like the last caller, you're not picking up the phone to call Milwaukee. You're for sure calling Brooklyn. You're for sure calling Brooklyn. Now, here's the thing. I do think everybody is kind of making a valid point. I think the ball has fell perfectly for both sides, for Kuminga and the Warriors. Now, yeah, it sucks that Jimmy's gone, but this is the best opportunity for Kuminga to advertise. You know, when you're advertising something, you got it in the windows and nobody buys it. You take it off the shelf. You gotta re-image it. You gotta bring it back up again. And you know, it's all about what you did for me now. What can you do for me now? So whatever Kuminga did last year, no other teams have that in their mindset. Nobody's thinking about that. So what you got to do is you're not going to just put him out there for excessive minutes. You're not going to just let him try to score crazy. You're going to see if he can get out there and just do the things that you're asking him to do, which is help advertising him and helping the Warriors advertise him to see if somebody, it's like dangling the bait on the fishing pole in the water. You know what I mean? You're trying to dangle the bait. So I think it's going to help both sides if this guy can actually touch the floor and kind of re-image himself for other teams. Also, I heard people talking about, when Steve Kerr leaves and he's gone and coaching and this and that, and everybody's thinking about it. I have the perfect name, coach replacement, for the young guys or for this team when Steve Kerr is gone.
Who is it?
Luke Walton. Thanks for taking the call, fellas.
All right. Yeah.
Luke? Yeah. But he gave it some thoughts. You got to give him some love.
Kerr
may be going nowhere either. Right.
Yeah, this is just my opinion, but we're past all that with this working out for Kuminga and the Warriors, and he's going to come play 30 minutes a game and keep them afloat. It feels to me like that's a little naive right now.
And you already should know you got enough of, we talked about it, but you got enough footage of the good Kuminga, the bad Kuminga to me. So it's not like a week worth of tryouts is going to change somebody's mind, but what'd you say, 2 weeks into the deadline?
2 weeks Thursday, on Thursday. Let's go to Phil in San Francisco, dose of positivity. By the way, don't forget, Ross Tucker, 11 o'clock, Odyssey NFL Insider. We'll put a bow on the Niners season. And Shanahan and Lynch, I made a mistake. They're talking tomorrow at 11:30. So we'll have Ross Tucker at 11, and then tomorrow we will take Shanahan and Lynch. What's up, Phil? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Doing well.
You do it? Oh, good. This is, it's definitely a blow losing Jimmy, but I don't think the sky is falling here. I think with the real noticeable signs of improvement that a lot of the younger players have been making, like Pajemski, like Spencer, like Gee, like Moses Moody, I think this team is going to stay afloat without Jimmy. And even if they don't make a move or they can't make a move with this trade deadline coming up, with the team as it is right now, I still think they're good enough to make the playoffs. Are they good enough to make a championship run? That's pretty doubtful, I guess. But they have options, and we've got the trade deadline coming up. What's going to happen with Kuminga? Everybody's wondering about that. I don't know, but this is not. I don't think it's quite as grim of a situation as it may seem to be. So that was just my 2 cents about that. I wanted to sort of agree with the last caller, not about Luke Walton, but about playing Kuminga. And Kerr was questioned last night about, well, does this mean that it's still possible for Kuminga to come off the bench and play,
right,
fill that role? And he said it's totally possible.
Right,
totally possible.
You know what? And Phil, thanks for the call. And I don't disagree with you. I think the problem is Butler's injury means that you can't dream anymore.
Damn.
Butler's injury means that, it's not now about getting into the playoffs and getting a crack at it. I think I think we know that that's probably pie in the sky. Now, the idea of, the Warriors are 6 games over 500. They don't have Butler, and now Moody and Kuminga and Post and Pods are on the clock. I think it's possible, yes, that they could stay afloat, maybe stay in the box in the play-in. Who knows? But who wants that? You know what I mean? Like, everybody's going to have to change their expectations of this team in order for them to get any kind of fulfillment out of it.
Yeah, and for you to say not to dream, Stoney, that's powerful. A day after Martin Luther King Day, but I get it. And I sent you and Evan on the Vine last night. This ran #random. I don't know what Mike Brown's doing in New York, but he's not doing himself any favors. And you think I'm crazy? I don't even know if they got the assets, the capital. But, man, what's the availability of Karl Anthony Towns in New York if you were to call them? And if that were because it seems like him and Mike Brown aren't on the same page. But I guess I am doing what you're saying that a lot of Warrior fans can't do, Stoney, and that's dream. But, I mean, I didn't want this guy in a Warrior uniform, and I won't hate on him. But if you were to get DeMar DeRozan, he would feel like Kevin Durant. And the reason he would feel like Kevin Durant to me is the dude is a polished scorer, but I'm keeping it so real in 100 on what the basketball gods are asking this Warrior roster to do is currently constructed without Jimmy Butler. And the last caller was on point, but I felt like he was not giving Jimmy his credit as to why Guy Santos, Pods, and the others have taken that next step. And it's a collective, but I think Jimmy Butler was a big part of that. And that's why watching him work with the second unit, I mean, it was pretty. And now that's just been ripped out from underneath us. But, partner, just for the optics, I really feel like Steve Kerr was keeping it real when he said, and he told Bonte and Evan when they filled in for us a couple weeks ago, Kuminga was going to play against OKC. He didn't play. I believe Kerr meant that, yes, he's going to play, but I think the microphone and the real answer needs to come from the player. Like, does Kuminga even want to go in the game at this point?
Right.
For the Warriors.
Well,
after they've given up on him or basically told him, you can't play with this. Does that matter? Or does Kuminga say, you know what, dude got hurt, they need me, I'm going in. I love the game.
I don't know what's going on.
Are you holding grudges? And I would understand it.
I don't know if I can go get DeRozan. I mean,
you don't like him?
I mean, I'm not convinced that if you drop DeRozan on this team right now, they'd be better.
Ooh.
I'm not convinced.
I feel like I could count on 18 points a night.
So you're going to bring another 36-year-old in here? Right. I mean, hey, desperate times call for desperate measures, but I don't know. I guess they got to look at everything that comes across the desk. All right, Ross Tucker's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll finish up with the Warriors before Ross, and I'll jump on some of these calls that we got. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week and earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit. Just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, I've covered the Bay Area for years, and I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your fave store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Let's keep having fun. These football playoffs are rolling on, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all this action because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy as you know. You pick your favorite players. They're going to go higher or lower on all the stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, interceptions, whatever. Get them right, pair them up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, you got good defenses in these playoffs. You got weather in certain environments. I would really lean toward going lower than on passing yardage for a lot of these quarterbacks coming up. That's kind of been the trend. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online ncpgambling.org.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is subdued because of the injury, waiting to hear the news.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Obviously, we're talking about Jimmy Butler. tore his ACL last night. He's going to miss the rest of the season for the Warriors. In 10 minutes, we're going to jump into some 49ers real quick with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, talk some NFL playoffs.
Robert Saleh got a new job.
Yes, he did. Tennessee Titans.
I don't know why I appreciate him picking that because, Evan and I were going back and forth at the cafeteria about, that job and how cute it was or attractive it was. But Robert Saleh was like, you know what? The hell with it. Things changed, and we've seen that with the Jimmy Butler injury in life and in sports. If they want me, I'm going. So good luck to him in Tennessee.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so what do the Warriors do now? Where do they go from here with Jimmy Butler?
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
How would you, a man of many words, where are they at now? Where's here? Where do they go from here? Because we're an 8th seed, we're playing better, but where's here? Where do we? How would you describe here?
Well, that's what I mean. They're 2.5 weeks from the trade deadline. They were playing their best basketball of the season, 25-19, but they just lost their second best player. So they're sitting at what, 7 or 8 now?
Yeah, 8.
And now they just lost Butler. So I think you got to look at things realistically, and I think the first job is, can we still make the playoffs? And maybe we'll have to go through the play-in if we have to make the playoffs. This is the problem with Steph Curry. You can't tank.
Right.
You just can't. And this might have been the year to do it if at this point. But again, they've done They've already won 25 games. There's going to be 4 teams out there that never hit 25, so you probably could lose 38 in a row and still not get the number 1 pick, right, by the chances. So and we also got to talk about, what does this mean for Steph?
No doubt about it.
What, he wakes up today and
his job has become way more difficult.
I mean, he's been around forever. He probably knows that they ain't winning a title now. They lost their best shot at it, and I don't know what he's willing to do and what he's feeling these days, because he was all in on this as long as everybody was healthy too.
Yeah, and this is a scary thought just that I've had with myself, even going back to last night. So stylistically, Jimmy and Steph were like peanut butter and jelly, just opposites, right? But they worked well together. So now Toronto's first up. They get the first crack at the Jimmy Butler-less Golden State Warriors. And unless you're telling me Pods or somebody else on the roster, Melton, and it can happen, is going to take their game up not a notch, just notches. I mean, how easier have the Golden State Warriors, how easy are they to defend now, and how difficult now in regard to space? We've seen problems before the Jimmy trade and how that impacted Steph Curry. See, I'm thinking about all that stuff, and maybe I'm being too negative and I'm not looking at the positives, but I can't find a positive as of yet because we don't have a Klay Thompson in our prime. We don't have a Kevin Durant. So, again, the beauty about sports is we're going to find somebody on this team not named Steph Curry can step up, but those are the ramifications of this injury and how they could cripple, us winning games and how far we can go.
I don't think there's any doubt about that it's going to impact how far this team can go and how many games they're going to win.
Wow, man.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Daly City. Hey, Rich, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
So I'm a diehard fan, longtime fan, and Curry earlier on said he wants to be relevant, and especially in his last few years. And so I would ask him, hey, you're not going to be relevant on this team for the next couple of years because we're locked into Jimmy's contract and Draymond's contract for the next 2 years, and he ain't going anywhere next year. Do you want to be traded? And then trade him to a contender, trade him to Houston, to young teams, or, maybe ask if he wants to go somewhere relevant. And then this is the best, one of the best years for the draft. Try to load up in draft picks, assuming, of course, that he says, yeah, I want to go to try to win another championship. now's the time. I just don't want them wasting this year like they did with, when they were playing Lamb and the other guy.
Jerome.
When they have all these young guys, they're not going anywhere realistically. And so this is the time to play the young guys. I mean, what other choice do you have? And you're giving him the opportunity to go where he wants to go if he wants to do that. And then if you do, then load up on draft picks. Trade Draymond to Detroit, to a young team where his skills can really matter and teach young people how to win. Get another pick.
Well,
and then restock.
No, I get it. And I wonder how many fans are really...
Steph Curry's a cash cow. Joe
really
Lacob
there
ain't doing that. You know what I mean? Now, I guess he's talking about if Curry went to management. But we would need a month worth of failure of basketball and drop in the standings for that to, and I don't even think it would pop off then.
I feel like they've probably talked about this already. And, Dunleavy and Lacob, I'm sure, talked Curry into this 2-year window. And obviously they did because he signed that extension a year ago. And they put their eggs in this 2-year window. And I guarantee you at some point, Steph or even Dunleavy said, all right, well, if something happens or it doesn't work,
right,
we got to be prepared to pivot. I don't know what that means for Steph Curry. I mean, I don't know. Steph Curry doesn't seem like the type of guy that would be like, hey, remember, we had a 2-year window, but Butler's hurt, so get me out of here. I don't really see that. But I also know that Steph's realistic and probably knows this is it for any chance at a title this year, as far-fetched as it was before the injury.
I hear you, and you got me thinking, and this is my fear. You just tell me what you think. Do you think we're done seeing Steph Curry contend for a championship here in Golden State with this injury? Like, would that be fair to you? Or what some would say it's obvious, Goo, or... that's what this injury means to me.
I mean, I certainly, I wouldn't have bet on Steph to win another championship here a year ago.
Well, now we're talking about how close.
And
Western Conference Finals, a couple of series wins in the playoffs. Like, all that's in question for me, man.
Yeah. I mean, they got to figure out how they want to handle this situation, whether they want to try to react quickly and get some help in here immediately, or whether they think that I can understand, how the Niners, a lot of people criticize the Niners at the deadline because they didn't do anything.
Right.
And I think the reason was because they never really thought they could win a Super Bowl with the injuries that they sustained. So they were like, is there anybody really that's going to make a big difference? And I think they decided no. And I could see the Warriors doing the same thing right now with being offered players that they might not think even can make them that much better. And maybe then not even doing something like that.
Yeah. I'll say this to that. I do wonder upstairs with management if some players were untouchable, like a Draymond Green. I'm just going down anybody on the roster at this point. Has that now changed? If they were to get if they called or, something was attractive to them, would anybody not named Steph now be available? And I guess I'm mainly talking about Draymond Green.
The other thing that I don't feel great about is, and I know there's talk about, what's Steph going to want? And maybe I've contradicted myself over the years, but you can't make a decision on Steph Curry because Jimmy Butler got hurt. You know what I mean? Unless this has been talked about in detail, you can't say, well, now Jimmy got hurt, so we got to move Steph. Unless there's been, they've talked about it, and if things go downhill, maybe he'd be open to it. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I get Butler. It hurts Steph's chances, but should a Jimmy Butler injury change the way you want Steph to finish his career? If you want him to finish it here.
Well, he wants a chance. He's told us that. So my question to you, to dumb it down, is, okay, Jimmy got hurt. Everybody's hurt and disappointed. But I think Mike D and Joe Lacob's job is to continue to be aggressive. And now it's Malcolm X, and I wonder if it's Malcolm X by any means necessary. So, because Jimmy got hurt, and I don't remember my boss got fired, Stoddy, one monkey don't stop the show. So they got to be on the phone trying to do whatever their due diligence to get somebody, maybe not as good as Jimmy, but they can be productive and give the Warriors, keep kicking that can down the road of hopefully we get in and we could be dangerous like last year up until Steph got hurt.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't think that's realistic.
And maybe you're right.
I just don't think you can you've lost Jimmy Butler for the year. Okay, so he's gone. Now you make a trade. All right, maybe you could trade Kuminga, who hasn't been playing, for a functional player. All right, so that functional player comes in here.
That's a start.
But are you you might not be as good as you were when you had Butler healthy.
Don't you owe it to the team and the masses and Steph to find out?
I don't know. Do you think Steph minds if it's a 40-win team or a 45-win team? I don't know. All right, let's switch it up to a little football now on 95.7 The Game. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What's up, Ross? How you doing, man?
I am doing terrific, fellas. How are you guys doing?
Hanging in.
It's been a tough couple days out here in the Bay. 49ers got waxed on Saturday, and now Jimmy Butler's out for the year for the Warriors. But we're hanging in there, Ross.
I had heard something about the Butler thing, and yes, I saw what happened Saturday night. I got to tell you, I thought it would be a closer game than that, but I'm not altogether surprised, just in the sense that it felt like at some point all these injuries and, everything that the Niners had gone through would kind of catch up to them. I thought there was a very real chance that would happen in the second half of the Eagles game, and it did not. And I give them a tremendous amount of credit for winning that game. I think in future years or down the line, people will appreciate, and maybe they already do, but they'll appreciate what the 49ers accomplished this year more so than maybe they even do right now. I mean, to have that home game week 18 with the number one seed on the line, to win on the road with all those injuries against the defending Super Bowl champions, there can only be one Super Bowl champ. And I know the 49ers have enough talent that any year it's not them, there's a reason to have some disappointment, but it still ultimately was a very successful season given the circumstances.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ross. Good to have you. And I want to start there. What was the Seattle Seahawks defense able to do twice to this Niner offense that the Eagles defense couldn't do, even though it was a close game in Philly? Talk to us about that, because I had Philly, their defense, up there with Seattle, and now that the dust is settled, I'm like, damn, Seattle stifled the Niners offense 8 quarters. Talk to us about that discrepancy.
Totally agree. I think it's, a great look for Seattle. I mean, 9 points. 9 points they allowed in the last 2 games that they played, both against the 49ers. That is crazy impressive. And the Eagles, I'm with you. I thought the Eagles might have had the best defense in football over the last couple of months, but they gave up 23 points to Brock Purdy and company. I think a couple things happened. The Eagles did not play particularly well on the defensive side of the ball for whatever reason in that game against the 49ers. You saw some mistakes, some mental mistakes that they don't typically make. Seattle was on point. I mean, Seattle was locked in. And even though Purdy was able to escape a few times, clearly I thought Seattle's front did a better job of getting pressure on Purdy than did Philadelphia's.
Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We're joined by Ross Tucker, NFL's Odyssey NFL insider. And here, when we talk about quarterbacks, Ross, and the best ones in the NFL, my criteria is, who are the quarterbacks that pretty much can ensure that you'll make the playoffs? And I get it. Lamar Jackson and Mahomes didn't get that done this year. But, Mahomes and Reed, you figure they're always going to be successful. Can we start putting Shanahan and Purdy in there, that if those two guys, are your quarterback and coach respectfully, that they're probably going to be competitive at the very least?
I think competitive, yeah. Now, obviously, last year was not a banner year for the 49ers, and they had those guys, but I would agree. I think that they are it's a very nice symbiotic relationship. I think Purdy sees the game the way Shanahan wants him to see the game. I don't know that Purdy will ever get the credit that he probably deserves for how good he is, how consistent he is. And a lot of that's draft status and stature even. And he doesn't make that many wow plays. But it's funny, I've seen this for years. When you're a quarterback that operates the offense effectively, it's not a lot of wow plays. Because it's getting the ball out on time, in rhythm, where it's supposed to go, and then people will call you a system quarterback and say you're not that great. And there's a long list, Tom Brady, people still will call him a system quarterback. You can say that about Breeze or Peyton Manning, or even on a lower level, Kirk Cousins, or anybody that doesn't make the splash, flash, highlight plays gets put in this category of, he's more of a game manager. He doesn't do anything that special. The truth is that is special. Operating the offense at that high of a level and getting the ball out on time where it's supposed to go, to the open guy, to the right person, that is a special trait that some of the guys that can make special physical plays don't really have.
Ross, something else that became apparent to me, too, is, obviously Kittle didn't play in Saturday's game, and we don't know what part of next season he's coming back. I like Jennings and Demarcus Robinson. They're cool. They're okay receivers. But the debacle that was Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, the opportunity was there, and unfortunately he was in and out. And I'm thinking, Brock's already been to a Super Bowl, but Ross, for him to take that next step, how imperative is it for Kyle to get Brock some weaponry on the outside? Because I feel like they didn't have that.
Well, it's a good question. I think it depends a little bit on how they feel about Pearsall moving forward, because it feels like Ayuk is on his way out somewhere else. But I kind of felt that same way, Guru, watching the Bills on Saturday. Both those teams, but the Bills, Josh Allen, his go-to guy down the field is Brandon Cooks, who's on his sixth team. I think Brandon Cooks has been traded more than any player ever. And Brandon Cooks is a nice player, but
I get
for the Bills to get where they want to go, they need someone better at that position. And I think you could probably say the same thing about the 49ers. I don't know that they need it, but it certainly feels like it would help.
Ross, does it matter that, the 49ers are, let's just say they're a pretty good team. But does it matter in that organization in terms of their strategy moving forward that they are in a division with the Rams and the Seahawks, two teams now that look to have some separation? Or do you just worry about, getting better from this particular team to next year?
I think it does matter. I think that, they probably have to be more aggressive than they otherwise would be. Not that you would be conservative, but if the 49ers were in the NFC South, I don't know that they would look at it and say, we really got to go out and get this guy or get this guy because we're competing against the Falcons or the Panthers. NFC West, with what the Rams have and what the Seahawks have, you better swing big. Because just being good is not going to be good enough. You don't want to be a Niners team that's just good enough to not be good enough, if that makes sense, which is where I feel like the Packers have been for a long time. If you watch all these Packers playoff games every year, they're just good enough to not be good enough. And at some point, what's the fun in that? which is why I'm not shocked what the Bills did firing McDermott. The Bills got tired of being just good enough to be not good enough. They want to take the next step, and we'll see. The Niners need to do that probably from a personnel standpoint. I wouldn't just assume getting these guys back from injury is going to be enough.
Wow. On top of that, I'm sure you heard the news that Robert Saleh, who did an excellent job, Ross, I don't know if you agree with that, with no-name young guys on this defense this year, is Tennessee Titans' new head coach. And DeMeco Ryans came after Saleh, and he did a great job, and he's a head coach. But Nick Sorensen, Steve Wilkes, the team still won. They got to the Super Bowl, but it wasn't smooth. How big of a deal is it for Kyle and John to nail this next defensive coordinator to this young defense, getting Bosa and Warner back?
Yeah, it means a lot. It matters a great deal. Obviously, you can see how people around the NFL think about Saleh, the number of interviews he got. I thought he did a terrific job this year. And I think you could argue that what he did this year is more important than his previous stint. When you had Bosa in his prime and Fred Warner in his prime and all those guys healthy and flying around. I mean, it was a lot of smoke and mirrors this season for the 49ers defensively. And for them to play well enough to win as many games as they did, to hold teams to under double digits like they did at times, and then, of course, to beat the Eagles in Philadelphia, he deserves a ton of credit. I mean, and really, it's not just him. I give credit to John Lynch, too. I mean, I'm watching Garrett Wallow and Eric Kendricks out there flying around, making double-digit tackles, both of them against the Eagles. I mean, they did a terrific job of finding guys that could come in and play pretty well. And then Saleh did a nice job of getting those guys to understand enough, play hard, play their you-know-what's off, and get some really impressive wins.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game, Odyssey's NFL Insider. Let me just ask you something real quick about if you were a coach or a member of the 49ers front office, how would you kind of develop a plan going into next year for these three guys? You got Christian McCaffrey, who's about 30, but coming off a 450 touch year. You got Trent Williams, who's still playing at a high level, but not quite as reliable. And then George Kittle, who suffered a serious injury and may miss parts of next year. Factoring in those guys' experience and their age, what do you hope to get out of them if you're Shanahan or Lynch?
It's a really good question. I think, especially for Kittle and McCaffrey, I think you have to, if you really want to have success, I think you need to look at it like, we got to try to limit their snaps or touches. We got to try to keep them 100% for the postseason. I mean, what McCaffrey did this year is truly incredible. Before I forget, was Garendo hurt at all this year? Did I miss that, or he just didn't get the ball?
He was hurt. He didn't carry one time, I don't think, right? I mean,
I can't remember, but I don't know. I guess my thing is with Brian Robinson and Garendo, I couldn't remember when Garendo got hurt, but it feels like there's a way there. And I know McCaffrey wants the ball and wants the touches. And I know McCaffrey, the offense runs through him. It just feels like you might, elongate his career and have a better chance of success in the postseason if you take more of the load off of him and Kittle during the regular season. That's a little tougher to do with Trent Williams as an offensive lineman.
Ross, you played the game. I'm going to be football dumb here, but I've told Steiny and the listeners, it's obvious to me the Niners, they need enhancement in the trenches, both defensive line and offensive line. Is there one, which is the most difficult project, the O-line, D-line, or the same?
D-line. D-line's more important. I'll tell you why. Because offensive line, you just can't be bad. I mean, you want to be as good as possible, obviously, but you can't have any weak links. You can't be bad. But if you're solid, you can win the Super Bowl. When's the last time a team won the Super Bowl without really having a high-end defensive line?
Gotcha.
I mean, you need guys. Average doesn't cut it on D-line. And that's what the Niners D-line was this year.
Man.
They were very average. So whether they think, guys like Collins and C.J. West take the next step next year, they got a lot of confidence maybe in Bosa coming back from the injury. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep feeding that beast because they need to.
Who do you like in Seattle, L.A.?
Seattle. I'll be on the sideline, by the way.
Oh, nice.
For Westwood 1, so looking forward to that.
Look at him.
Seattle just has that look right now of a team on a mission. I'm curious, Niners fans, San Francisco, who I'm assuming they want Seattle to win, but maybe not?
I think they want an AFC team to win the title. They don't want the Rams or Seattle winning at Levi Stadium.
Ross. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I meant out of those.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I meant in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's probably split.
Yeah.
Some people don't want McVay to get his second.
Oh, my gosh. That's what I'm thinking they would think, Ross. If McDonald does it, it's the first, but McVay to do it again to Kyle Zero, I don't know if they would like that.
Ooh, yeah. But then the flip side is then it'd be Shanahan would be like, the one that doesn't have one. And both McDonald and McVay would. I like the Seahawks to win the game. Boy, they look good Saturday night.
I got the Rams.
Really good.
I got the Rams and excuse me. I think Denver's done without Knicks, so I got the Rams and Pats.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Broncos have a better chance than people think. And the Rams are they're not playing their best ball. Ever since that fourth quarter against Seattle, whatever that was, week 16, 17 maybe,
Thursday
they have
night.
not played as well.
No. All right, Ross. Hey, thanks for your time.
Will you be out here for Radio Row, Ross?
Yes,
All
yes,
right,
I'll see you guys.
Yeah, we'll pull up on us, baby.
Yeah, we'll talk.
I will. Can't wait.
All right, Ross. Appreciate you, buddy.
care,
Thank
fellas.
you. Yeah, absolutely. That was
to see
Odyssey
Ross.
NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
So the D-line is more difficult than the O-line, huh? O-line, you could be okay, but the D-line, you need them dogs.
It feels like you can hide a little bit better on the offensive line.
Because the Niners' pass blocking was better than the run blocking, right? I think it's fair to say that, but we never got the reason why they couldn't run the ball all season, it felt like.
Yeah, I know. We didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't. Anyway, thanks to Ross Tucker. Oh, he's going to... That's
Radio
cool. He's
Row.
going to be out here.
And what about your boy Thomas? Yeah, you said he's bringing us the beef.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully he will. I mean, is he really
Well,
going to fly
yours is in
cross
the
country
mail.
with 3 big boxes
Well, I
of
think
steak?
yours was being shipped to you. You left me and Evan out.
He's
good.
not. I'm not getting meat delivered to my house. Trust me.
Who you got winning, Rams or Seahawks? I got the Rams, man.
Man, the Seahawks look so good.
But Darnold scares me. Did he really have that good of a game? He's going to be tested this one.
No, I thought he was
didn't.
pretty good.
And they won by 35.
Yeah, it's true.
Dude, I understand that, but you know what I mean, Evan? The last time they played it, the Rams was 35-38. We're going to see about that oblique.
But this is one thing, though. If the Seattle Seahawks win, kind of in the same vein of Jalen Hurts last year, we can't do the whole, well, Sam Darnold's got a Super Bowl ring now, when they tried to hide him the entire playoff run.
Wow.
No, we will, though.
It'll be great.
Well, one of us will.
All right. Well, thanks to
Give
Ross
us some
Tucker.
good news, man.
Some good news. Good news.
Bosa, Warner.
Okay. Kittle's tear was a clean tear. And the expectation yesterday was,
It's like saying, "Goo, you got a straight F." What's that mean? A clean?
No, it means you got a D+.
But you got to go through the rehab, all that.
Well,
man, Stoney, I can't believe that happened, man. I'm serious.
Well, that not only happened, but Jimmy Butler got hurt last night also in the Warrior game. Were you going to that game specifically to see Jimmy Butler? Because you've been high on him.
No,
lately.
I have. I was back. No, I'm just going to see the team. But Can I say something weird about last night?
Okay.
I felt like it was a 4-point game. I felt like Miami like Butler was on the Heat. The Warriors rallied. In Miami, Evan faltered. Like, I go, he's on the other team, but they just lost it from that point.
Maybe they really do like Jimmy Butler.
Oh, man.
I kind of thought the same thing. The minute Butler went out, Miami played so lousy.
Bam was... That's the worst I've ever... The Warriors have a way of doing that. What was Bam? Who was that dude in Bam Adebayo's jersey, man? His girl would have been mad at him.
So get this. Last night, Butler left, and the Warriors went on a 12-0 run. And then Curry got his 5th foul in the 4th quarter, and they went on a 16-0 run.
Explain that to me.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's some good news. All right. Let's go to appreciate everybody for hanging in there. Let's go to Josh. Josh is in New York.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Josh? How you doing, man?
Oh, they're calling me right now.
Yeah. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Good.
Amazing. I want to speak about the Kuminga stepping up his game right now. What do you think Kerr's going to do about Kuminga and the Warriors right now?
I think he plays tonight, but what if he doesn't want to play?
Well, do you think that they're going to try to convince him back into it to play?
I do.
I think they're still going to try to trade him.
Wow.
I think, and I watched Kuminga enough, and I really believe. Obviously, we're all sad now about the Jimmy, what happened, but I don't think we're done. I really don't think we're done. I think. What do you think about Kuminga stepping up his game and doing what he wants to do right now? What he wanted to do is step up his game and show the team what he really is. And now that he has to do that, I think he's going to be forced to do that, and he'll really show what he could do.
I mean, it's wishful thinking, Josh. Yeah. It's wishful thinking, and I've
been there, Josh.
I give it a very small chance of happening. But obviously, if Kerr goes back to him, then there is a chance he could play well and sustain it. But we've seen this before, and one of two things happens. Either he doesn't sustain it, or Kerr doesn't think he sustained it.
But at this point, we're desperate. Is there a conversation to be had? Or maybe not. Just do your damn job. We need you. Let the water under the bridge, under the bay. Let's go.
No, I do think.
Like, this is crazy now.
I mean, Evan, would you agree that tonight?
Oh my God,
it's got to be a tell for what they're thinking about Kuminga. In other words, if he plays, that means one thing. If he doesn't, that means another.
Yes, but I would also add it's also a tell for what Kuminga thinks about them. I actually think this game is bigger for what he's feeling than what they're feeling, because we've already seen them need him before, and he got an injury.
Well,
so he's injured. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Tonight, you haven't been on any injury report. You haven't played in over a month. If you don't play, I'm getting the sense that he's just not going to play until he's traded.
Yeah.
Is this valid or too strong, both of you? So Evan fills in for either of us, mostly me, when one of us are out, right? What if Nahigian, our boss, came to me and said, hey, Goo, some things have changed. We're going with Evan. You're on the nights and the weekends. And
so
then,
Evan's with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know my pride, I'm bleeding inside, not mad at Evan. And then the boss picks up the phone. Yeah, Evan got mono. We need you to fill in.
He's gonna be out a couple months.
Right. You know what I would tell at that point? Not an Evan problem.
What would you?
Like, hell nah. I'd probably quit too. Because you told me I'm not the guy anymore, and it happens. So I guess I'm just trying to put myself in Kuminga's shoes. Is he thinking like that? You told me and showed the world I wasn't good enough. Now you need me? I think that's the wrong mindset.
That's what they paid him for. He's making $25 million.
The checks are cashing.
I'm sorry. You got to play if you can play.
Wow. You agree?
If he can play, I'd expect him to play. But if he doesn't, it's an indication of really how bad this thing's gotten.
Yeah, super toxic.
Because...
No, I'm with you. Like, I mean, JK, you're not doing anybody any favors. This is your job.
Yeah,
look at Buddy Hield.
But here's the other thing.
Buddy Hield hadn't played forever.
Right. The only thing with Kuminga is, in his mind, this is probably the 15th time this has happened, where he was playing, then he wasn't playing. And, I'm sure he doesn't blame himself. He wants to get out of here, so he probably thinks it's
how's that going, by the way? That's another eyesore for the team. It's not to me.
What do you mean?
He should have been out of here the first day. It could have been consummated.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Even with a healthy Jimmy, I thought that was a bad look by both parties, how it was being handled. Now I'm back desperate, and I want him in the lineup.
Yeah. I mean, do we just forget that he demanded a trade? Like, do we have to sweep it under the rug that he has given indications that he doesn't really want to play here? Now, other people might say, well, we don't really know that's true. And, okay, I'll give you that. And if that's the case, then he's got to play. But I'm not convinced he will either. I have to wait and see tonight. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Short term, long term. What does the Butler injury mean? Is this year still salvageable? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Dub Nation, this is Trace Jackson Davis, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Made a half quarter at the end of that game.
Yeah. They didn't show it,
No,
though.
they didn't. They didn't. They were
I
showing.
just heard it went in.
They were showing Kerr and Spoelstra shaking hands. And
I'm sure there was some loser that bet on the over-under or something that you could bet on. And that bucket had something to do with the outcome.
Wait, so you think it was 247? Something like that?
Well, some people you could bet on the score being even odd on these NBA games.
The hell would do that?
Right, idiots. Right. It's kind of like roulette.
He cannot be that guy.
Roulette.
Boy.
All right, let's see how fans are feeling. I have a feeling I know how.
Have we gotten any positivity? Well, one guy said we're not done. Kuminga will save the day. We don't even know if he's going to play.
Question is you know,
or does he want to?
They've won 25 games right now. Can they go 500 the rest of the way? Can they go better than 500? I mean, they still have Steph Curry.
But we saw what that looked like before Jimmy came to town. And I hope that doesn't repeat itself.
Well,
but
that's true.
I just, the guys like Pods and Bonte was talking about, and he was right, man. Since December 1, he's been on the heater playing just fundamentally sound basketball, shooting better than, I guess his three-point percentage is best on the team, Pods. But my point is, how much of that was guys like Jimmy and Steph, and now you don't have Jimmy. Sonny, who's the second? I'm being real. Who's the second best all-around player? Evan, chime in on the Golden State Warriors right now.
I'll tell you, I think it is right now. Might be Melton.
You know what?
It might be Melton.
Your answer, E?
Depends on the day.
I'm going Melton, Stoney. I like that.
I mean, Pods was good last night. There's no doubt about it.
But we're talking about I think it's Melton, right?
Well, I think if you look at this roster, Melton is but damn, that injury, and if he can stay healthy, like he's a bona fide pro.
There's
like he's
no doubt.
He's a good player. He's a good player. He's played for winning teams in Memphis and contributed.
That's a good answer, Sonny.
Melton's a good player. Like if Melton, I don't know if he's still got improving to do on the injury. I don't know if he's still got another.
He's still on the pitch count.
Another level of athleticism. But if anybody
perfect.
tells me that Melton actually can be a little better than he's been, well then he's the second best player right now.
All right, I'll take that.
Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Timmy, what you got, man?
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just wanted to ask you guys, Guru, you leaned in on it a little bit, Steiny as well, and I just heard Evan, with he's getting paid $25 million and all of that, but another guy that was getting paid like $55 million last year in Miami to play was Jimmy, and Jimmy lost his love at $55 million. Jimmy and JK are really, really good friends. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy tells JK, nah, you don't go back out there. I honestly, I think we lose the human element out of all of this. When we talk about this kid, I'm not going to say kid, 23-year-old. Sure. When we talk about him, we talk about him like he's a robot. Like he literally has no mind, no mentals. Can you imagine the feeling? The coach did not want you, does not want you, nothing to do with you, and it don't matter what you do, it ain't gonna ever do nothing to change that. Like, do we ever think about the mental makeup of this young man? And now, out of all times, just like you just said, Guru, you need me. Yeah. Like, it would be asinine for him to go out on that court and now put himself in harm's way, and he is stuck here. Like, it would be asinine. Like, come on, guys. And so I think, Sonny, you were talking about it earlier. I mean, what are we even talking about? Send him out there to do what? Like, what is he going to do? You might as well ride with what you got. I would trade him for somebody who at least knows how to be a number two. If DeRozan has a history of being a number two, what do you have to lose? Jimmy is going for a year, and when he comes back, he's on a minute restriction. So you ain't dealing with Jimmy you're not dealing with a full strength Jimmy until next March. What do you have to lose with a DeRozan? At least he knows how to be a number two. He can be a number two on this team. You have no other number two. Kuminga would never be on a number two on this team. You're wasting your time. Malik Monk would help you more. So, yeah, he's getting paid the $22, $25 million. The kid ain't a robot, man. He's got a mind.
Hey, Tim, let me tack on to that, and thanks for the call. Like, I agree. Like, this is kind of where I'm at with Kuminga, and I was just telling Evan and Guru this. It's like, yeah, now they need Kuminga again. If I were Kuminga, I would be saying, well, this is the 15th time this has happened. Okay, now you need me again. But I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. You know what I mean? Like, the Warriors have put this is their all situation. You know what I mean? Like, by me saying I could see Kuminga being super frustrated and not wanting to play, I'm not necessarily criticizing that. I really am not.
I'm just what Tim was saying. He's human.
Yeah. I mean, if Kuminga's checked out, I'd understand. Now, I wouldn't be happy about it if I were a Warrior fan, but I understand where his frustration's got to be coming from.
Right. And you and I and Evan, we hook up 20 hours a week, right? And even more because we're friends. So the natural component to being a fan and being on the sideline, I was able to compartmentalize and move on from the Kuminga, whatever was going on, which was nothing. But I still stayed true to to me, the optics are sometimes embarrassing or they're bad. And then lo and behold, your second best player goes down. It is more than fair, and I'm not defending this conversation, it is more than fair now to make that what we thought was we put that away now becomes another, like, how are the Golden State Warriors going to tell their fan base and season ticket holders we're in it to win it and not even see what's behind door number JK with all, like, to me, it starts now. Forget all that stuff. List starts now if we're trying to win or even win a game or two until we make a trade that might involve you. So when I pull up tonight in the house with my guy, Mr. Frenchwood, I hope we get to watch Jonathan Kuminga hoop because Steiny and listeners, it will better our chances of winning said game.
I'm smiling because you were delivering that impassioned take, and I'm looking up at the TV, and they had a headline that said, Kerr-Kuminga relationship damaged beyond repair from Shams Charania. Wow. Damaged beyond repair. That would even surprise me. Like,
Do
seriously?
you believe that?
I think we'll know tonight. I really do.
Evan, do you believe that? Beyond repair?
I can't imagine that.
They're not married. You go in the game and you come out.
There's no, I don't think there's a chance he sees the floor tonight.
Wow, man.
I don't. Because
why?
Number one, why would the Warriors play him if they try to move him? And two, why would he want to play?
So, Evan, it sounds like you ruled out the deadline could come and go, and he's still not being. I think that's what we're staring at.
Yeah, and I don't think he sees the floor for the rest of the year.
Well, then that,
and that's a problem.
Yes.
That's the point I was trying to make about the money. Is that it's at some point you're either going to have to say explicitly, "I'm not playing for this team."
Wow,
because you can't hide behind my back hurts forever.
Yeah,
you can't do it. And I don't think that Kerr is in a situation where he enjoys this. But now with Jimmy out, it's like, yeah, he probably has to go back to him. And JK's like, why?
So, real quick here, I think I led the league in funerals last year, and I hope I don't do that again in 2026. But the bottom line is we're older than Evan. Have you had a relationship in your lifetime beyond repair? Because I'm always preaching tomorrow's not promised. Pick up that phone, call him or her, and get it right. Family, siblings, get it right. Fix it.
Yeah,
can't do it. I just can't remember myself having a relationship beyond repair.
Okay, you ready? I would say, yeah, I've got a couple of them.
Oh.
Or one or two of them. And guess what? I'm not initiating anything. You know what I mean?
So like if they're done, they die.
Unless they were to reach out to me.
But that has not happened,
Correct.
so it's done.
Correct.
Wow.
So, yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Meanwhile, the Warriors play the Toronto Raptors tonight at 7 o'clock. It's a back-to-back.
Is it good that there's a game?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
I was thinking that driving in.
I think it's good.
Why so?
Because we'll find out immediately what's going on with Kuminga.
Right.
Whether there's anything that can be salvaged or whether Jimmy Butler's going to miss the year. Kuminga's going to be on the team the whole year and not play.
Oh, my God. Stop
you can't do that, can you? That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week and earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit. Just $2.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford Kickoff Sales Event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, I know Bonte drives one, which tells you 2 things. 1, the Explorer is legit. And 2, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. Here's the headline: $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. Show up, pick up your color, and drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech, it's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head over to Ceremony Ford right now off of 280 Ceremony Boulevard in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Cloudy skies for San Francisco today, high temperature 56.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
It's tough for me to go without Fitz when I'm watching a Warrior game.
Well, I told you all you got to do is go to Macy's or somewhere and get you something nice.
What are you talking about?
You said Fitz.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. I remember that. Oh, you know what? I want to give you credit today.
Equifax.
Hold on. If I can find it. So,
TransUnion.
Last night, I'm watching the Warrior game, okay? And,
let's go.
You know, I'm obviously listening to Fitz and Kalena.
Okay.
And Fitz ended up saying something.
Man,
that I put on I rewound it.
Right.
Because I wanted to make sure I heard it. And I rewound it, and I copied it down on my notebook. And it was Fitz saying, if Jimmy Butler's out for any length of time, the Warriors' season is done. I get done typing that.
Right.
And I swear to God, a text comes in from Goo. Fitz just said if Jimmy is out for a period of time, the Warriors' season is done.
Dude.
Wow. And I got to tell you, I kind of had the same reaction. I was like, I get it, but there'll be time for that.
All right.
But
Is there any calculus that
stuck out to me, too?
I said the same thing about the Niners. How did that work out? I know it's different sports, but is there any part of any calculus that they're not done?
Well, I don't know. I got to look ahead at the schedule. Are the Titans on there? How about the New York Giants? They play the Giants and the Cardinals.
But I thought you were going to use the word trade or trades.
I don't see very many of their players being coveted. That's the problem. All I'm saying there.
Wow.
All right.
It did kind of remind me of, when you were younger and there's a fire drill.
You're talking to East now.
And one of the first things they tell you is not to scream fire when there's a fire.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Fitzgerald screamed fire when there was a fire.
He did. I'm going to send him a text. Dude, I felt that, Stoney. That's my guy. Mr. Optimism. He said that, and I go, man.
All right, you wanted some optimism.
Yeah, seriously.
This is the best I can do for now.
Okay.
All right, I have this sentence
I appreciate
written down.
the effort.
All right. Yes or no? You, Evan, and all our listeners. The Warriors organization, they had to know this was a possibility. They had to know that this was at least a possibility. So if they were thinking that way, then they are prepared in some manner to address it.
I got to give you, the grown-up in me has to say that.
They have to have thought of, well, what happens if this happens? What happens if that happens?
Any of the big three.
Yeah, I think. So.
Well, big 2.5.
So there's some.
Yeah, I'll give you. So what do you do, though? What's the counter? Like a great boxer, he's got to go. What's the counter?
I think you keep playing, and if Kuminga's going to be dealt, then you got to try to make a move for Kuminga and see if you can get a player in here who helps.
Do you know how difficult everybody's job has become, starting with Kerr, Curry, everybody on that roster?
And the problem is we saw what this team was without Jimmy last year.
Oh, man.
Now, keep in mind that I get it. He's not.
You didn't have Melton.
Right.
And am I putting too much on his plate for that? I just like what I see from DeAnthony. That's all.
All right, let's go to Caleb in Newark.
Our guy.
Hey, Caleb, how you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. How y'all doing?
Trying to figure it out, man.
Yeah, I feel it, man. Hey, but on a positive note, before I start with Kuminga and Jimmy, obviously, I know y'all seen Mendoza yesterday. He going to look good in the Raider colors, huh? Come on, Goop.
I got to say something. Before we get to it, I told Spadoni this. They were after his ass yesterday, and I was judging him like this is what life is going to be like behind that Raider O-line. And I say that to say, not hating on my guy, he looked regular when he was running for his life, and now I'm thinking everybody can look great when they got time, Caleb. Do I sound like a hater?
Yeah, you sound like a typical Cowboys fan.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, let me move on to my Jimmy and Kuminga point. Look, first off, obviously praying for a fast recovery for Jimmy. You don't want to see injuries like that, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I don't know where the Warriors go from here. This whole Jonathan Kuminga talk. Look, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I'm not playing. Absolutely, I'm not playing. Why would I play? I'm getting DMPs on a roster that was, 500 for a large point of the season? Like, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to play. But
you're making 25. I mean, hey, real quick, Caleb. If it comes down to they want Kuminga to play and he's saying no, well, they'll just start fining him at that point. You know what I mean?
Well, Well, you're right, but I just think at a point now where, I mean, Shams reported it on the January 15th. He wants out. No, I agree with you, Steiny. Like, they might start finding him, but I just think it's at a point now, like, why would I play? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But,
hey, Caleb, we're paying you to play. It's your job, bro. You ain't returning that check?
No, you're right. You know what he might do is he might go out there for a few minutes and then just be like, I'm good. Like, I'm being, like I'm being for real. But I don't, like I said, I don't know where the Warriors go from here. I don't know if Evan said it earlier about how the Warriors can't trade Jimmy. Maybe I heard that incorrectly, but like I don't know where they go.
Well, they can trade Jimmy Butler. They could trade him right now, but they would have to take the exact same amount of money back, and the team that trades for him has to know he's not going to play for a year.
And he has another year on the books.
He's got a year and a half.
Who wants a damaged Ferrari?
I don't know.
Do you guys think this is similar to like with the Bucks with Damian Lillard? Do you think it's something like that?
No, because I think there was a buyout, some kind of buyout involved with. Like, I don't think Jimmy's under contract for, 55 next year?
Man.
He ain't going anywhere. He's going to rehab and try to come back, I got to believe. I know what I wanted to say. There was a caller earlier that said...
Our show in the morning.
Our show.
All right.
Where he said he thought Butler probably is telling Kuminga not to play.
Oh, yeah.
I don't agree with that.
That was Tim and Raleigh.
I actually think... I think... If anything, Jimmy Butler would say, hey, dude, like,
I hope you're right.
I get it.
Right.
Butler's got that kind of attitude. Yeah. I wouldn't play either. But here's the other thing about Butler. He is like Iguodala. It's a business. I'm cynical, And
he's done it, too,
I'm a professional.
And he's done it.
All this kind of stuff. I could see Butler saying to Kuminga, look, dude, I know you're taking it personally, but don't. Look, you have an opportunity to play right now. You're 23 years old. Like, you can't. All right, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Best piece of advice I ever got, basketball related, from the late Bill Fry.
All right.
He was assistant coach, and I was just really unhappy because I wasn't getting along with the coach. We had lunch, and he said, "You love basketball, don't you?" I said, "Yeah, I love it." He goes, if you truly love basketball, you cannot allow one person, whether it's a coach or teammate, you can't allow one person to take that joy away. You can't give that person that much power. And so I'm just wondering if Kuminga could get past this because he loves the game. Well, I know it's Pollyannish. Don't get me wrong.
All right, I got to be careful. Yeah,
I'm just telling you.
You're not saying it, and nor are the fans. This is just a situation, and I'm Team JK, and I have been, and I've been disappointed in his lack of growth. I've said that, and I understand both sides, but we can't get to a point, Stoney, where the Warriors are got to kiss his ass to get out on the court. To Evan's point about you're getting paid, and I hope Jimmy is telling them to go out there and play. This is a major opportunity, but what I feel like we might be omitting, Stoney, is Jimmy lived this and didn't do it and did it till he went 15 and got up out of Dodge.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a part of me that could see, I'll never know and have the proof, not trying to start nothing. Jimmy saying, don't do it.
Jimmy was at a different point in his career.
No facts.
Obviously.
Right.
I don't know, go ahead, E.
Doesn't it feel like whenever Jimmy Butler has played this kind of card that he's had leverage?
Man.
In Minnesota, Chicago, Philly, Miami. Whenever he gets disgruntled, it's because he knows there's another team out there that wants him more than the team that he's on. Who wants Jonathan Kuminga?
And that's funny you say that, Evan, because I walked in and asked you, too, if you remember. Did somehow this injury give Kuminga in his camp leverage? To say no.
To say no to what?
Playing. For you.
Well, okay.
I don't know what my future is, but I'm not. You
okay, so Jimmy sat in Miami, like Tim earlier was right about that, for 55. or for 50. He got 55 and 57 from Golden State.
Yeah, I got you.
Where is Kuminga going to go get 30 and 35 from another team?
He's not there.
Without playing. Where?
The other thing is, and we hear all the former players saying Warriors have messed this up.
Oh, this is out there.
But I don't like if it gets out that the Warriors do want Kuminga to play and he's not playing. Like, that's a big boy card to play at 23.
And to Evan's point, you don't got suitors like Jimmy had.
Right. And I agree with him. I mean,
and the fans would turn on him at that point.
Look, man, my buddy Dana.
Yeah, Ali.
He worked for the man for 5 years, and he's like, I can never work for the man again. I got to be my own boss. You work for the man. Sometimes you got to do stuff you don't want to do. And he works for the man.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Let me throw a Mike Dunleavy question to you.
All right.
Regardless of what you thought up until last night in that injury, forget Steph for a second. It's hard to do. But, man, what position does that put Mike or anybody that was fulfilling those shoes of a Warrior GM with everything that's going on? I mean, I got to believe he didn't get an ounce of sleep. I got to believe he's called 29 other teams.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can prepare for this. But I don't know how. Like, they found out 12 hours ago Butler's done for the season.
Oh.
Well, who do you call? Who do you call? What do you need? For who?
We need a Jimmy Butler.
Well, but you don't
preferably a young one.
Okay, well, you got to have something to give to get. Let's go to Devon in the Uber. What's up, Devon? How you doing, man?
Bang, bang.
Hey, how my guys doing, man?
Hanging in.
Kind of down in the dumps, D.
Hey, I hear you. Jimmy been one of my favorite players for a long time. The mature adult me says, hey, Kuminga. I'm sorry, I'm walking in the city right now. The mature adult me says, hey, Kuminga, get out there, show them. Prove them, like be disrespectful tonight. Go for 40. You feel me? Like, that's the me in there. That's like, entertain yourself or entertain these other teams so they pick you up. But honestly, no. This is the classic. He wants me back. I'm gonna go back to him. No, he just left Jane again. He's gonna find Brittany and leave you again. Like,
oh yeah,
they're toying with this man. They're toying with this man. I just feel like no, don't go out there. Don't risk getting hurt. I know it's tough. People are gonna feel like, oh, he gets paid. Well, he's been professional this whole time. We haven't heard a peep from this man, So I just I know it's loud. I'm about to get off, but I say no, man. And I really love Kuminga. I wish it could have worked, but I care for him enough to want to see him happy. He's not happy here, guys. Thank you.
No doubt. But here's where veteran leadership really should come in. And that is, you can't tell me that if Curry, Draymond, and Butler, assuming Butler is on crutches or whatever, you can't tell me those three guys can't sit Kuminga down and just, you can do both. You can say, look, we understand your frustration. It's been a long time coming, but I'm sorry, if three Hall of Famers say, dude, we need you, then I think he could be talked into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't, the question is,
do they want to do that?
And have they already? Because Kuminga shared in that story this summer, Stoney, that the piece Slater wrote, that he spoke to, and Jimmy Butler was conducting that kind of quote-unquote training camp in San Diego, and Kuminga didn't show up.
Right.
That at different junctures of the summer, he spoke specifically to Steph. He spoke not all at the same time, Dre and Jimmy. So when you said that veteran leader, I just thought of 30. And it is his team, and rightfully so. He's still incredible. I got to be honest. I wish he would play the card right now today with Kuminga like he did when he addressed the team before that play-in game against Sacramento, or was it Game 7? Remember when he said, if you ain't in, just stay on the – like, I need that, Steph. And maybe he's played that card. But this is I'm truly going Rick Barry. This is crazy. How the hell is this dude a bump on a pickle?
Alan Day Sr. on the YouTube chat, $4.99. JK has the trump card. He indeed should decline. What are you going to do to decline his option this summer? He wants to be a free agent. Now, keep in mind, if the Warriors want this guy to play and he says no, they're not going to pay him. You know what I mean?
So that makes me think he has not said it's not gotten to that point.
Unless both parties have agreed. But
why would his agent keep going to Twitter after every game he's a DMP and put up his points against said teams? He did it just against Atlanta. Why would you do that and draw attention to a negative situation if you had something already, an agreement?
Maybe he's reminding everybody that Kuminga, while he's not playing, is somebody who used to do this to a team or that team.
Does this impact Steve Kerr's future? Because I'm wondering if Jonathan Kuminga now goes to the bosses without Steve and says, okay, I'll play if I got a new coach coming in here next year.
And I mean,
that crossed my mind.
I don't think Kerr's going to be the coach next year.
Move on, Joe.
And I think it's a fair point that if,
you want me to play?
Is it so bad that Kuminga could be salvaged with a new coach? I actually still think, I think it's past all that even.
But why would a new coach and new ideas and him in the fold, why would that not be, that would appease me if I'm Kuminga? If behind closed doors, okay, you need me to play, I'll play, I love the game, but I know this is coming to an end, this relationship with a guy that, we couldn't get it right. That would be attractive.
I think it's gotten to the point where whether Kerr's coaching or not, I don't.
Huh?
I think there's too much water under the bridge at this point. I just do. Devontae in Orlando. What's up, Devontae? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay, so I got a few stuff I want to say. So, as far as Kuminga, if I am Kuminga, I would not be playing today.
Wow. Okay.
All right. This is the second time, basically. I am a big Kuminga fan. And I don't really like Mo. I really don't like how Curry. I really don't like how Curry is basically doing Kuminga pretty much.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Devontae. I appreciate the call. I don't know what Curry's situation is there.
I hope we're not at a crossroads, Stoney, in regard to, and again, without knowing what's behind door number 2, 3, 4, and 5. It really feels like doing everything for Steph has come to a screeching halt if this front office can't replace the services of one Jimmy Butler and get somebody even greater than him. Because if not, then I can look you in the face and say, Stoney, it might be done in regard to Steph and the Warriors making a deep playoff run here in the Bay. That's the Right on the Table brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Which is what?
Was Jimmy Butler going down the last best chance for us to make some? No, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts. Like, it hurts. It takes the dream of a deep championship type run off the table as of right now. Here's the other thing about Kuminga. I'm kind of surprised at people saying he shouldn't play.
Me too.
Even though, like, a lot of players have been jerked around. Moses Moody's been jerked around. Maybe not to the degree that Kuminga has. But here's the other thing. You know the one thing that can help when a coach can't stand a player and a player can't stand a coach? When the player has to play. Like Kuminga, hey, Jonathan, I know you've been through hell and back and da-da-da-da-da, but there's 38 games left in the season. And I know you've been here before, but there's 25 minutes out there at least for you every single night. I don't know if you like Kerr. I don't know if you hate Kerr. I don't know if you want to be here. I don't know if you don't. But you make the decision. There's playing time for you. If you want to dwell on how it came about and why it came about and the fact that it come about way too late, then you can handle it that way. If you want one more crack at it, you got it. I don't know. I love
the way it sounds.
I'm really just, and I think everything I'm saying is kind of hogwash because I think before the Butler injury, I think they knew what the relationship was, and it was probably something that was so solid that maybe Butler getting hurt doesn't even matter.
Well, I want to tell you, don't be too hard on yourself, and any caller for that matter, or any host on this station, or even throughout the world right now, because the bottom line is, I know as a society we're solution-based, and there are some smart people involved in this scenario, and for you to say, hey, I might be off, this might be ludicrous, he shouldn't play, he should play, the bottom line is they have not found a solution. So, Steiny, to me, until they do, it's fair game for anybody to pick up a phone and call and share their thoughts on what they think the Warriors should do, JK. But for me I'm so excited to get in that building. There's 2 scoreboards. One, I'm going to get there early enough to see if he's warming up. But when it's all said and done, if he doesn't play again, just Kuminga, I'm going to drive home and say, did the Warriors give themselves the best chance to beat the Toronto Raptors tonight? And my answer would be a definite no if he's not in the game.
Yeah, there's a second.
If they win.
There's a second part of this for me, and it's this. Yeah, I think if they need Kuminga to play, I think he should suck it up and play. He's making $25 million, and he's going to have minutes. So if there's a pathway to him playing, then I think he should play. However, I don't really think it matters one way or the other.
From a basketball,
yes,
I do.
I don't. I don't think.
What if he feels empowered now knowing Jimmy is down? He doesn't have to watch over his shoulder. That's another part we haven't talked about. If he were to play, just go play free now.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily, to my way of thinking, translate to winning basketball. But I haven't seen Kuminga, maybe it's unfair, hugely impacting winning and losing so far in his career. Maybe these next 38 games, he can find a way to impact, wins. Not that he's never done it, but we'll see. I think tonight's the night. We'll find it all out. Evan doesn't think he's going to play.
Yeah, he's not by himself.
I'm leaning he's not going to. I don't know. I'm leaving the door open. All right, 888-957-9570. I see calls. We'll get you all on the other side. Talking about Jimmy Butler and where the Warriors go from here.
Oh, yeah. Steiny, it's your boy Guru, and the big game is almost here, and there's no better place, people, than to cash in during America's biggest sporting event that's right here in the Bay Area than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into that football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks is available right here in California. I've downloaded the app and I've been playing ever since. And tonight we got a Warrior game, and I got the great Stephen Curry with more than 4.5 3-pointers made. Bam, let's go. And Prize Picks has a new feature, early payouts. Get this. If your players get off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks apps today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. Feels good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. and I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Curry off the screen. Working on Jaquez. Stops and fades to his left. The 3 ball's up and good. Jaquez played that about as well as anybody could. He was right there, hand in the face. And Curry, the best shooter the world has ever seen, knocked it down.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Tim Roy on the call last night. Warriors, they won 135-112, but they lost Jimmy Butler in the process, and we're sorting through what that means. And if there's a connection to Jonathan Kuminga. You know, a lot of people are saying, you know, I wouldn't play if I were Kuminga, or he shouldn't play. If you're asking me why he should play, and again, we may be past the point of no return where both sides have said, let's just
facts
not play and we'll try to move.
It doesn't feel that way, partner, but go ahead.
But I'm not saying Kuminga doesn't have a gripe, but he's 23 years old, and he's got an opportunity to play now again for half a year, and I just think he's got to take it. Like, if you don't want the league, and I don't know what the league thinks of Kuminga, but you don't want the league thinking that this guy actually is healthy, but he's not playing because he doesn't want to. Like, he doesn't want that reputation. Go out there and try to do what you're asked. To me, the more pragmatic question is, he's not in your rotation. Like, he's your 14th man right now. So
and he should.
Does he just get to jump over everybody?
Oh yeah, because it's not about basketball. So to me, like Steiny, if he plays tonight and they get hash this stuff, he should be starting. That's where I'm at. Like, that stuff doesn't matter because they all know it got greasy, and it got greasy because it was bigger than basketball. But I know you don't like this guy, but I saw this quote during the break, and I want to run through the wall, and I'm going to read it to you, Evan, and the listeners. This is from KP, Kendrick Perkins.
All right.
And I know the streets say Draymond Green made the call to Durant, but this is KP, and I'm just thinking to myself while we were coming back, what if this happened? Because I said it before. If I'm Steph Curry, this Kendrick Perkins, I'm picking up the phone, and there's one person I'm calling, the same way I called Kevin Durant, and I'm calling Giannis Antetokounmpo to recruit him. And I know that he's just saying that, but why do I feel like if we're at the point of no return, there's always been an infatuation between the two, but now would be the time to play that chip if you possibly could, to tell Mike and Joe, okay, let's take everything for Steph to the max. And I'm going to call, nobody know he called Tony, but could you imagine this being the bridge to getting a Giannis?
No.
I know I'm dreaming.
No.
You told me don't dream a couple of
because they lost a chip to try to get Giannis.
Okay, but now you would get a chip, not your chip.
No,
which would be,
what are the Bucks getting out of this?
Oh, well, whatever you want. How many number one picks do you want?
We want all your number one picks.
Keep going.
And then we want a couple players from another team. No, we don't want Buddy. Why would we want Buddy?
Pods?
No.
Anything you want.
That's everything we want is on another team.
I'm Batman.
Seriously.
Well, I would have to have the Bucks.
That's why it's got to be a three. That's why it's got to be a three-way trade. I think.
But could you imagine? Like,
no, I can't.
There is
anymore.
no Batman and Robin, and I'm not used to it. Well, I guess I was used to it before we got Jimmy. We had Kevin Durant, Steph. Now his running mate is
growing up. Kevin Durant.
No, I said Durant. We had Durant, Steph.
That was about 6 years ago, wasn't it? What was Durant's last year?
We
19?
had Wiggins. Hey, real quick, what about the Warriors, whoever's in charge? I should text Raymond. Just giving that tribute to, and it lasted a little while. Mm-hmm. That was moving. I don't know if you thought it was moving.
It was nice.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, it was real nice.
Yeah.
I like Wiggins. Wiggins is not
had a good first
hard
half.
Guy to like. Yes, he did.
Did not scratch the second half. And for those that don't know what scratch, he didn't score the second half.
Gibbs would say he was K-Wig in the second half. Let's go to George in Los Altos. Hey, George. How you doing, man? George in Los Altos. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Did you see that interview or that clip from Brian Windhorst last week where someone mentioned right off the top of the show Jonathan Kuminga and he went off.
I missed it.
By saying, can we please stop talking about Jonathan Kuminga? I'm tired of hearing it. And basically he's saying you're treating Jonathan Kuminga like he's like a 5-time All-Pro. He hasn't proven anything yet. And so my position and where we are right now is if you're wondering what do we do before the trade deadline, nothing. Because there's nothing we can do. If we are going to try to acquire a great player, it's not just going to be Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to want Kuminga. They're going to want Moses Moody. They're going to want Brandon Podziemski and our draft choices. And we just can't do that. I mean, what we're seeing out of Moody has been incredible and how much he's developed. And Quentin Post, I thought, well, he's a big kid. He doesn't do much. He shoots. Yeah, he has a game.
Right.
My point is, guys, is that, we have a bench right now. We have some young players that are just getting better and better. I think the only thing we can do is to hope that Kuminga does decide to play. He looks at this thing by saying, you know what, this is an opportunity for me to go out there and make myself a hero and show everybody out there what I'm really capable of. I'm hoping that's what he does, because I just don't see us having the ability to make moves, you guys, without giving up at least 3 guys, at least. No, I just don't think we can afford to do that. So that's just my point of view.
I mean, if you could, and thanks for the call, George. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I mean, if you could move Moody, Pods, and somebody else for somebody that you thought could be a number 2 here, I might do that. But okay, you ready for something nobody wants to hear?
After yesterday and this injury, I'm ready for it all.
But George was right. Like, Pods right now is playing well. Post right now is doing all right, and Moody's shooting the ball well. I know nobody wants to hear this, but maybe the only thing you do is give those guys more playing time with Steph and see if they can take another step by the end of the year and see how much they develop. I know.
But we lived through that last year when we found out, and then it started
but it's a year
down
later.
to Steph, where we're questioning, is Steph slipping or a little bit? Because we saw that just to where they needed Jimmy, and I thought it was over.
But it's a year later now. Those guys are a year older, and again, a lot of people don't like that because the expectations aren't high when you talk like that. But it might not be the worst option. Let's go to Leo in San Francisco. Hey, Leo, what's going on?
Gentlemen, how you doing?
All right, man. How are you?
Hey.
I'm doing okay. Hey, a couple things. I think this Kuminga, and I think we all know this, I'm stating the obvious, this Kuminga and Kerr thing, it's personal. So at the end of the day, Kuminga's got to go. I think he will play. I think he'll play hard. My only concern about that is that he's no way in game shape. So certainly that's going to affect his performance. Certainly can't start, so he's risking injury if he does. And I think at this point, given the relationship between he and Kerr, they're going to end up making a desperate deal. And you try to, I guess the deal you want to make is one that's not too crazy. And you're not giving up too much. But right now, I think the only deal that's out there, if they can convince Sacramento, because Sacramento obviously wants Kuminga, is DeRozan. Now, I think DeRozan might look at this as an opportunity. He's certainly not going anywhere with Sacramento. He just has to, come down south a little bit, relocate to play for the Warriors, and it'll give him probably a better chance at a playoff opportunity than he will have at Sacramento. And if you look at the numbers matchup, if you look at their statistics for this year, they're pretty close. DeMar has played almost 300 less minutes than Butler, yet he's shooting a little bit better percentage. He's only shot one less three-pointer than Butler. Free throws, he's made more, or shot more free throws made, over 50 plus. He has more free throw attempts than Butler. He has more rebounds than Butler, and he has more assists than Butler. So, I mean, he's a plug and play. These ideas about going and getting Michael Porter Jr., and that's not happening. If anywhere he's probably going to Detroit because they have a lot more to offer than the Warriors do, and they desperately need an outside scorer. And Guru, you're just wasting airtime talking about your Giannis fantasy because that's never going to happen. They don't have enough to even get them to blink. So I think you need to lower your blood pressure, and the best way to do that is forget about Giannis for the time.
Hey, real quick, don't hang up. I was going to read this to you, Evan and Steiny. This is from the Bucks Twitter. They played yesterday, beat the Hawks by 2, 112-110. This is Giannis with a post-game interview. Giannis Antetokounmpo on his thoughts about the league holding off their trade plans to wait and see what he decides. I can't control that. I can't control what other teams are doing. I just try to focus on my job, which is to try to win games. Giannis was asked about the booing the Bucks fans last week. It felt great. For some reason, I really enjoyed being the villain this year. Here we go. Giannis asked how confident he is that he'll finish this season with the Bucks. It's the money quote. I don't know. I take it day by day. I'm just telling the caller, you, Evan, and the listeners, that sounds like a guy that might be ready to relocate.
Well,
all right.
If he is, he's not going to the Warriors. If he is, there's other teams that could. Warriors have
that I
understand.
To offer
for him.
Oh, gotcha.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
Come on. Do you know who he is? He's close to the best player in the league, in the world.
All right.
Warriors aren't doing.
Yeah.
There are other teams out there with a lot more resources that'll get in.
I got you. Yeah. Hey, Leo, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. You know what? I can't.
So there's nothing we can muster. Our best package to throw Milwaukee's way.
You know what I'm starting to think, Goo, and I don't know if I shut it down too much or. Now I'm open-minded, or I don't know whether I'm just flat out nuts, but maybe you do try to bring DeRozan in here.
Oh, you went DeRozan.
For Kuminga.
I would be in a Texas second now.
The thing that scared me, I had to look at his contract, but he's got this year and next, 24 and 26. So he's not under contract after 27, which they don't want. I don't know. Would DeRozan for Kuminga straight up work? Would a pick need to be included?
Stoney, I'll
bet you the Kings are going to want a pick from the Warriors to get that.
But again, I guess those two sides tried to tangle this offseason and nothing got done.
They can revisit stuff.
So the Warriors would have to sweeten the pot then. Because my whole point is probably something would have been done this offseason.
Well, if you're going from Monk to DeRozan, then I think DeRozan's a better player.
Man, that caller was right about. I know I'm back to Giannis, Donnie. 9 million other teams got better.
Don't worry about
it. But
him.
the fact that this dude and Steph Curry wanted to hook up, that like to me on my radar, that means something. And
we don't even know that he wants that.
I think you know.
I mean.
Okay, just close your eyes. You've been doing that to me. Could you imagine if somehow this injury, they were able to pull this off? I don't get it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Like right now, would you give up 5 future firsts?
For Giannis?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Evan, would you? 5? Yes. And I got 7 more years of Giannis?
I'm not going to lie. The Jimmy Butler injury just changes the calculus for me. I would not give up everything you have for a guy who might not have won you a championship with Steph and Jimmy. It changes everything.
Wow.
Yeah, so you'd be less likely to move future first now, particularly unprotected, let's say from 26 to 30.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
I kind of feel that way too.
Makes me feel different about this pick. Makes me feel different about the rest of it. Because the thing is, even if Jimmy Butler comes back, let's say next season, there's no guarantee he's going to be what he was before his injury. He's 37 years old. What really sucks, one thing we haven't talked about a lot today is, what does this mean for the remainder of Jimmy Butler's career?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of guys don't come back from injuries that old in general, and he tore his ACL. That might be the end of Jimmy Butler as we know it.
Yeah, I mean, and what I'd really love to do if I were the Warriors right now, but I don't even think they can. It's like, can you get into this year's draft? Get another pick. They have their own. I mean,
how would you do that?
Could they get another? Because there's good players in this draft.
I got that.
And there's no player here right now that's going to help the Warriors win a title this year. I mean, if you're not going to win a title and you can get a protected first for Moody or something, I would definitely consider it.
Do you think now that, let's just say there's no move imminent and they keep Kuminga, he doesn't play, do you think their spot in the play-in is in jeopardy? Or that's solidified? You think it ain't going to the bottom's not going to drop out to where they're not in the top 10?
I'd be surprised if they drop all the way to 11. They still do have Steph Curry. They've won with just Steph Curry in terms of staying competitive. But don't look now. Look at the Clippers.
No, I'm looking.
I mean, I think it's very possible that they could just fall into the play-in entrenched at 9
and
or something
waste
like
another
that.
year for Steph, like at this level, because we got to give them that.
But no, I hate,
look at it as wasting
I hate that
now.
word, yeah, because they did it for Steph.
Yeah.
Like they did it for Steph. They took a swing. And
now you got to, and I'm talking to you too, Evan. Okay, now this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do something. You don't just say let's do something. It doesn't stop, is what I'm saying to you guys. And I'm saying it with no solutions, but okay, we got to keep going.
I mean,
then go get DeRozan.
A year ago, they acquired Jimmy Butler.
Right.
So now, how do you acquire another Jimmy Butler?
That's what I'm hoping they're in the lab doing now.
We're not the Houston Rockets with 5 young guys that people would want.
Right.
Let's go to Vaccaro in San Jose. Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
All right.
It's going well, man. Just thought I'd chime in for a couple seconds here. With the lack of a DPE with a disabled player exception, the Warriors are stuck, okay? That's the simple truth. And I think so many of us are, looking through this through our own lens and our own emotions. Let's just all take a breath. We don't need any pity parties for Jonathan Kuminga. He's already won. He's 23 years old, playing in the NBA. What were we doing at 23 years old? It wasn't fantasizing about putting $11 million into the bank, that's for sure.
All right.
And he's the player most talked about that's not named Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler. So when people are talking about should he play tonight, he's under contract.
Exactly.
And the Warriors own that contract. And I think when you break it down, perception's a beast, okay? Because we're all going to see it a certain way, all going to chime in. These conversations are happening last night the minute Jimmy got hurt. The conversations are there. They're real. Now, I'm going to take us back for a second. Do you remember when Marcus Allen was set down by Al Davis?
Yes.
Kind of the perception was to ruin his career?
Yep.
it was up to the player to put himself in a good position. Many people did not think Marcus Allen would revive his career to be the player he was in Kansas City. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. If you look at it this way, last year, Kuminga was playing well until he got hurt, until Melton, the Warriors are doing well. Melton got hurt. This is all before Jimmy Butler. So Kuminga's time when he got back was taken by Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you have a roster spot. You have a player in DeAnthony Melton that I believe is going to continue to rise, get back to his playing shape. And then you've got, as you guys were mentioning, Podziemski, Moody, Post, all these guys that are 1 year deeper with the understanding. What I hear from everybody, okay, let's get this player, let's get that. And Giannis, please, we're not going there. But let's understand that, yeah, you get rid of Kuminga. That's fine. You bring in a player. There's a learning curve. He's not going to be fast-tracked, on the second side of the season. So to me, all this conversation about bringing in different players sounds good, but they also have to come into this complex system. Warriors,
Hey, Carl, I appreciate the call. You know what else? This is, whether we like it or not, this is an opportunity for Pods and Moody and Post and those guys they have to be relied upon more. They have to be. And that alone is an opportunity that is better than it was before Jimmy Butler got hurt. Now, I'm not saying, hey, Pods and Moody and Post, they can carry this team. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they're going to have more of an opportunity. And while it's not ideal, this is how guys might be able to get better. And maybe these three or four young guys.
But what's that mean for my team, though? Are we winning games still?
Yeah, you're in the play-in.
Which where we were at anyway.
Exactly. I mean, you want me to cheer you up? You weren't a championship team with Jimmy.
But we were heading up. We 12 and last. No, seriously.
Yeah, and you remember what I said
in the last 4 games.
Guru, remember what I said though?
What?
Well, for me, you can do it any way you want. Nothing matters on this homestand till they get out of here. They were gonna win games on this homestand, but I'm not convinced they'd turn it.
Well, the last game of it, I believe this is the last game of it, does mean something and it's symbolic on what happens with that dude for me.
Yeah.
Because if he don't pop tonight, he ain't popping on the road or probably until he gets traded or is on the team for the rest of the season. I mean, how can you not default to him after this injury? I get it.
Because I don't maybe he's quit on the team. Or maybe they've quit on him.
No doubt. And I would like to really, truly know that. And I think tonight, we said it, is going to go a long way in regard to us getting those answers.
I mean, but be careful. Because I think there could be a scenario where Steve goes, no, Jonathan definitely, is in the plans now that Jimmy's gone. Absolutely, there's an opening for him, but, he's not in great shape right now, so we're going to have to get him into, you know what I mean?
Ramp him up, all right.
They could still finagle this, and it'd still be uncomfortable. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
So Steph Curry got his 5th foul with 9 minutes to go. Never returned. Cryer takes a 3 off the dribble. It's good. The first NBA basket for L.J. Cryer. Congratulations to him. That's something he'll never, ever forget. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Here's a piece of good news. 12-0 run when Butler got hurt. 16-0 run when Steph got his 5th foul.
It's not
we
good
got
enough.
action.
No, it's not good enough.
No?
I'd have rather lost the game by 40. I'd have rather lost 3 of the next 6 of the next 7. He don't have his headphones on, but come on, man. That was brutal. What did we do to deserve it? And what's going on in the Bay with the athletes dropping like flies, man? Let's keep it real. What's that little thing that's going on?
What did you do to deserve it?
Yeah.
See, is that
no,
like,
well, not me, us.
No. But so this is like snake bitten.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the Warriors acquiring people of this age.
Oh, no.
No. So it's just a coincidence that your 37-year-old got hurt in the postseason last year and you were done. And this year your 36-year-old gets hurt and now your season might be shot.
No. What did you make of the play? Was he trying to do his thing? The contact?
I think he was trying to get a foul. I'll tell you what, he is unbelievable at getting.
He's been spry. He's mastered it. Like, dude, I get it. He's a Jedi Knight, and we don't have that at our disposal anymore. They don't, man. I mean, that truly was a weapon, man. And I'm watching it like this dude just, he was bouncy again.
Yeah, but
yeah,
he was going to have some sleepwalk games too, probably. But he was playing well. I can't deny that.
And the team had been.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Mountain View. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Doing great, guys. How are y'all?
Hey.
Hey, my take's simple. If the Warriors decide to play JK, he's got to step up. I mean, my take is that Jimmy took him under his wing, supposedly. We've heard reports about that. And so if your mentor goes down, man, you got to back up? You got to back your mentor and get out there.
Yep.
So the concept of him not taking the role if he's given the opportunity, that's BS for me. I mean, that's when he gets fined and he gets suspended. That's my take.
Appreciate the call, Steve. Yeah, again, assuming they don't have an agreement, and I'm talking about the Warriors and Kuminga, that he's on ice until he gets traded. If they ask him to play, he better play.
Yeah. Or then what happens?
Start finding him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Recouping some of that money that you paid him. I don't think that would be a good move for Kuminga.
And I'm totally with you. If I were his bestie, I would tell him, man, that's not. And then Scotty, he might even risk getting booed at home games. If that got out and that was, his stance, Cub Nation would not take that line. Man.
You know what I'd like to know from Kuminga is when he was playing during those stretches, was he happy? When he was playing, or was he still frustrated when he was playing because he felt he was coached a certain way? Because if
what would that do for you?
Oh, man, I mean, if he enjoyed playing, then he should play because he's got 38 games in front of him and they need a forward in the worst way. I love Kuminga. I'm not going to love him if I find out that he's,
I got you.
Come on, man, you're 23.
Yeah. You love the game, supposedly.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'd be killing me if I was healthy and I'm watching my guys go up and down just from a basketball standpoint. Man, that's got to stink.
Dale in Palo Alto. What's going on, Dale? How you doing, man?
Well, I think we all first need to take a deep breath and appreciate being here for another great day in paradise, where we Warrior fans mostly have first world problems.
Thanks, Dale. Wow. Mr. Perspective. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Let's put it in perspective. So I have 3 quick points. The first 2 are very quick. First, I think an earlier caller brushed on this with the salary cap. When a player goes on IR, I think there needs to be some kind of allocation to compensate for that, or could we possibly give Spencer a contract now with Jimmy on IR?
No, I don't think he can, because I think he's got to stay on the roster.
Okay. So the rat not being discussed lately, and there's all this. I'm going to get to J.K. in my third point, but this rat being missed is, as much as I love, respect, and would gladly work for him. Is Joe Lacob looking more like the NBA version of Jerry Jones?
Well, not yet.
Yeah. No.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's got a few more decades.
So anyway, my main point here is, because he's dabbled down too much. You hire people to do their job, you don't dabble down. Anyway, haven't we learned from Trey Lance and NBA and NFL too much that sports have become too much like AAU, where they just take the best athletes, but not the ones that know how to play the team game? And how is this fair to the stay-ready guys who have helped us win many games? And you take the salaries of 2 or 3 stay-ready guys, they're still not even touching JK's salary.
Well, and I think that's a fair point, Dale, in terms of the practicality of if guys have been practicing harder than him and they've been playing when he hasn't and he's at the end of the bench, why should he just become a starter because Butler's out if the other guys were playing better than him for the last couple weeks?
Yeah, it makes
how much do you believe in this front office, Goo? This Warriors organization right here, right now.
It's not your job.
Shut up.
I will say this.
Do you have confidence in Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy?
After the Jimmy Butler trade, yes. So now I don't like, and it's still in progress, the Jonathan Kuminga situation. But now I got another piece to the puzzle, which will resonate with me to give you a definitive answer on how they tackle their future in this Jimmy Butler situation. So now I get to, in my mind, revisit the Kuminga, because now you're operating from a point of desperation, I believe, to keep this thing going. So you could either facilitate, hustle the system, what's another word, fadangle, and implement JK back, utilize them so we can keep things afloat, then move them. But you got to move them for something like a Karl Anthony Towns or I'm going to sleep until that's where I'm at. And it's who I am. But don't tell me Karl Anthony Towns, Giannis, go out guns blazing so we can get reports that you tried or you even picked up the phone. And if you didn't do anything, at least we know you tried. This ain't it, Jack. And they didn't know this was coming. But to your point, and it was astute earlier, you had to know they thought about what if Steiny goes down? What if Evan goes down? What if Goo goes down? What do we do at their ages?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, you said, you got Kuminga to keep you afloat. I don't assume he's going to keep him afloat. I don't assume that he's going to be able to.
Well, he's a nothing burger now.
Right.
And
we don't know if that's terrible. Like, they could put him in and he actually hurts them.
Or he could help.
He could help.
Being proactive.
But apparently, even this year, he never helped enough to keep him in the rotation, at least in Kerr's eyes. Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how are you, man?
Oh, how's it going, fella?
Hey.
Well, I've been doing a lot of listening. And here's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot of people panicking. And I get it. You lost Jimmy Butler, big piece. He was playing awesome this year so far. But listen, you don't. This is my message to the Warriors. And let me tell you something. The Warriors got a lot of problems. I can go for about 25 minutes about all the problems they have. But we're just going to limit it to 2 things that I think needs to happen. They need to not make any kind of deal out of desperation. If you make a deal out of desperation, start getting rid of all of your young guys, you're going to make the wrong decision. And then a year or 2 from now, you're going to be back in the same problem. Here's a perfect opportunity to get the most out of what you got and see where these guys are at. I'm not saying don't make a deal.
Right.
I'm saying don't freak out and make a deal out of desperation, and then a year or 2 down the road, you're pissed off again. You're in the same boat. You got to see, because sometimes when pressure is applied, that's when you see how your guys are going to react. Let's see what happens over the next week or so, and then make a smart move if you got to make a move.
Yep.
Number two.
Hey, go ahead. And then I got a question for you. Go ahead, Harv.
Okay. Kuminga.
Yep.
Now, I think if they call Kuminga's number, and I don't know if they will or not, but if they call Kuminga's number, I think he should play. Not because he's under contract. He needs to play for him. Because let me tell you something. He's 23 years of age, right? And I totally think that the Warriors botched this whole Kuminga thing. I think they botched it. But that's beside the point. The bottom line is this. This is not the last time in your life, young man, that you're going to get screwed. This is not the last time in your life that things are not going to go your way. So now the best thing you can do for your character and for your reputation, and if you go to another team, how they're looking at you, man, suck it up.
Yeah.
Put your big boy pants on and get out there and play and do your thing, man.
Hey, Horace, I think you're right on the money. I've got some other calls. I think you're right on the money. And
you were going to say something to him.
Yeah, I was going to ask him how long he's been a Warrior fan.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
The Warriors committed one of the worst panic moves of all time. When Baron Davis opted out of his contract, signed with the Clippers, and the Warriors threw stupid money at Corey Maggette. Night.
Watch your mouth.
Night. You were 42-40, we believe. The following year, you were 48-34.
Man.
Baron Davis leaves. Corey Maggette enters, and they go 5 years without making the playoffs.
That happened.
That's a panic trade. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live in the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, Stoney, I don't know. I'm down. My dauber is down. I'll be in the house tonight, and Dub Nation, maybe we're in the midst, and I know this is highly unlikely. The Warriors are about to get their San Francisco 49ers on. Every time a guy goes down and you just assume the worst, from a strategic standpoint, they shock the world. But this is the NBA, 5 players on a team at a time, and this dude did it all. And what I appreciated him most is when he got hurt, because, Steiny, you saw it, I saw it, and I was like, man, Jimmy looks spry, and now he's going down. And what's crazy, during the break, they got this video. I don't know if you saw it, January 3rd, 2022, when the season of Warriors won it all.
Okay.
Miami was in town, Warriors in their black unis playing Golden State, obviously, and he planted on his knee, and it gave out, and he had to get taken off the court. Jimmy Butler, that is, just like he did last night. So it's just like, man, what did we do to deserve that?
Deserve what? Jimmy
being gone. Like, can you make out a starting lineup right now, or is that a fool's errand before going to get Evan's going to be on the pre or post, finding out if they talked to Kuminga and all that stuff, all that good stuff?
Plug Santos in there.
Well, he's coming back, hopefully.
He's questionable.
See?
Oh. Well, it's all opening up for JK. Goo, I want you to do something tonight when you go to that game.
Yeah.
I want you to look up Raymond Ritter, and I want you to talk to him about what's happened.
I've already talked to him.
Exactly.
And Fitz.
Why don't you, can you relay what Raymond Ritter texted to you? Because this is the way, this is what no panic looks like.
All right.
And we don't want to panic. So Guru texted the president of communications, Raymond Ritter. Was this last night?
This morning.
Okay. Hey, do you mind doing this, first of all?
Yeah.
You do mind? Or you want to do it?
I'm very finicky on going public. He didn't say anything bad.
No, it's funny. I think.
Around like, damn,
but
Goo.
It shows you what guys who've been around the league think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I said, sick for Jimmy and you all. Praying that he speedy recovery and we get back. I put we.
Yeah.
And he responded, part of the game. We were playing our best basketball of the season, won 12 of 16, on a roll, injuries suck. And it was like, and you said he said he was there with Magic, with HIV.
Exactly.
So he's seen it all, is what you were saying.
Raymond Ritter has seen it all.
Yeah. And then Fitz, same thing. His was just brutal. Yeah.
No, Raymond's been here before.
Yeah.
Raymond, I'll tell you what, like, honestly, Raymond is kind of a different version of Buddy Hield. Like, when Raymond walked into that office today, you didn't know Butler got hurt. You don't know whether the Warriors won, lost, or
right.
Acquired LeBron James. He's even Steven. He's seen it all.
Can I ask you a hashtag random
of course
question?
You can.
Do you really know now if the Warriors, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, and Mike D know if he's coming back or not? Do you think that's a done deal?
Who's coming back?
Coach Kerr. Do you think they know his decision?
Well,
I'm not convinced it's all his decision.
It's a difficult situation.
Nah, man. I'm just curious.
I think they're going to, part ways. Now, he's not
I
under
wouldn't trade JK. And maybe that's what they're going to do. Forget for a second the Butler injury. If you're right, why would you trade him?
Because maybe they don't believe any coach is going to be able to get to him.
I don't think they would have drafted him if they thought that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it just didn't pop off with Coach Kerr. That's just one somebody. But you get another coach in here, God, maybe what if he turns out to, in 3 years, he's the guy that you had envisioned of when you drafted him. So not all is lost.
What did you envision when you drafted a guy who didn't have a foundation to his game? Like, what was the best case?
I already told you, Paul George.
But he can't handle like Paul George.
I told you, Paul George. I see that now. Who's that on?
That's on Kuminga. To me.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, Jonathan Kuminga not on the injury report submitted by the Golden State Warriors.
I was thinking he's saying not available, so they're saying there's a chance.
Al Horford's out. Draymond, Will Richard, Guy Santos, all questionable.
Gotcha.
And I got to give Al some credit. I like him.
Do you want me to? I could do Kerr's pregame talk.
Let's do it, yeah. Oh, we need one.
All right. Where's Jonathan? Get him in here. That's how it starts. All right, let's go to Steven.
What happened to the speech?
There's no speech.
Situation.
This ain't
two
Little League.
For you.
This ain't Little League.
Well,
come on now. Steven in Stinson Beach. Hey, Steven. What's going on?
What's up? What's up, boys?
Hey.
Hey. So, I was at the game last night, and I was sitting pretty close to where he went down. It was, I've never heard the stadium so quiet in my life. It was really sad. I think it was pretty clear that he wasn't going to play again this season. But I had some thoughts. I thought with Butler, maybe they could do what they did with Milton last year, is essentially trade him over to the Nets by essentially renting their balance sheet, getting Michael Porter Jr., throw them a pick or two, whatever the market says it should be. And, it's sad to see Jimmy go. Everybody loves him. But I think he's a big boy and understands that this is a profession. And then you could take Kuminga and bring him over to Sacramento for DeRozan, and, maybe you have to throw in a future pick or something. And, DeRozan could be the sixth player of the year here at the Warriors. And you got Michael Porter Jr., and you still got a shot with Curry. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, here's to me the biggest issue, and thanks for the call, Steven, is why would a team want Jimmy Butler?
When you get that question, I'll be, man.
He may never play again.
And that hefty price tag?
And I get it. Oh, he's expiring. Not until the end of next year.
That's when I was like, I think this morning they were talking about it, and I was like, man, I get.
Like, you trade for Butler if he were at the end of his deal.
Hello?
So you got to, you got to pay him $55 million, but he's not going to play next year for I don't know how long, right?
Yeah.
And all bets are off after this injury, right?
Well, I think I got the intel I need to know. Our Anthony Slater was on ESPN. This is via his Twitter, at Anthony V. Slater.
Mm-hmm.
I've already been given indications that today the Warriors are exploring the ideal of restarting the engines, entering Jonathan Kuminga potentially back into the rotation. He will be ready if called upon. So that must mean if they call his number, he said, I'll go in the game. I'm juiced. I'm playing. But no, I'm happy.
You made that up?
No, he said that, but we're still going to miss Jimmy if he plays. Like, I just want him to be a part for right now. We're still going to miss Jimmy.
And here's where I think, like, there's a lack of realism here. Like, it feels like some people believe that, you know, if things click, Kuminga can come back, take Jimmy's place, average 20, and we end up with 48 wins.
I hope I'm not coming across like that. I've already been consistent for the first time in my life.
Well, like, where do you want them to go? They have 38 games left.
Well, I need them to get 50 for our bet.
Okay, so can they go 25 and 13 the rest of the way?
Yesterday at this time, I would be like, hell yes, the way they're playing. Right now, I don't think so. And that's with JK helping you.
Yeah,
Hey, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to put another rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, and Steph, you know you are my dude. But if we want to in totality, because we're calling Jimmy a 2, who's to say it wasn't 1A and 1B? And I guess I'm bringing that up in my mind just to say to you all that he was closer to being the best player on this team than maybe we were giving him credit for when you take in everything. So what we're going to miss is more than just the second. Like Stoney, this is a blow. Yeah. Shout out Johnny Depp.
Yes. I think you were hinting at Butler was better than Curry.
No, I'm just the impact was.
Yeah, I
everything.
Think, yeah, see, I think Curry's impact is profound, and Butler's impact is more. We can give him the ball and he can make something happen.
Oh my gosh!
But I don't necessarily think he has an impact on a defense like Steph.
And they keep playing. I mean, everybody's written it and called in. I mean, the irony is we were playing so well, and I guess we continue.
At home.
Who's on the road trip? You know.
What do you mean?
This roadie's coming up.
They got Minnesota
twice.
Yeah.
Oh, that crap. Oh boy.
You know, the other thing with Kuminga is, you know, of all the possibilities, there's another one that we haven't thought of, and that is he gets traded, he goes somewhere, and nothing happens there. I mean, it's possible that...
Well, he would be Wiseman then.
And then
I'm just
would the Warriors be a little more off the hook? For what happened?
Because where you drafted him number 7, you were supposed to get a return ROI, and you got nothing.
No, it wasn't. It would have been a bad pick, but all the people that say the Warriors blew it in development, I would assume he could develop for another team. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen athletes go through it all, and we saw it last night. With Jimmy Butler, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wiggins comes left, down the lane, pass to the right corner. Mitchell up top. Jaquez, he's open for a triple. No good. Curry the rebound. Leads Podziemski with a beautiful pass. Podziemski goes to the other side of the rim and scores. Jaquez was in hot pursuit, but Podziemski, instead of going to the right side, came across and went left.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Podziemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Pods.
He's playing good.
Watching the post game last night with Bonte and Mully, and Mully's like 5 or 6 weeks now that Brandon Podziemski's put together.
No doubt.
It's
and Jimmy had been averaging 25 and 5 his last 18. Now I went and got some Doritos and the 7-Up during the break.
Yeah, all right. Well,
TMI. But I thought about Ja Morant.
Okay.
I would welcome him here.
All right.
How do we pull it off? And what would he cost?
I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm not going to say here and say no interest in him, but because he's a hell of a talent. Is he like
Kuminga? Has his value taken a hit?
Well, he played the other night.
He did, and they won.
Yeah, I don't. Sure, I mean, like, but what's a Ja Morant going to cost?
I'm asking. His value with everything that's gone on with the guns, I don't think it will take a king's ransom.
I wonder. I mean, you might be right. Maybe, the Butler price tag, I think a lot of people thought wasn't as damaging as they thought it was going to be. Let's go to Michael in Burlingame.
Cheer us up, man.
He wants to talk about Ja Morant. Right. What's up, Michael? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys? First of all, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well,
trying to get through it, baby.
Yeah, you guys were just talking about Ja Morant. I would welcome Ja Morant. I think the Bay would embrace him. I think this is a great spot for him. I think that all the shenanigans he did before, I think this is a great place for him to kind of like settle down, in my opinion. And you want to have a franchise that would take $55 million off of us, it would be Memphis, because I don't think that they know what they're doing.
Well, I'm not against Ja, but I wonder what the avenue is there. Listen, the one thing I do think they should try to do, and I think they are trying to do it, is, we're talking about Porter Jr. or Ja Morant or even Giannis.
Yeah.
I do think that the best way to go to try to get one of those guys, if you can, would be through a trade. Like, I would not. I think the goal should be to try to get somebody like, a number 2 in here while Steph is here. Because the further we get down the road with Steph, I think the more of a long shot it is that someone's going to want to come here, knowing that he doesn't have a long time.
And the way he's playing, and he told us this a couple years ago in Vegas. Remember Summer League? Things changed when we didn't know where the Warriors were headed or whatnot. If he had what he was coveting, a shot. Steiny, I'm telling you, man. Again, I keep going to this player, and I'm going to be my last time with Giannis. He would be better than Steph and younger than Steph.
No doubt.
So, and then he would be the polar opposite in regard to body type. So in the perfect world, that's where it's at. What I don't want to have happen here in Golden State, and it can naturally happen, Steph gets irritated and he looks around like, okay, it's done here. Then what do we do? And nobody wants that. That if the chef gets frisky and looks around, maybe not even mad at anybody or anything, just the fact that it's become abundantly clear, it's done here. I need to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm sure they have talked about this, maybe not in detail, but I got to believe Steph's up to date on what's going on with the organization, this window they're in, and now that Butler's hurt, it changes things. To what degree, I don't know. Evan was just saying it changes everything.
The course of the franchise. Is that too strong?
No. I mean, they're not
I'm with them.
Like, again,
yes,
they're not winning a title this year with this team. Like, they're just not. It's not good enough.
Are we getting to the second round?
I don't know if you're getting to the playoffs, Goo.
Right, no doubt. And that's why I'm not literally doing it, but I'm biting my nails.
I mean, there are worse things than not making the playoffs and getting in the lottery.
Well, being in the middle is the worst, and that's where it seems like they're at.
Right, but if you finish in the bottom 14, so you can be a play-in team and still get in the lottery. So,
Evan brought this up, and I think we need to give it some love, too. And I know we got the sad part about it is we got many days to go here. But, one, I think it's ludicrous that any team, and you said it last segment, any team that would trade for Jimmy and that price tag. That's just me. And maybe there's a team out there that does it. It makes sense. But what is Jimmy going – if for a second we owe it to him, what if I told you I'm very nervous about Jimmy and him being Jimmy when he gets back, whenever that is?
Of course.
At this age, sustaining this.
Of course.
This is like the engine going out of the – you know what I mean?
Yes. Yes, I do know what you mean.
And we're stuck with not in a bad way, but yeah, financially, if there's no trade, he's on the books for all that. That's the Klay Thompson.
You know, one of the things, and who knows, you never know what's going to happen, but I got it. I got to be a bummer for you.
Or nothing could get, this is the day.
Dude, Giannis Antetokounmpo is still considered one of the best 3 players probably in the NBA.
I agree.
So how are you going to get Giannis without trading Steph? Like, how? This is like the third best player in the league. And I'm sorry, Pods, Moody, and Draymond and 4 first I don't think that even gets close to getting it done. Like, I think if I'm the Bucks, what do I want for Giannis? I want a budding star. I want a budding star because we're giving you somebody who's proven. You know, I mean, like,
what if I gave you 5 first?
Well, could they get it? Like, I'm not saying they would do it, but could you get Amin Thompson for him? I don't know if Houston would want to do that. He's a hell of a young player, but like, I think that's kind of the quality that Milwaukee's going to want to get back with a guy who's like 25.
Yeah. One way to look at it would be if you were trading Curry, what would you take back for him?
That's a good point.
Wow.
And if you wouldn't take the Warriors package, then why would Milwaukee?
There's something about bringing up even what you could get for Steph that we're not there yet.
But you could get a king's ransom.
I mean, I don't know. How many first would a team give up for Steph? Plus, you're going to have to throw in $60 million in salary to make it work.
I just hate that we got the taste of Batman and Robin, truly, on the court. And we saw what Batman did without Robin, and they pull off the Butler trade. And I'm just keeping it real as I possibly can on this Tuesday, this terrible Tuesday, Stoney, with this news. We're back to Batman. But why I'm down that we're back to Batman is you're asking Steph at this age to expend more energy, do more, expect more, succeed at it, when we've already seen what that life was that made the Warriors pull the trade for Butler. So now I'm in here being basketball dumb. Who's the next Jimmy Butler we can get? And that's why I'll take DeMar.
You don't get a Jimmy Butler every year.
But I would take DeMar DeRozan, a professional scorer.
Okay.
I'd take Zach LaVine. I'd take Malik Monk. All the guys I was saying
all those
no
are
to.
like stopgaps to get you to 45 wins?
But that's where we're at now, and there's not a given we're going to get to 45. We were 2 games under with Wiggs before we pulled off the trade. And that was after 50 however many games.
Yeah.
But if you're telling me guys have taken the next step, and I love Gee, and I love Pods, but that ain't the solution. That's not the solution.
Well, is DeMar DeRozan the solution?
He can give me 18 to 20 a night.
I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but so can Kuminga, and he can't get on the floor. I mean, DeRozan's obviously more seasoned than him. I mean, look,
Tell me.
I will tell you. The easiest thing for the Warriors.
Okay.
The best case scenario.
I got my pen.
I'm sorry, you don't want to hear it. But the best case scenario would be cooler heads prevail, and at the end of the season, you sit with Steph and you say, what do you think? And And the best answer he could give is, I'm open to you moving me.
I'd cry.
I mean, like, we all know.
And watch him ball somewhere else and maybe win it again in another uniform.
Yeah.
Because he's not long in the tooth as far as the play on the court. That's Steiny, Joe knows he's box office still.
Okay.
So there's that component to it. Yeah, maybe we're not getting to the Western Conference Finals, but Michael Jackson's still moonwalking. And people are paying,
Okay. So, like, you have no interest in trading Steph if it got you a couple future firsts and a 25-year-old who you think has a shot to be really good. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like, okay, my hypothetical is, I mean, if you put Curry on Houston,
they're in.
They got a shot.
Put them on the Knicks.
Okay. But you don't want to do that. Like, the most painful way to get a good player,
go ahead,
would be you could get one for Steph, but we're not there yet, and I'm not saying to do that. I mean, I'm just saying hypothetically, what if you get Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr. and a couple firsts for Steph?
Wow. I mean, that's attractive, but we're talking about, I mean, this is different, man. This is truly Michael Jackson.
Okay, this is Anthony Slater. This is an update on whether or not the Kuminga injury affects Jimmy Butler. This is what Anthony Slater had to say, ESPN.
In a small way, the timing wasn't horrible. It's 2 weeks till the trade deadline. They can alter plans. They have time. I mean, I'm sitting here in the arena now. Their front office, I guess basketball operations are 2 floors down over there, and they're doing what we're doing today. They're assessing, the aftermath of this, and then they're deciding what they should do in the next few weeks. What picks should be on the table? Should they be more aggressive? Should they be less aggressive? What players should they get now? Do they have to just throttle this back and accept the reality? But also this, it cover your ears, Brian Windhorst, but this is going to add another chapter to the Jonathan Kuminga saga. I've already been given indications that today they're exploring the idea of restarting the engines, entering Jonathan Kuminga potentially back into the rotation. Okay. And from the Kuminga side, his feelings towards the organization and Steve Kerr and this situation and his long-term desires have not changed. And I use organization key there because it's not just a Steve Kerr thing. But I have also been given indications he is telling them he will be ready if called upon. And I do think we're about to get another chapter of this.
That was Anthony Slater of ESPN. Wow. Freaking War and Peace.
Yeah, well, again, to Evan's point, Sonny, is basketball. It's his job. I get being mad and them being mad at him, whatever happened with OKC. But the more I think about this as I go to the arena tonight, I'm like,
look up Raymond.
The train really got off the track in regard to us even having this conversation about was he sabotaging or saving himself, not wanting to risk injury. They need him. He can play. He's played for them before. He's still under contract. Let's go.
You know who would love this situation? Love in quotes. Don Nelson. Don Nelson would have already told Steph, you're done for the year.
This morning.
Okay, you now have a calf injury. You're done for the year. We will finish the season 3-35, and we will try to get the 7th pick in the draft. And then Steph will be rested for next year.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Butler. I'm telling you, that's what he would do.
Sometimes I think Butch and I are twins, different colors, Stoney, but I'm telling you this morning he had me so mad.
Who? Shasky?
Shasky and Don Nelson, because we've never, Evan, us three, you think you know me, we've never really talked about how hurt I was about the C-Webb trade. It cut me. It's still, the scar's on me, okay? But the way Butch described it, he got rid of him and then dipped up out of here. Nelly himself.
Oh! I mean, he did get fired, but
you know what I mean, Stoney.
Nobody knows how to get fired better than Don Nelson.
Now, the second part of that on my Mount Rushmore of hurt with Warriors is Monte Ellis and the Bogut trade, but that let Curry, that was how Curry emerged, so that's healed. But to Chris Webber and Nelly, he did that and then dipped.
I mean, I can almost envision Nelly going to Joe Lake. The only one thing to do, let's shut Steph down and we'll we'll try to get into the lottery. And then Lacob would be like, we don't do that anymore.
Get
and
Boozer.
we're certainly not doing it here. And then Don Nelson would just coach the way he wanted to coach anyway. And then Lacob would have a decision on his hands.
Wow, man.
Dave's in the city. He's been hanging out. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, fellas. I got 2 trade scenarios for you if you guys got your pens ready.
I got
Go ahead, baby.
Yep.
All right, first one. If you're ready to move on from Steph, the first one would have to go to San Antonio. And you would have to go and get Steph for Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, and Devin Vassell. And the Warriors would give up Steph, Will Richard, and 3 first-round unprotected. So all salaries match. You restart your future, and then, you know, they get their championship. We restart our future. The second one for you guys.
Go, hey, you know what? Keep that one. Call us tomorrow with the second one.
Evan. Evan didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. Like, come on, you were smiling.
Well, I can always smile when guys come up with
We're doing
great
pen out to
ideas.
start writing it down.
He asked me to.
Like, we love them. Call back tomorrow with part 2, but that was the gong. That was me rapping.
You know the sad part of that? I think that Spurs would say no. Why are the Spurs? Why would they give up 3 firsts?
Man, they are sitting pretty right now, man. San Antonio.
Yeah. Austin's in San Jose.
Our man.
Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Hey, at least the previous caller was being creative, man. I think that's where we're going here.
I don't have a problem with it.
Jerry West, you forgot something, Steiny.
Okay.
Jerry West is the guy that could make a bold move. We don't have the front office that we should have. You're talking Rob Pelinka type move what he did last year and bringing in Luka. So you got to get out of your comfort zone as you move on. If everybody's saying Steph is magic, and of course he is, but at the end of the day, if you're going to continue to ride with that, you're not going to be able to ride into the future the way you've been enjoying it for the last 4 years. So it's going to take something dramatic. It's going to take something bold. I don't think the front office that we have today has the stomach for it. But, you know, Jimmy Butler told us a few weeks ago, you know, the Warriors are mediocre, and that came from the player, not the fans, right? And okay, they've won a few games, but the Guru, listen, they lost Jimmy. So now what do you think Jimmy's thinking now? Okay, all of a sudden now I think they're still mediocre, and the worst place to be is in the middle. So the question is really, do you want to go to the bottom, like Donnie just said, or somebody suggested, like Cola just said, or how do you get to the top? Because being in the middle, Guru, means nothing other than selling tickets and you going out there and, you know, enjoying yourself, and me going out there and, you know, enjoying ourselves. But at the end of the day, the basketball part of it doesn't get any better. So the question is, how do they go from mid to upper tier in the NBA? I think that's the real question. And I don't know that Kuminga, that's not Kuminga's problem, Steiny. We keep acting like Kuminga is the reason why the Warriors are in a situation there. That's just one component. This thing has been messed up for a while now. So they didn't get there just because of Jonathan Kuminga. He's just one piece of the puzzle. So I think you guys should be exploring more about how do they get to the top. That's the only question we should be trying to ask, guys. I'll keep listening.
Austin, before you go, he left. Damn.
What were you going to ask him?
Forget Mike Dunleavy because he's new on the scene. It didn't sound like Austin had much faith in Joe Lacob. And we can go back to the origin. He inherited this or that. But to me, he is a maestro, the architect of 4 dynasties. I know the inheritance part of it. But I'm just saying, Austin had it sounded like faith in when he said front office, that also means Joe Lacob. But damn, Austin, I would just say, and I'm not caping for Joe, he was part of the front office that got Jimmy Butler here when we needed it. It was over, finito. And Jimmy Butler's like, I just feel like guys like Austin and gals, and again, I don't want to speak for him, but he had little faith in the front office. And I would say move Mike D to the side since he's new on the job. But damn, Austin, didn't we just eat with the birthday cake that was Jimmy Butler to change the fortune of last season, and Curry got hurt? And who knows? I'll leave that there. So I say all this with this energy to say, hadn't Joe earned the benefit of the doubt? And I'm still watching intently.
It's not that I don't have faith in Joe Lacob or I don't think Mike Dunleavy knows basketball or that they can't, at some point turn this thing around. It's not that I don't think they can do it. It's that practically the situation they are in because of the dynasty and the decisions they made after 2022, they have a roster replete with ordinary players that other teams don't covet, and the players that are good, the Warriors don't want to trade. And that's basically Steph. And now they can't trade Butler. So, listen, the real question to me, the biggest question inside that building, and I don't know how far along Joe Lacob is or how far along he isn't, but the only pertinent question to me is whether or not the Butler injury changes their approach with Steph.
Yeah.
Like,
I get that.
Maybe what's really going on is the Butler injury has been a slap in the face, cold water to Lacob and to Dunleavy, and maybe they're like, we can't get him another title here. It's just we don't have enough time.
That's fair.
That's the only kind of thing I'm interested in, and I'm leaning that they're not there.
Okay.
I'm leaning they're not there, and I'm not saying I would be.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Does this jumpstart a pivot? And I'm saying pivot because I don't want to say rebuild or tearing down, but a pivot.
Ryan Clark.
Why? What's
he does a pivot podcast. So when you said pivot, I was thinking.
I don't even know what to say.
Hey, yeah.
I don't know. Austin triggered me. I asked Norm about coming in, but we were talking about this a couple of days ago. He gives Joe Lacob no credit for getting Jimmy Butler because he feels like money's the only reason that Jimmy Butler came here. Because Jimmy Butler said he didn't want to come to Golden State, didn't get the bread where he thought he was going to get it. My point is, if I sell the car, the big Cadillac, fully loaded, forget why they signed. Give me credit for getting it done.
Yeah, he gets credit.
Well, I think some are like, oh, he only came here for the money. Okay.
Well.
See, so he don't get it. You're keeping some, it sounds like.
Mike Dunleavy and Lacob traded for Jimmy Butler. They got him.
Right.
They had to extend him. And how does that look now? But they had to extend him.
But now I feel like you're being a slave to the immediate right now, Stoney. Well, you couldn't have said that yesterday, how the trade look. I'd be like, he balling.
No, but what I'm saying is he wasn't coming without ripping up that deal and taking two more.
I got you.
Well, you gave him two more, and now you're really in a pinch because he got hurt.
Do they win tonight, Stoney? Like, where are their mentals? They won last night on the fly without him, right?
I think they'll be fine for a little while, and then it might end up catching up to them because, I think the guy I'm looking at is Steph. And I get it. But, Butler doesn't play all the time with Steph, but I think this is going to have ripple effects with Steph being asked to do a lot at 37 years old.
And I'm going to surprise you, this 4-game rodeo that you brought up at Dallas Thursday, Saturday at Minnesota, the baseball series, Monday at Minnesota, and Utah, young and frisky, that's Wednesday, but they'll be at Utah, not necessarily 4 easy games with what you just had to endure.
Yeah, look, there's no automatics.
Okay, there we go. I guess that's well said.
All right. Coming up on the other side, it is crossover time. That means Willard and Dibbs join us. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee? No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone? Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Willard and Dibbs in the house. How we doing?
Oh, great. Great,
Hi.
yeah.
What's up?
I'm down. Yeah.
You look good.
Oh, I'm down.
Good Lord, you look good.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Man.
Yeah.
72
What up,
degrees
Dibbs?
in here and you got a trench coat on?
Well, yeah, he put it down.
I know, but like, wow, dog. Look at you.
I'm hurt.
Why?
Where we go from here?
Well, you and Jimmy Butler.
I mean, Indiana, like, can you cover the 7?
Oh,
Indiana.
Let's start there. And, I mean, end of that.
Okay.
The Hoosiers are the most awkward sports team I've ever seen.
Their fans and their coach,
well, yeah, and their quarterback. Like, everyone's all nerdy and Asperger's.
He's
like,
fun, weird.
Totally. I'm not ripping on it. I was just like, I've never. That post-game interview, I'm like, he wants to talk more than the interviewer. He wouldn't stop. I was like, oh, my God, this is going to go on all night. It's incredible.
Feel free to disagree with me.
I always do.
I texted Shasky last night because I knew he was into this game, and I said, call me crazy, but I think Signetti could coach in the NFL.
Yeah,
I do. Because that team was old. Like, that team had 24 and 25-year-olds.
What makes you say that, though?
Because I think he's, after watching him for 2 years, I think he is genuine. Like, he's a little bit off. I don't think he's a huge yeller and screamer. I think his resume, like, what he's done is unbelievable.
It's really good.
I mean, it's really incredible. Good. And, like, he also has done that at, like, 3 places now. I can't remember where he was before James Madison. But maybe he can't, but that's the kind of guy, you know, when they say, you know, be careful if you hire a college coach in the pros. I agree, but there's something about him. I don't know.
He was Elon College.
That's
before,
right.
Before James Madison. Maybe he could. Maybe he could. I don't know.
Like, I don't know what his specialty is. If he's an offensive genius, if he's a defensive guy, if he's Sirianni type. I just know the guy must be able to coach.
Whole thing was very different, which is, I think, what a lot of us liked about it. That's what I loved about it. Mm-hmm. That was very, very different from the logo to the fans to the sound of the coach and the quarterback. Mendoza in Vegas sounds like, I don't know, Rosie O'Donnell at the Republican convention.
Raider fans are waiting on him. The ones I know, they're waiting on him. Yeah, they like him, Mendoza.
I'd love to see this try. Like, I'd love to see you try. Anyway, whatever.
Back to Butler.
Yep.
Your initial thoughts?
I'm not going to say this was my initial last night thought, you know, because the initial last night thought was just, oh, no.
Yeah.
After a night of sleep, keep Kuminga.
Oh, you're saying that. Mm-hmm. Now, Will, that's a 180 for real.
Well, no, it's not. It's not a 180. It's this. Like, I don't think there's a great deal on the table for him anyway.
Okay.
So, and I also don't think that the Warriors, like, you now have to release the whole, like, we must try to win a championship this year thing. Like, I don't think you tank or anything like that, but I don't think they were going to win a title anyway. But now it gets silly. So now you have 30-some-odd games to basically give Jonathan fans, whatever, exactly kind of what they wanted, which is go just let him play minutes without this, like, we must win tonight thing hanging over his head. And then maybe he rebuilds some interest, and in the offseason, his contract, Butler's contract, hell, everybody's contract is now an expiring contract. And I think there's a better chance that you could make some sort of a blockbuster or a big move this summer than you can now.
Tibbs?
I mean, it's over. So it's over, and I mean,
the dynasty's over?
It's over. It's over. So if you want to play Kuminga and try to trump it up his value, and then what, you're going to sign him and you're going to pick up his option and then trade him in the offseason. I don't even know if that's going to happen. I mean, it's okay to be honest and say it's over. Like what they were doing with Jimmy healthy, they were starting to build it. Like, okay, you're winning
12
games.
of 16.
You're winning at home, and it looks better. And here comes DeAnthony Melton, and he's the real thing. And, Kuminga's not playing, but yeah, it looked like it was starting to build toward you might have action come March or April, but now you don't. And if you want to say that, Kuminga, go ahead and build him up and then have him play, you're not going to be a team that goes into the playoffs and wins with Kuminga. So you'd be better off, like, if he wants to even play over the next 2 or 3 weeks, let him play and let him go ahead and build up his value. But he's gone. He's gone. It's over. Jimmy's not coming back till November. Like,
what's that mean for the chef, though? It's over.
That means the chef is going to have to play out the next year and make, $61 million or whatever. And either Steve will be here or he won't be. But I don't know how you go from where you are now to where this actually can be, okay, we made a move and we have action. You're not going to trade Jimmy and get $54 million worth of good player unless you attach 3 or 4 picks.
Do you mean in the next 2 weeks or the next, even the offseason?
As far as what? It's over?
Or just like the ability to make a move?
I mean, you can make a move, but you're not going to make a move and bring in, like, for example, Giannis. I mean, you're allowed to.
Not Giannis, but I mean, again, I'm asking, are you talking about in the next 2 weeks, or are you talking about the entire calendar year?
I'm talking about the whole calendar year. I'm talking about the whole tenure of Steph Curry. Like, it's over. Your time of, like, we can go ahead and be a championship team.
Really?
It's over. So, I mean, I would love to hear how you can go ahead and make that happen. So you trade Kuminga, $24 million or whatever, $22 million, and you bring in whatever. Okay, you don't have Jimmy Butler.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that's what I'm saying.
Right, but I'm asking you, why can't they make a move in the offseason?
They can, but what's the move?
I don't know. Like that's a long time from now in the NBA world.
Trade Jimmy Butler and his I'm hurt expiring deal, and you get $54 million worth of oh, you're really good.
Well,
and you're
no,
help us.
you would have the ability to trade all of these people. All of them. They're all expiring.
Of course.
Jonathan would be expiring. Jimmy would be expiring. Buddy Hield's contract would be expiring.
Pod's extension eligible.
Sure.
Right? And if you wanted to play with picks, I can't sit here and tell you what the deal is today, but look how quickly this stuff all moves. It was a year ago that Luka got traded in the middle of the night. I don't know who's going to be available and what that team's needs might be, but expiring contracts in the NBA are a thing.
But it's different when Jimmy is like $54 million worth of expiring. So
that's fair. Right. I get that.
A team would have to have $54 million worth of, I don't know, something decent.
I mean, Dallas wants to get rid of something pretty similar. Like, teams want to get out. Trae Young just got dealt for peanuts. People want to get rid of these deals sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And even if you got in Trae Young, so now you're Steph, Draymond, and Trae Young?
No, not Trae Young. I'm just bringing up names.
No, and you can bring up names, and I'm bringing up the reality of where you are with Steph and Jimmy making that much money, and Draymond making what he makes, and you're in a spot where I don't think that you are one player away. It's kind of like the Niners at the deadline. Everyone wanted them to go ahead and make a big move. Bring in, Myles Garrett, and you still wouldn't have been good enough to beat Seattle.
I'll buy that. I mean, this is a tough situation. I don't really ever buy that phrase, though, that you used. It's never over.
Oh, it's over.
It's never, that's not a thing. That's there's always an evolution.
Well,
there's
it's a
always
thing if it actually is over, but I'm saying that it's over, and that's my opinion.
What is it?
It is the chance for Steph Curry to win another championship.
Okay.
It's over.
Okay.
Here. I mean, sure.
I mean, that's true.
Well, no, you're right. He could go to San Antonio.
No, but that's not like the craziest extension of a thought. I mean, it's for a year and a half at least, it's already been kind of a wild idea. And I think the Warriors have spoken pretty well on this. The idea isn't let's make sure that Steph Curry wins another ring. It's let's give Steph a shot. Put him in the playoffs.
Right.
And he's even said that.
Yeah.
Give me a shot.
They had one last year.
And now you have no shot.
This year.
Right, and even next year. I would say you have no shot.
That I don't buy. That's a long time from now.
It is, but trades are hard, as we know.
Sure.
And so you've got Jimmy Butler out until November.
At least.
Exactly. Yeah. Doc Pandia, hopefully coming up later today to talk about the timeline. And so, you've got, all these other pieces and Kuminga, who will be, I guess, on a team option if they want to pick that up. I doubt they will. So he's going to be either gone in the next 2 weeks or he won't be gone. And you've got Steph at 38, and you got Draymond, who is, not able to play a full season. So I'm going to say it's over.
Yeah,
it's over.
Spot. And Draymond has a player option that I got to believe he's going to exercise.
I would think.
Unless he says, I want 2 more years for 30. I'll play 15 and 15 rather than 20. I don't know.
It's possible.
It is possible. I mean, where does this leave Curry? I mean, that's I've been looking at ESPN all day today, during the show, and everyone's like, what does it mean for Steph Curry? What does it mean for Steph Curry? And the only thing I think that's the most important factor regarding Curry is whether this injury changes his approach and the team's approach. You know what I mean?
I don't know if this is what you mean, but do you mean changes his approach to the concept of never playing for another team?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe.
I doubt it will. I'm
also of the opinion, so you're going to get rid of Steph because another guy got hurt. Why should Steph have to be impacted by something like that if the intention was to keep him here and have him retire? You know what I mean?
Well, that would only come if Steph asked for it.
Well, and here's what I think. And maybe I'm wrong. Warriors have made it clear, 2-year window, right? Curry and them, though, look at the contracts. There's only 2 guys making any money after the end of next year. They know it's a 2-year window. You think they haven't talked about, well, what if it starts to go a little sideways? Or what if we do suffer, a significant injury? They've had to, this has had to cross their mind.
Sure.
And I think they're 2-year window at best, but if something happens, we can pivot. And I think we might be in the pivoting spot, but I don't know what pivot means.
Right.
At this point.
I don't think they have the stones to do what you're suggesting. And I don't
they
mean
only
that.
could do it as if Steph wants to do
exactly.
it. And I don't
exactly.
I can't see him saying, well, now get me out of here.
And he's still box office.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy.
Oh God, yeah, the Warriors.
Man, no way.
The PR hit would be Luka plus.
But I'll tell you what, the double and triple teams are coming. We're back to before Jimmy, Steph and that. Where's his space? That's on its way. And it's up to the others to help alleviate that. But I feel bad for Stefan. That's welcome back.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility that, for example, it doesn't have to be acrimonious. I get it. Chris Mullin's not Steph Curry, but he still was a hell of a player at the end of his tenure with the Warriors. The Indiana Pacers thought they could make a run, and they had a young center, Eric Dampier, and they traded Mullin for Dampier. They worked together on it. Everybody got what they needed, and then Mullin came back and retired here, and maybe that's a bridge too far for some fans, but there are instances where a star player will work with the team to try to help everybody out.
Yep, a star player, not this star player.
Maybe not. So you don't imagine Steph would ever be like, guys, what do you?
Oh, I can't.
I think we can help each other.
That's the only thing I don't feel comfortable speaking to is what Steph would want to do. He's never I don't think he would, but that's another man's head. The organization as a whole, I just don't see a scenario where they ever trade him and move off him without him telling him that they have to.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. It's going to take Steph and the Warriors to come to that conclusion together. And they're both going to need to sign off on it. I mean,
it's a hell of a 9 days.
To me, the other thing is, and I know it's far down the road, but Steph's going to play after next year, right?
I don't know.
You would think, yeah.
You would.
I mean, I would think he's still got a couple more years left. Well, what's going to happen when his contract is up after 2 years? Like, do you extend him this summer for another one, or how does that work? Like, that's where he could maybe work with you to get some flexibility in here.
I'm not 100% sure he's playing after next year. I think we all think that because he still looks so good. I don't know that. Like, he is going to be 39 by now.
If you want to read into it, he did say post-game last night after being named an all-star once again that he hopes to add a couple more before he's done.
Okay.
But who knows?
Yeah.
Could be lip service.
It's probably his state of mind, we would think, but I mean...
I mean, the other thing the Warriors have to deal with if Steph is going to retire here is how do they manage him when he goes from great to very good to good? You know what I mean? Then they're going to have to get players in here better than Steph.
He never will, Steiny.
What do you mean?
He's ageless. He's never going to drop off.
Man. He's doing something unheard of. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like you're asking some pretty big questions that are also kind of as the months unfold, as the year unfolds.
They'll reveal themselves.
Yeah, well, my mind is still very much on like, what are they doing tonight?
Right.
What are they doing tonight?
And how about how Kittle went down, Warner, Bosa, what else?
Butler.
But man, what's in the water?
I don't know. I mean. It stinks. Well, it's such an interesting thing, right? Especially like one of the things you guys argue about, which is the whole old player, young player thing, right? We have coaches who get accused of not playing young players, and it's because old players, or at least veterans, are the ones who usually win at a high level. They're also apparently the ones who are at a much higher chance of getting injured, Like, you called it earlier today, a young man's game. And it's like, sort of. It's but who's winning rings?
But young guys get hurt too.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. Everybody who we're talking about who's had these bad injuries in the Bay over the last year got some rings on their trees.
I did my partner a disservice now that you're speaking on that, because I don't know what you guys are making of. What's the verbiage of the Niners, the plant next to the practice field? Because I saw Delaney Walker talk about the former Niner tight end, and then I'm like, so just I'm looking at your look on your face. What are your thoughts on that, Dibs? Do you give it anything? Is there any merit to it? Or when I saw Delaney Walker talking about what he was talking about years ago,
right?
I'm just sitting back like, well, is there any validity to this at all?
Like, where is the science? That's my question. And for science, I'm not going to Twitter. I'm not going to Threads. Okay. I'm not going to TikTok or Instagram. I'm going to actual science.
What else is there?
If you're going to show me actual science where electromagnetic fields lead to the deterioration of muscles and ligaments, then okay, I'm here for that. But beyond that, what this is mostly hokum. It's nonsense. It's a bunch of garbage to me. And, any NFL player or any other like Chase Senior or any other expert, quote unquote, can put this out all you want. Until I actually see science, then I'm going to go ahead and chalk it up to people just trying to connect dots. And, for the Warriors and Jimmy Butler, think about Jimmy Butler and his right knee, where he already had a meniscus. He had, I believe, an MCL.
Yeah, you're right.
And now he's got an ACL. So older player who's played a ton of basketball with 2 other knee injuries, and now he gets hurt again.
Playing his best basketball. He looks spry, man.
He looked great, and they look great. And that's what, to me, is the real tough part about this, because they were starting to show you that if this is all going to work, DeAnthony Melton, man, he's looking good.
Horford.
Draymond Green, fitting in better. Pods, keep him out your mouth. Steph Curry is still great. Jimmy Butler, he's become
Moody
Robin
can't
again.
miss a 3.
Moody, all the rest, like Quentin Post. Their team was starting to look like the team that they thought that they were going to be, and then Jimmy has that happen, and so, I mean, for me, it's 2 things. One, like, oh my God, that sucks because they were playing great, but the other part is you have an old team, and when you have an old team with people with injuries, this is going to happen. It's the reality.
Yeah, I mean, they had to have, as Joe Spadoni would say, this had to be baked into the equation. Not that you expected it, but don't you always prepare for a rainy day? Whatever that looks like.
If you're a good front office, you're going this is what they do all day. You go through all the scenarios in the future, and what if this? Then what do we want to do? What if that? This is a pretty hard one to. I mean, some of them though, your answer might be, well, we're kind of up a creek if that happens.
Do you got a problem with me thinking your boy Daryl today, Kuminga's not getting traded, nothing's going to pop off, and they're just going to ride this season out? Like, I feel like that's what's about to happen.
I don't know if that's what's about to happen, but I don't think that's a crazy idea at all. We do know if they point to him tonight, he's going in.
That's like they're doing.
He's going in. I know a lot of people have asked the question, and to me, it's not does Jonathan want to play. It's Willie. Willie. If they say get in the game, Willie. The answer is yes. That has been confirmed.
There's no situation to where his number will not be called tonight, right? You would think, Dibs, as I'm on my way.
You wouldn't think.
I mean, if they get up.
Why wouldn't he not? Why would that even have to be a stipulation?
I mean, this is there are some practical issues. He has played 10 minutes in the last 20 games. So he's probably not in great shape. And also, I get Jimmy Butler just got hurt. But how does he go from 14th man and just leapfrogs everybody into the starting lineup? I'm not saying it can't happen, but how do you go from not in the rotation to now you're starting?
This is a rare situation. That's how.
No doubt. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It is.
It's a rare situation. It already was. How do you go from we're emptying the bench for garbage time and he's still not one of the people going in?
Yeah, I think if of the things that I'm not anticipating, it's Kuminga coming back, looks really good, and the Warriors hold on and kind of build on this. I just can't see it, Bob.
No, I mean,
although there's too much water under the bridge.
There's way too much water under the bridge, but if you think about Kuminga before Jimmy Butler came on the team, Kuminga was at his best before Jimmy came. And I know he got hurt, then he got hurt, and then Jimmy came, and then he didn't play. But the whole thing about Kuminga with Steph and Draymond, that's when he's at his best. And, Jimmy Butler is the one guy who Kuminga doesn't play well with, because, Jimmy Butler's a guy who does what Kuminga does, which is, kind of get the ball and get down in the post and all the rest of it. So there is a way that Kuminga can now play better. But I wonder about, tonight, if he does play, you can't play him 28 minutes. The guy has not played
Bring him back
in a month and a half.
I got you.
So even if he plays, what does he get, 14, 16 minutes or whatever? I don't know. I mean, if I'm Kuminga, I'm thinking, you know what? My back. It's my back again, guys.
You sound like Gilbert Arenas. My neck and my back. Did you hear that? Come on,
listen,
Gilbert.
I know people want to take things personally, and if you want it, he's allowed to do it.
He ain't returning the bread.
This is professional sports. To me, that's soft. That's soft if you play the game of
it's already been soft, and you said as much.
I did?
You did when he was out with the back. I mean, we all kind of agreed that when he came out in pregame and he's my back.
But nobody knows if he truly was not hurt. We allegedly, we don't know.
Sure,
we kind of know.
Yeah,
and that's where
he's
that's so dirty.
He's not hurt.
That's where it's all well and good that he's coming back and he might play. But if that team in there thinks that he was healthy and didn't play, that's not good.
Draymond was just singing his praises on the podcast for how great he was. I'm just telling you, that's what he was saying.
I don't mean it like that to you. I just mean, of course, he's going to say that on the podcast.
They need him to play and be a part of the team.
What if Sack calls and says DeRozan?
I'm so desperate, Daryl. I would take him. Before I was like, no, I'll take him, Levine.
I changed my mind. I think I would.
Yeah. How's he not going to replace what Jimmy did?
No one is. It's Jimmy Butler.
Master
I'm not giving up anything else.
Yeah, circumstantially, I might. But that to me is more the Warriors and Jonathan know how far. You said too much water under the bridge.
Yeah.
And there might be. And if that's the case, then sure. Yeah, DeRozan's contract is workable into the situation.
And he's up at the end of next year, which they love.
Yeah, it fits.
All right, guys.
DeMar DeRozan.
Bring it home.
Dude, he can score.
He's completely positive. Warriors tonight, 7 o'clock.
When do you
Warriors
have Kerr
live at
this week?
6.
Kerr's going to be tomorrow.
Okay.
I think a game tonight, so Kerr will be tomorrow. Nick Friedel, though, at 3:45, and the doc will jump in here with kind of the questions of, what, like, I don't know.
Do we know any, timetable?
He said 10 to 12 months.
Yikes.
10 months on the front end puts it at Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So that's like best case scenario.
At this age for him,
well,
too.
that's what to me, the other question is, let's say he did come back at Thanksgiving. What's he look like at this age for the rest of the year?
Backs. Do you have to ease him?
Everyone's like, 1 year and then they'll be good. Right. Then he'll be 38. And not on the team anymore, also, by the way.
All right, Chance, we'll bring it home as positively as you can. Yep. And you're going to do it on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego? Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. Here we go, okay? What would you do? Listen, the first thing we're going to do is let's all take a moment and let this settle in, what the last 9 days have brought the Bay Area sports fan. But then we're going to be like ants, okay? You got to get back up and start building the you got to start building the anthill again. So 9 days ago, George Kittle tore his ACL. And I don't know exactly where, tore his Achilles. And then in that 9-day stretch, also the 49ers season has come to an end. The evil empire known as the Dodgers became even more powerful and more evil.
Well, whatever.
No, not whatever.
That's a whatever.
That's not for a lot of Bay Area sports fans. Right. It's not. Maybe for you, but it's not.
For me, because, that's what they do.
Well, yeah, but it's still I don't know what to tell you. It's still rubbing everybody's nose in it. It's still very frustrating to a lot of people. It's frustrating to a lot of players around the league. So there's that. Robert Saleh leaves, which actually came last night in the period where people were wondering what happened to Jimmy, but nobody was really wondering what happened to Jimmy because if you've watched sports for any period of time, when you see that, you knew he not coming back. That's a season-ending injury. And so add in that as well. Jimmy Butler tears his ACL. And it comes, how many days we got until the trade deadline? 11 plus 5, is that right? 16? It's 2 weeks from Thursday, right?
Yep.
Okay.
16.
So it was 16 days before the trade deadline. And it was a trade deadline that felt like kind of a fait accompli. And I would say very much, no, it's not. And it's for 2 reasons. Number one, you now need a forward who scores the basketball. Number one. And number 2, your goals for the year have changed. There's not, how can they not? And so let's sit with that for a second. This has been one hell of a 9 days, gut punch after gut punch. But you got to get back up and deal with reality. And things move and evolve on a daily basis. And yes, I would suggest don't trade Jonathan Kuminga. Because why would you? Unless everybody just hates each other so much that you have to get him out of the building. But they're all saying that that's not the case. I know Jonathan badly wants to be traded. I know a lot of people going, he demanded a trade. Demand? What the hell does that mean? You're not in a position to demand. Deebo Samuel once demanded a trade. Next year he had a Niner uniform on. So if I'm the Warriors, I'm no longer thinking title hopes this year. I need somebody to be a forward and score the ball. He needs his image sort of rehabbed around the league, and the contracts are all expiring next year. My best chance to get something around Steph Curry is to do it next season. Give Jonathan 30-some-odd games. Let him play. Don't really worry about if you score more points than the other team or not. That's what I would do.
Yeah, not me. I would trade him. Just you trade Kuminga, and if you could trade Jimmy Butler, you would. But I don't think anyone's going to take on that, considering he won't be back till November. So you're stuck with Jimmy. But you trade Kuminga, and you get somebody in now who you can hope can help you in the short term, because this year is mostly a wrap. Like, you're not going to go ahead and win the title now. You probably won't even make it out of the play-in without Jimmy Butler. If you have Kuminga and Steph and Draymond, you're not going to be good enough to make it out of the play-in and win a series, in my opinion. So go ahead and get something now for Kuminga. As opposed to you play Kuminga and maybe he plays, maybe he doesn't play, whatever happens, and you get to the offseason and now you're going to sign and trade him. You're back in the same spot you were last year.
I guess my question is to you, when you say get something for Kuminga, I don't know that they can. I think that message has been batted over our head for the last 3 weeks. Like, they're literally threatening to not do anything because they damn well, like, the only reason they would do that is because they are trying to, like, warn the league and warn Jonathan, like, we might not trade you, which is to try to make us look like we're not desperate because they don't like the offers that they're getting. Now, that could change, I hear you, over the next 16 days, but we all get it. The guy doesn't play basketball right now.
Right.
No one's going to give you a great deal.
And so you're expecting him to come out tonight and just play basketball? And,
no, the beauty is I'm no longer expecting anything.
Right. So,
but why am I trading him, as you say? To get what?
I mean, why keep him? To get what?
Because why not? Because the
guy doesn't play basketball.
Because you might get something better later after he does play basketball.
If, in fact, he does play basketball. And we don't know that he will play basketball.
We actually do.
He said that.
Yes.
He said, I'm ready to play basketball.
Yes.
Now that Butler's out, I'm ready to go out there and play basketball.
Yes.
Okay? Great.
I am saying Y-E-S.
Okay.
Yes.
I must have missed that comment that he made.
He didn't make that comment.
Okay.
If you want to call it my report, call it my report.
I'm not calling it anything.
Anthony Slater said if they point to him, he goes in.
So he goes in now when he wouldn't go in before when Butler was here?
Yes.
That to me is even more damaging as a player than it was before. So when you pointed at him before and he didn't want to play, and you pointed at him before when you had nobody playing and he had a back injury, and now the back is fine, that to me is more of a character issue than ever before.
I don't even know why. I mean, maybe, but why?
That's my opinion.
That's fine. It's not relevant. Like, why?
Well, it's relevant if I'm an acquiring team. So now all of a sudden he wants to play. Like,
I don't know, man. I think anybody who's talking about Jonathan Kuminga as a front office realizes that things are damaged here. You're not right. You're not acquiring the same person as what you would get here. That's always. It's kind of like anybody who signs Brandon Ayuk next year. Someone's going to sign him. It'll be for less money. But somebody thinks that, and teams do this all the time. You know this. Like, oh, it'll be different if he's here. Like, let me get my arm around him. Let me talk to him. Let's give him what he wants. Let's give him minutes. Like, all of that stuff. That's why anybody would acquire. The Niners acquired Keon White. The Patriots wouldn't play him. He played here, so and he was fine. He was okay. It's a better relationship. So that's all. Again, I'm not telling you this is some key to the future. Don't get me wrong.
No.
I don't think he's going to come out and, wow, now we're the 6th seed. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think you said it maybe better than anyone. The 6th seed doesn't matter anymore. Nor does the 7, the 8, the 9, the 10, the 4, the 5, the 3. You just said it's over. So what the hell do you got to lose?
Well, then get in the lottery. Then trade Kuminga and get back like nothing, and let's get in the lottery.
What? That doesn't get you in the lottery.
I mean, it does if you're outside the 10. Then
what
yes.
gets you in the lottery is Steph Curry saying, I don't want to play anymore.
Well,
they're not going to get in the lottery. And to me, there's some sort of...
if you're outside the 8 seed, you're in the lottery. So.
Right, I understand that.
Right.
I don't think they're going to be.
You're closer to that now than you are to be in the 6, certainly.
Maybe, but again, like that's not the way the Warrior organization operates. It's not the way they're going to see it right now, of course. And so maybe you end up there on accident. Steph Curry could get hurt in the next game. I don't know.
Oh, boy.
But I don't think that that's the way they're thinking. I don't think there's a whole lot of value in that. Like, let's work to get to the 14 pick or something like that. I don't know if there's a whole lot of value in that. If you're telling me that there's a great deal out there for him right now, I'm not telling you I would hit the brakes on that.
Right.
I'm telling you, I don't think there's a great deal out there for him right now, so why do it now? There's not a great deal.
Right,
so
but I don't think there'll be a great deal out there in the offseason.
You don't think that
either.
now, but we're dealing with a bunch of things we don't know between now and then.
Right.
And it's an expiring contract, so even if he doesn't play well, there's still some value to this the longer it goes. That's true for Jimmy, Buddy, and everybody. The longer it goes, the more valuable the contract becomes on the market.
Well, Jimmy's contract is only valuable if you get somebody to take on $54 million for a guy who's hurt, which, I mean, it's possible, but
it's expiring deal.
Sure, it's expiring next year, so if you find a team that's willing to part with $54 million worth of player for an expiring deal, that doesn't happen a lot. I know Trae Young is a guy who didn't quite make that much money, but they were able to get something for that. I wonder about the Warriors and what they're trying to do. And now you're in a spot where you don't have Jimmy, and this year is kind of a wash. So, hold on to Kuminga, and we're going to showcase him for 40 more games and then get to the offseason and try to trade him then?
I guess my question for you is because you're making it sound absurd. And I'm like, what do you have to lose based on your own words? Right. What do you have to lose?
What you have to lose is, him getting hurt, Kuminga.
Okay.
And he already had the back issue. We know that. And he had the ankle. And,
there was no back issue.
he got hurt last year. So, whatever he's had, and he's had, those issues. And what you have to lose is, this whole season where, you play Kuminga and it doesn't work. And so you play him, and then you wind up being 40 and 42 and whatever. You're the 9 seed, and great.
I guess what I'm having a hard time understanding from your standpoint is 10 minutes ago you said it's over.
It's over.
And you didn't even say, when you said it, you're talking not even about this year, talking about next year. But then somehow on the next hand, you've got this you have to get rid of him now. I'm like, well, I actually don't think it's over, but what on earth do you have to lose? Jonathan Kuminga's value is at the lowest it's ever been. So why would putting him out there risk anything? It risks nothing.
It could go lower.
I don't agree.
Okay. You don't think it could go lower?
No.
He
nobody
can go
wants
out there
him.
and play worse, and then his value goes down?
There's literally, we have, as far as what we know is that maybe one, maybe two teams wants him, but let's define the word want. They're not willing to really give you anything for him, so they don't want him that bad.
Right.
So, could it go lower? I mean, maybe an inch lower, but nothing that I'd be worried to risk.
It could go a lot lower.
I disagree.
He plays, and then you don't exercise his option, and then that team gets him for nothing.
Why would you not exercise his option?
Because you don't want to pay him $24 million next year.
But if it's a tradable expiring contract, you would pick up the option. The same way
you don't want to play him. You don't want him on your team.
They just signed him to a 2-year deal while not wanting to play him.
And they played him. You realize they played him.
Right, for a moment.
They played him, and then they stopped playing him, and now we are where we are.
You realize
that they're not going to pick him up for $24 million and do this all again?
I love that you think they signed the contract because they wanted to play him.
They signed it so they could trade him.
Right.
And they haven't traded him.
Not yet.
And now they're going to play him. And now he's going to play because they have to play him. And he doesn't want to play, but he has to play because they have to play him.
The trick is to know when to trade him at his highest peak. They've already missed that once, twice, 3 times.
5 times.
Yeah, so don't do it now at its lowest.
So go ahead and sign him again for $24 million and try and do that whole thing again in the offseason.
Maybe.
That's foolish.
Warriors host the Raptors tonight at 7. Means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings starts at 6. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage presented by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're also sponsored by DAZN. We'd love to hear your phone calls. Jimmy Butler's out for the year. 888-957-9570. What would you like to see the Warriors do? And I'd love to hear from you, Dibs, so set on trading him. What is it you want back that's going to change a darn thing? 888-957-9570. Jimmy's out. What do you do as far as the Warriors' next move? Trade deadline 16 days away. It's Willard and Dibs.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. The football playoffs are here and ongoing. We got 2 more games this weekend, as painful as they are to watch. It's still the best place to get in all the gridiron action. And actually, I'd suggest for you 49er fans, This is a way to make these games a little bit more fun and get through your depression. You can make some picks, win some money right now here in California playing on Underdog. Super easy. You pick your favorite players, go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. You get them all right, pair them up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I might look at going higher on Matt Stafford's his yardage total coming up this weekend because everyone loves that Seahawks defense, but for whatever reason, Stafford's been able to move the ball against him. So check that out this weekend. And I got this for you. If you download the app today and use my promo code, it's my last name, Willard, you'll score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. You type it in, you get a bunch of free money in your account. That's how it works. Make picks, win money on Underdog. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit stanfordbloodcenter.org/promotions for more information.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Hands off Pajemski. Lob for Butler. Good catch on Mitchell, and then got clobbered by Mitchell from behind it. Butler's hurt. Davion Mitchell plays hoop. Oh, Post is holding both hands on his head. Left knee for Jimmy Butler. And this is not good. Jimmy Butler is down. And this building's gone awfully quiet. Timeout. Warriors 77, Heat 75.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's a freaking funeral in there last night.
Yep.
I've never heard an arena sound like that.
Quick. And the Quentin Post, like 2 hands up on the head. And, I mean, when you're right there and you see it, and I'm sure Jimmy let out like a scream, whatever.
Many.
Yeah, and I've been there, like the torn ACL, it hurts, but then it doesn't hurt. It's weird. Like, once it's gone, he got up and he's smiling and he's like, yeah, okay, my knee is shot.
Well, he's half a cup of crazy also.
He is,
like,
but
there's certain people who, like, I actually watched this year with all of the stuff, not just the Bay Area, but across the league, things that have happened this year, and you look at the way, like, for instance, a Halliburton or, a Tatum, and I know those weren't ACLs, they were Achilles or
even
whatever.
Kittle,
but like,
right?
Tyreek Hill and Jimmy Butler were like, yeah, I'm leaving the field. Woo! And you're like, oh, God.
I mean, part of that, though, is like you don't want to sit there and like cover your face in a towel and like the anguish and all the rest of it.
I've never been there before. So, yeah, I'm not, this isn't without judgment. I was just like, that's different. That's different. It's different to smile in that moment.
It is. I mean, the torn ACL is weird because, like, pow, it's gone. And you're like, oh, my God, ow. And then you realize when you get up, it's like you can walk, but you can't really, like, move your leg in a certain way because then, like, your leg will fall out.
Right. What were you doing when you did
Basketball.
You're playing basketball?
Yep.
How old
Santa
were
Fe
you?
High.
How old were you?
I was 31.
Oh.
31, 32.
Okay.
And, going to the hoop and my fat, sloppy, lazy brother was trailing the play, looking to shoot a 3. We're down 8 with a minute to go, and I'm trying too hard to like get a bucket. And I go to the hole, and like I plant my leg, and my leg goes.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Did you score?
No, but I threw up the ball, and I screamed, and I put my hand down to break my fall, and I broke my wrist. And so, broken wrist, torn ACL, and the aforementioned brother, Mikey 1.0, he shot the 2 free throws, of course, because I couldn't, I was not Klay Thompson.
I got it. Yeah.
But, I mean, that was that.
Did he make them?
I don't even know.
Nah,
we lost,
I bet
whatever.
he
We
does.
stunk. Of course he did.
All right. Hey, we're going to go to the phones in just a second. Okay. Like, what would you do? And it's the most open-ended question possible because I bet one area where we all agree, everything's on the table. Anything. I don't think there are crazy answers. I really don't. I want to dig into yours a little bit more, though, because if you're still hot after a JK trade, I get it if you're coming from the standpoint of like, I'm sick of this, they're sick of this, just, shoot it, this relationship. Just
move on,
be
yes.
over. And maybe that is what they're going to do. But the whole, I want to know what it is you think they're getting back that's helping. And I don't care what year you're helping. It can be this year, next year, whatever. Like, what are you getting that's helpful in this moment where his value is so low? That's my question. Real quick before we get further in that conversation, though, we got to do this. We got to get engaged before every game. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll, 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend in jewelry, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit ShaneCo.com today. All right, Jimmy Butler's season-ending ACL tear in mind. Should Jonathan Kuminga play tonight versus the Raptors? Yes or no? Vote now on Twitter. We'll share the results later. And I think you can answer that from whatever perspective you choose. Like from the Warriors' perspective, from Jonathan's perspective, from a fan's perspective. Whatever you want. Should he play against the Raptors tonight, yes or no? I say yes.
I mean, I say yes, but if I'm Kuminga, I'm playing the way I want to play now. I'm not worried about like playing the way that they want me to play because you're going to sit me for a whole month and a half, and now Jimmy gets hurt, and now you need me to play. No. So all of a sudden now you need me. So I'm going to go out there and like get my ha-ha and the skeet. I'm going to go out there and show the world the player that I can be, much like I did last year against Minnesota.
That actually probably would help the Warriors right now, too. Build your value.
Right.
Build your value.
I mean, like if the value got tanked over the past month and a half.
I know that like we watch this like it's a soap opera, so therefore we're like JK and the Warriors and everybody hates each other and JK's going to ha-ha and show them. Remember, he loves his teammates. He supposedly loves the game. They're paying him $22.5 million a year. Somebody said on the text line, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and maybe this is true, Willard, you've got way too much faith in professionalism in 2026. Maybe, but like JK should be able to be mad at Steve Kerr and the organization and still go play a game. Just go play basketball with your teammates.
Right.
This isn't about, oh, you need me now. Like if we all agree, your championship hopes are gone. So
right, it's over.
Nobody needs anything. I'm just saying, what's the best way to play this for all parties involved?
Well, for Jonathan Kuminga, is the best way to play it to go out there and play basketball?
I think so.
I mean, it hasn't been for 6 weeks.
Yeah, but
they haven't played him in 6 weeks.
I know, and it's making trading him hard. Jonathan wants to be elsewhere, and I think right now, with new information, the best way to do that is to go play.
Yeah, I don't even know if I believe that.
Because and that's fine. That's just my perspective.
The best way for him to be elsewhere is to have this year run out and then, them either pick up his option, which they won't, and then he can walk and be an unrestricted free agent.
I disagree with that, by the way. I don't see any way. That's been Joe Lacob's whole thing all along. I'm not letting the guy walk for nothing.
But you haven't played him in 6 weeks, so you're going to not play him for the majority of the year, and then you're going to re-sign him for $24 million?
Yeah.
That to me makes no sense.
No, and that's what they did this year.
Well, it's what they did this year, but then they played him. You forget that.
No, but
you forget the opening 2 weeks of the year where they actually played him a lot.
Right, and you're acting like that was the plan all along, as opposed to, look, we're in a situation, so let's see it. Then they did. Then it looked exactly, at least in Steve Kerr's mind, it ended up looking exactly like he feared it would.
Well, he got hurt. He got hurt.
That's a very small part of the story. He was playing poorly before he got hurt.
He was playing pretty well, and then he got hurt, and then he came back and he was not playing well after that.
He played well for about 5-6 games, then it kind of leveled, then he got hurt, then he came back and never found a flow. But I don't think at any point the Warriors signed him and went, that locks him into 82 games of 25 minutes. That was not it.
Right.
They gave a look at it. It looked good for a second, then it didn't look as good, and then it was gone. Again,
it was a small sample, and
yes.
I would put that as much on the Warriors as I would on Kuminga.
That's fine. I'm not here to blame anyone. I'm just telling you that sports franchises often don't look at these people as players. They look at them as assets.
Right, and if you're Kuminga and you look at your own career and you are, 22 or 23 years old, you're thinking, all right, you're going to play me now? I'm going to go out there and show the world what I can do. Forget what the Warrior team wants me to do.
Fine.
I'm going to go out there and do what I can do.
Fine.
After 6 weeks of you not playing me, and now you want me to go out there and set screens and rebound and play the right way?
I think you're making it sound like there's only two parties here, Jonathan and Steve. Jonathan acting that way would be like, how would Steph feel about that? I don't think Jonathan wants to go do that to Steph Curry. I don't think he's not trying to tell the world I'm a jerk. I'm a selfish player.
I don't think he's either one of those things.
I don't either, but the way you're saying he should behave tonight kind of is.
What I'm saying is that if I'm him, after getting 6 weeks of not playing, and now you want me to all of a sudden go out there and play, all right, I'll go play, but I'm going to go out there and play the way that I want to play.
That's fine.
And,
do that.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is what he did last year when Steph was out in Minnesota.
Well, I mean, again, every situation's different. That was 4 basketball games. I don't think he was trying to, I don't think he was trying to be a non-team player in those games.
No, I'm not saying he's going to be that now. I'm saying he's going to.
Sounds like.
No. What I'm saying is he's going to try and do what he does best, which is score and attack and be aggressive and not worry about all the other things that he's had to worry about, which is, you play, you make 2 mistakes, and now you're getting pulled out, and now you don't get to play anymore. Great. And now it's a DNP. So if you want him to play now, expect him to play like Jordan Poole did his last year.
That's fine. The pressure's off.
Right. It's over.
Right. Well, again, define it.
The chance for them to win a championship, it's over.
Yeah. A lot of people would answer that. It already was. And even
See, I don't believe it was.
I don't think it's ever really like we too often, it's so black and white. Like, is it about a championship? Even Steph has been, I think, very, very strong in trying to explain this to people. This is just about giving Steph a shot. It's about getting into the playoffs and giving them a whirl. That's all it is. So this isn't about, like, can you, strut into the playoffs as the big dog? No, you're not the best team. Steve said 3 weeks ago, we're not on their level. That's not what this is about. This is about getting into the playoffs and giving an all-time great and his other all-time great, who's now hurt, a whirl at this thing. And that, this year, is over. So the pressure's off for this year. But the whole, black and white, like it was great, and now it's all over forever. I just think, I don't know, that feels to me like a little bit of an overly emotional reaction in the moment.
Yeah, and I think to look at next year and think, okay, you're going to be able to come back with Jimmy off a knee injury and Draymond Green and Steph Curry and
I don't know who
Al Horford at 40.
Didn't say any of those things. I don't know who I'm coming back with.
What I'm telling you is that no matter what you come back with next year, you're not going to be able to do enough between now and then to make it so this team has any chance to be what they once were. So that's why I say it's over.
Yeah, and I say, without knowing answers to 18 different questions that you just flew by, there's no way to know that next year you can't be at least in the same position that you were yesterday morning. Like that?
I think that's, you have
no
that
idea.
is outlandish.
You have no idea.
Nor do you.
No, of course.
Nor do you. And I'm just telling you what I think.
I'm not saying I have an idea.
I'm telling you what I think.
I'm saying 1,000 things could happen.
Right.
That's so long
What I think
from now.
is that the things that could happen are most likely not going to happen. Draymond will be older. Steph will be older. And Jimmy Butler will be coming off a knee injury, and unless you can find a way to turn Jimmy's $54 million into $54 million worth of healthy actual player, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, they already were.
I don't think that they were.
Yeah, they were 500
you look
teams
at how they
a
were
week and a half
playing.
ago.
They were trending in the right direction. They won 12 of 16, and they were starting to show you what they could have been in April if Jimmy was healthy and DeAnthony was playing better and Al playing every other day, whatever. This was the team that they hoped they would be in April. So I disagree that this was, a long shot already.
Oh, this is a tremendous long shot.
But they were trending in the right direction. They were showing you what they could be.
Right.
And now they won't be that this year, and they won't be that next year.
If this team that's playing so well right now, Jimmy doesn't get hurt, they play Oklahoma City in a series tomorrow, you feel like it's not a long shot?
They've got a chance. Oof. It's a long shot, but they've got a chance.
That's all I was saying.
They beat San Antonio in back-to-back games in San Antonio. It doesn't mean you have to play Oklahoma City. When they won the title, they didn't have to play the top seed Phoenix because Phoenix got knocked out.
Right. If not them, then Denver, whatever. All I'm saying is that's literally all I said was it was already a tremendous long shot. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I think really when it comes down to it, I think the focus really should be on who makes the ultimate decision. And the ultimate decision is made from the brain trust. They're not going to allow Kuminga to just sit on the bench now that, now that Jimmy Buckets is gone. And we have to think about the reason why Jimmy Buckets came here. Jimmy Buckets came here, if I remember, I may be wrong, but it was because Kuminga was hurt. So they had to get somebody. So they got Jimmy Buckets. Now it's the reverse. Now Jimmy Buckets is hurt. So I just don't see them. I don't see them not playing Kuminga because they know that if they play him, he's going to be a viable part of what direction they need to go from here. Not to mention that if his stock does go up, then all of a sudden he becomes a viable trade piece. Now, I just don't see them leaving that on the shelf simply because, sorry, we're not going to play it because, we just feel like, you can't really help us. And, by the way, you sitting there is going to make you more valuable as a trade piece. I just don't really see that, guys. And that's just my take. Thanks.
Yeah, Rich, thank you. There's one thing, largely what Rich is talking about, I think is fair. He said one thing there, though, that he said, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think I'd like to try. He said that Jimmy Buckets was acquired because Jonathan was hurt. I don't think those things had anything to do with each other at all. The idea that if Jonathan Kuminga hadn't gotten hurt, that the Warriors were in some sort of title contention prior to the trade deadline last year is not accurate. They were about a 500 team. They're, in fact, a little bit worse off than they are now. The Warriors were absolutely all year last year, throughout Jonathan's play early in the season, were rumored to be after a big game. They were big game hunting. That was the talk all year long. I don't think Jonathan's injury last year is what led to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. I think they were going to do that no matter what if the opportunity presented itself.
No doubt, and I do think that they're going to make the same sort of move this year at the deadline, and I don't know if it's going to be big game hunting, but last year the roster was much like this year, which is where they had too many guys that they wanted to play that they couldn't always play, and so that's where they wound up going 4 for 1. You traded Slow-Mo, you traded Schroeder, you traded Wiggins, and you got Jimmy Butler. And I look at this roster, and I think the same thing, where you've got more guys, maybe less so now with Jimmy Butler being out, but you've got extra guys that I think other teams may want to kick the tires on, and whether it's Buddy and Kuminga, but I look at a deal now that is still very much on the table.
I wonder. I don't know that anything was on the table. I don't know how this necessarily changes it. I'm still trying to access, like, what does that do? What does that do? Like, you want to make this big trade in the next 2 weeks. For what?
For a guy who you actually want to play. So if you play Kuminga tonight, you don't really want to play Kuminga.
No.
You're only playing Kuminga because
Correct.
you feel like you have to play Kuminga. So you're going to play Kuminga tonight, I guess, theoretically, and that's what everyone says, and Steve says he's ready, and Kuminga says, I'm good to go, and whatever, but you don't really want to play him. If you wanted to play him, you would have played him last night. You would have played him before. So you're in a spot now where you want to make a trade for a guy that you actually want to play.
And what we've been told and what we're hearing all along is that deal doesn't really exist either. They don't want Malik Monk. They don't want this, they don't want that. Like,
we still have 16 days till the deadline.
We do. And I'm not telling you that they won't trade him, but I think the Warriors have arrived at a spot of a bunch of I don't want tos. So you got to pick your I don't want to. I don't want Jimmy Butler to be hurt, but he is.
Right, but so, I don't want to play Jonathan Kuminga, and we haven't since December 9th, but now we're going to because we have to.
So you trade him even if you don't like the deal?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
that's
you trade him to get a player that can actually help you, and maybe it's to help you now, and maybe you change the calculus now to where you get a player who maybe isn't expiring, somebody who can help you now and maybe help you next year as well.
I get that, but if that's not available, I guess that's where you and I are kind of locking horns here. Like, if there's no good deal, you sound like you want to trade him just to get him the hell out of here. And I'm like, to me, that's based in fatigue on this situation, which I totally get. But I think that there's new info here. You got to be open to, in my opinion, this going a different way now based on the situation. And if there is no deal that is to your liking, then don't do it. Don't do it, because maybe, whether likely or not, maybe later on the calendar there will be, based on more new information. That is possible. He could go out there and play well. That's all I'm saying. The Warriors are not forced to do a deal just because Twitter has said for a few months that they will.
No, they're not forced to. They're not forced to, and you can go through the whole season. You can get to the off season, and you can pick up his option. And you can run it back again, and see if it works next time in year 6. But the whole thing to me feels a little bit like insanity, where you don't want to play the player. That's clear. Like, you've had 6 weeks to play him, and you're not playing him, and now Jimmy Butler gets hurt, and so now you're going to play him, and now you're going to think that he is now the answer?
Not at all.
That to me is disingenuous.
And that's not what I'm saying. Again, if you think about...
That's what I'm saying.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if you think about him less as a player and more as an asset, that's what I think the Warriors have been doing all along. And in the world of asset management, I don't know that now's the time to strike. It might be, but I kind of doubt it from what we're being told, but we'll see. It sounds like they don't like what's out there for him. So with that being the case, play him. See what happens. Maybe that will, as you just put it, change the calculus. Carrie in Scottsdale's next up. Hi, Carrie. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. JK needs to play. JK needs to stay. And Steve Kerr needs to go. When JK came out, they said that he wasn't going to play as much because of Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is now out, and it would be complete misdirection if he doesn't play now. And frankly, I think this is a perfect message for the Warriors to absolutely clean house. I know you can't maybe get rid of Curry's contract, but this is a message. It's over. They're not going to win a title this year. They weren't going to win a title with or without JK or with Curry or anybody else. Time to clean house and get rid of Kerr because he is stuck in the old. He hasn't evolved, and he even made a comment last year that he does not have the time to train young players. Love to hear back from you.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate it. I know a lot of people probably nodding their heads. A lot of people agree with it. Carrie says when Steve Kerr talks about the idea of how difficult it is right now to develop young talent, I know that doesn't land with a lot of fans, and I get it. I still look at it as very situational. I think that lands with who the Warriors are right now. The Warriors are still based on Steph Curry. Steph Curry is also not interested in spending tons of time developing 21 and 22 and 23-year-olds. He would like to go win basketball games. If you think that those days are over, that's a fair opinion, but I keep trying to tell everyone the Warriors disagree with you. So you might be right, Carrie, but Joe Lacob disagrees with you. Mike Dunleavy disagrees with you. They think that they're, as currently constructed, there's something on that vine, and that's the way they're playing it.
Even without Jimmy Butler. I mean, that's where.
But that's less than 24 hours old. So no, I don't know what they're going to do now.
Right?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
I mean, I know what they should do, which is start to build toward next year and toward the year after that when they're all going to be old and gone.
And I think that's what we're asking. How do you go about doing that? It's not an easy answer. There's no great obvious answer. That's why we're talking it out. 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel is going to be on in about 45, 50 minutes. This is going to be great because he's really going to provide some insight on where the Warriors can go next, what they even can do, and where is the market with 16 days to go. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You really need to hear what Anthony Slater reported earlier today on ESPN. We'll play that for you coming up next. And all of you calling in and waiting, we're coming to each and every one of you, we promise. It's Willard and Dibs.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-646-5454. That's 800-646-5454. 800-646-5454.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, it's Jimmy Butler. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Does he ever suit up for the Dubs again? What do you think?
Yes, of course.
You think so?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. I think there's doubt.
Well, I mean,
I get where you're coming from.
He is
I don't
untradeable.
Right now.
Right.
A long time between now and when he's healthy
in the
again.
offseason, like, I mean, you're asking a team to have that much money worth of expiring, like that much money worth of player that they want to give up to get an expiring. There aren't that many teams that have that many bad contracts, $54 million worth.
I think that you underestimate how often teams think about things solely financially and want to get out from underneath big stars.
But I think
Dallas wants it. Atlanta just did it. The Warriors are now
Dallas
probably...
did it, and they got a player back that they thought was going to help them.
No. Dallas is about to do it again.
Right.
They just want out from underneath that sucker.
Right, but it's because they tried it once, and then they had to get out from underneath it again because they got the wrong guy in.
Right, but they're not. I don't think Dallas is looking for, we want a great player in return. They are looking to get out from underneath the money. Again, Atlanta just did it. Dallas is probably going to do it. Pacers kind of did it. Once Halliburton got hurt, look at the way they behaved. Halliburton got hurt, and they're like, you know what? Screw this. We're not winning next year. Here you go. There goes Miles Turner. See you later. I mean,
Davis
Boston
has $58 million and then $63 million. So
right, and they would like out from underneath.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would like it.
And the Warriors.
Let's see how that works.
And the Warriors would like to get out from underneath Butler. So it happens. We'll keep going on the phones. Here's Anthony Slater today on ESPN with regard to the Butler injury, torn ACL, and how it impacts Jonathan Kuminga.
In a small way, the timing wasn't horrible. It's 2 weeks till the trade deadline. They can alter plans. They have time. I mean, I'm sitting here in the arena now. Their front office, I guess basketball operations are 2 floors down over there, and they're doing what we're doing today. They're assessing, the aftermath of this, and then they're deciding what they should do in the next few weeks. What picks should be on the table? Should they be more aggressive? Should they be less aggressive? What players should they get now? Do they have to just throttle this back and accept the reality? But also this, it cover your ears, Brian Windhorst, but this is going to add another chapter to the Jonathan Kuminga saga. I've already been given indications that today they are exploring the idea of restarting the engines, entering Jonathan Kuminga potentially back into the rotation. Okay. And from the Kuminga side, his feelings towards the organization and Steve Kerr and this situation and his long-term desires have not changed. And I use organization key there because it's not just a Steve Kerr thing. But I have also been given indications he is telling them he will be ready if called upon. And I do think we're about to get another chapter of this.
Oh, my gosh. It's never going to die.
All roads lead to Kuminga.
Super interesting, though, don't you think? What he said there at the end, first of all, not only the part about, if they point to him, he will go. Also, did you catch that? His frustrations are not solely about Steve Kerr.
Right.
Organization-wide. Not that I don't think his teammates, but I've long tried to fight this battle. I've given it up because I'm just lost in the whole world of social media. But everybody thinks that Steve Kerr is just Lee Harvey Oswald out there acting alone, hating Jonathan Kuminga, as if there aren't multiple, many, 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 many opinions that have led to this situation.
Well, and the big opinion from the Kuminga side is that if you go back 2 years, he wanted the contract that everyone else in his draft class was getting. He wanted 5 years and 150. He wanted that big money, and they didn't give it to him. And so I think that when you go back to that from their side, that's where the distrust lies, because whether or not he got enough playing time, that's fine. That's Kerr, that's Dunleavy, that's whoever else it is. But Kuminga wanted more money than what he eventually got. So, yeah, I could see where the distrust goes a lot deeper.
Let's go to Daryl in Richmond. Daryl, thank you for calling. What you got? What's going on?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah. Listen, I think this is going to be a win-win for everybody. If they trade Kuminga and Butler for Zach LaVine and DeRozan, and they also give up a pick, I think Kuminga gets to go to Sacramento where he's wanted to go. Sacramento gets off the 2 players that they want to get off. Yeah, they had to take that expiring contract, but that works in their favor, plus the pick. We get 2 guys that gives us a puncher's chance, man. That's all we can really ask for in this situation, because trying to get off Butler's contract is going to be hard. And Curry still has a chance to go out winning.
So, wait, give me the deal. Daryl, give me the whole deal again. What's the deal?
So Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan come to us. We send out Kuminga, Butler, and a pick.
Okay, Daryl, thanks. I don't think Sacramento would do that. Like, I maybe for the pick, but again, I'm with you on that, Dibs. Like, I don't think Jimmy's contract is tradable today. I don't think. Like, sure, it's expiring next year, but the money is just gargantuan. By the way, I'd also battle back of the idea that Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan give Steph a chance. I don't think much of Zach LaVine.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I mean, he's empty calories.
Yeah.
He's like Fruit Loops. You love to have it. And, not a lot of nutritional value, but
to love those.
You'll have a couple of bowls for sure. And you watch the milk turn different colors. It's like, yeah, Fruit Loops. Awesome. Can't wait to have another bowl. And then you eat your second bowl and you're like, man, I'm still hungry. Mom, can I have a couple of eggs?
Dude, whenever Mom bought Fruit Loops, I was like, what'd I do right so I can do that again?
That's right.
What did you do that for?
Empty calories.
It must have
That's
been on
Zach
sale.
LaVine.
Yeah.
And so Jimmy Butler right now, like his contract for next year is 50 whatever million. And this is where it's different than Trae Young, a guy who actually can play basketball and his contract is not even 40 million and it's not quite expiring yet. So if you want to look at all the different deals that are out there, Jimmy Butler off an ACL where you don't know how he's going to respond next year, even if he plays. And so, yeah, if you trade for him now, you're going to go ahead and eat about $25 million this year, and you're going to eat the whole $55 million next year.
That's the thing. And you're not really getting a whole lot of basketball that you can count on. Yeah, well, I mean, in theory, you'll get some basketball in some form next year.
You might.
Maybe.
You might not.
But no, Sacramento is trying the same thing now. Again, sometimes it's kind of like the Jordan Poole, Chris Paul thing. I don't think the Warriors were looking at Chris Paul as a basketball player. Chris Paul was a contract. He was an asset. And the asset he was that he took Jordan Poole's contract and he allowed the Warriors to be done with it in 1 year, as opposed to 3 or 4. So if you look at it through that lens, Sacramento is looking to get out from bad contracts. I think they can do that without taking on what as bad of a contract as Jimmy's has just become. That was already going to be a hard contract to trade. The Warriors didn't want to trade it, so it didn't matter. But now it's all of that money for someone who's not going to play.
Right.
And then he's going to return coming off a torn ACL and be 37 years old.
And he's going to return, quote unquote. Like, there's no guarantee that Jimmy Butler's going to go to Sacramento and be like, yeah, it's November 18th. I'm ready to play basketball, guys. I mean, Jimmy Butler is a guy who is, been known to play in spots where he wants to play and not play where he doesn't want to play. So if you're Sacramento and you look at the reality of Jimmy Butler coming off an ACL, and at that point you're probably going to be a bad team, are you expecting Jimmy Butler to come in and be a good soldier and play 50 games and, try like heck at 37? You got to be kidding me.
Let's go Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hi, Trevor. Thank you for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I'm looking at this situation, and I just look at it, there's only two options here. And one I can't believe I'm saying is that I would love to hear, and let me respond to this if you would. Why do we not trade Steph Curry and just get as many draft picks as we can and just start all over? I don't know why. I can't believe I'm saying that, but let me just ask you, what is the reasoning not to trade him now if you can't put a team around him that can compete again, if we know that's going to happen?
$1 billion, Trevor.
I think there's only two ways you can do this. You can trade Curry and stack draft picks and start all over from zero, or you have to empty the cupboard except for Steph Curry and try and go get somebody, whether it's Giannis or whoever out there you can grab, giving future draft picks up and giving away just pretty much everybody, and that includes Draymond.
Yeah, Trev, you're a big, longtime Bay Area sports fan, right? Like you're an actual fan of the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, okay, Trevor, thank you. You said that sort of the same way Steve Kerr. I do.
Right.
Like, yeah, I every single time someone
I do, but
whenever someone calls and says trade Steph Curry, the same thought goes through my head. You don't understand the fan base, do you?
You don't understand money.
Well, there's that. There's
I mean,
that.
forget the fans.
No, but
if I'm Joe Lacob and I've got the ultimate golden goose in the history of pro sports.
But they're connected. Why is he worth so much? Because of the fans.
Right.
Like people would be in the fetal position on the street crying if they got rid of Steph Curry. You can call that crazy, but it just is.
Do you know, if I said the name Nico Harrison...
What
comes to mind?
He would trade Steph Curry.
Right.
That's what comes to mind.
Yeah.
And he got himself fired.
Uh-huh.
Got himself fired real hard.
Mm-hmm.
That guy needs security to go places.
Thank you.
So, yeah. I whenever someone says that, I'm like, you can make it make sense to me.
Sure. NBA trade machine.
But it doesn't make sense.
$1 billion.
There's just no way.
He's worth $1 billion.
It might be worth more.
Right?
It might be worth
go
more.
And trade him, and let's get 5 draft picks.
God, there would be marches. There would be protests.
Yeah.
We're sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. Let's keep talking it out. Okay? 888-957-9570. You're the Warriors. Jimmy Butler has his ACL torn. Anthony Slater says, yep, we're talking about rebooting. They're dusting off the Kuminga, and they're going to bring it back to the dinner table tonight. What do you want to do, fans? Nick Friedel in a half hour. It's Willard and Dibs.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers. Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go! Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dibs, my joints are stiff.
Hey.
I mean.
Oh, God.
Here we go. Here we go again. You're listening to Willard and Dibs. Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. I haven't played in 6 weeks.
This situation stinks.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. By the way, in addition, I want you to really be locked in today, okay? Because Jimmy Butler's ACL is torn. What does it mean for the Warriors? What do you do from here? I think there's a lot of different sort of opinions that can make sense. What we don't know behind the scenes is what's the Warrior philosophy, and I think really the linchpin of the whole thing is we don't know what's available right now. Like, we can scream at clouds all, you got to trade Kuminga. Well, what if nothing good is available? You know, the DeRozan thing, I don't hate it. I did. I don't anymore. So maybe that is a thing. And that's, of what we know, that is among the things that would make me go, okay, I could wrap my head around that. But if there's nothing along those lines, I got no problem just keeping Jonathan Kuminga, letting him play 30-some-odd games, see if that can rehab the image and the value a little bit and allow all of these Warrior contracts to become expiring deals this offseason, and then see what you can do. And what is it that you could do? I have no idea. But I do know this. If the answer right now is nothing good, then the worst thing that could happen was this summer the answer will be the same. So that's what we're all looking for. And the next 16 days will provide that answer. Nick Friedel will join us in 25 minutes, and we'll talk that out a little bit more. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to keep talking it out with you. But yeah, it's real possible that Jonathan Kuminga gets into the game tonight. And yes, through Slater and through other means, we know that Jonathan, if pointed to, will go in. He's not going to sit out. He's not going to make up an injury.
I mean, I don't know if he did before. No one's told us that he made up an injury before.
A report in The Athletic, at minimum, harshly insinuated it.
Right, and you know what that is, right?
Well, I do. Yeah, fact.
It's an insinuation sensation is what it is.
I got you.
Right, and so, I mean, he could be like all gung-ho to play, and that back. I mean, backs are tricky. The back could flare up, and you know, for Kuminga, a guy who hasn't played at all in 5 weeks, and he hasn't played meaningful minutes in almost 2 months, and now you're gonna like tab me. Now you want me to play? I don't know. If I'm him,
yeah, I mean,
on the surface, like in the moment, it's like, oh, now you want me to play?
I get it.
I'm a little bit ticked off, but at the same time, maybe you step back and you realize that all you really want to do is play basketball,
right?
And now you get a chance to actually play basketball.
I can't tell you that he doesn't feel that way a little bit. He probably does, but then again, you also have a bigger picture to look at, and boy, like if it does, I do think that furthers the story in not the greatest way for Jonathan. If it were to get to a point like this and the Warriors are like, yeah, we want to go to him. Let's do it. And Jonathan's like, no.
Well, it's a little bit like Brandon Ayuk, where, they wanted him to rehab and they wanted him to come back and play. And then, it furthered the story to the point where Ayuk never played. And now he's in a spot where he's probably going to be a free agent come March.
And has tremendously lowered his value.
And we'll see. Yeah. Probably the value's probably gone down, but he will get what he wants, which is to go play somewhere else. And he'll make less money and he'll be able to do so. And for Kuminga, he doesn't have the same ability because the Warriors could... Right. The Warriors could say, hey, we want you to play tonight. He could say, man, that my back, backs are tricky. And so I'm not ready to go. And then you get to the offseason and they could pick up his option and we could do the whole dance for another year.
I mean,
nobody wants that.
I don't know Joe Lacob personally, but I don't want to get into a power struggle with him. I'm out on that.
No, he doesn't like losing.
Right. So if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I pass. I'll pass on a power struggle with Joe Lacob. I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose that.
Right, but you come back and you play, and maybe you have something happen like it happened to Jimmy Butler.
There's no question.
Right?
But I also don't want to get into a power struggle. Like, you could argue he got into a power struggle with Joe Lacob already once. And it was very clearly reported just last week that Jonathan was not thrilled with the contract that he ended up signing. But he did.
Yep.
Because
it's better than playing on a qualifying offer.
Exactly. There's millions and millions and millions of dollars at stake. And that's very true for this situation as well. And what you do with every situation changes. It changes the way people look at you and what your opportunities are and all of that. So anyway, let's keep going. How about Jimbo in Milwaukee? Jimbo, thanks for the call. What's up? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Love the show. First time caller because I always just listen to it. I think the situation that we're in after just listening to the previous segments where they said that Kuminga, they're trying to do a part 2. I blame Steve Kerr and I forgot our GM's name all of a sudden.
Mike Dunleavy. That's okay. Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, Dunleavy. Yeah, sorry. Because the way they constructed the roster, and they're still trying to run their offense. And they don't have the right players. We're too small. We don't have any 3-and-D players. And just even not trying to trade Kuminga the previous seasons, knowing if this is not your player, why are you still trying to promote him? And then you guys talked about as well as that Kerr doesn't like developing players, young players. He reminds me of Phil Jackson. He always wants a veteran team.
Yep.
Every team that he has coached is all veterans.
Jimbo, Jimbo, real quick before you keep going, can I mention something? I don't think that those guys, by definition, always want veterans. I think that they want people who are ready to win when they have a Kobe Bryant or a Shaq or a Steph Curry on their team. I think that's what they think is the way to move forward. Can we agree on that?
Yes, of course.
All right.
course.
All right, onward.
But then when you have that superstar and you're not willing to get the players that have the IQ or the basketball skills to run your offense, I blame Kerr for not adjusting. But I understand you have to run your offense because you have Curry, right? I get that. So then why? Because the previous guy said, let's trade Curry, and, of course, he's worth $1 billion. So then we already know what we need to do as a team. You need to trade the future. You need to get rid of these young guys that don't work well in Kerr's system and work well with Curry. It's already been said, which you guys talked about it, which I love. For the past half hour, you guys said he's our guy. They're not going to trade him. He's worth $100 billion or $1 billion. Like, okay, with all that said, and even saying, like, why would you even do a part 3, part 4 with Kuminga? And then you have these young guys. Why not just play Melton, GP2, Hield, just get a stretch 4, stretch 5, get more older guys like a Portis from Milwaukee. He's hardly playing.
How you getting them?
Like that. I'm just saying.
How you getting them, Jimbo?
Yeah, I understand. Give up what you need to give up, man. Like you said, let's get a veteran team so you don't have to coach up these young guys and wait for them to develop. I know they're trying to do now and the future, and you guys talked about it. Like the previous caller said, let's trade Curry. Heck no, we're not going to do that. Lakers not going to do that. You guys know that don't make no sense.
No,
you
it's
can
not
tell
happening.
me to make it sense like you guys talked about, but it's not happening. So we already know what we need to do as the Warriors franchise.
Right, but
get rid of the young talent. Get rid of the future draft picks.
Right, Jimbo, we're gonna let some other people get in here. We got it. So, like, here's what I would say to you, though. My answer to you, as it kind of has been all day long, when you say, well, get rid of these players that we don't want, you need someone to want them. You have to have an offer that you like. This is what Joe Lacob has said publicly, and it's been reported behind the scenes consistently. He's not giving Jonathan away for nothing. He won't do it. So when we say, oh, you don't like the guy, get rid of him. Can you? Has there ever been a deal that made sense for the Warriors? This is not about X's and O's and Jonathan Kuminga or anyone else playing basketball. It's about asset management. And the Warriors have done a very poor job of managing this particular asset. But in any given moment, you're in that moment. And I think the Warriors still believe to this day that there might be a better time, and this is basically because of the Butler injury too, but there might end up being a better time down the road to trade Jonathan. I don't know that. I know that they didn't get rid of him at his height, but that's in the past. So you could have got rid of him. They didn't. Here we are. And the same thing is true. You have to try to maximize your asset.
Right, and the asset is going to get better, I guess, somehow by you playing him now after not playing him for 7 weeks. And
possible.
It's also possible that he gets hurt and then the asset plummets. So the asset is the fact that Jonathan Kuminga is this guy with great athleticism and great upside, and yet you, as an organization, have chosen to not play him for the better part of 2 months because you didn't think that he could help you win, and now Jimmy Butler gets hurt, and now you're kind of desperate, so now you're going to play Jonathan Kuminga for 16 days and hope to maybe trade him at the deadline, or you're going to play him for 3 months and hope that the asset gets back to where other teams are going to actually want him. The whole thing has been completely butchered from start to finish, and now here you are desperate because you don't have Jimmy Butler, and now you're going to try to throw him out there, and now you're going to try to see if you can revive his value playing for a team that doesn't have Jimmy Butler and probably isn't going to be that good anyway.
See, I don't see it as desperate at all. No,
it's totally desperate.
I don't, because
why are you playing him? Why would you play him tonight?
I've set up.
Why would the Warriors play him tonight? Because it's time to play Kuminga. No, it's because you lost Jimmy Butler.
Right,
you're desperate. You're desperate for a player.
No.
Yes,
it's because Jimmy Butler, but not because you're desperate. It's because Jimmy Butler, and that now means that the championship dreams of this year are over. So now we have a whole new reality, and in that reality, I think it makes sense to, again, if no good deal is on the table right now, play Jonathan, see if he can do what so many believe he can and has in the past, average 20 a night, and then, or even if it's 16 a night, and do that for a few months, and then in the offseason, he is both expiring and potentially has revitalized interest. It's actually the opposite of being desperate.
No, I disagree.
I know you do.
I disagree.
But I don't like, it's funny that you disagree because
why wouldn't you have played him a week ago? To build up his value then.
Because that was not your goal. Your goal at that time was to use Jimmy Butler to win basketball games.
Right, your goal is still to win basketball games.
Not desperately.
Yes, desperately.
You literally walked in here and said it's over.
It's over.
Okay, so there's no desperation
Well,
then.
the desperation lies in the fact that now you're going to play Kuminga. And if you really...
That's not desperate.
That is desperate. And if you really looked at it like... in reality, if the reality you thought as an organization was, you know what, it's over, then you bubble wrap Steph and you bubble wrap Draymond and we'll see you next year and you go ahead and get a lottery.
Not theirs.
That's what I'm saying. If they thought the way that I thought, then they would go that way. But instead, they're desperate to try to see if they can salvage this, so they're going to throw Kuminga back in there.
I don't agree with that at all.
They're going to play Jonathan Kuminga. All of a sudden, now JK is an asset because Jimmy Butler's out, so now we're going to go ahead and play Kuminga.
Where do you
That's
get
desperate.
where do you get the sense of desperation?
I get the sense of desperation where you have a player who was a lottery pick who you used at the start of the year and you played him, and now you didn't play him for 2 months, but now you lose a player.
Just right now. Where do you get
I'm trying to explain it if you let me finish.
No, right now.
If you let me finish.
No, but you're talking about the
explain it. I'm trying to explain it to you. The desperation comes from a guy you didn't think was playable yesterday.
Right.
Now you have a guy who's injured, and so now all of a sudden he's playable. That's desperation.
It's not desperate. It's a new reality. Yesterday, Jimmy Butler...
The reality is desperation.
It's not. It's simply...
my opinion,
it's asset management. And you do it every day, and sometimes you wake up to a new world. The Warriors have woken up to a new world, and all of us are sitting here thinking about, okay, now what do you do? And I have to think that new people coming into the game, a new goal for the year, a new outlook, like the Warriors, according to reports, they're sitting in meetings all morning because they're rebooting their entire system and outlook because one of their top investments is no longer available. So a whole new world. And in a whole new world, you might do things completely differently. I don't see it as desperation at all. I see it simply as this actually might now make sense when it didn't yesterday. No desperation, the opposite of desperation. Like they have to be real with themselves. You're not winning the title this year. They
weren't anyway. So
I said that earlier, and you crapped on me.
No, I told you that it was over. They weren't anyway. Nobody thought that they were anyway, but now you get into a situation. So Kuminga demands to be traded, and so we don't play him because we want to preserve the asset.
Irrelevant. His demand was irrelevant. You and I both laughed at it.
Okay, yes, we laughed at it,
irrelevant.
But they didn't play him because they wanted to preserve the asset, and now all of a sudden you need Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's out, so now you're going to play him? Isn't that risking the asset? Absolutely, it's risking the asset.
What are you risking?
You're risking him tearing up his knee.
Sure.
And then what?
And that's a small risk based on you're not risking anything because there's no good deal on the table. Here's the quickest way I can say it. It's not desperation. Yesterday you were trying to win. Today you might not be. So that's
you better be trying to win.
Why?
Because that's what you do. If you're not trying to win, then sit Steph, sit Draymond, play Pat, play Gee, play LJ Cryer. If you're not trying to win, then go ahead and wave the white flag.
The guy who
you're
says
trying to win.
The guy who says it's over also says they have to try to win.
I say it's
I don't
over,
understand.
But it's not me. I'm not the one running the team. Do you think that they think it's over?
Yeah, I do. I think their championship dreams are completely over.
They would tell you if they thought it was really over, then they would sit Steph. They would sit Draymond.
No,
they would sit everyone.
That's up to them. That's up to Steph.
Well, they don't think it's over.
Well, you don't have that. We have zero evidence of what they think. We haven't seen them since this happened.
Right.
So, no, I'm not suggesting you tank, but to think that today they're in position to win a title is ludicrous.
Well, they weren't in position yesterday to win a title.
Which is what I said earlier, and you said that was nuts.
It's what I've said the whole time.
Vince in the city. Hi,
whatever.
Vince. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? I think with this injury, there's only two real decisions that need to be made. And one is going to be, do you keep doing what you've been doing with this roster as constructed, Or if the goal is really about getting Steph another ring, you blow it all up. Because I look at the roster and I don't see anybody taking over the mantle for Steph when he retires, when he decides to retire. There's no marquee player. You don't have championship talent on the roster. So what are you doing? You're either playing to be an A seed and then a middle draft pick, or you got to do what you got to do. It's going to suck. You're going to give up good pieces, young pieces, to try to put a roster together that's going to win now. But then I just thought about this while I was listening. Jimmy Butler's salary is so high, and he's on the bench because he's injured. So what does that do for cap space as well? That makes making deals even harder.
Yep.
So I don't know what there is to do. You kind of got to just tank and just eat it. You got to take the L on this one and just write it out and see what happens. Or, like I said, figure out some magical mathematical way to make the numbers work and trade whoever you got to trade away to get talent that could possibly win this year, which I don't think is there.
I completely agree with you, Vince, except for the one idea of everyone's expendable, except for the one person we know who is not expendable. Listen, I don't have a firm pull out a Sharpie answer. I don't think there is a great answer, which I think was kind of your point. The one thing I'll put in Sharpie is stop bringing up Steph. That's my Sharpie. Yep. Stop talking about Steph Curry and maneuvering him and moving him and this, that, and the other. That's my only Sharpie. They may still trade Jonathan. I just believe that today you wake up in a whole new world. So you have to look at this through a completely new lens. And as Vince says, kind of might need to just take the L. And if that means riding it out and playing who you have and seeing if that you can then manage the assets to a different reality in the summer, that may be the best option. I don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility. It might even be the probability. Again, if you believe what we're being told, the whole world's telling everybody that nobody wants him. Nobody's will. Even
we'll see. You have 2 more weeks.
The Kings want him. Really? Then stop asking the Warriors to attach a pick. How bad do you want him?
We'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
You got 2 more weeks to go until the deadline.
And if there's a great deal, then wonderful. Do it.
And if there's an okay deal, then go ahead and do it. If there's a mediocre deal, go ahead and do it, because the asset, I don't think necessarily is going to get a lot better. I don't think the Kuminga between now and the end of the year plays so well that all of a sudden now some team out there's like, whoa, I didn't see that coming.
You might be right, but you also might be wrong. Like, let me throw a scenario at you, okay? The last time we saw Jonathan play really, really, really consistent minutes was in the Minnesota series, and Steph Curry was out. Now, the Warriors did not win any of the basketball games, but you know darn well how many fans in this city have pointed to those 4 games and gone, see, 24.3 points per game. Now, whether they won or not, whether the analytics were great, put that aside. What if he came in and did that again? Again, not right away. Does there need to be a ramp up? But what if in the month of March, Jonathan averaged 19.9 points per game? Warriors aren't a great team, but you don't think that that would stoke some interest in the offseason if he put that on film?
I think the interest is already there. The interest is wherever it would be. Okay. And if you look at the first 12 games of this year, he averaged 15 a game, and he started all 12 of those games. And you always want to say 5 games. It was more than that. In the last 3 or 4 of those, he actually struggled shooting it from 3, but he still averaged 15 a night, and he played a lot, and he played as well as he has all year. So it's more than just 4 games against Minnesota. And if you're out there watching Kuminga, you've seen 4 years of what he can be. I don't think that his value, even if he has a great March, I don't think that the value goes from where it is now to all of a sudden now, oh, God, we got to have him. Teams either like him or they don't like him.
Then you don't believe all the source reporting that's out there right now.
I do believe it to the extent that I don't believe anything right now.
And that's fine. You don't have to believe it.
It's trade season. So, yes, yeah. I do believe that there's not been an offer that they've received that they like enough that they've taken it. And I believe.
And that's been true for like 2.5 years.
Right.
So,
and who's that on? It's on Kuminga and it's on the organization.
That's fine.
For
but
mismanagement.
I'm not. Yeah, that is.
So does he play one more month and then all of a sudden, wow, oh my God, now the offers come pouring in? I don't believe it.
Didn't say
I believe that.
That's
I'm just telling you what I
point.
think.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything about your point.
It's just,
I'm telling you what I think.
We're having a discussion here.
Right. And what I think is that his value is his value. And if you play him for 3 more months, his value is not going to go higher. It's not going to go lower unless he gets hurt.
I think there's always possibilities for change. My gosh, if a Bay Area sports fan has learned anything over the last 6 months, it's that the world can change in a day. Over and over and over and over again.
But usually to the negative, though, not to the positive.
Not necessarily. We're look at the way we look at a backup quarterback. How about Mac Jones?
Yeah.
The world can change overnight.
That's a good point.
Yep. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep rocking with calls all afternoon, but also the very deep insight of Nick Friedel is absolutely needed in this moment with the Athletic and Odyssey NBA Insider, and he will join us next with what the Warriors probably will be looking to do coming up next here on Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Willard for Underdog. Football playoffs here, as you know. And actually, I think this is a way to make them a lot more fun with the Niners not in it. If you're a Niner fan, Underdog, best place to get in on all this action because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog, very easy. You pick your favorite players, whether they're going to go higher or lower on given stats, like touchdowns or rushing yards, receptions. If you get them all right, bang, it all adds up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Kind of locked in on Stafford this weekend. He's been able to do things against the Seattle defense that other teams have not been able to do. So with a kind of lower-ish number, maybe go higher on Stafford's passing yards. What are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app. Use my promo code Willard. You get free money, $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, you type in my promo code, my last name, Willard, and that money will show up. Underdog, make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over, present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
That's my line. Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie. Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ain't no damn Tampa Bay Bucks hat on today. This is one of them put your sport coat on early days, isn't it?
Yeah, and the shirt is nice. He might have even ironed it.
It's that time.
That's right.
We're going to get right back to your calls. It's hot today. We get it. Jimmy Butler is out for the year, and so it's a whole new world for the Golden State Warriors. And their strategy is kind of at the center of all of this. And then in the immediate, does that mean that Jonathan Kuminga starts to get time at the forward position just 16 days before the trade deadline? Oh, God. So here we go. Out to the River Islands guest line, Odyssey Sports NBA insider, our buddy Nick Friedel. All of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts are on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Hello, Mr. Friedel.
Hello, my friends. How we doing?
We're doing pretty good.
Oh, Jim Nance there. Hello, friends.
Hello, friends.
Very good.
We're doing pretty good. Listen, this is going to end up in the JK bin like so many other things do. But let's start with Jimmy Butler and just sort of an umbrella view on Warriors strategy now, this year and next year. What do you say?
I say, if we're all being real honest, it's over. Last night was officially the end to me. As I'm sitting here looking at these cap numbers, as I'm watching Steph at the podium, as I'm looking at the way the roster is constructed, the hope, Mark, and the mirage that this team could still get hot, get rolling, surprise some teams in the playoffs, make a push, that's gone. When Jimmy fell to the floor, that was it. You can't find somebody who is going to fill that slot as your star who's making $57 million next year and bring in somebody else and think it's going to get that much better. On top of the fact, guys, that this team wasn't very good for most of the year. It was just now that they really started going. So on a much broader note to all the different layers that we'll get into here, that's where I start. It's an admission and an acknowledgement that the hope is gone, and it left when Jimmy was carried off last night.
Dibbs used the same phrase in the crossover, and I immediately said, define it. And so I guess we have to do the same with you. It's over. How do you define it?
I define it as having any realistic chance to contend for a title again. What Steph and Draymond and Clay built, Mark, is unbelievable. And I know, having talked to all three of those guys, that it means a great deal to them, the legacy that they have put together here. But you can only have a feel of, all right, we can realistically have a chance if you have everybody healthy and playing at an incredibly high level. If you don't have Jimmy Butler, as far as you don't have a chance at making noise in the playoffs and doing anything consistently over the course of 2.5 months of a run. So that's what it means to me. It's that any idea that if all things went in a certain direction and Steph was playing out of his mind and Jimmy was awesome and Draymond was engaged and kicking everybody's butt defensively, and all the young guys that we spent so much time about talking about took another step in their development and it all happened, that it could come together. That's over now. You lose Jimmy Butler, and the reality is no matter how fantastic Steph is and how great Draymond can still be in certain moments, this team just doesn't have enough.
So then what's the pivot? And obviously all roads lead to Kuminga. You got 16 days to either play him a bunch and keep him, or play him a bunch and trade him, or do whatever you do. What's the next shoe to drop when it comes to JK?
As far as Kuminga goes, Mr. Dibbs, I am very curious to see not what is said before this game in a couple hours when we hear from Steve Kerr. I want to see Kuminga on the floor. We've talked so often about this storyline and all the different things that have happened. It was centered on, does Kuminga really want to be here? And it never felt like he did, but he played well to start the season, and we know how that all went. As we know, guys, the relationship between Kuminga and the organization, it took a major, major hit in that game on January 2nd, a few weeks ago against the Thunder. When he didn't play, people got really pissed off. So can everybody put that away and move forward, knowing that in reality, the Warriors really could use him. They could use his help, his athleticism. They could use his minutes. He plays the same position as Jimmy. He has a ton of respect for Jimmy. He's talked about how much he's learned from him. It makes a lot of sense in that regard for Kuminga to play, for Kerr to point at the bench and say, go get him, JK. But does he really want to do it? And only he knows the answer to that. And Mr. Dibbs, I was thinking of you last night before the game. I went and stood there like I have been for a few weeks. I went and waited for Kuminga. And for the first time in about 3 weeks, he appeared. And I said, JK, do you want to talk about any of this? And he was respectful, and he said, no. And I said, I figured I'd ask. And he said, I appreciate it. So actions in this case speak a hell of a lot louder than words. We are going to find out if Kuminga wants to be out there, because Kerr has said repeatedly publicly he would have no hesitation going back to him despite all the things that have happened.
Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And the Steve Kerr discussion to which Nick just referred happens in about an hour and 20 minutes, about 5:15. We will carry it live right here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Nick, yesterday morning when you woke up, the percentage chances of Jonathan Kuminga being traded before the deadline were what? And then what are they today when you woke up?
At this point, Mark, I would say it was, 75% that he would get moved before the game yesterday. And I still think it's 75% now. I don't think anything has changed in that regard at all. Whether he plays, he doesn't play, who cares at this point? The only team repeatedly that I have heard that has any legit interest, it's not that a couple calls haven't been placed or there hasn't been a back and forth. Legit interest is Sacramento. The Warriors flatly do not want to take more money back, whether it's Malik Monk or otherwise. What would a package look like in the next couple weeks that didn't include that? We'll see. But Mark, as we're trending closer to the deadline, even after what happened last night, I just still don't think it's a certainty that he goes, because I don't believe that the Warriors are so inclined to move him that they would move him just for the hell of it, especially now that the Jimmy injury has happened. The worst case scenario is upon us, and they still have that team option going into next year. So as far as his short-term future with the Warriors, aside from whether or not he actually plays tonight, I don't think anything has really changed about what may happen at the deadline.
What if we change the names? What about DeRozan?
And what about DeRozan? You're going to go from Jimmy Butler to DeRozan? Good luck.
Jimmy Butler doesn't play anymore. So
I know, but DeRozan's not very good anymore.
Yeah, better than nobody. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play. Jimmy Butler doesn't play. DeMar DeRozan does.
I am with you, but I would say that feels like action for action's sake. And I understand where Warriors fans are saying, all right, well, he'd be out there. Kuminga doesn't do anything. He goes and kicks the ball around before the game. I got it. I understand. I'm just telling you, DeRozan seems like a hell of a nice guy. He would fit in well, I would think, internally, but he's not making you that much better. He's just at a different stage of his career. So if you want to make a move, sure, Mark, I get it. Like, DeRozan, he's not doing anything in Sacramento, and he would certainly help offensively. But as far as the follow-up would be, well, what are you doing even with DeRozan? And I think that's the reality that the Warriors have to face.
Is it too dramatic to look at tonight and say, well, this is what the Warriors are going to do with Kuminga? In other words, if Kuminga plays 20, 24 minutes for the first time in 2 months, well, maybe they want to keep him. And if they don't play him at all, then maybe they actually do want to deal him.
I don't think it's too dramatic, Mr. Dibbs, because if he doesn't play tonight, when the entire world agrees the Warriors could use Jonathan Kuminga in this moment, well, then when the hell is he going to play? But I would also say I don't think that means it's a absolute certainty that he's going to get dealt for the reasons that we've outlined already. So 100%, if Kuminga is sitting there at the end of the bench next to Draymond, as he has so many times throughout this season, and he does not get in, I think that's a very telltale sign. Where I hesitate is saying, okay, he didn't play, so therefore he's certain to be moved. I don't believe that because there's so many other variables in play here.
Let me throw this out there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's circle back to the comment that both of you have made today, which I got to be honest with both of you. It makes me very uncomfortable to do the quote, "it's over," because it was already very highly unlikely. But life, there's so much going on. Like, I don't know how we can know what's around every turn, and so many things can change so quickly. But let me lean into your statement. If, quote, "it's over," then what is Steph thinking? Does he agree with you? And if it is, what does he want to do?
Mark, the only thing I could say on Steph is the same thing that he has said publicly for years and years, which is he wants to be in one jersey, in one place with one team throughout the entirety of his career. That is what he wants. He has said it 100 different times. Only he knows how he's feeling after last night. But I can tell you guys, listening to him at that podium, because I asked him, I said, even if Jimmy's out for a smaller amount of time, he's going to be out. What changes the most? And Steph sat there for a second and thought about it. And he goes, I am not ready to get into that. It was like he did not want to process what he already knew. Because, guys, having been around the game long enough, players know way before the MRI. They know before it's official. They can say publicly all they want, oh, we hope, and our prayers are there with him, and that's all well-intentioned. They know. And they knew when Jimmy was hobbling off the floor with GP2 and Buddy. They knew when they were talking to him in the back. I mean, they knew. So I say all that, Mark, to tell you that only Steph knows what's on his mind. I'm sure we'll hear from him again tonight. But as far as his future here, I really don't think it changes it. It's just the shift in expectations. And this goes to my point, and obviously the point that Dibbs was making as well, because this team just is not good enough. The salary cap structure is the way it is. I mean, trust me, I've been looking at these numbers all day long. Let's throw out the name that we've also talked about for forever, I feel like, Giannis. Okay, let's say that Giannis, who just told Sam Amick, my colleague at The Athletic, he's never going to ask for a trade from Milwaukee. But let's say in the summer, 100 different things happen, and Jimmy and his cap slot and a zillion picks and Moody, whoever, whatever else Milwaukee wants. It all goes to Milwaukee, and Giannis comes here, and Giannis and Steph are here. Your entire team then is Giannis, 39-year-old next year Steph, and would be at that point going into his 37-year-old year Draymond. Tell me who in the world that team is beating for weeks and weeks of a playoff run. Could they be good? Sure. Would they be interesting? Of course they would. But I don't even think, as we're sitting here right now, assuming you make that move and you give up all the depth that you have and all your future picks, that Giannis, Steph, and Draymond is even that much better than what you would put together right now. So that is why, Mark, I say Mike Dunleavy is just in a very difficult spot because Joe Lacob is competitive as hell. You guys have talked to him through the years. He's not going to sit there and roll over. When you look at the cap structure, though, and you see what's happening, there just are not a lot of moves that make the Warriors that much better than where they're at.
Right, unless you can find a sucker who's willing to give you a $55 million player who's really good and not have to take that much back. And so I guess it leads me to the point about the rest of this year, Nick, and even next year. Like, do we just expect to ride this out then? Because I don't think that Jimmy Butler's contract is that tradable even next year. And so are we in a spot where you wait for Jimmy to get healthy and it becomes kind of a glorified Last Dance 2.0?
Yes. Dibbs, that is the answer because, again, we can sit here and go through the trade machine and think, all right, well, what if we do this and what if this happens and that happens? I think the hardest part is going to have to be the patience now. Everybody's just going to have to sit and wait. And that's where I really get caught in feeling that that was just it. In front of all of our eyes last night when Jimmy got hurt and he was screaming on the ground. It was an awful scene, but it represented something much bigger for such a proud organization. People are going to try like hell to find different moves and figure out a different path to getting back to some level of contention. But when any max player gets hurt on any NBA team, good luck. The difference here, though, Dibbs, and this is the point that we'll all be making, Steph is about to be 38 years old. I mean, that is reality. Draymond was not playing very well to start the year. He still has great moments, and his game has certainly been coming around, but he's not the same player he was. The younger guys, they have good spots. Pods played great last night. Can he keep that up? We'll see. But can you expect that from them every night? That is the issue here. You take out somebody that has that level of importance, not only is it hard to fill the gap in the moment, but it's hard to redo your roster. I mean, that was the chip. Dunleavy made the play at the deadline last year. Jimmy was going to be the difference maker. They made the deal. They got rolling. The hope was this year they could keep it rolling. That really didn't happen up until the last couple weeks. And then Jimmy just got hurt. And that is pro sports in a nutshell, because you need a lot of luck to go your way for everything to click right. When it doesn't, you have to face a reality, even for a proud team like the Warriors, that you can still be good and challenge on a nightly basis. You just can't be great and play for championships anymore.
Nick Friedel with us, Willard and Dibs. I want to play this for everybody in case the off chance they haven't heard it. So, because this is interesting to me, not just what he said, but how he said it. So this was everybody's question last night on whether or not, now with Jimmy gone, would Steve Kerr potentially look to Jonathan Kuminga to take up some of those minutes? Listen to this.
Could you go to Kuminga if there is a need for that position?
Absolutely.
Is he ready? I mean, in practice and all those things?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So that does not sound like somebody who's very interested in doing it. Could you? Yep. I mean, he literally is like, oh, crap, we're talking about this again. So this leads me to this question for you, Nick. What do you think is going to happen tonight? What's your prediction?
I am completely unsure, Mark, and you're never supposed to say that because there are a whole bunch of different factors in play. But when I hear that clip, I don't think of Kerr or Kuminga. I think of Dunleavy. I think of Dunleavy not sleeping last night. It got to be in misery that Jimmy got hurt. Got to sit there and go, oh, my gosh, I'm going to get into conversations again with Aaron Turner and the agent. Oh, man, here we go again. The answer, Mark, and I wish I could be clear on any prediction, but the answer on this specific question is I'm just not sure, because you could have all the different talking points leading up to the game. Well, Kuminga's side thinks this, and the Warriors and Kerr think that. I want to see what happens on the floor. Only Kuminga and his play can speak for himself. If he does not play, I think that gives us a much bigger clue about what he thinks of the team and the moment right now.
And maybe like how he comes out for warm-ups would be a better indication, because you mentioned before he's coming out like a minute before and he's playing soccer. And if he comes out like an hour and a half before and he's working on his game, then that might give us a stronger indication about what we're going to see tonight.
Dibs, I think that is a really good point, and I would add this. The next couple games, after I saw him in that Portland game the other night, and he took 2 jumpers and he kicked the ball around with Guy Santos and Gary Payton II. The next game, he came out and took 1 jumper and started kicking the ball around. So if you're a Warriors fan and you're going to the game tonight and you see Kuminga come out, 20 minutes before the game with everybody else in warmups, or you see him on the floor and he's going through his whole routine, well, maybe there's the tell right there. Because if Kuminga is going to play and he's still coming out and he's kicking the ball around and he's taking a single jumper, I don't know if he's really locked into what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, we have the report that if the Warriors point to him, he will play. That there's multiple reports of that. But I like your view on the current relationship is what, in terms of like, how angry would this make Jonathan if the Warriors now are like, now we want to play you?
Well, Mark, you know what's funny about that? It was Kerr on this station right here a couple weeks ago who was like, yep, Jonathan's going to play. And we all feel good about that. And it's going to happen. And then guess who didn't play a few hours later? Jonathan Kuminga. So I have long since given up trying to figure out what's on his mind. I've asked him if he wants to talk about what's on his mind. He doesn't. I know what people are saying and thinking, all right, well, now he'll be into it. Fine. I've never in my professional life been as sick of a storyline as I personally am with this one. I have had enough about all the conversation, will he or won't he? Can I just remind everybody this? If Steve Kerr thought he was that good and could help this team on a nightly basis, Steve Kerr would have kept playing him, and he would have kept running him out there, and they would have said, all right, Jonathan, you're the guy. Those days are gone. Whether he stays here long-term, who knows at this point? But this is a player in his 5th year that just hasn't developed the way the Warriors hoped, and there's blame on all sides for that. But I cannot be the only person out there that is so incredibly tired of talking about a player who just has not played that well consistently throughout the entirety of his career.
Oh, you're definitely not the only person. I believe Brian Windhorst made an entire segment about it on ESPN the other day and looked like he wanted to quit his job. Yeah. And yes, there are others too, Nick. Great stuff. Go talk to Steve. We'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Nick.
There he goes. Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Anything stand out to you?
We're going to know sooner rather than later.
Well, yeah, he talks in an hour, and we'll have it.
Right, and then, Kuminga, is he out there at 5:45, like shooting around? Is he out there like really working on the ha-ha and all the rest of it?
Might be out there now.
He might not be. He might show up and shoot a jumper, as Nick said.
I was at that. Yeah, I was looking for him. It was the Knicks game that he's talking about.
One jumper, and let's play soccer.
Dude, he ran out onto the floor with like 38 seconds left before the buzzer to like go to the benches and starting lineups and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing.
That's right. But if tonight he's out there at, 5:45 and he's working on all the things and he's stretching out, that'll tell you that he's going to play.
Warriors and Raptors tonight at 7. Warriors live with Evan Giddings at 6. It's presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Presented by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're also sponsored by DAZN. All right, we're an hour away from Steve Kerr. We're a half hour away from some Jimmy Butler perspective briefly from Doc Pandia. And we're right back to you. 888-957-9570. Butler's out for the year. What would you do? JK, trade deadline, offseason, it's all on the table. What would you do? We're taking your calls next. 888-957-9570. That's the number. Willard and Dibbs.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they are systematic warriors. They're disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, they outthink, they outlast everybody for pure domination. In the legal world, that's Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, and the Habas Law Team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. So if you've been injured and you want to win, and of course you do, this is your life we're talking about, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
San Francisco will be mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 49.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Well, there's Steph Curry, and everybody's wondering what he's thinking. I see no reason why he's not thinking the same thing that he's always thinking. If anything is consistent in our sports world in the Bay Area, it's Steph Curry. And so, again, I think today, Jimmy Butler's torn his ACL. We're an hour away from hearing from Steve Kerr. A lot of the questions will get asked. We'll hopefully get some answers. What does this mean for the team strategically, lineups? Sure, Jonathan Kuminga, all of that. But anything for me that revolves around trade Steph, Steph's not going to want to be here anymore, ride it out, that's the end of this, that, or the other. Like, he's never wavered. He's never, ever wavered in his entire career. And I just don't believe that all those things that he's said are flimsy enough to suddenly be untrue because a teammate got hurt. I understand the gravity of the situation. I also know that professional athletes' brains don't tend to work that way. They don't tend to sit there and be like, well, so now I'm out of options. Like, they are professional odds busters. And I think Steph Curry immediately goes into, okay, here's a new puzzle. Let's see how we can figure it out.
Yeah, and it's tough to solve. And you're right about being an odds buster. And think about his whole life from an undersized kid who had to shoot with two hands because he couldn't actually put the ball up with just the one. And then no one wants him. He goes to Davidson. He makes it to the Elite Eight. And then he's a lottery pick. And he has bad ankles. And he turns out to be one of the best players of all time with 4 titles. So, yeah, odds busting is what he has done. And at some point, when you try to bust the odds, you run out of luck. And I'm not saying that this is now, but these odds are taller than maybe anything he's ever faced because you had a team that over the past 3 weeks was starting to look like a team that could be a factor in April. Jimmy was playing his best ball as a Warrior. Steph was still good. Draymond was rounding into form. D'Anthony Melton had gotten healthy, and he was starting to do it. And Al Horford was starting to knock down his shot. So everyone that you were relying on, it was all starting to congeal. It was starting to look like the kind of team that we thought that they could be at their zenith, at their peak, and yet now this happened. So, yeah, you have to go back and figure out how to bust the odds again, 16 days till the deadline, and maybe it's as simple as, all right, JK, come in here and cook. And maybe it's just one of those things where there is no fix.
I mean, step one is the report that Jonathan says he'll play if they point to him. And I guess, step 1A was Steve Kerr last night saying, yes, that's an option. So, I mean, if we take everybody at their word, I honestly don't see why he wouldn't get some minutes tonight. I'm not saying start him. The guy's been on the shelf. So you got to ramp him up or whatever. But, I don't see why you wouldn't put him in there at least some tonight unless there is I look at it this way. If he doesn't play tonight, it's one of two things. Either y'all hate each other so much that I don't even still know why you come to the arena, or it means that like a trade is about
imminent,
to go down.
Yeah.
Like that I get, but we certainly haven't been given that indication. All right, we really want to hear from as many of you as possible. What stands out to you in this situation? What do you want to do? What would you do if you were the Warriors? I've said it repeatedly today. For me, I lean into, and again, if I believe reports that there is not a great deal on the table currently. If there is, okay. But if there isn't a good deal on the table, I lean toward just keep Jonathan. Let him play for 30 games. The whole concept of desperately trying to win is kind of out the door. I don't think the Warriors have any expectations now. So see if he can rebuild his value a little bit. And you get to the end of the year, and all of these contracts are expiring. And maybe you've got a completely different calculus around the league at that point, especially if Jonathan were to play well, even just statistically. Forget it if the Warriors win games. No one's going to blame anybody right now if the Warriors don't win games. Sort of like the Niners, right? Everybody had the built-in, Trent Williams comes out, we were playing with house money. We had no Fred. Right. We had no Nick. We had no George. They got no Jimmy. It's just like the Minnesota series last year. You had no Steph. Everybody loved what Jonathan did in that series. They never won a game, but nobody was but they didn't win. They were just look at Jonathan.
He played great.
24.3.
And look who's coming up on the schedule, by the way.
Minnesota.
In a stay and play.
Stick him in there.
Yep.
Maybe he does it again. I don't know.
What do you have to lose right now? Other than Kuminga to injury.
There you go. And that's a risk that is just inherent in sports.
But if you're going to trade him, if you're dead set on trading him, then maybe you don't play him.
Agreed.
And if the deal is imminent, I'm with you on that. But beyond that, go ahead and play him. And honestly, they should have been playing him this whole time. So whatever had happened to where you decided you didn't play him, including, by the way, last night when Jimmy gets hurt and every other guy in a Warrior jersey played basketball except for him.
LJ Cryer's in there hitting threes.
Right. So, triple autism coming up. So Kuminga couldn't even play in that setting. So all of a sudden now you're going to go, all right, JK, I'm going to point to you, JK, and you're going to play 20 minutes?
Now we're again, in recent weeks, I think we're in a different situation. The whole should he play, should he not play? The organization sees him one way, some fans see him another. That's what we've all been doing for the last year and a half. In recent days, I mean, you and I had the opportunity to ask him.
Yep.
And I said, hey, why not even garbage time? And his answer was, look, it's a tough situation. I'm going to leave it at that. And I very much, and I think we all do, we take from that in this moment, there's an agreement of like, well, why would we do that? We're probably about to trade the guy and it's garbage time. Now you really are dumb if he goes out there and breaks his ankle. That's stupid. But now we're talking about a completely different scenario. Whole new world. And a half a season to do kind of whatever you want with it. All right, Gabriel is in Davis and here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Gabriel. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. You guys are having a fantastic show today. I really appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thank you.
Hey, just real quick. So in my line of work, I'm a consultant, so I do a lot of business building and stuff. And one of the first things that when I talk to CEOs is to find out who's making the decisions at your company. And I think the Warriors really don't have a leader right now. I mean, I think Dunleavy's, this is his first year as a GM. And I think LeCobe's kind of making his own decisions. Then you got a head coach making his own decisions. He's outgrown what his role is supposed to be. So there's a lot of finger pointing and nobody really knows who's making the call. So what I would say is if I'm Joe, the solution is simple. You go get the best in the business. You go to Sam Presti, you give him a blank check. You have him come to the Warriors and you rebuild this. Because the big thing is this, and nobody's really thinking about this. The biggest thing that's happened in the NBA outside of the Warriors is the NBA draft. This draft is the best draft in 20 years. There are literally 5 Cooper flags in this draft coming up. So when people say, get rid of first-round draft picks, I'm pulling my hair out. I'm like, there could literally be the next Kyrie on our team next year. And if we're smart, we get a GM in here, a competent GM. Not that Mike's not competent. I'm just saying he's young. Bring in Sam Presti. Let him rebuild this team. Whether we keep Steph, whatever, we let Sam figure that out. And then we get geared up, ready to move on forward. That's what I say.
Hey, Gabriel, can I ask you a couple questions? First, the first one would be, what makes you think? It sounded like you sort of think Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, all the top guys involved are sort of at odds and like don't know what the pecking order is. And number two, why on earth would Sam Presti, even for a blank check, why would he leave the Thunder right now?
Yeah, those are good questions. The first one I would say is, and I would just ask you this question, if Jerry West was still here, would this Kuminga situation be going on?
Oh, I have no idea. I think
if we had Jerry West or if we had Sam Presti, and I love Sam Presti, people love money, but he's already made it in OKC. That team is set. I think they got like 9 first-round draft picks in the next 2 years. So OKC won the title last year. They may win it this year, and they may get the number 1 pick in next year's draft and one of the best drafts ever. I mean, talk about a GM knows what he's doing. So if I'm Joe, go grab that guy. Bring him to San Francisco, and let's rebuild it again. Because I love the Warriors, but like I tell a lot of businesses that bring me in, you have a depreciating asset in Steph Curry, okay? You got 2 years, okay? You are Blockbuster right now, and Netflix is on the horizon. So if you got to decide, make a decision. Look, if you want to let Steph Curry stay here and do his twilight years, I get it. He's earned that. That's fine. But just understand, in 3 years, what's your team going to be? If you don't have a vision for 3 years from now, you don't have anything. You're going to be. Yeah. We're back to the old Sarunas Marciulionis days.
I mean, Gabriel, I think that, and that's fair. I think they do think that they have a vision. I don't know that we know what it is. And you sort of answered my question by telling me again why Joe Lacob should want Sam Presti. I can't for the life of me figure out why Sam Presti would leave just because they've arrived at a good spot. Right. Like, I don't know, dude, put your feet in the water.
Yeah, the work's not done.
Yeah, you created this hot tub. It's beautiful. Yep. Sit in it.
Sit on the mountain right now and let it happen. And I don't know if the Warriors are going to necessarily absolutely bottom out after Steph Curry, but yeah, you do have the asset and you want to ride that asset as long as you want, as long as you possibly can. And I do think that if you were to get off of Steph Curry before his career was over, it doesn't necessarily mean that because this draft is supposed to be really good that you're going to pick 2 or 3 guys or you're going to get enough picks in this draft to where your team's going to be good like OKC. They did it by trading Paul George and getting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and getting picks and getting those picks right, by the way. It wasn't as easy as, like, Sam Presti and my magic wand.
I mean, I don't know. All these statements, it's like, okay, it's the Warriors front office job. We were even talking about this in the crossover, right? Yep. To, like, go through scenarios and be ready for them. Now, whether they are or not, that's time will tell. I'm sure they're having the conversations, though. But there's a lot of statements today, and I get it. This is probably rooted in the emotion of the moment. It's hard to watch one of your best players go down and realize that whatever you were thinking was going to happen that season is probably not going to happen. But all of these statements about what is going to happen next year and the year after and 3 years from now, it's the Warriors' job to talk about it. I do not. There's a lot of people making jumps to it's definitely going to be this. One of the things I love most and sometimes hate about sports is almost every year throws a bunch of crap at us that we didn't see coming. And then all of a sudden you got a whole new opportunity.
Right.
Or it might be an unfortunate situation. It might be a fortunate situation. Like just the quickest example that comes to mind, Jimmy Garoppolo tears his ACL. And we're like, well, that's the end of that. Well, and it led to Nick Bosa because you sucked. And so now you got the second pick and you got Nick and you almost immediately ended up in the Super Bowl when you all came back together. So, and life gives us that message over and over and over again. So this sitting here today and being like, well, now the Warriors Steph Curry era is screwed forever. It's like, boy, there's a lot of stuff that can happen here. I can't tell you what it is. I can just tell you that I also don't know what it's not.
I mean, what it's likely not is the Nick Bosa thing where, okay, you lost Jimmy Butler. You're probably not going to be so bad now that you're going to be in the lottery. And if you are in the lottery, you probably won't be in the top 3 or 4 because you're not going to be one of the worst teams in basketball. You'd have to really lose almost all your games to get there. So in the NBA, it's a little bit different. And I don't know if you look at this draft and think, yeah, there's one guy who can turn the whole thing around. Like, there's no Wemby in this draft. The kid out of BYU is a good player, but I don't know if he necessarily is going to be a franchise changer. So the Warriors right now are kind of stuck in a spot where they're heading toward the play-in, and if you're a play-in team without Jimmy Butler, you probably won't advance outside the first round, and so now you're going to be picking in the teens again, and you're not going to be able to improve your team.
Yeah, and again, that's like, even in your statement just now, there was like 17 ifs. My thing is you make the best, this is what we do every day, right? You make the best decision you can with the information you have available at that moment, which is why so often we all make the wrong decision because we don't have all of the information. But to whittle it back down to this Jonathan Kuminga situation, that's what I'm talking about. Now, we're all having this conversation without any idea what the Warriors have actually been offered for Jonathan. We don't know. But if there isn't something that feels right and feels attractive to you, then don't be afraid to play this out and think to yourself, I don't know what's going to be reality in July. I have no idea. And I don't think it's crazy to think that, like, I don't know, well, what if you played Jonathan and he played really well? And then there's a new star that wants a trade or like that we don't even know about right now. It happens every offseason. So I can't sit here today and tell you I know that I'm right. I'm just sitting here telling you that, like, if what you're looking at right now doesn't feel good, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it because you're in give up mode. That's all. That's what I'm telling the Warriors.
Don't not do it because you're hoping that the asset is suddenly going to become more valuable in the offseason because you've already sat on this thing for a couple of years, and whatever offers have been out there or offers that are out there now, you've not decided that any of them are good enough for what you want. And in the meanwhile, you've basically not played your asset.
Right.
And so the asset has gone down in value and the offers have gone down in terms of what teams are offering you. So maybe it's time to just cut bait.
Maybe. Again, all I'm saying is if it doesn't feel good right now, don't feel like you have to do it.
Well, if it doesn't feel good and you don't make a move, then maybe you're just going to continue to, like, have this asset depreciate.
Maybe.
And if you look at, the things that they've done with Jonathan Kuminga, it has been a long slew of mistakes, in my opinion, in the way that they've handled this asset.
And you can easily make that point. But I'd also say it's always a moving target. There have been moments where you could look back and be like, I probably should have done it there. But like when people say, boy, you should have done it last offseason. Well, that was when restricted free agency and you were bound by rules that made you take 50% back on the dollar. And I don't even know what the offers were then. But I get that the Warriors in that moment were like, this doesn't feel right. This feels like a really, really crappy deal.
They should have done it last offseason like they did with Jordan Poole when they signed Jordan Poole to a deal, and before the money even kicked in, they traded him because they were able to trade that value on the contract. And they didn't do that with Kuminga.
Right, but that would be if they signed Jonathan, though.
They should have done that.
Okay.
They should have signed Kuminga and then did what they did with Jordan Poole, which is you signed him, and before the deal even started, you traded Jordan Poole before you even ever had to pay him the $25 million a year.
Jordan had achieved a lot more in the league than Jonathan has.
But Kuminga, you certainly could have done the same thing.
You could.
And his value is higher then than it is now.
Last
Absolutely.
offseason?
I'm talking about a year ago.
Oh,
not this last offseason, the year before.
That, of course.
After year 3.
Yes, they misplayed it.
Which is what you did with Jordan Poole.
They misplayed it.
And last offseason, you thought that Jordan Poole, or you thought that Jonathan Kuminga would not play hardball like he did, and he dragged you all the way out to the finish line, and then you were kind of stuck.
These are all fair points, but they're all in the past. Like here we are, and all I'm saying is you're not bound by this sucks. It's over. We're done. So let's just, because this is uncomfortable, let's get rid of him. Like, I just don't think you're bound by that.
You're not bound by anything,
Get a good deal. If it's not there, you don't like it, don't do it.
Well, then you can continue to watch the asset depreciate, and then maybe you get to the offseason and you don't actually get anything for him.
It could go back up.
Right, or it could go down. It could go further down. And so you could look at it however you want. You're not bound by anything, but at some point when you are throwing good money after bad and you're making mistake after mistake with an asset, and I believe that you have, and now you're not even playing the guy until maybe tonight where Jimmy Butler's out. So now, out of desperation, my opinion, you're going to play Jonathan Kuminga, and, something could happen to Kuminga, a guy who hasn't played in almost 2 months. So, yeah, you're not bound by anything, but the more you hold on to a depreciating asset and the more you're clinging to try to win the deal, the less likely you are to get something you want.
I don't think it could depreciate much more is all I'm saying. Father Time in Napa next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Father Time, what's up? Father Time, you there?
Hey there, guys.
There you are. What's going on?
Well, I don't want to tell you the truth, Willard, but it's over, is the truth. They made this bed. They're laying in this bed, and they'll have to make it again for the next couple of years. There's just no way that you can recover from this. You know what I mean?
Time, can I want to let you keep going. Can I respond to your one thing, though, that you want to tell me? Do you know how many times in the last 6 years another human being has looked at me and told me that the Warriors thing is over? Do you know how many times that's happened in the last 6 years? I got to, in fact, let's call it 7. I got to, one of the best things ever. I got to move back home 7 years ago, almost to the day, to live out my dream and host radio here in my home, San Francisco Bay Area. Do you know, in those 7 years, how many times I've been told it's over when referring to the Golden State Warriors?
95.7 times.
That's a great guess. That's a great guess, and it's actually about right. And you won't hear me sit here and tell you that you're wrong in this moment. All I'm telling you is I don't think life works that way. I don't think.
Understand.
Yeah, I don't think you get to tell everybody what's coming up around 18 different bends.
I understand. And some of these examples that you've cited are not always relevant. Nothing's relevant. The future is what the future is. Nobody can predict it. But the fact is we can learn from the past. I think we can agree on that, right? The Warriors, are in this situation with aging players. And then, aging players get hurt. That's just a fact. It's not like, this is something that we were all can't expect this. Somebody is going to get hurt eventually when you start going past age 35. This is a knotted pretzel that they have to figure out how to unknot, and it's going to be very, very difficult. They had choices to make. They should have traded Draymond Green 4 years ago after they won the championship. They would never do that because the director of player personnel, Stephen Curry, says no. And the only way, just an aside, the only way Stephen Curry ever leaves here is if Stephen Curry wants to leave here. Let's get that straight, right? Back to kind of where we're at now. Yeah, it's challenging. You were never going to be in a position. Everything is great when you're at home and you're kicking butt at home like they've been. But when the season keeps rolling and you're at 44 wins, you're going to be in that 7th or 8th spot, hopefully. And nobody thinks that you're going to go deep into the playoffs. That's just not going to happen with or without Jimmy Butler. Let me finish with this. There's no answer. There's no answer. It is bad news bears all the way forward. But if they can somehow kind of stay competitive, maybe there's a chance. Maybe the masses are okay with having a chance. But the reality is, I think one of your callers said, you got to win the lottery. You got to have the NBA do a Cooper Cup for you with the Mavericks. You got to have somebody else come to the Bay. That's my take on it. It's not pretty. It ain't pretty. Might be interesting.
Father Time, thanks. I don't even necessarily disagree with that. I just think that that's always been inherent. Steph Curry is 37 years old. Like, we're going to ride out the rest of his career, right?
Yeah, that's what they've chosen to do.
We're doing that, right?
Right. So even when you lose Jimmy, you're still doing that. Yeah. You're not going to trade Draymond and trade Al and trade, DeAnthony and trade everyone else. This is what you're doing.
Yeah. So, go play the Raptors tonight. Take it day by day. I don't know what's available for Jonathan. They do. If they feel like they've got something to protect, don't play him. If they don't, I would. And Steve Kerr will be on the podium in about a half hour, and that's going to be question number one, right? And then we'll find out what they're going to do.
Yep, we'll find out if Kuminga actually wants to play. And he said, if he points to me, then I'll play. But, we also heard Steve Kerr say, yeah, he's back in the rotation. And then he actually didn't play. So there you go.
No, and he does not sound thrilled about it. And I think it's more just the fact that Steve Kerr sounds as sick of talking about that name as so many others do.
Right.
A lot of you still want to weigh in. We will keep going. Keep your calls coming, 888-957-9570. Doc Pandy is going to jump in next. 2 brief questions, which are, first of all, return to play timeline, in his opinion, and what can be expected of Jimmy Butler at 36, 37 years old when he does return, if he's still a Warrior next holiday season. So we'll get that, and then Steve Kerr pregame on the podium at 5:15 live right here. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here. As a homeowner, you want comfort, efficiency, and style. Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes upgrading your home simple, even enjoyable without the guesswork. With over 70 years of experience, Golden State can streamline your project from start to finish. Their extensive inventory and vendor list means you'll find options to fit any budget. And best of all, they'll work directly with contractors and professional builders, saving you valuable time and effort. And aside from competitive pricing on window solutions, Golden State showrooms feature innovative interior doors, including True Style, which blends modern technology with old world craftsmanship. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click products for windows and doors, look for the showroom near you, and take a virtual tour. Then talk with your contractor about your ideas and make an appointment from the website. Serving the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, they succeed.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. with 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch four. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here because at 5:15, and this is just about 25 minutes from now-ish, Steve Kerr, pregame media session. And these are usually a little procedural feeling, kind of casual. What's going on tonight, Coach? Yeah, any lineup changes. I don't know. What'd you have for lunch? Kind of get the. Yep. Yeah, not tonight. Not tonight. Pointed questions for sure in the wake of Jimmy Butler's torn ACL.
And you would expect that Al Horford won't play on second half of back-to-back.
No, he's out.
Yeah, that sort of procedural stuff will be in there. And Draymond Green, what's his status? And all the rest of it. And, how heartbroken were you about Jimmy Butler? And, the answer is going to be really heartbroken. And then, all right, JK, you playing?
Is he in the lineup tonight?
Is he in the rotation? Is he starting? And if he is in the rotation, what are the minutes restrictions for a guy who hasn't played in months?
All right, so we're going to get to your phone calls until Steve Kerr jumps on at 5:15. We also, of course, on the River Islands guest line, this guy, I don't know if he does he start counting when there's a major Bay Area injury until the seconds until I text him? It's like 39 seconds or left. I'm like, Doc, what's happening? And that happened again last night with Jimmy Butler going down. And so there's no doubt we wanted his perspective on a few things. So Doc Pandia joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. Good evening, Doc. How we doing?
I'm a little depressed right now.
Yeah.
It's been a rough week for Bay Area sports.
No kidding. You just were getting done with all those George Kittle interviews, and now here we are. So return to play, Jimmy Butler, his position, his sport, his age. What say you?
So for number one, for NBA players, the return is definitely on the longer end. So if you look at NFL players, usually around 9 months, with certain players being an exception. NBA players are 11 to 12 months. It definitely is trending a little bit longer. You saw that with D'Anthony Melton. More players are taking a longer time to come back. So I do think if you're thinking best case scenario, just for any NBA player, 11 to 12 months. And then Jimmy Butler is old. He is definitely of advanced age. He's one of the older players to tear his ACL in the NBA. So what that means for him probably potentially means a longer rehab. So if you're thinking, okay, somewhere between 10 to 12 months, it might be more at the 12-month standpoint for someone his age.
And also, if you compound that with his history, and I think that he's had a meniscus repair and he had an MCL in the same knee, how much does that, in concert with the age, kind of complicate the return to play?
It absolutely does. And I think where it'll impact him potentially is on the back end, is that, you can fix those things, the knee can go through the rehab, but then suddenly it's a year out and you're playing, and is that knee going to swell up? Is it going to get stiff because it has wear and tear inside there? So I think that's where you see the bigger issue coming up is, could he come back in 12 months? Yes, absolutely. I think the data suggests that. But how good is he, particularly when he comes back, and how does that knee respond? I think that becomes more complicated when he's older.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's relevant right now for the Warriors, because quite frankly, that takes him to the end of his contract. Like the end of Jimmy Butler's Warriors contract is next summer. What are the chances that Jimmy Butler looks like the Jimmy Butler we currently know before that contract is up?
I think if you look at the data, it's a lower likelihood of that actually happening. The one thing we do know is that even though players do eventually get better that second season back, if you look at older players, that jump is a lot harder to make. So I think that's the difficult thing. And as Dan said, he already has some pre-existing injuries there, and he's an older player. I think someone was out on social media, the second oldest player to tear their ACL in the NBA kind of over the past decade or so. So I think all those things make it a lot harder to expect that he's going to be back at that same level when that contract is up and when it's the end of the season.
Based on the way he plays, Doc, is the fact that he's a little bit more of a lower-to-the-ground guy, does that help his return to play in that he doesn't rely on high flying and a lot of explosive movement?
Absolutely, yeah. So if you look for things that are working in his favor, it's definitely a style of play. He's a very kind of technically, fundamentally sound player who doesn't necessarily have to, just depend on athleticism. So I think the fact that he's not a go-to-the-basket kind of guy, he's much more defensive, making the right passes, right decisions, that does definitely help. Number one, for him to get back a little bit sooner, much different for someone who's an explosive shooting guard. And the second thing is that it does allow him then to be able to adapt his game a lot better when he's coming back. So those are the positive factors that I would say working in his favor to get back to some degree to what he was playing at before this injury happened.
A lot of fans know this. Among the many things that helped Doc Pandia go on just a meteoric rise through not only the orthopedic world, but Bay Area sports media, is he would go on Twitter on the day of games and he would write a name and say, like, Steph Curry plays basketball tonight.
Good call.
So I thought, what a wonderful time to ask you, Doc.
Ooh, no pressure.
Does Jonathan Kuminga play basketball tonight?
That's a $1 million question. I'm going to put it this way. Jimmy Butler is his mentor.
Yep.
He's kind of watched him, and he just saw Jimmy Butler tear his ACL and see how everything could change so rapidly. Could you imagine Jonathan Kuminga? He's like, I'm potentially going to get out of here, and something like this could happen to me. maybe I don't want to get out here for a team that hasn't really played me for the past couple of weeks. So I don't know. That's kind of my gut feeling. I don't think he's going to play tonight.
Oh, so jersey not in the cart, apparently.
The jersey's in the closet right now. Maybe it might come out. But
Is it a Warriors jersey? That's my question.
Wow.
It could be a Kings jersey pretty soon. I don't know.
Yeah. You got to be rocking the Melton tonight, right, Doc?
Yeah, Melton. Melton's a feel-good story coming off ACL. So if there's anything that's positive for Warriors fans, it's D'Anthony Melton and Rick Celebrini being the one who's going to be overseeing Butler's rehab. So I think those are good things for the team to look forward to.
Doc, I'm sure it's been a long day for you already. Thank you very much for hopping on for a few.
No problem. Anytime, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Doc.
Doc Pandia right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Doesn't like the chances of JK playing.
Jonathan Kuminga doesn't play basketball tonight.
I mean, he might not.
You think he does?
I'm so torn because on the surface, I don't think that he will play just based on if I were JK and you haven't been playing me at all and now you're going to come to me. Now you're coming to me?
Yeah, but
Steve Kerr?
But you're a grudge guy.
Oh,
you've admitted this 1,000 times.
I'm an elite grudge holder.
Yeah, exactly.
And, if I'm making $22.5 million, it's easier to hold a grudge when I'm going to get paid whether or not I play. And so if I'm Kuminga and I've been...
Take.
Well, it's interesting in that he's getting paid no matter what. So if I'm really that upset, and I'm not saying he is, but if I'm Kuminga and you won't play me at all, you said I'm in the rotation and I played 9 minutes and I haven't played since, and even in garbage time, and Jimmy gets hurt and I run over there and I help Jimmy to the locker room, and now you're going to play everybody but me, and now you're going to come to me and you want me to play? Okay, coach.
Remember, he asked to not play in the most recent situation against Oklahoma City, but
he had a back issue.
Well, sure he did. So I just think I get what you're saying. It's very interesting that you brought up the money, because I do think there are a lot of people that look at the money as the exact reason to do the opposite. You're paying me $22.5 million, and you want me to play, and I'm not going to play? You're paying me $22.5 million.
Right, and you haven't played me in almost 2 months.
Right, but you're paying me $22.5 million
to not play.
Well, no, that's not why they're paying you $22.5. Do you get what I'm saying? A lot of people would be like,
but they're paying him, and like, for example, I am paid to host this radio show.
Yes.
And if the boss came to me and said, you know what, we're going to need you to not do the show for the next 2 months, you'll be paid. But, if something happens to Grandy, if Grandy, happens to choke on his turkey sandwich, then you know what, we might want you back. Okay, so I get to be at home, and you're going to pay me, and I don't have to come to work? Okay, cool.
But he does come to work. He comes every day.
Right.
Goes to all the practices.
Right. I guess I would have to sit in the other room.
You have to come sit next to Grandy and just watch him and encourage him.
He doesn't have to encourage him. He does that of his own volition.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
that makes me uncomfortable, Dibs. Don't do that.
Grandy, good point, Grandy. GGGRAMMNDI. Go, Grandy!
All right, let's go back to the phone. Steve Kerr is going to be on here in about 15 minutes with his, and I don't want to make it sound like it's directly with it. He's going to be doing his pregame session over at Chase Center, and we are going to carry it live, and it's going to be an interesting one, no doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So certainly for the next 15 minutes, and then that'll probably last about 5 to 7 minutes, and then right after it's completely you now, all the way to the finish line, and the finish line is also known as Warriors Live with Evan Giddings. But Warrior fans, in light of Jimmy Butler's torn ACL and Jonathan Kuminga playing the same position as Jimmy, what would you do? And you don't need to make it about JK either. Just what would you do? The Warriors have been dealt the ultimate bad hand, okay? Blackjack table, dealer got a 10, you have a 16. So there's no great answer, but there's also no wrong answer. So what would you do? Oh, there's one wrong answer. The Trade Steph crowd, you can,
show yourself
we
out.
got a separate restaurant for you. Sure. You can eat there. And boy, the food's great. Sean in Oakland is next up. Hi, Sean. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, Willie and Diz. How you doing, man?
Oh, great.
So basically, this is a mess fest. Dunleavy didn't really build this roster to handle something like this. Like now we got a loss with Jimmy, and we already been through the situation in past seasons of Curry working his body to the core, trying to get things. So they're going to be doubling him, and Draymond probably not playing tonight. But the question that you asked is like, what would I do if I had Jimmy injured? Would I play Kuminga? Yeah, duh. Why wouldn't I? Right? We paying him so much money for what? Not to just sit there as a bright trophy or something, but he needs to play. But the problem is, it's like, what kind of Kuminga are we going to get? Are we going to get the Kuminga that his heart is playing in this game, or it's going to be the Kuminga just, I don't really want to be here, so I'm just going through the motions? So is he going to be playing lack of defense, or is he even given a care about even playing out there or even helping Steph or anything? So that's the situation that we got to see on the TV today. And I feel bad for Steph, man, because now he's going to be working his butt off with all these double teams hitting him and all this physicality that's about to start happening with him, because he got these games with Denver and Lakers coming up and all this other stuff, man. He about to get beat up.
Sean, thanks. You know what I get where Sean's coming from on that one. You know, when he says, hey, like, why wouldn't you play him? I think we've dealt through with that a lot this afternoon. There's a bunch of reasons you wouldn't play him if you've got something cooking behind the scenes right now. I get that. But you know what else I'm hearing? And this is partially for you, partner. Like, good Lord, like, I tend to think this. We only see the athlete. We see the skill set.
Yeah.
And then we watch the games and we root and we've got popcorn and, right, it's not really based in reality. It's just based in fun for us. These guys are professional athletes who make millions upon millions of dollars. And I think we very much underrate what it takes for them to arrive where they've arrived. It does take professionalism. It does. It does take not reacting to every single thing that's happening with this too hot to touch, angry streak, bleep you did this to me, I'm out, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not, yes, there are some of those in professional sports, but I don't think there are as many as our soap opera brains like to think. Jonathan Kuminga, I have given him repeatedly credit for this, has been beyond mature in handling this to the point where his teammates all still love him. He has spoken honestly and just matter-of-factly about his frustrations with the organization, but he's never come out and been like, those jerks. And that, like,
no, he hasn't. But I mean, you're saying that he didn't really have a back injury against Oklahoma City,
right? Because that was, again, a different world. That was a world in which Butler's healthy and the Warriors are trading you, and they want to trade. And yes, there are some hurt feelings, but this like middle finger in the air, oh, you need me now thing.
Well, it's not about that.
I've heard it from so many people today.
Professionalism is not a black and white thing. It's a sliding scale. So all of a sudden now, in this moment, you don't have Jimmy Butler, and now possibly, and Steve Kerr will be speaking in 12 minutes, and the word might be, we need Kuminga back in the rotation. And so if you're Kuminga, you have a choice to either play and be a part of the rotation, or you can say, you know what, it's my back, my neck, whatever. You can decide how you want to handle it. All I'm saying is, if I was in his spot, I don't know if I would be as good about taking the high road as he has been. And, you know, you're talking about his professionalism, and I think he's been great. But at the same time, we all kind of have the assumption that he faked out against Oklahoma City with a back injury that he didn't really have. So I don't know if you can totally, like, blanket him with, oh, he's a pro's pro, and at the same time also accuse him of faking an injury.
I'm not blanketing him with anything. I'm sure he's got some feelings. The same way, by the way, almost every single person listening to our voices has about their boss. Like this, but the concept that I have made it from the Congo to the Golden State Warriors roster and am being paid $22.5 million and bleep you like hell I'm going into the game. I just think that's an over-dramatization of this situation.
It doesn't have to be bleep you like hell I'm going in the game, but what have we heard from Nick Friedel and others about the way he's handling his pregame? He's showing up 38 seconds. You were there the other night.
Yep.
He comes out of the locker room 38 seconds before game time. He shoots one shot. He kicks the ball around, and he goes and he sits down. That doesn't show me that he thinks he's going to play. That doesn't show me that.
On those nights, he knows that he's not going to play.
Right. So
that's different.
Is he out there like putting in work and like showing the coaches that I want it this bad that I'm going to be out here an hour before? So
no. But
exactly.
There had been an agreement in those games that he wasn't playing. That agreement's over.
Right. Is the agreement over? I mean, we'll find out. And if the agreement is now over because Jimmy Butler got hurt, and all of a sudden now you want him to go out there and play now 20 minutes or 24 minutes or whatever it's going to be after he doesn't play for 2 months, I give him all of the right to be like, no, I'm not going to play now. You don't play me for 2 months, and now
I don't give him that right at all. You can be mad about it.
Yeah,
you can be mad about it, but you don't have the right to just.
You absolutely have the right, and you can say, "Oh, my toe or my ankle." You could do whatever you want.
Good luck with that, Ayuk.
Right. Oh, you're going to call him Ayuk?
If he does that,
you're going to call him Ayuk?
If he's going to flatly,
that's damning.
No, it's not.
You've already said that he faked an injury.
Right. Absolutely.
So, I mean, you've already put that on him, and that's according to the athletic reports and them saying that the team either thought that or didn't think that.
And what did Nick Friedel just tell us about that night?
He said the team was mad about it.
It pissed everybody off. Right. And it should. Because that's not the way you do it, in my opinion. Have the Warriors made some mistakes? Have they jerked him around? This is all true. But to tell a team and your teammates hours before tip-off when you're going to play, when you're getting paid $22.5 million to play, that you won't play, no, that's not okay by me.
What if he was making 1.2?
Still not okay.
Right.
What if he was making $100,000? Still not okay.
Right.
Like if you're really that far out, then stay home. Stay home and let everybody know this is a hard break and it's over, and I refuse to play for this team going forward. There were like flashes of that with Jimmy Butler in the Heat.
Right.
And so
then they ended up sending him home. And so,
right.
And I mean, Jimmy Butler had a lot more money to where he could absorb the fines that come along with that. I don't think Kuminga does.
Kuminga's got plenty of money. I
can't speak to how much money he has.
We do know that in the last 3 months of his life, he's made $11 million. So he's got plenty of dough. I look at this and I go, you can be plenty mad. Lots of people go to work every day mad at what the decision their boss is making. But no, I do not think that gives you carte blanche to go sit on the bench and eat all of the food but then not play. Like, no, not if they call on you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't see it that way.
It depends on how they are treating him, and when they tell him that he's in the rotation and then he plays 9 minutes and then he's out of the rotation again. I mean, you can only jack somebody around so much before they start to shut down.
Again, you can be mad, but I mean, that's...
Yeah, and you can also decide that you don't want to play.
Those things are their right, too. I love, Grandy, was it you? Somebody brought up a point the other day where they're like, has Jonathan Kuminga actually, I mean, I get this year, that's a little different, but in his first 4 years, was his life really that different than Moses Moody's? Moses Moody, you're in, you're out. You're in, you're out. That's sports.
Right.
Why is this? Where did this come from of you have to play me?
Nobody says you have to play him.
Who else gets to do that?
You can give a guy a fair shake, and I don't think he's gotten the fair shake. And he's been jacked around way more than Moses Moody.
Not in his first 4 years, he wasn't.
I absolutely think he has.
Moody had extended DNPs.
And Moody was further outside the rotation, and he played himself into a spot where he became a guy that you relied on, and then he got hurt last year, and then he fell out of the rotation because he was hurt.
This happens in sports. I get it. There's so many people in sports who are on teams that don't get to play. I am agreeing with you that he's been jerked around. I am not saying the Warriors did this right, but my point is, where did this you have to play me thing come from? People get
no one says you have to play him
all the time.
Fine, you bench a player, and then you've got another thing is when you play everybody but him, and you get into a spot where he never gets to play.
This year's different. This year there was clearly an agreement. This year,
well, there was no agreement in the start of the year when he started the first 12 games.
Not then.
And you're starting, and he even said, like, man, it's so good to have the faith of a coaching staff behind me. And Steve talked about how it's great that Kuminga is coming in and doing everything we asked of him, and then all of a sudden, boop, off a cliff, and then he gets hurt, and now you're buried? I mean, if I'm Kuminga, I look at the trajectory of just this year. Forget the other 4 years and whether or not he was jacked around. I look at this year, and now all of a sudden Jimmy's hurt, and now you want to bring it. You want to bring me back?
At minimum, if the Warriors have jacked him around, he's jacked the Warriors around too, as evidenced January 2nd. GPD.
One time.
Same thing with the Warriors. GPD in Hayward. What's going on? Thanks for calling. GPD, you there? Bring him up. Yep. No. Gone. Okay. There goes GPD. How about BPA? Everybody's got the initials now. BPA's on the line. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Okay, methinks that this is the phones, not the callers. That's GPD and BPA. These are 95.7 The Game royalty. So something not good, not working over there. Anyway, 888-957-9570. You got to figure it out or no? No. Okay. All right. A little bit of technical difficulty there. Like if the Warriors were in the wrong on December 2nd against Oklahoma City, when Jonathan was part of helping them come from behind in the second half and then he didn't play in the fourth quarter. That's the night that the agent tweeted from the stands, "What are we doing?" Okay, I'll grant you that. If the Warriors are wrong there, then Jonathan's wrong on January 2nd. When a mysterious back injury that wasn't actually a back injury shows up an hour and a half before
You say
tip.
that, but I mean,
it's been reported by the people who cover the team.
Right, the people who cover the team. I'm sure none of them asked Jonathan, "Hey, Jonathan, were you faking it?" "Yeah, guys, off the record, I was faking it."
You think they just made it up?
I don't think they made it up. I think that they asked people around the team who thought, yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise, and maybe it wasn't an injury that was so severe that it showed up on MRI. I'm not going to ever talk to a guy and say, "You faked an injury." It's just not what we do in this business.
As a reporter, I am not going to write what everyone has written if it wasn't factually true. Like they source this. This is like I would never question.
Factually true based on what people told them, but I don't think that they asked Kuminga about his back.
Well,
Again, I'm not going to ever
hearsay. Like
I'm not going to ever project a guy on his injury, and I'm not going to ever
these guys
unless I have the injury myself. I'm not going to ever just project out and say whatever you want to say he was faking it. You could say that. I don't know for a fact that was the case. I didn't use
the word faking it. I think Jonathan told them he didn't want to play, and the Warriors need to then follow a protocol. And so rather than turning it into an international incident, he got a back injury. Anybody with like half of an ear could hear that Steve Kerr that night didn't even believe it himself when he.
Right.
Yeah, when did it happen? Well, earlier. Is it going to linger? I got no freaking idea, guys.
Right.
I mean, you can hear it. Come on, you know this.
So what about tonight if he doesn't play? I
don't know. Let's hear what Steve says in 3 minutes, and we'll go from there.
Right.
I don't know. I do know that he has stated, and his agent has stated, that if asked to play, he will play. That I know.
Yeah, and we'll find out if he. I mean, I would imagine that he's asked to play. I can't believe he wouldn't be asked to play, considering that you don't have Jimmy Butler, but. He wasn't asked to play last night, and so he didn't play last night.
Yeah. No, I get that, and that's all kind of in the moment. What quarter was it when Jimmy went down? Second quarter?
Third quarter.
Third quarter.
Like 7 minutes left.
Yeah, right? I mean, the Warriors are starting to pull away in that moment. And again, there's been discussion at this point that Jonathan's not going to play, and so, no, you're not going to point to him there suddenly in the fourth quarter of a basketball game where you're already leading and everything is kind of calm and copacetic. But sounds to me like the entire Warrior brass probably went deep into the night late last night and early into this morning as well, resurfacing with a new plan. And sure, Jonathan absolutely might be part of that. So, you asked me if he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, actually the first thought that comes to my mind is the Warriors are closing in on a trade. That'd be the first thought that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, and that should be the case for all these games he hasn't played ever since JK Day, which is now 5 days ago, and they've had games since then. And since then, nothing has materialized in terms of a trade, and they've had chances to play him, and they haven't played him. But now, no Jimmy Butler, and the sense is, well, now that you don't have Jimmy, now you actually might need him to play. But if you still want to trade him, then playing him is really risky with 16 days left to go till the deadline.
Yep, but I mean, then again, like in sports, That's a risk that you're taking all the time. And quite frankly, if we've arrived at this point, it's also the Warriors trying to assess not just what's currently on the table, but what might be on the table. And I think it's rather clear over the last entire calendar year of our lives, the Warriors do not like what they're hearing when they pick up the phone to talk to other teams about Jonathan Kuminga. They do not like what they're hearing. Why would that suddenly change in the next 2 weeks? I don't know. It's lying season, and so maybe somebody is just really playing coy out there. But if you don't like what you're hearing, then okay, then don't do it. Don't do it. And actually, if there's anyone in our sports world who I believe in to sort of execute that, it would be Joe Lacob. If he doesn't like what he's hearing, he's not going to do it.
Right.
He's not going to feel forced into doing anything.
Well, and so far, in this case with this player, he has taken multiple L's, in my opinion. You should have signed him a couple years ago. You didn't. You should have signed him and traded him a couple years ago. You didn't. You should have navigated last offseason better than you did. You didn't. You dragged it all the way out into training camp, and he was threatening to play on the qualifying offer, and he never did. And then you signed him to a team-friendly, quote-unquote, one-year deal with a team option, and now here it is, and he plays 12 games off the rip. He starts all 12, and then now you don't play him anymore. So however you want to defend Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, you're allowed to do it. I look at this situation, and I see mismanagement after mismanagement, and here we are where you've got 16 days till the deadline, and either you're going to play him now because you need him, or you're not going to play him because you want to trade him, or you're going to play him and hope he doesn't get hurt and hope that you can somehow make that asset get more value and so you can trade him in the offseason, or you decide that maybe this can work out after all. Either way, this thing continues to drag on and on and on with no resolution, and we're in a spot now where the asset's gone down, the offers have gone down, and here we are sitting 16 days away from the deadline, and it doesn't feel like they have a deal that they like. And so, what, you're going to keep Kuminga for 16 more days and then hold on to him for the rest of the year?
Maybe.
That would be another mistake. Okay. Go ahead and throw that log on the fire of mistakes when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, and this has absolutely nothing to do with defending the past. This is about now. All right, here's Steve Kerr at the podium.
The diagnosis.
Well, most of all, just disappointed for Jimmy. You know, he was having a great year. I felt like the last couple of weeks he was really at the top of his game. So for him, and for us, obviously, but for him individually, in the middle of a really great season with a lot of possibilities, a lot of excitement with the team, the way we're playing. I just feel terrible for him that he's going to miss the rest of the year. It's just part of the game, I know. Injuries are part of it, but it hurts for sure.
How many changes to the rotation? How creative do you need to get without him?
Well, I think we're well equipped with our depth to continue to play at a high level. I like the team. I think the difference from last year to this year to me is Melton and Al Horford. Not to mention Quentin Post for a full year. You know, at this stage last year, before we traded for Jimmy, didn't feel like we had enough to really compete. I think we have enough to compete. I think Al and Melt have given us a different dynamic. I think a lot of our young players, Quentin, Will Richard, those guys are ready to contribute. They have contributed. We've got depth. So we can keep this thing going. Obviously, we'll miss Jimmy, and he's one of the best players in the league. So you can't minimize that, trivialize it. But you play with who you have, and I like who we have.
How did the team sort of react to the news, and have you guys kind of been able to talk about it yet?
We haven't talked about it. Everybody got the news, after we all dispersed last night.
You talked last year when you got him about how much he changed the team, not only structurally, but belief level, confidence level. Yeah. You mentioned it, you're still confident in kind of the day-to-day here, but bigger picture, title contention, kind of where y'all are at in your era. How do you just look at what this injury does to kind of y'all's situation at this point of your run?
Well, you just look at it matter-of-factly. We get it. This is part of the NBA, part of sports. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time analyzing where we are in the food chain of the NBA. I'm going to focus on what we can do to win tonight and win the next game. And we have a good vibe going. We have a really good rhythm. We've found, I think, a pattern of connecting the game offensively and defensively. I think we can continue to do those things and win games. And if we do that, we build confidence, we build momentum, and we keep going.
Do you expect Jonathan to be part of the rotation?
He could be. Yeah. He's obviously hasn't played in a while, but at this point we have to experiment a little bit with rotation, see where we are, and he's definitely a part of that talk, that conversation.
Steve, to that point, you've talked to him. Do you think he wants to be part of the rotation?
Yeah.
So you think he wants to play for you guys still right now?
I do.
Steve, in a situation like this, is it better to get back on the court the next night than to have a couple days to kind of sit on it, I guess, with the Jimmy situation?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way to spin it into a positive. It is what it is. The thing with the NBA, there's always a game the next night. And so you have to move on quickly, no matter what it is, whether it's a losing streak or, an injury, a loss, on a personal level, like Jimmy's, the loss of his season. It's we all feel for him and feel for our team. But we have to move forward. That's the nature of the sport.
Going back last postseason, follow up on Jonathan. He was out of the rotation, comes back and plays against Minnesota and is productive. Is there anything you can take away from that may apply to his current situation if he is back into the rotation?
From
last year, Minnesota, he was out of the rotation.
Not really. I mean, we that was pretty different because Steph was out, and every set of circumstances is different. But he's been here over 4 years, so we're comfortable with what he can do and how he might fit in.
What are the biggest things that you're going to need to, as best you can, replace with Jimmy out for the year?
Well, we're not going to get to the foul line nearly as often, and that's a big loss. I mean, the way that gets us easy points and sets up our defense. So given that we're going to miss a lot of trips to the line, we've got to make sure we're pushing the ball in transition. We've got to get some easy hoops, some buckets off of our defense. You figure Jimmy, I'm guessing he goes to the line 8 times a game. I'm not sure we can replace more than a couple of those, depending on who we put out there. It's just not apples to apples. So assuming we're going to get 5 or 6 fewer free throws a game, we got to find some easy points, force some turnovers, get out in transition, and make sure we're doing what we've done the last couple of weeks, which is taking care of the ball.
Steve, for more than a month now, you've had a pretty consistent starting lineup when they've been at full strength. With Jimmy out, do you want to continue to have a consistent starting lineup, or is it a little bit of trial and error, kind of figuring out how to?
Yeah, I think there could be some trial and error because, Jimmy's absence creates a domino effect on the rest of the lineup. It's not as easy as just replace him with one guy and then it works the same way. I mean, every player affects the next one. And so we'll start, obviously, differently tonight, and then we'll see how it goes, and we'll keep going. And no, I'm not going to tell you who we're going to start.
Just keep going with that one. Specifically, when we know Butler is great with a starting lineup, but he is that initiator with a second group when Steph is out. I know you probably can't know who would do that, or you just don't want to put it all on one person, but is Melton the most likely person to be that kind of initiator on the second?
Yeah, when Steph is out, that's probably the biggest thing that we have to adapt to now with Jimmy's absence. So, in the non-Steph minutes, of which there are generally 16, I would expect Melt and Brandon both to be on the floor so that they can both handle and create, and we'll need shooters on the floor. So that's a time when Al, Quentin Post, Moses, Will Richard, Buddy, we'll want our shooters on the floor, around Melt and BP for sure, just to open things up and make sure we can score. Thanks.
All right, there's Steve Kerr pregame before the Toronto Raptors. A lot of stuff in there with regard to how the Warriors plan to go forward, but he did not want to get definitive, and he certainly did not get definitive on Jonathan Kuminga. When asked, would Jonathan Kuminga be a part of the rotation, Steve certainly said he might.
He could be.
It could be. Does Jonathan want to be? Yep.
I do. Do you think that he wants to play? I do.
Yeah.
And also, he's a part of that.
I do, but
he's a part of that conversation when it comes to the rotation. So, nothing definitive. I don't know if we were expecting something more definitive, but
no, but I would have liked something more definitive. But
right?
He's under no obligation to do that. I don't know if it's for competitive reasons or for Jonathan reasons. I don't know. I would have loved something more definitive. I would have loved, he's going to play.
Yeah. Well, what I heard him say before the JK question was, the questions were about, who needs to step up. And it was, it's Melt and Quentin's been playing great and Will and it's Brandon. And I'm just waiting for Jonathan, Jonathan, hello, McFly.
Well, I got to wonder if there's a gun shyness for everyone involved, right? Jonathan gets asked by Nick Friedel last night, do you want to talk about this? No. Okay. Steve, is Jonathan going to play? He could. And the reason everybody is gun shy is because they've spoken definitively in the past and then burned each other.
Yeah.
Jonathan is going to play a ton tonight against Oklahoma City. Oh, wait, there's a back injury. There is? I guess.
Or before that, Jonathan's back in the rotation.
Exactly.
9 minutes.
9.5 minutes, and then never again. So they've spoken definitively in the past, and then they've ended up with egg on their face. So maybe that's why, but you're also right. The names he's bringing up when he's talking about the non-Steph minutes, which is, I think, when it really starts to resonate, the first names he brought up as the offense runs through, DeAnthony Melton and, hold your breath, everybody, Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah, and he mentioned Quentin, and he mentioned Will. The other guys who they're all going to play the minutes that they play. And
shoot us.
Jimmy Butler, 31 minutes a game this year, over 38 games that he's played. So you're missing out on 31 minutes a night. So who takes those minutes? Well, more Melt. We know that as he gets healthier. Not Horford tonight. He's out. Will Richard gets more. Post gets more. I mean, can Kuminga carve out 15 to 20 minutes? Maybe not. He's allowed to play, but just based on his tone right there, doesn't sound to me like Kuminga is going to be in the rotation. That's just my read on it.
I agree with you. It doesn't sound like it tonight. It's more like, because they asked him, will you search for different rotations now? And he said yes. So it's like, could that lead to Jonathan? Yeah, it could. It could.
It could lead to Malevi Leons and LJ Cryer.
It could.
Pat Spencer.
Oh, it definitely could.
Right? Gee is already way ahead of JK in the rotation, so Gee's going to get his minutes.
Oh, he's questionable tonight, too. Did we, what's crazy? Did we get anything definitive on the other questionable guys? Draymond, Gee Santos? Everybody's so fixated on Jimmy and Jonathan. Did no one ask, is Draymond playing tonight?
I don't think anybody asked that.
How do we get through that without that question?
Yeah. Well, we all were so fixated on, and they danced through the first 3 or 4, Jimmy in the locker room, and have you talked to him and this and that? Boom, JK. Let's get right to it.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. But I don't know, at the end of the interview, when it goes silent, can somebody be like, hey, coach, Draymond playing tonight? Dang it.
He said last night, Guy and Draymond, Steve Kerr expects those two to play tonight.
Yeah.
And Will Richard off the injury report.
Okay, good.
He's available.
Yeah,
and the next injury report comes out in like a minute, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and this happens sometimes. The people in the room sometimes are so far ahead of us that they know things, so they don't think to ask because we don't know.
Right.
But they're still listed as questionable. So, yeah, maybe we get something firm in a minute here. In the meantime, let's go back to the phones. And do the phones work? They could.
I do.
I do.
Yeah, let's go to GPD. GPD and Hayward. GPD, can you speak?
Hail to the mothership.
Yes, sir. Careful now.
You guys, I'm driving down 580 coming from Emeryville. You guys are really entertaining me. I'm really listening. That was a really good interview from Steve Kerr. I mean, his talk. Let me just say this, man. Steve Kerr for president. That guy, he knows how to speak. He's very good. He's very good. Yeah, he got egg on his face when he said one thing, and now he's not going to say it again, right? I wish he was my president instead of the current president. But anyway, I will say this. You guys, I know you guys got a job to do. He can't give up everything. You guys, you want definitives. He's not going to give you definitives. He gives you as much as he want to give you. And Jonathan Kuminga, it really boils down to what JK, they said he's been a good guy. He's been, he's been all right through this whole thing. And now Jimmy Butler, his mentor, goes down. Bro, what are you made of? Are you a man? Are you doing your job? Are you going, when the call of duty comes, are you going to go into the field of battle? Miss me with everybody gets injuries. We know that. But if you want to play, I don't think this is about Steve Kerr and the organization. I think this is all on Kuminga. He thinks that people, you're not playing me. You're not doing your job, dude. From the very beginning, they told you what they needed from you, bro, and you didn't do it. You thought you was all this in a bag of chips plus tax, and so you thought you was that man, and all you got to do is just score points. There's more to being an NBA basketball player than just scoring points, man. You got to do it all. Defense, rebound, score points, all that. So this is on JK right now. He's going to tell you, if he don't play, I don't believe this has nothing to do with Steve Kerr. I don't think this has about protecting the asset. Dude, Jimmy Butler's down. JK, you a baller. You ready to ball? Step up to the plate, dog. And if you don't step up to the plate, find that Negro, find him, and guess what? Hey, that's it, bro. You're showing us what you're about. And you don't want to play. I know you want to be traded, but we need you right now. And you're on this roster. You're getting paid to do your job.
Oh.
Do your job when we ask you to do your job.
Well, and GPD, thanks. I think, like when he says, hey, we need you, I like there's from an emotional standpoint, I get that Jonathan doesn't feel like he's part of we. He doesn't feel like he's part of we right now. I don't disagree that if he gets the finger pointed at him, he should go into the game. I think that he will go into the game. The concern I have with what's developed in the last 15 minutes is this. I think it's yet another swipe at Jonathan's value if he still doesn't go in now. That's the concern I have as a Warrior fan. And I say that without knowing again, I've said this a billion times today. I don't know what's on the table. I don't know what's being offered. I don't know how far down the road trade conversations are. But if as an organization, you're still trying to sell this person to the outside world, and you can reason with what's arrived to this point, and now Jimmy goes out, and you're like, yeah, okay, so what are your options now that Jimmy went out? And you start listing 11 other players' names, And people go, what about Jonathan? Well, he could turn that way.
Right. He could be. He could be a part of the rotation.
It's a bad sales job.
It's a terrible sales job. Already they don't have a deal in place that they like. Otherwise, they would have pulled the trigger. It's been 5 days since they have been allowed to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And now you're in a spot where his value could go up if you played him and he plays well. And yet, just in all that, there was nothing definitive about, it's going to be JK's time. And, man, looking forward to having him out there and, playing in Jimmy's minutes. And, I've always said that he doesn't play well with Jimmy. Well, now that's not really a factor because Jimmy is out and, Draymond's coming back after an injury. So, that would have been a great time for you to go out there and say, Kuminga's going to play. And, I talked to Jonathan, and he's excited about this new chapter in our relationship. But,
well, I don't know if I go that far.
Well, we didn't get anything.
No.
We got nothing.
No, I mean, because that's not true. Like, I don't think
he
Jonathan,
might be.
I doubt it. I don't think that he is. I think Jonathan Kuminga still wants to be off of the Warriors.
Well, he demanded to be traded. So
right.
There's that.
Right.
And in the meantime, he hasn't played, and now you lost Jimmy Butler. So if he doesn't play again, then how's that value working for you, Warriors? You lose Jimmy Butler, and I'm pretty sure the whole league knows you lost Butler, and all eyes on your team tonight to see if Kuminga's actually going to play.
Let's go to Joseph in Richmond. Hi, Joseph. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, you got to play him now. This is it's enough blame to go around, but I'm tired of hearing the blame. I'm tired of hearing about who's it on. Who is it on? Kuminga? Is it on Curry? Is it on the organization? Blame is 55-45. It's on the, or I give the blame a little more to the organization, and the rest goes to Kuminga. You should have been developing him. You knew when you drafted him by, I'll say, at the end of the first week of training camp. You knew this cat was a project in. So you should have been giving him. You should have been instructing him more. You should have been working with him more. If a rookie can play and show he can get out there on the court, you play him. You don't sit him. You play them. You work them in. I don't care about catering to a veteran because a veteran should know what the hell to do to get out there on the court, to stay out there on the court.
Well, Joseph, I think we're trying to stay more in the moment of what to do now as opposed to doing for the 18 millionth time re-adjudicating the past. I do feel the need to point out that the rookie season you are referencing, the Warriors won a championship. So no, it's not time to go experiment with young players. And veterans did know what to do. And what they wanted to do was go with experienced players at that position who ended up winning a championship. Namely Andrew Wiggins, by the way, who was incredible that year. And really cool video tribute for him last night, by the way. Yeah, pretty fun. That was really cool. I dug that. They had almost all the Warriors say something about him, at least all of those who were teammates with him. How about BPA? What's up, BPA? What you got?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I think it's I don't agree. First off, I don't agree with the assessment that Kuminga has been an upstanding professional. I would say the collective of Kuminga and his agent have been maybe the most unprofessional collective of player and agent I've ever seen. You guys can steer me a different direction there, but I've never seen an agent like publicly roasting the coach in the middle of a game on Twitter. I haven't seen that.
I think the agent and the player are two different people, BPA.
If your agent's doing that, then you endorse it, right? Or you fire your agent, right? So, I mean, we can't do this. I'm so sick of this discussion about him. Like, first off, he's not worth it, right? And this guy, like, he'll only play on his terms. All he had to do was keep crashing the boards, keep cutting, keep hustling, keep playing defense. That's all he had to do. He would have stayed in the starting lineup. And he stopped, period. He just stopped doing it. So, it's just move the guy. You're going to have to attach multiple first-round picks if you want to get a legitimate, really, really good player back, ideally that's not, pushing 40. And I think you should, because I'd rather get a very good young player, under 30, and give up 2 future first-round draft picks and put those in Lakeup's hands to smoke another couple lottery picks. So, That's what I think they should do. Just like, God, I can't with this guy anymore. Just, God, I can't do it. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, BPA. Yeah, hang in. Hang in there. Like, I see where BPA is coming from. I will tell you this. This is another, with Jimmy Butler going down, boy, I am more hesitant. I am more against the idea of giving away first-round draft capital. I just think, like,
I don't think that there's a player out there that, even if you took Kuminga and attached 2 picks, I don't think that there's a player out there who's going to take you from a Jimmy Butler-less situation into being anything really that pronounced over this year or even next year.
You may well be right. I just see this as a more general thing, like when all of your best players have turned 35 and now one of them ripped his ACL. I'm not giving you my picks. I need those picks.
Right.
And those picks just got better, by the way.
And you need those picks for a future deal, in my opinion. Maybe a deal in the offseason.
It might be. Might be players. It might be a deal. Either way.
And I'm kind of with BPA. Like, I'd rather do something with the picks as opposed to let Joe Lacob smoke the picks again. Because, when they've had lottery picks, he is 1 for 3, 1-ish for 3. He's a half for 3. Like Moody at 14, okay.
Fine.
Kuminga at 7 is a miss. Wiseman at, was it 2 or 3?
2?
He's a bust. Sure. So those are gigantic whiffs.
What is it they always say when you invest? Past results are not a guarantee of future success.
Right.
Same goes for past poor results are not a guarantee of future poor results.
True, but you start to get a certain pattern, and you look at Kyle Shanahan and first-round picks, and yeah, he's had a couple of hits, but he's also smoked a bunch of those.
All right. 888-957-9570. If you're just joining, Jimmy Butler obviously out for the year. Steve Kerr just had his pregame press conference. Talked about DeAnthony Melton and Brandon Pajemski taking additional ball handling roles. When asked if Jonathan Kuminga would play, he said, quote, he could.
I do, but...
All right, so more you want to weigh in, so that's coming up. So is Warriors Live in 20 minutes. Willard and Dibbs.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Do you expect Jonathan to be part of the rotation?
He could be. He could be, yeah. Obviously, he hasn't played in a while, but, at this point, we have to experiment a little bit with rotations, see where we are, and he's definitely part of that talk, that conversation.
Steve, to that point, you've talked to him. Do you think he wants to be part of the rotation?
Yeah.
So you think he wants to play for you guys still right now?
I do.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that might have been the most definitive part. Does he want to play? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I mean, just, yeah.
What?
It was a very quick, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of his, look.
Yeah.
I think everybody's noticed.
Steve, Nick Friedel, do you think that he wants to play?
Yep.
You've talked to him. Do you think that it's possible that he will still play for the
One follow-up, Steve.
Warriors?
Do you think he wants to play for you?
Oh, no!
I know he wants to play.
Ah, yes.
Does he want to play for you?
No way.
Thank you, Cousin Nick. Well done, Grandy. Well done.
Okay. Palate cleanser, triples for autism. The Warriors rain threes. I don't know if you've all noticed this. Again, the little game we play. Our friends with Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area and the great work that they do. Pettinelli makes a big donation anytime the Warriors hit at least 10 threes. And they've done that in, check notes, all the games, all of them. And last night, not even close, 24 three-pointers last night. Another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. The Warriors have now made 20-plus three-pointers in 4 straight games, longest such streak in team history, tied for the longest streak in NBA history. So they break the record if they hit 20-plus three-pointers tonight. 44 for 44 in Triples for Autism donations this year. If you'd like to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pet Nelly Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pet Nelly is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to petnellyfp.com. And take a few more on the way to Warriors Live here.
Really quick, I have an update. G. Santos is available in the latest update. Draymond Green still listed as questionable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Guy is in.
Will Richard is also
Will is in.
Draymond is the only one that we have a question about.
Draymond's the only one. And we know that Al Horford is out.
Correct. We also know that Jimmy's out.
Jimmy Butler out tonight.
Just to make sure everyone knows. Seth Curry remains out.
Lucas is not ready for a funny. Lucas is not ready now. This is something I want.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood a little bit.
I know you are, but like the Bay Area sports fan, we all go through this at our own pace. You're ready.
I'm just telling you. You look at the injury report for the rest of the season. He will be there, listed as out.
Yeah.
Unless he gets traded.
Yeah.
Right. That's right. George Kittle is also out for week 1. Lucas, anyway.
It's actually, we don't know that.
We don't know that. That's true.
Hope
we don't know. Jonathan in San Jose. Hi, Jonathan. You're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, good evening, guys. I just wanted to chime in about how the view about the Warriors is right now, how it seems from the Bay Area is a little miscued or just unrealistic, but I think like a lot of people have said on this radio station that earlier in shows that 2022 might have been it. And as much as we hate to hear that, and as bad as that sucks, we got to look back and be appreciative. Of course, the organization's never going to say this is the farewell tour because, I mean, that's bad for branding. Let's be honest. And they're never going to tell the fans, hey, we're not going to do our best right now, so I think what you guys got to do right now, if you're real big Warrior fans, Steph fans, Draymond Green fans, buy tickets for these last home games for the next 2 years because you may not be seeing these guys on the floor again. And I think that that's something that we are taking bitter, and I understand that, but I think that there's a lot of positivity to look at that. But I think we're in rebuild, and a lot of people don't want to hear that. Steve Kerr's done. Look at what he's done for us. He's done so much and taken so much ridicule over these years. And the bad seasons, we want Steve gone, and then he turns it around in 22. He's a god, and I get it. But I think Warrior fans, you got to appreciate it and live in the now and go to those home games because it's important because you may not see Steph on those colors. I hope he doesn't wear any other colors, but you guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I think you're right.
Jonathan,
2022 was just kind of the nice surprise. Like when you and your wife, you have that surprise kid and it's like, oh, wow, that was fun. And the kid turns out to not be a nightmare. And it's like, yeah, we didn't expect that little Johnny was going to be born in 2022, but what a blessing to have you along. And that was kind of 2022. It was the blessing baby.
I think most people actually do get that. I think all of us have two sides to us, and it's the in-the-moment person and then the greater view person.
Sure.
I think most of us, I really do. I know we do. I think most people get how unbelievable this is and has been and how hard it is to just repeat it just because you want to. But in the moment, there's only one season happening right now. There's only one game tonight, and you want to win it, and you get frustrated. The piece that I don't get, I actually won't ever get this. He mentioned the whole, the yo-yo of the way a lot of fans, not all fans, but the way a lot of fans look at Steve Kerr. I don't think he's done a perfect job this year at all. The vitriol that I hear from some people about a man who has engineered 4 championships, whether he was the main reason or not, is not the point. The vitriol that I hear, to me, rings very odd. Very, very odd. And I would love, in a different life, to do a whole psychoanalysis on that. Like, what leads a Warriors fan to hate Steve Kerr? I think that
you think that he was carried to the titles.
I just think it, but even if he was.
Well, that's what you think. So you think that he doesn't develop young players. You think that he hates Kuminga, who's really awesome, and he's been keeping him down. And you think that anybody could just show up and win, checks notes, 592 regular season games and 4 titles. Anybody could have done that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Even if you think that, though, like, why are you so mad?
Yep. You're mad because it's human nature to want to blame somebody. You're not going to blame Steph, and a lot of people blame Draymond, and then you can start to look at who you're going to blame. And hard to blame Dunleavy. He just got there.
Right.
Hard to blame Lacob. He's won 4 titles as the owner, and he spends out the wazoo. And so you land on Steve Kerr.
Also won 4 titles. Like, right. I'll never get it. Like, you can explain it to me, and I'll still be like,
I'm totally with you.
That doesn't make any sense
for
him to be treated as he is by some fans after what he's achieved. It makes no sense.
And people don't understand what goes into being a head coach of an NBA team. Is it easier when you have Steph Curry? Of course,
sure.
Yeah. It's a lot easier than if you're coaching the Washington Wizards, but it doesn't mean that what Steve Kerr does is easy.
Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. We do this before every game. It's presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. Earlier we asked, with Jimmy Butler's season-ending ACL tear in mind, should Jonathan Kuminga play tonight versus the Raptors? A simple yes or no. By the way, did you look? What do you think? What do you think happened? What do you think the vote was?
And the poll is: should he play tonight?
Should he play? Yes or no?
70% yes.
Pretty
I would
close.
guess
61.7%.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Said yes.
Wow.
38.3 said no, and I'd love to talk to the 38.3 to be like, did you say no because you don't want to see him play, or did you say no because you think he shouldn't want to play? There's probably a smattering of both.
Yep, a little bit, I would imagine.
So
no.
Yep.
Steve's having fun this year, isn't he?
The worst. And I just really worry about the future of Steve Kerr as the head coach. And if he decides that he wants to do something else, I mean, good luck finding somebody who is as good with this team as Steve Kerr has been. It's going to be hard to do.
No, that's how it usually goes. You know what I mean? With a lot of good things. You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Thank you.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Joni Mitchell.
Right. And Counting Crows. But anyway.
Joni Mitchell,
yes. And then Counting Crows.
Come up with your own lyrics, Crows.
They redid it. Grandy, Evan's coming up. Warriors Live is moments away. The Warriors play the Raptors tonight. What could go wrong?
Be careful out there, Warriors.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Did you want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure, yeah.
Steve Kerr's going to be on the show.
Oh,
you better be careful.
Steve, did we lose you?
We get to talk to him. And
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, but usually. And then Greg Cosell also.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
Greg Cosell and Steve Kerr. I'd be here, and I will.
Work on your material.
We'll go home and do that right now. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisle.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Who are the Warriors? A storied franchise.
The Golden State Warriors have just won the NBA championship.
With a quiet leader.
The Curry quick release, splash!
And a not-so-quiet one.
Rejected by Draymond, knocked away. What a block!
And above all, a team that brings the entire base.
Well, this season for the Golden State Warriors, it just has had no dull moments as of late. I mean, from the good stretch of basketball they've been playing to Jonathan Kuminga being in and out of the lineup to the trade deadline coming up in a couple of weeks to what's going to happen next for Golden State in this franchise. It all got turned on its head last night at Chase Center when the Golden State Warriors witnessed their superstar Jimmy Butler go down at the 7:10 mark of the third quarter with a torn right ACL. And that is where it leaves us tonight, game 45 of the season with the Toronto Raptors in town. Where do we go from here? This is Warriors Live presented by Xfinity. My name is Evan Giddings. A reminder, your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Make sure to watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Well, the biggest question that Golden State's going to have to answer, Jimmy Butler goes down, does the season? And this is something that I think everybody, including I was listening and I talked about this after the game last night. I believe it was on the broadcast. Bob Fitzgerald and Klena Azubuike were talking about how if this was a catastrophic, a long-term injury for Jimmy Butler, the season was done. Now the Golden State Warriors are going to have to show us whether it is and whether that statement is correct, because they have a couple of tough games coming up after tonight, after the ending to what has been, honestly, outside of the Jimmy Butler injury, it's been a fantastic homestand. They've had a couple of duds, but between now and the previous and I should say the beginning of this real 10 of 11 homestand, they've been absolutely fantastic. They've won 12 of their last 16, going back to the end of December 22nd. They have played about a month of really good basketball, and it just felt like it all came crashing down along with the right leg of Jimmy Butler. So was confirmed, obviously, after the game last night, couple of hours after the MRI. Shams Charania of ESPN reported Jimmy Butler has torn his right ACL as the season. So the Golden State Warriors at this point, and in a way, I feel like the game tonight is perfect timing for the Warriors. Yes, they're going to be undermanned. We'll get into some of the injuries and the inactives and actives in just a little bit. But to just have a basketball game to take your mind off of the sky falling sort of mentality that, to be quite honest, I have heard all day long on 95.7 The Game, and I, for one, completely understand. Jimmy Butler, when he got here last year, the Golden State Warriors were a team 1 game below 500. They slipped as many as, I believe it was, 4 games below 500 last season. And that was in a time when they were figuring out, could they swing a deal? Was Curry going to continue to play as well as he had the year prior? How much in the tank did Draymond Green have left? Was Jonathan Kuminga going to be a guy that emerged as the third best player for the Warriors? There was all of these questions. And with Jimmy Butler's trade and emergence as the Robin to Steph's Batman, all of that was just put to the side. The 23-8 run en route to a second-round appearance in the playoffs may have gone further if not for the hamstring injury to Steph Curry, and the rest has been history. This year it has not been the same, but a lot of that could be attributed, and I think the evidence is in from the last 3 weeks that they have played, nearly 4 weeks, that maybe some of that schedule was extremely difficult. Maybe the condensed games that they played at the beginning of this year for an older basketball team that was still without Al Horford, that did not have DeAnthony Melton, maybe that actually what was holding this team back. And unfortunately, we're never going to get to find out the answer to that question. Whether you believe the Warriors were turning a corner, whether you believe that it was all fugazi and they were going to kind of regress back to 500, the fact of the matter is, as they stand right now, they are a team that is clinging to play in to a play-in scenario right now. And everybody has these different ideas, and I'm sure this is the kind of question and conversation that's happening in the front offices at Chase Center. What do we do now? What do the Golden State Warriors do? And that why, in a long-winded way, to me, it is a good thing that they're playing tonight against the Raptors because, number one, they'll get an immediate understanding of what this team actually is, and two, they can go out there and play basketball instead of having to sit and sulk and wonder about what exactly these Warriors are without Jimmy Butler. I, for one, am a massive skeptic of what this season can be and where it's going to go. But what I do know is that if there are a couple of guys that have been in this situation before, a couple of guys who understand what it is to put down, their head as professionals and get out there and play their ass off as hard as they can every night, I do believe it's Steph Curry. For the most part, when Steph is on the floor, that also includes Draymond Green. And I think Al Horford is also one of those guys as well. Al Horford throughout his career has been bring a lunch pail to the workplace kind of cat. And I think him being on this team, the veterans of this group, Steph, Draymond, and Horford, the oldest guys on this team, obviously, the kind of tone that they set in these first couple of games, really in these first couple of weeks as we lead up to the trade deadline on February 5th, and then after that, the NBA All-Star Weekend, the kind of precedent that they set as far as the leadership, to me, is going to be the most important part to the remainder of this year. We all understand that what little hope the Warriors had to hoist a fifth Larry O'Brien with these guys, it pretty much left when Jimmy Butler went down hurt. I'm not going to sit up here and sell you some fool's gold about the Golden State Warriors could potentially sneak into this scenario or catch this team or find an injury-ridden matchup like they have in the past. No, the Golden State Warriors, I didn't believe it before, but I absolutely believe it now. They will not be 2026 NBA champions. And in 2027, there are even larger concerns with Butler having to obviously miss time with a 9 to 12-month injury for his ACL. Did the Warriors, the end of their dynasty, go down with Jimmy's ACL? I don't think it's that outlandish to say, if you still believe that this was the fading, end to a dynasty. They put all their chips in on Jimmy Butler, and unfortunately, he got hurt. Now what do? Do they try and trade him away? Do they try and pivot off of him? Do they run this thing back next year? Do they try and swing a big trade this summer? This, to me, these are all the questions that we're going to have plenty of time to discuss, just exactly what should go down with the Golden State Warriors between now